Chapter 1. The Godfather's Journey Through the Childhood of the Demon Lord. In the heavenly sea garden of Magic City, at Villa No. 1, the sudden blaring of medical alarms echoed throughout the villa. The prominent figures gathered outside the villa shuddered in unison, with even seasoned warlords, accustomed to the chaos of gunfire, collapsing to the ground in a state of sheer shock, drenched in sweat. These influential magnates from various corners of the world, including Middle Eastern warlords and underground overlords, stood in line before the villa, their eyes cast low, and their hearts heavy with despair. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It appeared they were awaiting something momentous. Inside the villa, a gaunt patient, ravaged by illness, slowly closed his eyes, marking the end of a tumultuous life. Even in death, the aura of authority that surrounded his visage remained formidable. After a prolonged moment, a trembling nurse knelt forward to check for his breath. "Chairman, he has departed," her quivering voice echoed from within the villa. At the entrance, the array of elite figures bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle without hesitation. Some affluent individuals even collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, their sorrow palpable. The chairman was gone, leaving them with a sprawling global commercial empire. What were they to do now? 10 minutes later, the United Nations issued no statement but lowered its flags to half-mast in tribute to the Godfather. The Eagle Nation declared a nationwide internet blackout for 3 days of mourning. In the Iron Nation, the military fired a salute for 3 consecutive days, while reports surfaced that the renowned Iron-Milled Man had locked himself in his room, with cries emanating from within. In the empire on which the sun never sets, a royal princess voluntarily leapt into the sea as a form of sacrifice. On this day, the world trembled. Upon closing his eyes, Chu Tian felt an all-encompassing darkness, as if he were being submerged by an unrelenting tide. A sigh escaped his heart. Was this how his life would come to an end? Given another 20 years, he envisioned himself aboard a rocket, personally exploring Saturn, yearning to discover whether extraterrestrial beings existed beyond the cosmos. After all, in this world, apart from illness, nothing else troubled him. In the distance, a youthful, crisp voice, laced with indignation, suddenly pierced through his consciousness. "Chu Tian, I command you to return immediately and procure the fruits of the sacred vein flower for me." How audacious for a woman to issue him such orders. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Tian opened his eyes and found himself atop a mountain, surrounded by floating clouds, seemingly within reach. Before him stood a little girl clad in a pale white dress, her red lips and white teeth contrasting vividly. She appeared no older than 8 or 9, her cherubic face already hinting at an extraordinary beauty. Her porcelain-like visage radiated fury as she noticed Chu Tian's bewilderment and became even more incensed. "You fool, Chu Tian! I have already told you that Yi Fan saved my life. I shall dedicate everything to repay him. As my fiancée, you should wholeheartedly assist me in this endeavor," she continued. "Moreover, given Yi Fan's tragic background, having been crippled since birth, only the sacred vein flower holds the hope of restoring him. Do you not possess an ounce of compassion? Return immediately. I care not what methods you employ, you must retrieve the sacred vein flower's fruits, or I shall ignore you henceforth." Compassion. Chu Tian furrowed his brow. It was indeed a rare sentiment, one he had not encountered in a long time. At his level, interactions were mere exchanges of interests. To mention compassion would invite ridicule. Such notions were the domain of children. Yet, who was this little girl? Fiancée? Looking down, he realized his own body had transformed into that of a child, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, resembling her age. It seemed he had indeed become a child, as if he had traversed time and space. Suddenly, a sharp pain flashed through his mind as a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Have I actually crossed over into the unfinished narrative of that wretched author's novel? The Celestial Emperor? The great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, the Celestial Emperor Yi Fan, the sacred goddess Lu Yun. Chu Tian murmured, a smirk creeping onto his lips. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Even as the Godfather, having navigated the gray areas of life and built a super commercial empire, he had once been a youthful dreamer. During his high school years, that clicked novel titled The Celestial Emperor had captivated him, compelling him to stay awake for 3 consecutive nights. Yet, upon reaching the final chapter, he discovered that the narrative had not been updated for 2 years, leaving it unfinished. Infuriated, he had vowed in class to toss that wretched author into the sea to feed the sharks if he ever achieved success. Inevitably, he had been expelled from the classroom by the ancient English teacher. Such memories, though distant, lingered vividly in his mind, as he often reminisced about those fervent youthful days in the stillness of the night, reflecting on the innocence he once possessed. The persona he now inhabited was none other than the young version of the infamous great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, a prominent antagonist in the unfinished narrative of the Celestial Emperor. Am I now trapped in the life of this tragic character, whose family was slaughtered, whose fiancée betrayed him, entangled with the son of destiny Yifan, robbed of everything, and ultimately driven to the demonic path, claiming the title of Great Hate Demon Lord, relentlessly pursued by the sects of the Holy Tian continent? Chu Tian's lips twitched slightly. Within the narrative, the Great Hate Demon Lord Chu Tian was undoubtedly one of the most pitiable figures. Born with a golden spoon, his father was an emperor, one of the mightiest beings in the Holy Tian continent, and the vice leader of the Sacred Heaven Sect. The Sacred Heaven Sect was among the 7 foremost sects of the Holy Tian continent. The Chu family was the founding lineage of the Sacred Heaven Sect, having established it alongside the current leader, with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years. This era marked the pinnacle of the Chu family's fortunes. His father, Chu Tian, had wed a goddess from the ancient sword god clan, achieving the peak of his life. After 3 daughters, he finally bore Chu Tian, the sole male heir. Chu Tian was exceptional upon birth. He awakened the supreme physique of the chaos demon god, causing a stir across the Holy Tian continent, hailed as the greatest prodigy in history. Moreover, he had been betrothed since birth to Lu Yun, the legitimate daughter of the prominent Lu family, renowned throughout the Holy Tian continent for her innate physique, whose birth resonated with the very heavens, shaking the world. Yet, due to the Lu family's diminished status, they sought the Chu family for marriage, uniting 2 prodigious talents in a betrothal. With unparalleled talent, an illustrious lineage, and a perfect fiancé, the newly born Chu Tian seemed destined to be a winner in life, with the pinnacle of success merely a matter of time. However, at the age of 3, Lu Yun inexplicably fell into the water, saved by the notorious waste Yifan, prompting her to pledge her all in gratitude. Thus began the tragic yet hopeful life of the Great Hate Demon Lord Chu Tian. With his fiancée entangled with the son of destiny, what villain could expect a favorable outcome? It was merely the norm for one to descend into the demonic path, universally condemned. Had it not been for Chu Tian's exceptional talent and formidable background, he might have been eliminated early in the story. Among the myriad of antagonists in various novels, Chu Tian had proven to be quite distinguished, considering the narrative spanned the entirety of the tale, and due to its unfinished state, he had yet to meet his demise at the hands of the protagonist. Indeed, God has favored me, I am truly fortunate, murmured Chu Tian, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. At that moment, a gentle and melodious female voice resonated in his ears, Dean. Congratulations, host. You have bound the supervillain plundering system, allowing you to seize everything from the Child of Destiny and earn destiny points as a reward. Chapter 2, An Invincible Background, Extraordinary Talent by what right? Do not be overly concerned or sorrowful, host, the soothing voice comforted softly. The purpose of this system is to assist you in overcoming the Child of Destiny, guiding you to the pinnacle of life and making you the sole Child of Destiny. You are granted a grand gift for your journey, including a volume of the chaotic creation scripture, a heavenly emperor's descent talisman, and a creation elixir. Please strive, host, to seize everything from the Child of Destiny to earn destiny points, which can be exchanged for goods in the system store. Keep pushing forward. The so-called Child of Destiny pales in comparison to you, the system's gentle voice encouraged Chu Tian. Indeed, there is truth in your words, system. The so-called Child of Destiny is nothing but a mere trifle, Chu Tian mused, fully embracing his new identity, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. With an invincible background and unparalleled talent, what right did they have to lead him astray? Who possessed such qualifications? Those claiming to be the Child of Destiny or the heroine were all insignificant. As a progenitor, what had he to fear? The only constraints he faced were his lifespan and ailments. Since that troublesome god granted him another chance at life, in this lifetime, the strong would enjoy extended lifespans, and sickness would no longer be a limitation. He would tread upon these so-called children of destiny and ascend to the summit of the myriad realms. You pitiful and wretched demon sovereign, you are both unfortunate and fortunate. Since I have been reborn, allow me to rewrite the tragic fate of your entire family. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian. Realm, 7th layer of bone refinement. Possessing 700,000 gene of divine power, comparable to a juvenile ancient behemoth, the host is exceptional. Physique, chaotic demon god body. Cultivation method, chaotic creation scripture 1st layer. Divine abilities, none. Treasures, heavenly emperor's descent talisman grants 10 minutes of imperial combat prowess. Creation elixir upon consumption, enhances the host's realm by 3 layers without any side effects. In the Holy Tian continent, realms are classified as blood condensation, bone refinement, spirit refinement, integration, divine, celestial, true divine, divine king, and emperor. Chu Tian condensed blood at the age of 3, capable of lifting a small mountain, and at 6, he broke into bone refinement, possessing a strength of 100,000 jin, comparable to a juvenile ancient fierce beast. It is evident how extraordinary his talents are. Now, merely 2 years later, he had already reached the 7th layer of bone refinement, wielding 700,000 jin of divine power, able to lift a mountain single-handedly, showcasing the terrifying nature of his chaotic demon god body. As Chu Tian sensed, the chaotic creation scripture was already operating autonomously within his being. In a brief moment, his physique had been enhanced by 10%, and a layer of chaotic divine light enveloped his skin, significantly increasing his defensive capabilities, likely impenetrable even by those of the spirit refinement realm. Chu Tian glanced at the system panel. His strength had surged to 800,000 jin. Truly, the quality of the system's output is unparalleled. Such a terrifying capability. Had the chaotic creation scripture been cast upon the continent, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath among the sects of Hentian continent. Without hesitation, Chu Tian retrieved the creation elixir and consumed it. What are precious elixirs but external trinkets? Only the enhancement of strength is of true substance. The elixir melted upon entry. A warm current surged through his body, akin to a tsunami, wildly transforming his form. Bang! 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 The sound of his bones cracking echoed violently, like thunderclaps, reverberating through the air and stirring the clouds. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tian's realm ascended 3 layers, reaching the pinnacle of bone refinement, with his strength soaring to 1,500,000 jin. At the age of 8, he stood at the pinnacle of bone refinement with a strength of 1,500,000 jin. Such a series of numerical keys, if spread, would send shockwaves throughout the myriad realms. It is worth noting that even the juvenile ancient behemoths possess only around 1 million jin of strength in their youth, causing humans of the spirit refinement realm to tremble at their sight. Yet, at 8 years old, Chu Tian was capable of battling juvenile ancient behemoths. The resounding blasts immediately drew the attention of the sect's powerful figures, and patrolling disciples arrived. However, upon seeing the figure clad in black, they instinctively shrank back, retreating into the clouds to observe quietly. This young Sing-Song was not supposed to be honing his physique alongside his father, the Heavenly King. How did he end up in this desolate place with the young lady of the Lu family? The situation appeared quite unpleasant. The matters between these two were beyond their purview unless they wished to court death. Chu Tian, are you ignoring me? Lu Yun's delicate face flushed with anger, her voice sharpening. You caused such a ruckus. Are you trying to attract the sect's powerful figures to your aid, instead of helping me retrieve the Holy Vein Fruit? Very well, if you refuse to assist me, do not come looking for me in the future. I shall ignore you. Suddenly, the voice of Lu Yun halted, her previously fair and delicate face turning pale. Just moments ago, Chu Tian had come to his senses and lifted his gaze to meet hers. The coldness in his eyes was ruthless, domineering, and fierce, leaving her at a loss for words to adequately describe it. In that single glance, a chill enveloped her, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. It felt as if uttering another word might cost her life. It was akin to the gaze of the sect leader she had encountered once, a look that could instill fear and compel surrender. Yet, the sect leader seemed to lack something compared to the intensity of Chu Tian's gaze. Is this the Holy Vein Fruit? Chu Tian's voice was calm as he produced a black box from his chest and opened it to reveal a fiery red fruit shimmering within. The fruit was the size of half his fist, adorned with a web-like pattern, and as it appeared, a rich spiritual energy began to radiate. The Holy Vein Flower, one of the supreme divine medicines of the Holy Heaven Sect, bears fruit only thrice in a century, inaccessible to elders below the celestial level. Only after making significant contributions to the sect and during a major breakthrough would one be rewarded with such a precious fruit. The sect's divine medicine field was under the stewardship of his father, the Heavenly King. The child of destiny, Yifan, had been rendered incapable by poison. The Holy Vein Fruit was a divine remedy to restore his meridians. The original host was rather naive. He had not withheld the Holy Vein Fruit out of selfishness. He believed it was his duty to help a childhood companion with whom he had an arranged marriage, feeling compelled to repay her for saving his life. However, he was troubled by Lu Yun's apparent concern for the worthless Yifan, repeatedly requesting him to steal precious elixirs and rare treasures, which left him feeling uncomfortable. Thus, he had falsely claimed he did not have the fruit, intending to tease his fiancée. To his surprise, this had only summoned Lu Yun's ire, chastising him for lacking empathy and understanding her desire to repay a debt of gratitude. Chu Tian found himself somewhat speechless. In his eyes, the original host had already demonstrated remarkable kindness and compassion for an extended period. He selflessly assisted Lu Yun in repaying her debts of gratitude, all the while witnessing his fiancée entangled with other men, incessantly proclaiming her intent to repay with all her might. It seemed that Yifan was not her fiancée. Why should she devote herself entirely, while he was compelled to roam in search of rare herbs to construct a persona of gratitude? From the original narrative, It is evident that even years later, Lu Yun maintained this fault, lingering alongside Yifan, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the demon lord, her fiancé, for the slightest discontent, branding him as ruthless and heartless. Lu Yun, however, epitomized the radiant saintly figure, her illustrious reputation echoing throughout the Hongqiang continent, hailed as the holy celestial maiden. Countless souls deemed the seemingly cold-hearted Chu Tian unworthy of her. Eventually, tragedy struck as her family perished, igniting Chu Tian's wrath and leading him down the path of darkness. Yet, by then, it was too late. Lu Yun and Yifan had become a couple, inheriting everything from Chu Tian. Otherwise, the demon lord would not have been affectionately dubbed the Great Wronged One by countless readers. Supreme Divine Medicine, Holy Vein Fruit. The disciples and formidable figures concealed among the clouds gasped in astonishment, finally grasping why the young saint and Lu Yun clandestinely convened outside the sect. Such divine medicines were only attainable by those who had rendered significant contributions to the sect. Chu Tian had procured it, undoubtedly relying on the might of the heavenly king emperor to infiltrate the divine herb fields and pilfer it. At this moment, Chu Tian was merely at the body refinement stage, rendering the holy vein fruit useless to him. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that it was stolen for Lu Yun. However, despite this, no one dared to confront him openly. This matter was beyond management, and none would dare intervene. The eldest son of the Chu family had pilfered a holy vein fruit. Who would dare to voice their disapproval? At most, sect disciples would privately murmur about the injustice, indirectly affecting the reputation and prestige of the heavenly king emperor. After all, the supreme divine medicine, holy vein, belonged to the sect, not to any individual family or powerful figure. Chu Tian, what do you mean by this? How could you deceive me? Upon witnessing Chu Tian produce the fruit, Lu Yun's initial surprise morphed into fury. What were his intentions? He had clearly brought it, yet he chose to mislead her and created such a commotion. Chapter 1. The Godfather's Journey into the Childhood of the Demon Lord. In the Tian High Garden of the Demon City, at Villa No. 1, an abrupt alarm from medical equipment resonated throughout the villa. At the entrance, numerous influential figures trembled, with even seasoned warlords, accustomed to the perils of battle, collapsing in a sweat-drenched heap from sheer shock. These elite magnates, hailing from various corners of the globe, stood lined up before the villa, their gazes heavy and their spirits laden with grief. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, so profound one could hear a pin drop. It was as if they were anticipating something monumental. Inside the villa, a gaunt figure, ravaged by illness, slowly closed his eyes, marking the conclusion of a tumultuous life. Yet, even in death, the air of authority that lingered on his countenance was awe-inspiring. After what felt like an eternity, a nurse, trembling, knelt to check for signs of breath. "Chairman has departed," her quivering voice echoed from within the villa. At the villa's entrance, the multitude of elite figures wasted no time. They bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Some of the wealthiest among them even collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The chairman was gone, leaving behind a sprawling global business empire. What were they to do now? 10 minutes later, the United Nations issued no formal statement but lowered its flags to half-mast in mourning for this patriarch. The Eagle Nation declared a nationwide internet blackout for 3 days in tribute. The Steel Nation's military might fired salutes for 3 consecutive days, while a renowned iron-willed man, reportedly confined to his chamber, was heard sobbing within. In the empire where the sun never sets, a royal princess voluntarily plunged into the sea as a form of tribute. This day resonated across the globe. Upon closing his eyes, Chu Tian found himself engulfed by an overwhelming darkness, akin to a tide submerging him. He sighed inwardly, pondering whether this was truly the end of his life. If only he had been granted another 20 years, he would have ascended into space aboard a rocket, seeking to explore Saturn and discover whether extraterrestrial beings truly existed. After all, on this planet, aside from the afflictions of illness, nothing else had the power to trouble him. In the midst of this contemplation, a youthful, crystalline voice, laced with indignation, suddenly pierced through the silence. "Chu Tian, I command you to return immediately and fetch the fruit of the sacred vein flower for me." How audacious for a woman to issue him orders. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Tian opened his eyes to find himself atop a mountain, surrounded by billowing clouds that seemed within reach. Before him stood a girl clad in a delicate white dress, her lips red and teeth white, appearing no older than 8 or 9 years. Her cherubic face bore an expression of fury, and as she noticed his bewilderment, her ire intensified. "Chu Tian, you fool! I have already told you that Yifan saved my life, and I am determined to repay him with everything I possess. As my fiancé, you ought to wholeheartedly assist me in this endeavor. Besides, Yifan has a tragic background. His meridians were shattered from birth, and only the sacred vein flower holds the hope for their restoration. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Return at once. I care not how you do it, you must procure the fruit of the sacred vine flower, or I shall cease to acknowledge you. Compassion. Chu Tian's brow furrowed. Such a rarity had not been directed towards him in quite some time. At his level, interactions were typically rooted in mutual benefit. To mention compassion was laughable, it was the language of children. Adults spoke of interests. Yet, who was this girl? His fiancée? Chu Tian glanced down, only to discover that he had also assumed the form of a child, clad in a black bodysuit, resembling her age. It became evident that he was indeed a child. Perhaps he had traversed into another life. A sudden pain shot through his mind as a torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. Have I truly crossed over, landing in the unfinished narrative of that lackluster author's novel? The Celestial Emperor? The great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, the Celestial Emperor Yifan, the holy goddess Lu Yun. Chu Tian murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. Even as a godfather, navigating both the light and dark realms, establishing an empire of unparalleled magnitude, he once indulged in flights of fancy during his youth. Back in high school, he had been captivated by a novel titled Celestial Emperor, enduring sleepless nights to devour its pages. However, upon reaching the final chapter, he discovered that the novel had been left unfinished for 2 years, abruptly cut short. Enraged, he had vowed in class to cast the author into the sea for the sharks if he ever achieved success. Of course, he was promptly expelled from the classroom by that ancient hag, his English teacher. Those were distant memories, yet they lingered vividly in his mind. Having experienced much, he often found solace in reminiscing about the fervent passions of his youth, reflecting on his own moments of innocence. The persona he now inhabited was none other than the infamous antagonist from the unfinished novel Celestial Emperor, the youthhood of the great hate demon Lord Chu Tian. Is it truly my fate to become this tragic figure, whose family perished, whose fiancée betrayed him, aligning herself with the son of destiny, Yifan, stripping him of everything, ultimately plunging into the dark path of the demon, branding himself the great hate demon lord, and becoming the target of relentless pursuit by the sects of the Hongtian continent? Chu Tian's lips twitched slightly in dismay. Within the narrative, this great hate demon Lord Chu Tian was undeniably the most pitiable character. Born with a golden spoon, his father was an emperor, one of the strongest on the Hongtian continent, and the vice master of the Holy Heaven Sect. The Holy Heaven Sect was one of the 7 paramount sects of the Hongtian continent. The Chu family was the founding lineage of the Holy Heaven Sect, having established it in conjunction with the current sect master, a legacy that had endured for a million years. In this generation, the Chu family was at its zenith. His father, Chu Tian, had married a divine maiden from the ancient sword god clan beyond the realms, achieving the pinnacle of his life. After siring 3 daughters, he finally bore Chu Tian, the sole male heir. Chu Tian was also prodigious upon his birth. He awakened the supreme physique known as the Chaos Demon Body, creating a sensation across the Hongtian continent, hailed as the greatest prodigy in its history. Moreover, he was betrothed to Lu Yun, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, a renowned figure in the Hongtian continent, who possessed the innate body. Upon her arrival, the heavens roared, and the world trembled. However, due to the Lu family's decline, they sought a marriage alliance, uniting 2 extraordinary talents in a promise of future greatness. With remarkable aptitude, a distinguished lineage, and a perfect fiancé, the newborn Chu Tian seemed destined to be a victor in life, with ascendance to the pinnacle merely a matter of time. Yet, at the age of 3, Lu Yun inexplicably fell into the water, saved by the infamous waste of the sect, Yifan, and resolved to repay her benefactor at all costs. Thus began the tragic saga of the great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, whose life was marred by betrayal. With his fiancée entwined with the son of destiny, what fate awaited such a villain? Universal disdain awaited him, and his descent into darkness was merely the standard trajectory for such characters. Had it not been for Chu Tian's formidable talent and illustrious background, he might have met an untimely demise early on. In truth, among the pantheon of antagonists in various novels, Chu Tian was remarkably distinguished after all. His narrative arc spanned the entire story, and due to its abrupt conclusion, he had yet to meet his demise at the hands of the protagonist. Indeed, God has favored me, I am truly fortunate, murmured Chu Tian, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, a gentle and melodious female voice resonated in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have bound the super-villain plundering system, enabling you to seize everything from the Song of Fortune and earn destiny points as rewards. Chapter 2, An Invincible Background, Extraordinary Talents. What justifies this? Do not be overly worried or sorrowful, dear host, the soothing voice consoled. The purpose of this system is to assist you in overcoming the Song of Fortune, leading you to the pinnacle of life, and becoming the sole Song of Destiny. You are rewarded with a package for your journey, a tome of the chaotic creation true scripture, a token of the Heavenly Emperor's descent, and a creation elixir. Please strive to seize everything from the Song of Fortune to earn destiny points, which can be exchanged for goods in the system's shop. The gentle voice encouraged Chu Tian, do your best. No Song of Fortune stands a chance before you. The system has articulated a truth. All songs of fortune are mere trifles, Chu Tian muttered, fully embracing his new identity, his eyes glinting with a terrifying coldness. What grounds do they have to lead him astray? Who possesses the right? What are songs of fortune? The female lead merely trifles. As a revered patriarch, what has he to fear? The only constraints he faces are those of mortality and illness. Since the capricious deity has granted him a second chance, in this life, the strong shall enjoy prolonged lifespans, and ailments shall no longer bind him. He shall tread upon these so-called songs of fortune to ascend to the zenith of the myriad realms. Oh, pitiful and wretched demon lord of hatred, you are both unfortunate and fortunate. Since I have been reborn, allow me to rewrite the tragic fate of your family. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian realm, 7th level of bone refinement possessing 700,000 pounds of divine strength, comparable to the progeny of ancient behemoth. Host is splendid physique, chaotic demon god body technique, chaotic creation true scripture 1st level divine powers, none treasures, Heavenly Emperor's descent token grants 10 minutes of imperial combat strength creation elixir after consumption, enhances host's realm by 3 levels without any side effects. In the Hong Tian continent, realms are divided into blood condensation, bone refinement, spirit refinement, integration, divine, celestial, true divine, divine king, and emperor realms. Chu Tian condensed blood at the age of 3, capable of lifting small mountains by 6, he had broken into bone refinement, possessing a titanic strength of 100,000 pounds. Akin to the young of ancient ferocious beasts, his innate talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. Now, merely 2 years later, he had already reached the 7th level of bone refinement, wielding 700,000 pounds of divine strength, capable of single-handedly lifting a mountain. One can only imagine the terror of his chaotic demon god body. Chu Tian felt the chaotic creation true scripture automatically operating within him. In a brief moment, his physique was enhanced by 10%, and a layer of chaotic divine radiance enveloped his skin, significantly increasing his defense. Even the spirit refinement realm would struggle to breach it. A glance at the system panel revealed his strength had reached 800,000 pounds. Truly, a product of the system is bound to be exceptional. This formidable technique, if unleashed upon the continent, would likely incite rivers of blood among the sects of Hong Tian. Without hesitation, Chu Tian produced the creation elixir and consumed it. What worth are precious medicines compared to the enhancement of power? The elixir dissolved upon entry. A warm current surged through his body, akin to a tsunami, fervently transforming him. Bam! 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 The violent cracking of his bones reverberated like thunderclaps, sending shockwaves through the air and stirring the clouds. In an instant, Chu Tian's realm ascended 3 levels, reaching the pinnacle of bone refinement, with his strength now at 150,000 pounds. At 8 years old, he had attained the peak of bone refinement with a strength of 150,000 pounds. Such numbers, if revealed, would surely cause a stir across the realms. Even the progeny of ancient behemoths possess only around 100,000 pounds of strength in their youth. Human beings at the spirit refinement realm would tremble at their sight. Yet, 8-year-old Chu Tian could already contend with the young of ancient behemoths. The thunderous sounds drew the attention of the sect's powerful figures, and patrolling disciples rushed to investigate. Upon seeing the cloaked Chu Tian, they instinctively recoiled, retreating into the clouds to observe silently. This little saint was supposed to be honing his body under the guidance of his father, the Heavenly Emperor. Why had he come to this desolate place with the young lady of the Lu family? The atmosphere seemed rather unpleasant. Matters between these two were beyond their comprehension, unless they sought their own demise. Chu Tian, are you not hearing me? Lu Yun's delicate face flushed with anger, her voice sharpening. Are you intentionally creating such a ruckus to attract the sects drawn to your aid instead of helping me procure the sacred post fruit? Very well. If you refuse to assist me, do not come seeking me again. I will ignore you. Suddenly, Lu Yun's voice halted, her once porcelain-like face drained of color. For just a moment, Chu Tian returned to himself, lifting his gaze to meet hers. The frigid, merciless, domineering, and ruthless gaze left her at a loss for words that could scarcely encapsulate the intensity of his presence. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had plunged into an ice abyss. The mere thought of uttering another word might cost her life. It was akin to the gaze of the sect leader she had encountered once. A single glance could instill terror and an involuntary urge to submit. Yet, the sect leader seemed to possess something less than the weight of Chu Tian's gaze. Is this the sacred post fruit? Chu Tian's voice was calm as he produced a black box from his chest, revealing a fiery red fruit that shimmered within. The fruit was the size of half his fist, adorned with a web of mysterious patterns, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. The sacred post flower, one of the supreme divine herbs of the Sacred Heaven Sect, bears fruit only thrice every century. Elders below the celestial level cannot approach it. Only those who have made significant contributions to the sect and are on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm may be rewarded with such a precious fruit. The sect's divine herb garden was overseen by his father, the Heavenly Emperor. The Son of Fortune, Yi Fan, had been rendered incapacitated, and the sacred post fruit could restore his meridians. The original owner was quite naive. It wasn't that he hadn't taken the sacred post fruit. He believed it was his duty to assist a childhood friend with whom he had a betrothal. However, he felt discomfort seeing Lu Yun, his fiancée, so invested in the worthless Yi Fan, repeatedly urging him to steal precious elixirs and rare treasures. Thus, he falsely claimed he hadn't taken it out, merely wishing to tease his fiancée. Unbeknownst to him, this had only drawn Lu Yun's ire, chastising him for his lack of understanding and compassion. Chu Tian found himself somewhat speechless in his view. The original owner had been exceedingly kind-hearted and empathetic, unwavering in his dedication. He tirelessly assisted Lu Yun in her quest for gratitude, all the while observing his fiancée entangled with other men daily, clamoring to repay her debts with all her might. Why should Yi Fan, who is not his betrothed, be the one to labor tirelessly in search of rare elixirs to construct an image of gratitude on her behalf? The original narrative reveals that even after many years, Lu Yun continued to use disguise to remain close to Yi Fan. Any slightest discontent from the formidable demon lord, her fiancé, was met with accusations of being cold-hearted and ungrateful. In contrast, Lu Yun was celebrated as the radiant holy maiden, her good reputation spreading throughout the Holy Tian continent, hailed as the divine maiden, while countless individuals deemed the aloof and unfeeling Chu Tian unworthy of her. It was only later, when tragedy struck his family, that an enraged Chu Tian succumbed to the demonic path, but by then, it was too late. Lu Yun and Yi Fan, however, became a couple, inheriting all that belonged to Chu Tian. Otherwise, the formidable demon lord would not have been affectionately dubbed the Great Wronged One by myriad readers. Supreme divine medicine, holy vein fruit. The disciples and formidable beings concealed among the clouds gasped in astonishment, finally comprehending why the young Holy Son and Lu Yun clandestinely met outside the sect. The sect's divine medicine could only be obtained by those who had rendered significant service to the sect. Chu Tian had procured it, undoubtedly relying on the might of the Heavenly King Emperor to infiltrate the divine medicine field and pilfer it. At present, Chu Tian was only at the body-refining stage, rendering the holy vein fruit useless to him. Thus, the only explanation was that it was stolen for Lu Yun. Yet, even so, no one dared to confront him openly. This affair was beyond reproach, and none had the courage to intervene. Who would dare to castigate the eldest son of the Chu family for pilfering a holy vein fruit? At most, disciples of the sect might whisper among themselves, deeming it unjust, but such murmurs would indirectly tarnish the reputation and prestige of the Heavenly King Emperor. After all, the supreme divine medicine, the holy vein flower, belonged to the sect, not to any singular family or individual. Chu Tian, what do you mean by this? You actually deceived me. Upon witnessing Chu Tian produce the fruit, Lu Yun's initial surprise morphed into fury. What was this man scheming? He had clearly brought it forth yet chose to deceive her, deliberately orchestrating such a commotion.
Chapter 3. Is your life, Lu Yun, truly so precious? You insolent wretch, you are utterly laughable. Chu Tian gazed at Lu Yun, his eyes filled with an icy coldness and a hint of murderous intent. My holy heavenly sect governs vast lands, with over 1 million inner disciples and countless powerful figures. What right has a worthless individual, devoid of cultivation and achievement, to consume the sacred pulse flower and oppose, as fruit? Just because she once saved your life? Is your life, Lu Yun, truly so invaluable? Do you think you are worthy? Chu Tian, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yun and oppose. As petite face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, scarcely believing that Chu Tian would utter such words to her. With a frigid expression, Chu Tian was not the original owner of this body, nor was he a sycophant. He coldly commanded, Xing Nu, come forth. As soon as he spoke, the space distorted, and a young girl, veiled in a snow-white shawl and dressed in a light yellow maid's attire, gracefully appeared, half kneeling before Chu Tian. Your servant is here. Please command me. Young master. She was an orphan adopted by the Emperor of Heaven, 10 years older than Chu Tian, trained since childhood as a devoted assassin for the Chu family. She had been his loyal companion since his youth, protecting him when he lacked the ability to defend himself. These assassins bore no personal names. merely taking on a code prefixed by the word and oppos, servant, and oppos. Among them, sun, moon, stars, and the vastness of the universe were the highest titles. Having just come of age, Xing Nu ranked third among the formidable assassins of the Chu family, already titled Star, a testament to her extraordinary talent. Raising his hand, Chu Tian placed the sacred pulse flower and amp, oppos, fruit into Xing Nu and amp, oppos, palm, and helped her to her feet, saying, "Pursue your cultivation diligently. A place among the higher echelons of the Holy Heavenly Sect will surely be yours." In the original narrative, after he fell into the demonic path, Xing Nu remained steadfastly by his side, the only one who swore eternal loyalty, even when she was referred to as an oppos, ugly servant, and oppos, approximately 10 years later. When Yi Fan fell into the heavenly fire forbidden zone, Lu Yun disregarded all warnings and rushed in to rescue him. At that time, Chu Tian was in seclusion, on the verge of a breakthrough, and sent Xing Nu to assist. Though she had successfully rescued Lu Yun, the latter insisted on bringing Yi Fan with her, resulting in Xing Nu being engulfed by the hellfire of the Forbidden Zone, her body charred, her appearance grotesque, rendering her a sight to instill terror. Henceforth, she was known as an oppos, ugly servant, and oppos. After Chu Tian fell into the demonic path and escaped the Holy Heavenly Sect, he was pursued relentlessly across the entire Hung Tian continent. In a moment of desperation, it was Xing Nu, sacrificing her very soul, who opened a passage connecting Hung Tian with the outer realms, allowing the great hate demon lord to escape. In her final moments, as she perished, she was fatally struck by an enraged Lu Yun. "Young master, I am unworthy of such a divine medicine. I would rather die than accept it." The fear in Xing Nu and Oppo's beautiful eyes was palpable, as she feared Chu Tian was seeking to dismiss her. She had witnessed him enter the divine medicine garden and pluck the sacred pulse flower into Oppo's fruit, a grave offense within the Holy Heavenly Sect. How could she dare to accept it? The future young mistress had always expressed dissatisfaction with Xing Nu and Oppo's presence by Chu Tian and Oppo's side, repeatedly speaking ill of her, despite Xing Nu never speaking ill of the young mistress or revealing secrets. Chu Tian had already grown discontent with her, having grown up in the Chu family, where they had shown her great kindness. If Chu Tian were to cast her aside, she would have no choice but to repay this debt with her life. "This is a reward from the young master. Take it." Chu Tian, with keen insight, immediately understood Xing Nu's concerns. He then addressed the seemingly empty heavens, stating, "I am the designated holy son of the sect. According to the sect's rules, upon reaching adulthood, one is entitled to 2 sacred pulse flower fruits. This fruit shall be deducted from that allocation. The sacred pulse flower is the property of the sect, and although precious, the Chu family possesses equivalent divine medicines. There is no need to jeopardize the reputation of the Chu family and my father, the Emperor of Heaven, for such trivial matters." In the original story, Chu Tian's reckless actions for Lu Yun had offended many, tarnishing the reputation of the Emperor of Heaven and the Chu family. Yi Fan, unrestrained and audacious, did as he pleased, while Lu Yun, under the guise of gratitude, exploited the Chu family's name to cover up for him. Chu Tian believed he could achieve the same if given the chance. Thus, when the Lu family slandered the Chu family as traitors, the once mighty Chu family, having stood for 1,000,000 years, collapsed with alarming ease. The Emperor of Heaven was besieged and imprisoned, with few sect leaders daring to speak on his behalf. Prior to the Chu family and Oppo's downfall, they were already in a state of betrayal, with many strong members either dead or traitors. Having been reborn, Chu Tian would not gamble his reputation for such petty gains. As a patriarch, he understood the importance of discernment. The emotions of those who follow you are significant, yet the distribution of benefits is paramount. To compromise the authority of the Emperor of Heaven and tarnish the Chu family and Oppo's reputation for mere resources is an unwise trade-off. The young holy son is indeed magnanimous. The disciples and powerful figures concealed among the clouds nearby gasped in astonishment. They gazed at the sacred pulse flower fruit in Xing Nu's hand, feeling an indescribable mixture of envy and resentment. The fruit of this supreme divine medicine holds boundless potential, coveted even by celestial beings across the continent. Moreover, Chu Tian and Apos' explanation granted them an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if they stood on the same level as him. The young Holy Son, despite his immense background, could have claimed the fruit without challenge, yet he clarified that it was drawn from his allocation, not a wanton appropriation of the sect's assets. The young Holy Son is affable and genuinely kind. Young Master, I. Xing, though veiled, could not conceal her crimson cheeks, her starry eyes brimming with tears as she trembled while holding the sacred pulse flower fruit. In the end, she bowed deeply to the ground. Your servant's life was saved by the Master. This great kindness from you, young Master, is beyond my capacity to repay, even if I were to die 1,000 deaths. Congratulations, host, for altering Xing and Amp. Apos' fate. Reward. 500 destiny points. The system and Amp. Apos' gentle and melodious notification echoed in Chu Tian and Amp. Apos' ears. Chu Tian paused momentarily. So it is possible. It seems that one does not need to suppress the fated children to earn destiny points, albeit the points gained from such actions are more substantial. In the original narrative, while Xing protected him closely, his indifference towards her meant she never gained prominence within the Chu family. Bestowing the sacred pulse flower fruit was, in essence, a tacit acknowledgement of Xing as his confidant, which is crucial. Her status within the Chu family would rise significantly, granting her various resources and altering her destiny entirely. You wretched servant, how dare you claim my divine medicine? Lu Yun's voice pierced the air, filled with fury as she lunged forward to snatch the black box away, kicking Xing, who was kneeling on the ground, sending her sprawling. Lu Yun was enraged, feeling that something that rightfully belonged to her had been taken, leaving her deeply unsettled. Moreover, she intended to present the sacred pulse flower fruit to Yi Fan. How could this wretched servant be worthy of it? This was not a matter of Xing being unable to react, although her talent might not measure up to Lu Yun and Apos'. Yes. The disparity in age and cultivation level rendered her unable to evade or resist. After all, their statuses were clear. Lu Yun was Chu Tian and Apos' fiancée, betrothed since birth. A fact known throughout Hung Tian continent. Chapter 4. Chu Tian, I detest you, young mistress. I acknowledge my transgressions. Xing crawled up, fervently bowing in apology. Just then, Chu Tian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yun and Apos' contorted face, sending her flying over 100 meters and shattering a 3-meter-high boulder upon impact. In that moment, it seemed as though the very air had ceased to flow, leaving everyone in utter shock. The figures concealed within the clouds widened their mouths, their pupils constricting in fear, wishing to turn and flee immediately. Such a scene was beyond their rightful gaze. One was a minor saint, the other a future matriarch of the Chu family, a being of innate Tao body, destined for unparalleled achievements. What they witnessed now would become blackmail material when Chu Tian and Lu Yun eventually stood at the pinnacle of the sect, or even the continent. Would they be silenced for it? Moreover, the minor saint had always treated Lu Yun with utmost kindness. He was not merely obedient, but utterly compliant. How could he suddenly lash out at her for a mere servant? If word got out, how could Lu Yun ever face the world again? As the black box containing the sacred pulse flower of the divine herb garden flew from his grasp, Chu Tian caught it deftly and then assisted Xing to her feet, placing the precious item in her palm. Xing, remember, you belong to this young master. From now on, no one but me, the master, and the mistress has the right to demand your kneeling or lay a hand upon you. With a calm command, he turned to face Lu Yun, his eyes flashing with a ruthless coldness that belied his youthful appearance. The figures in the clouds rubbed their eyes in disbelief, feeling as though the young saint had transformed into an entirely different person. Cold, unfeeling, domineering, and fierce, his regal presence made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Were he a seasoned warrior or a vice sect master, his demeanor would not have startled them. Yet, this minor saint was merely 8 years old. Chu Tian, you scoundrel. You struck me for that wretched maid. Do not come seeking me again. I wish to have nothing more to do with you. Lu Yun cried out. Emerging from the ruins, half of her face swollen and blood streaming down. Her eyes glimmered with a venomous resentment that was far too mature for her age. As an innate Tao body, although she was not Chu Tian's equal, she was not far behind. Such a slap would not be enough to end her life. However, she still seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You should be grateful I have kept you around for a purpose and only used 1% of my strength. Or else your head would have exploded, Chu Tian remarked calmly as he approached. Now tell me, who informed you that the sacred pulse flower in the divine herb garden had ripened and could aid Yi Fan in unblocking his meridians, prompting you to seek me out for it? The sacred pulse flower was a supreme divine medicine of the sect, and its ripening was classified as the highest secret, known only to a select few. Even the original owner had never learned of it. It was indeed peculiar that a mere servant girl like Lu Yun had acquired such knowledge. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yun and Appo's eyes as she immediately lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chu Tian's penetrating stare. I learned of it myself, wishing to repay Yi Fan's life-saving grace, she replied hastily. As my fiancée, you should be thinking of joining me in this act of gratitude, yet you choose to doubt and slander me. Chu Tian, I despise you, Lu Yun exclaimed loudly. With that, she turned to leave in haste. But in the next instant, a shadow enveloped her as Chu Tian blocked her path. Gazing down at her from less than a fist's distance, his cold, domineering eyes seeming to threaten to consume her, Lu Yun's petite form trembled violently, as if plunged into an icy abyss, her complexion drained of color. Speak, who is it? His voice boomed like thunder in her ears. Boom! Despite her cunning, she was still just a girl of 8 or 9, her willpower far inferior to that of an adult. In an instant, Lu Yun shuddered, her mind blanking as she blurted out, "It was Jiu'er who told me." However, as soon as the words left her lips, she sensed her mistake, her body stiffening as she attempted to retract, "No, it wasn't an amp, opposed." But Chu Tian had already withdrawn into contemplation, disregarding her feeble attempts at defense. Geo and amp, oppose, Chu Tian murmured to himself. Memories of this Geo and oppose are flooding back. On Lu Yun and Appo's second birthday, the Lu family held an extravagant celebration, inviting powerful figures from his sect and prominent families. This Jiu'er was a maid specifically trained by the Yi family, akin to Xing Nu, a loyal servant gifted to Lu Yun as a birthday present. Of course, this Geo and amp, Appo's, was not nurtured to the same caliber as Xing Nu. The Yi family was another founding lineage of the Holy Heaven Sect, established alongside the Chu family and amp, Appo's, as ancestors. The current sect master, Yi Xiong, is the head of the Yi family and a formidable emperor-level figure in Hung Tian continent, revered as the Tian Xiong Emperor. He and Chu Tian and Appo's father, the Tian Wang Emperor, the vice sect master, grew up as sworn brothers, collectively known as the Holy Heaven Dual Emperors, whose might dominated the Hung Tian continent. Yi Fan, the child of destiny, hailed from this Yi family, yet he was notoriously regarded as a waste, born with severed meridians and overlooked by his clan, scorned by all. Yi Fan was even a direct descendant of the Yi family, requiring him to address the sect master as an Appo's uncle and Appo's. Reflecting on the original narrative, the Chu family fell into disgrace, loathed by all, while Lu Yun, the beloved gem of the Lu family and an innate Tao body, mysteriously fell into the water, only to be rescued by this so-called waste from the Yi family. This laid the groundwork for a series of subsequent events. But was it all mere coincidence? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Chu Tian and amp, Appo's gaze held a depth incongruent with his youthful facade as he mused aloud, then turned his cold stare back to Lu Yun. To coerce your fiancé, the saint, into stealing the sect and Appo's supreme divine medicine for the sake of so-called gratitude is a crime severe enough to warrant extermination of your entire clan. Yi Fan, relying on his life-saving grace, threatens the fiancé of the sect's saint to assist him in stealing the divine medicine, is a crime deserving of the most brutal punishment. You, such a wretched being, are unworthy of being the future matriarch of the Chu family, let alone my fiancé, Lu Yun, I present you with two choices. First, I shall personally end your life and annihilate the Lu family. Second, you shall bring Yi Fan before me, flay him alive, and hang his remains at the peak of the sect to serve as a warning. I may consider a lighter punishment. With that, Chu Tian turned, leading Xing Nu down the mountain, his icy voice resonating at the summit. Xing Nu, the sacred pulse flower, is a closely guarded secret of the sect. Its revelation is utterly unwarranted. Immediately take the enforcement team to capture the wretched Mei Jiu'er and conduct a thorough interrogation to uncover any hidden truths behind this. Understood, my lord. Xing Nu and Chu Tian swiftly vanished from the peak. Chapter 5. The Everlasting Heaven Ranking, System Tasks, the Villain's Disguise That Is Not the Case. Chu Tian, please let me explain. Lu Yun's face turned pale, overwhelmed by fear, as she collapsed on the mountain peak, weakly calling out to Chu Tian's retreating figure. She could not fathom the drastic change in Chu Tian's demeanor towards her and Yi Fan. Were the Lu and Chu families not closely related? What was wrong with her assisting Yi Fan? However, her astute nature made her realize that she might have embroiled herself in a significant predicament, one that could even jeopardize her family and Appo's existence. The disciples and powerful figures patrolling the sect, hidden among the clouds, were horrified. Faced with the involvement of the young saint and the Chu and Lu families, they dared not intervene, nor even to assist Lu Yun, and swiftly departed. Soon, news of the events atop the mountain spread like wildfire throughout the sect. The worthless Yi Fan, relying on his past rescue of Lu Yun, used this favor to coerce the young saint into stealing the sect and Appo's sacred medicinal herb, the sacred vein flower. In a moment of clarity, the young saint, enraged, slapped his fiancée, Yi, and ordered her to capture the worthless Yi Fan personally. He even declared that Lu Yun was unworthy of being the future matriarch of the Chu family. In less than half an hour, Xing Nu received authorization from the Emperor of Heaven to lead the sect's enforcement team to forcibly enter the Lu family and apprehend Lu Yun's personal maid, Jiu'er. The Sacred Heaven Sect was in an uproar. Shortly after, the Yi family announced that they had captured Yi Fan and were conducting strict interrogations. Should his crimes be verified, there would be no mercy, assuring the Chu family of their safety. On the mountain, it was not until much later that powerful figures from the Lu family arrived to take the terrified young lady Lu Yun back. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the fated daughter Lu Yun. Reward, 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the fated son Yi Fan. Reward, 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for instilling intense fear in the fated daughter Lu Yun. Reward, 500 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for inciting great resentment in the fated son Yi Fan. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. On the way back to the sect, the system and Appo's gentle and melodious notifications frequently echoed in Chu Tian and Appo's ears. In a short span of time, he had amassed over 10,000 destiny points. Chu Tian was not in a hurry to return to the sect. After descending the mountain, he instructed Xing Nu to head back first to capture Jiu'er. This was the domain of the Sacred Heaven Sect, who would dare to act against him unless they sought their own demise. Chu Tian pondered the internal dynamics of the Sacred Heaven Sect. With a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, the position of sect leader alternated between two founding families, maintaining a delicate balance. Yet, in this generation with his father, the king of Chu, marrying a celestial goddess from beyond the realm, the Chu family and Appo's influence surged. Although he held the position of deputy sect master, his authority was subtly overshadowing that of the Yi family. Coupled with his birth as a chaotic divine body and the impending union with an innate Tao body, their dominance reached its zenith, instilling a profound sense of crisis in the Yi family. He recalled his father and Appo's frequent admonition to remain low-key, to navigate cautiously, and to avoid exposing his brilliance too readily. It was evident that his father, the deputy sect master, sensed the shifting tides and urged him to maintain a low profile to prevent agitating the already sensitive Yi family. The original host had adhered to these instructions diligently. Despite being a saint's son with strength rivaling that of ancient behemoths, he had not sought the limelight, garnering immense fame with minimal achievements. Powerful ancient clans and top sects typically began training their prodigies from a young age, honing their extraordinary talents. An indomitable mindset is cultivated from childhood, fostering an unyielding will to conquer the world. It was indeed peculiar that someone like Chu Tian, endowed with supreme qualities and a prestigious background, remained relatively obscure. The outside world speculated whether Chu Tian had been rendered inept or had encountered some misfortune in his training, which might have tarnished the Chu family's reputation. Even in the original narrative, until the very last moment, the conflict between the Chu and Yi families erupted completely. Yet the king of Chu prioritized maintaining sect unity over severing ties, placing his trust in his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiong. Otherwise, with the Chu family and Apos, extensive foundation built over 1,000,000 years, even if abandoned by all, a full-scale retaliation would leave the Sacred Heaven Sect severely weakened. Risking its position among the top sections, one must take a step back, or else the vast seas will appear closed. Retreating just one step leads to a cascade of concessions, ultimately surrendering the legacy left by our ancestors, Chu Tian muttered to himself. As a pivotal figure, he firmly believed in the adage, a single punch opens the way, preventing 100 punches from coming. Intimidation is earned through strength, not through submission. Ordinary individuals may afford the luxury of humility, as they possess little to boast about. However, the Chu family, standing at such a height with immense power, striving for a low profile is a most peculiar endeavor. Although the king of Chu was formidable, he evidently underestimated the brutality of struggles that involve the survival of one's family. From a situation regarding Ju heir, it was apparent that the Yi family had already commenced their schemes. It was highly likely that Yi Tianxiong was orchestrating events from the shadows. Otherwise, how could a mere waste of the Yi family repeatedly come into contact with the Lu family's prized jewel, the future matriarch of the Chu family, thereby disrupting the cultivation of the Chu family's young master? Such occurrences defy rational explanation. System task released. The villain shall no longer remain low-key. A gentle feminine voice resonated in Chu Tian and Apos' ears. As a supervillain and the future sole son of destiny, he was destined to shine like the stars, commanding all across the realms. This task is a continuous narrative mission. The first phase requires him to secure the first position on the everlasting heaven ranking in the body refinement realm, subduing all prodigies of the same tier, which will yield generous rewards from the system. The system itself recognizes that, as an extraordinary prodigy, he must dominate the heavens and shake the world, while his father's constant inclination towards modesty and retreat only invites others to perceive the Chu family as declining, eager to take a bite out of them. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, a faint smile graced Chu Tian's lips, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he turned his gaze forward. At the entrance of the sect stood a colossal golden stone, towering at a height of 100 meters. The words, Everlasting Heaven Ranking, glimmered brightly at its pinnacle. The Everlasting Heaven Ranking was a collaborative creation of numerous top sects across the Everlasting Heaven continent, holding a history far older than that of the Sacred Heaven Sect itself. Each top sect and noble family on the continent erected one at their gates. The Everlasting Heaven Ranking is divided into the Heavenly Ranking, Earthly Ranking, and Realm Ranking. The Heavenly Ranking lists the strongest individuals of the Everlasting Heaven continent, while the Earthly Ranking encompasses prodigies under 30 years of age, ranked by potential. The Realm Ranking recognizes those with exceptional combat prowess within a specific realm and serves as a critical basis for determining the Heavenly and Earthly rankings. To ascend the ranks signifies eternal glory, a pinnacle of honor among the elite of the Everlasting Heaven continent. The stone bore golden inscriptions, each representing a name of prodigies who had etched their names into history over countless ages. At the top of the Heavenly Ranking was the Everlasting Heaven Divine Sovereign, the strongest being of all time, who thwarted the invasions of the outer demon clans and protected millions of lives. The 96th position belonged to the Emperor of Heaven, the deputy sect master of the Sacred Heaven Sect, who had dominated the earthly ranking for 27 years, securing the second position in body refinement and the first in spirit refinement. The 97th spot was held by the Emperor Tianxiong, the sect master of the Sacred Heaven Sect, who also reigned in the earthly ranking for 27 years, claiming the first position in body refinement and the second in spirit refinement. It is noteworthy that the competition between the king of Chu and Emperor Tianxiong was fierce, a love-hate relationship spanning decades, with victories and defeats on both sides. This rivalry also signifies the intense struggle between the two founding families of the Sacred Heaven Sect, waged in the shadows. The equilibrium was abruptly shattered following the marriage of Lord Chu Tian to the divine maiden Jian Kongzhu of the ancient sword deity lineage, resulting in the birth of 3 daughters and a son. Chu Tian gazed upward, observing the 28th position on the celestial rankings, held by the wife of the emperor of the Holy Sky Sect, who had slain the demon lord of the Forbidden Desert with a single stroke. Indeed, Jian Kongzhu not only surpassed the 2 leaders of the Holy Sky Sect by a significant margin, but also ascended the ranks with merely a brief introduction. Devoid of any prior accomplishments, solely based on her singular feat of vanquishing the demon lord of the Forbidden Land, propelling her directly into the 28th spot. The celestial rankings solely encompass the formidable beings of the Hung Tian continent. It was only after her nuptials with Lord Chu Tian that she began to grace the rankings, thereby solidifying the Holy Sky Sect status as the preeminent sect of Hung Tian continent. With a single strike, she surged into the top 30 of the celestial rankings, underscoring the formidable prowess of the formidable demoness. Under such auspicious circumstances, the Chu family's influence reached unprecedented heights, yet it plummeted drastically, leading to their extinction in less than 30 years. From the perspective of the patriarch Chu Tian, such anomalies could only signal the presence of extraordinary malevolence. The most formidable of these aberrations were none other than his father, Lord Chu Tian, and his 3 sisters. After all, one need not fear a foe as powerful as a deity, but rather dread allies as inept as swine. The fated Sun Yifan, along with external adversaries like the holy maiden Lu Yun, were, in Chu Tian's eyes, far from critical threats. Fortresses invariably begin to collapse from within. Chapter 6. How can such an invincible mother be low-key? With such an extraordinary mother, possessing the supreme physique of the chaos demon god, it is utterly impossible to maintain a low profile. Chu Tian continued to grumble about his father, King Chu Tian. In the original narrative, the impotent rage of the great hate demon lord bore a significant responsibility. However, the primary blame for the Chu family and Appo's downfall rested squarely on this father. Having squandered a promising hand, he not only crippled his own potential, but also stifled the talents of his wife, Jian Kongzhu, and his son, Chu Tian. A genius, when forced into obscurity for too long, inevitably devolves into mediocrity. Which prodigy does not exhibit exceptional qualities from a young age? Chu Tian glanced down at the rankings. At the top of the Earth ranking was the Zhihong Sacred Sect, featuring the holy maiden Huilian. Born with a celestial aura, she achieved blood condensation at 1 year, bone tempering at 2, and divine refinement at 4. She had once ranked first in blood condensation, second in bone tempering, first in divine refinement, and first in merging realms. As he continued to scroll down, a series of astonishing accomplishments unfolded. This individual was momentarily overlooked by Chu Tian, despite her undeniable strength and beauty, for she was a pivotal female character. However, the destined nemesis of the Holy Maiden, the protagonist Yifan, was likely still a mere waste at this moment. Well before her arrival, he would deal with her later. Fourth on the Earth ranking was Yi Feng, son of the Tianxiong Emperor, who had once ranked 3rd in blood condensation and 5th in bone tempering. A flicker of cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes upon seeing this name. Yi Feng was the betrothed of his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, and epitomized cruelty and cold-heartedness. His sister would later be known as the Heartless Demoness, reviled throughout the Hung Tian continent, hunted by various sects, all because of him. Ultimately, Chu Yunshang met her demise at his hands, sacrificing her own partner for the sake of his reputation. This time, I shall not allow such a tragedy to befall my family. As Chu Tian scrutinized the name Yi Feng, a terrifying killing intent flickered in his gaze, eventually landing on the 5th name in the bone-tempering ranking, Yi Chang. Yi Chang was Yi Fan's elder brother. Despite Yi Fan's inadequacies, he remained within the Yi family, all thanks to the support of this elder brother. After the tragic demise of the Tianwang Emperor and the extermination of the Chu family, it was Yi Chang, known for his honest and steadfast nature, who executed the most ruthless acts, sparing not even the Chu family's infants. He would often tell Yi Fan that failing to eradicate the root of the problem would only allow it to resurface. Yi Chang was currently the strongest in the Sacred Heaven Sect and Appos, bone-tempering realm, at the age of 12, possessing a strength of 300,000 pounds, capable of slaughtering 10 ancient mammoths in a minute. The first name on the bone-tempering list was Hui Mei of the Zihong Sacred Sect, followed by Lu Yun and Yi Tian from the Sacred Heaven Sect, with more names from the Yi family dominating the rankings. In stark contrast, the names of the Chu family, founders of the Sacred Heaven Sect, were conspicuously absent, a fact that raised eyebrows regarding their decline. To avoid drawing the Yi family in Appos' ire, King Chu Tian not only urged his son to keep a low profile, but also forbade any of the Chu family's descendants from competing with the Yi family. As Chu Tian's eyes glinted with cold light, he contemplated the perilous situation, realizing that allowing this to persist would be dangerous. With a preliminary plan for the future forming in his mind, he strode into the sect, opting for the Hung Tian Palace instead of returning home. Upon entering the palace, Chu Tian was greeted by a chorus of gasps, followed by a wave of adulation. In just 30 seconds, Yi Chang had already slain 15 ancient mammoths. At 40 seconds, the count reached 20. Was Yi Chang aiming for the top of the bone-tempering ranking? Aside from the useless Yi Fan, the current generation of the Yi family was impressively formidable. Was the customary rotation of the sect leader's position about to be disrupted in favor of the Yi family? At 50 seconds, 25 mammoths had been killed, and with only 10 seconds remaining, the count reached 28. Chu Tian raised his head to see Yi Chang's name on the bone-tempering leaderboard, the digits fluctuating as the countdown continued. By the end of 1 minute, Yi Chang had slain 33 ancient mammoths, nearly achieving a 1 mammoth kill per 2 seconds, approaching a realm of instantaneous deaths. Yi Chang's rank soared to 3rd on the bone-tempering list, boasting a strength of 500,000 pounds. Suddenly, the Earth ranking began to shine, revealing Yi Chang and Appos' name in the 99th position. Yi Chang, 12 years old, had once ranked 4th in blood condensation and 3rd in bone tempering. Within the palace, many disciples of the Sacred Heaven Sect cast envious glances. With over 1 million inner disciples, fewer than 10,000 could make it onto the rankings, and only one would emerge on the Earth ranking every few years. Achieving a spot on the Earth ranking meant entering the sect's focus for cultivation, and even the last position held immense honor and endless resources. As a vortex materialized on a golden stone, a robust youth clad in coarse gray cloth and sporting a buzz cut emerged. Upon recognizing the so-called pseudo-favored child of destiny, Yi Chang, a gentle and melodious voice echoed in Chu Tian's ears. What is a pseudo-favored child of destiny? Chu Tian in Gui. The favored child possesses grand fortune, enveloping those close to him in this aura. Thus they are classified as pseudo-favored children of destiny, the system explained, adding, to counteract pseudo-favored children also serves to suppress favored children, significantly impacting their fortune. At that moment, Yi Chang, having just stepped out of the golden vortex, immediately noticed Chu Tian at the entrance. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Chu Tian, you slander my brother, yet you dare to come to Hung Tian Palace instead of hiding in the Chu family. Yi Chang's eyes gleamed with intense malice. He had rushed to the Hung Tian Palace to test himself after learning of his brother's capture by the sect. Only by proving his own excellence would the family consider sparing his brother, Yi Fan. However, his greatest ire was directed at Chu Tian. His brother, having suffered a severed meridian, was already pitiful enough, and this man showed no sympathy, instead tarnishing his brother and Appos' name and placing him in peril. Yi Chang recognized Chu Tian from an earlier encounter when Chu Tian had visited the Lu family to see Lu Yun while he happened to be there with his brother. Yi Fan. Chapter 7. You should not be worthy. Yet you insist on offering yourself, Chu Tian. Is he the renowned little saint? Within the hall, numerous disciples were taken aback, their gazes converging upon Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian was famously known, having shaken the Hung Tian continent upon his birth, he had largely remained reclusive, rendering most inner-gate disciples unable to recognize him. News regarding the two founding families' recent events had already spread throughout the Chu Tian sect, reaching even the ordinary disciples. Boom! Yi Chang's eyes gleamed with icy determination as he leapt forward, his massive form creating a fierce sound as he descended like a meteor upon Chu Tian, casting a dark shadow over him. Chu Tian, why do you slander my brother? Yi Chang's inquiry was abruptly cut short. Bang! In an instant, Chu Tian moved, unleashing a punch with the swiftness of lightning, striking directly at Yi Chang's abdomen. Puff! Yi Chang expelled a mouthful of blood, unable to react, and was sent flying backward at a speed even greater than that with which he had approached, crashing heavily against the colossal golden stone of the bone tempering rankings. With a resounding crash, the terrifying impact reverberated through the hall, shaking it to its core. Crack, crack, crack accompanying the sound were the sickening noises of Yi Chang's bones fracturing and shattering. Yi Chang slumped from the bone-tempering rankings, collapsing into a pool of blood. His eyes wide with fury, veins bulging as blood seeped from his wounds. Despite his struggles, he could not rise. At that moment, the atmosphere became suffocating. All present gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide, filled with shock. No one had anticipated that the little Saint Chu Tian would exhibit such overwhelming dominance, acting without uttering a single word. Even more surprising was that Yi Chang, who had just entered the third rank of the bone-tempering rankings and was among the top of the earth rankings, had been instantly crushed by Chu Tian, not even given a chance to retaliate. They were bewildered. The seemingly youthful little saint, whose stature barely reached Yi Chang's chest, harbored such terrifying power within him. Chu Tian then advanced step by step toward Yi Chang, his invisible yet formidable aura nearly halting the very air within the hall. Many disciples believed Chu Tian intended to eradicate Yi Chang entirely, given that he was Yi Fan and Appo's brother. However, unexpectedly, Chu Tian did not even spare Yi Chang a glance as he walked past him, stepping into the golden vortex of the bone-tempering rankings. The entire assembly was in shock. Throughout the entire encounter, Chu Tian had not responded to Yi Chang's words, only delivering a single punch without even acknowledging him. They struggled to articulate the sensation. It felt as though Chu Tian's attack on Yi Chang was merely a matter of convenience. Had Yi Chang not approached him, Chu Tian would have had no motivation to engage. For Yi Chang was far too weak, unworthy of being his opponent. It seemed as though Chu Tian had come to the Hung Tian Hall solely to challenge the bone-tempering rankings, with Yi Chang foolishly seeking a fight. To annihilate the third-ranked Yi Chang, who possessed the strength of 500,000 pounds, was unfathomable. Even the offspring of the ancient behemoth, the golden-winged Dapeng, could not possibly eliminate a peer of the Earth rankings so effortlessly. The Earth rankings were home to the most exceptional prodigies of the Hung Tian continent. Was it possible that the rankings had miscalculated? Was Yi Chang's position inflated? The disciples were left dumbfounded, soon engaging in fervent discussion, even neglecting the struggling Yi Chang, who appeared on the verge of death. Each of his bones had been shattered by Chu Tian's punch. He would either die or be left permanently disabled. At that moment, a name suddenly appeared on the golden stone of the bone-tempering rankings. Chu Tian, 1 second, 10 mighty mammoths. The numbers quickly shifted again. 2 seconds, 30 mighty mammoths. In an instant, the entirety of the assembly was rendered speechless. What on earth? Within the testing space, thousands of ancient mammoths roared with deafening trumpets, their ivory tusks gleaming with sharp light, charging toward Chu Tian like mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, moving like lightning through the herd of mammoths, effortlessly obliterating them with each strike. He had once led a mercenary army against a force of 100,000, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. While such a scene was grand, it failed to stir his emotions. Chu Tian and Appo's current strength was terrifying, with a chaos demon body and the true scripture of chaos creation. He possessed an astonishing 1,500,000 pounds of might. Even the offspring of a true dragon could not boast such formidable power at the bone-tempering stage. With a force of 1,500,000 pounds, a full-powered punch from Chu Tian could obliterate a small mountain. The mammoths, possessing merely 100,000 pounds of strength, appeared as fragile as tofu under his might. Chu Tian surged forward like a tank of lightning, slaughtering through the herd of mammoths, blood spraying and bones disintegrating in his wake. With each motion, several mammoths were obliterated. At that moment, the atmosphere outside was eerily silent, as if the Hung Tian Hall were devoid of life. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. On the bone-tempering rankings, the final digits of Chu Tian's entry surged wildly. Chu Tian, 10 seconds, 365 ancient mammoths. 15 seconds, 500 ancient mammoths. 20 seconds, 675 ancient mammoths. 30 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. Buzz. The bone-tempering rankings trembled violently, halting Chu Tian's time at 30 seconds, with 1,000 ancient mammoths recorded. The hall was enveloped in a deathly silence, all gazes filled with bloodshot disbelief, fixated on the string of numbers. In the pool of blood, Yi Chong trembled violently, his eyes wide in rage, continuously coughing blood. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The heavy breaths, resembling those of wild beasts, began to resonate throughout the hall. All present appeared to have gone mad, their eyes bloodshot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be cheating involved. Even hunting ordinary beasts would not be so simple. These were ancient mammoths, each possessing 100,000 pounds of strength, not mere chicks. Many at the 10th level of bone tempering found it exceedingly difficult to slay a single ancient mammoth, often risking being countered. Everyone was bewildered. Was the bone tempering rankings truly at this level? In the testing space, Chu Tian muttered to himself, frowning as he gazed into the vast emptiness ahead. He had held his breath, intending to make a significant impact, delivering a small shock to the Chu Tian sect and even the Hung Tian continent. Yet, unexpectedly, he had taken his task too seriously. The time had yet to expire, yet all the mammoths had been slain. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, thunderous dragon roars and piercing shrieks resounded throughout the vast expanse. 10 juvenile 9-clawed golden dragons, 10 juvenile golden-winged dopangs, and 10 juvenile true roars appeared simultaneously, their icy gazes directed at Chu Tian as they charged forth. The dragon roars shook the heavens, and with a flick of their tails, the space quivered. The speed of the golden-winged dopang was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they traversed the void, their dark golden claws slashing toward Chu Tian's visage. The roars of the true beasts were palpable, akin to sonic attacks that caused Chu Tian's eardrums to ache, his mind swirling. 30 juvenile ancient beasts. The terror was beyond imagination. Each possessed the capability to slaughter the most elite of human prodigies. Yet now, 30 appeared at once. Chapter 8. Battling the true dragon is as simple as dining. Are you human? This is precisely the effect desired. Chu Tian, far from feeling fear, let out a low growl as he raised his palm, shimmering with chaotic black light, and directly grasped the talons of the fledgling rock, tearing it apart with a fierce motion. Splatter. The fledgling rock was torn in two, golden blood spraying forth. Chu Tian bellowed, his blood energy surging skyward, his body enveloped in a chaotic glow. The tail of the true dragon fledgling struck against his back, leaving only a faint mark, unable to breach his defenses. Chu Tian pivoted, delivering a punch that obliterated the fledgling dragon and Oppo's head. A swift kick sent the true roar fledgling exploding into fragments. At that moment, outside on the bone forging ranking, time resumed. Chu Tian, having reached the 10th level of bone forging, annihilated 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, and in 3 seconds, exterminated a fledgling rock and a true dragon fledgling. In 10 seconds, he dispatched 2 true dragon fledglings, 3 fledgling rocks, and a true roar fledgling. Am I seeing things? Is it not only after reaching the divine refinement realm, or even the combined body realm, that ancient ferocious beasts appear during assessments? Engaging in combat with true dragon fledglings, Could this truly be human? Is it not the pinnacle of humanity for mortals to battle the offspring of ancient behemoths? 2 seconds per ancient beast fledgling? As time ticked away, the numbers on the ranking board continuously shifted, and the atmosphere within the hall thickened with intense breaths. Heavy and labored. Were it not for the uninterruptible nature of the trial, they would have rushed into the testing space to ascertain whether Chu Tian was cheating. Soon, when the clock struck 1 minute, the test concluded. Chu Tian's name instantly ascended to the top of the bone forging ranking. Chu Tian, bone forging 10th level, possessing an immense strength of 150,000 pounds, within 1 minute, slaughtered 1,000 ancient mammoths, 10 true dragon fledglings, 10 fledgling rocks, and 10 true roar fledglings. The second place went to the Holy Sacred Sect, Hui Mei, also at bone forging 10th level, with a strength of 900,000 pounds within 1 minute. 150,000 pounds? Am I seeing things? Someone murmured, glancing at the person beside them. What did you see? 150. I saw 150 as well. Chu Tian, at the bone forging stage, possessing 150,000 pounds of strength, is nearly double that of the ancient beast fledglings. Is the chaos divine demon body truly this formidable? Is this the son of the Holy Heaven Sect? Cough, cough, cough. In a pool of blood, Yi Chong appeared pale as death, violently coughing, his body twitching as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Yet, at such a time, no one had the leisure to attend to him. Buzz. Just then, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, his black attire immaculate, his expression calm as he briefly glanced at Yi Chong and then at the bone-forging ranking, seemingly unfazed by the bizarre atmosphere within the hall, and stepped out of the Hung Tian Hall. His purpose in coming here was to suppress all contemporaries from the Yi family, including Yi Chong, rather than targeting any one individual. If Yi Chong had not approached him, Chu Tian would not have even been motivated to trouble him. Defeating him was merely incidental. If he sought death, he would be granted a journey to it. It was as simple as that. As for excessive attention, Chu Tian deemed his energy precious and not to be squandered on inconsequential figures and matters. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the false son of fate, Yi Chong, severely impacting his mentality and instilling an irreversible shadow upon him. Reward: 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the fate of the son of destiny. Yi Fan, reward: 1,000 destiny points. The system and amp, Appo's gentle and melodious voice echoed. Chu Tian departed. However, at that moment within the Hung Tian Hall, the rankings on the Earth board suddenly shifted, and Chu Tian's name abruptly appeared in first place. Earth ranking first, Chu Tian, son of the Holy Heaven Sect, aged 8. Chaos divine demon body, ascending to first on the bone forging ranking. Earth ranking second, Holy Sacred Sect, Saintess Hui Lian, possessing the saintess body, born with celestial aura. Condensing blood at 1 year, bone forging at 2 years, divine refinement at 4 years. Previously ranked first in blood condensation, second in bone forging, first in divine refinement, first in combined body. Earth ranking third, Heart Demon Sect. Yi Chong, who had just squeezed into the 99th position on the Earth ranking, also vanished from the list. The Hung Tian Earth ranking only records the 99 most promising prodigies under 30 years of age. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. In the pool of blood, Yi Chong's eyes bulged in rage before he fainted dead away. The Holy Heaven Sect boasts 2 main peaks, representing 2 founding families, the Chu family and Amp, Appo's Holy Emperor Peak, and the Yi family and Amp, Appo's Holy Emperor Peak. At the highest point of Holy Emperor Peak, Chu Tian returned to the Chu family and, upon reaching the entrance hall, was greeted by a hunchbacked elder who bowed respectfully. Young master, Madam has descended from the divine clan and is currently discussing matters with the Lord. Please wait a moment. The hunchbacked elder's face was etched with deep lines, his eyes clouded and devoid of spirit, resembling a man nearing his end. Yet, Chu Tian understood that this was merely the elder's exterior. The true name of the elder was long forgotten, yet he had always been responsible for guarding the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak. Even the Chu Tian king addressed him as Grandpa Tuesday. Though Holy Emperor Peak seemed to be filled with powerful figures, this elder could rank at least second among them. After the death of the Chu Tian king, the fallen Chu Tian was able to escape the encirclement, entirely thanks to this elder sacrificing his life to shield him from Yi Tianxiong. Though not a member of the Chu family, he had spent his entire life within the Chu family, surpassing even many members of the direct lineage in reliability. Alhait, grand-patru. Upon hearing that his mother, Jian Kongzhu, had descended, Chu Tian felt a slight stir in his heart, courteously returning the greeting as he and Grandpa, too, stood at the entrance waiting. It seemed his actions had set off a butterfly effect. In the original narrative, Jian Kongzhu had been in seclusion within the ancient Sword Divine clan, unaware of her circumstances, ultimately perishing in internal strife of the Divine clan. It was precisely because of Jian Kongzhu's death that her absence of deterrence dealt a tremendous blow to the Chu Tian king and the Chu family, emboldening the Yi family to launch their final assault. However, Yi Tianxiong had once had a conversation with Yi Fan, subtly revealing that Jian Kongzhu seemed to have been embroiled in a fierce dispute with the ancestors within the ancient Sword Divine clan, attempting to secure something significant for Chu Tian, with Yi Tianxiong manipulating events behind the scenes, leading to her demise. Now that Jian Kongzhu could descend, it signified her continued freedom, ready to return to the Holy Heaven Sect at any moment. At that moment, a cold female voice echoed from within the hall. Chu Tian King, I do not care about the grand scheme and unity of your Holy Heaven Sect. I am indifferent. All I know is that if a similar situation arises again, I will immediately return and cleave the Yi family's Holy Emperor Peak in two. How dare a worthless member of the Yi family bully my precious son? How can you, as the deputy sect master, fulfill your role? You might as well change your name to Yi Coward. Cough, cough, cough. Madam, please keep your voice down. There are people outside. The somewhat awkward voice of Chu Tian King rang out. Keep my voice down? I am speaking for my son to hear. My son, of such noble birth, possesses the unparalleled chaos divine demon body, a talent seldom seen throughout history, and is the son of me, the broken sword goddess Jian Kongzhu. He is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the starry sky, illuminating all heavens. Yet here in your Holy Heaven Sect, he must tread with caution and humility? On what grounds? Jian Kongzhu and Appo's voice remained icy, leaving no face for Chu Tian King. Even in her divided state, Jian Kongzhu could clearly sense everything within Holy Emperor Peak. Chapter 9. Strike 1 to avert many Tianer has performed admirably this time. A mere wastrel from the Yi family and a trifling, innate Dao body girl dare to plot against me. I hope this is nothing more than a child in Appo's play, without involving the Lu family or even the Yi family. Otherwise, I shall lay waste to them all. And you, King Chu, heed my warning, should you dare to meddle, spouting phrases about mercy and letting Tonner drop the matter. I will return with my sword drawn to cut you down first. Then I shall deal with that so-called sacred Emperor Peak and incapacitate Yi Tianxiong. King Chu could only smile bitterly in response to his furious wife, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Madam, I did not consent to Xing Nu leading the sect and Appo's enforcement team to invade the Lu family and apprehend Zhou and Appo's. The Yi family should now grasp our firm stance. If I hadn't and Appo's fortuitously descended at that moment, you, King Chu, might have directly killed Zhou and Appo's. Without further inquiry, she retorted fiercely. Tian has done well. We must interrogate Zhou thoroughly to unveil the truth. I wish to see if it is indeed Yi Tianxiong who plots against my son from the shadows. Jian Kongzhu's voice was resolute. Madam, that may not be the case. It is likely some old-timers from the Yi family orchestrating trouble. Tianxiong is my sworn brother. We have traversed the continent and the starry skies together, sharing life and death. I know him well. He would never employ such underhanded schemes against me. If there were an issue, he would communicate directly with me. He is a witness to our bond. Why must we delve deeper and shatter the fragile balance, creating such an ugly scene? Look, Tian and Appo's is thriving, having been nurtured by me. He has now reached the 7th level of bone tempering, wielding a strength of 700,000 pounds, nearly rivaling that of a true dragon cub. King Chu earnestly tried to dissuade her, recalling past events to vouch for Yi Tianxiong. His father placed too much weight on his brotherly bond with Yi Tianxiang. Chu Tian lowered his head, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. The reason he had hastened from the Hung Tian Hall was to persuade King Chu to handle this matter himself. Even his participation in the bone-tempering rankings was motivated by the desire to break the stalemate. Chu Tian pondered how to convince King Chu, acutely aware that his age was a significant obstacle, limiting his involvement in many matters. Thankfully, his mother, Jian Kongzhu, was not rigid in her thinking. Her support behind the scenes saved him considerable effort. Upon hearing Chu Tian and Amp, Oppo's words, the elder two and Amp, Oppo's murky eyes flashed with surprise. The master has become too preoccupied with his new position as deputy sect leader, losing his initiative and balance. Many cannot voice their opinions. However, your strong counteraction has invigorated many powerful figures within the clan. It is my fault for speaking out of turn. I implore you, young master, to punish me. Elder Two bowed, trembling in apology. Elder Two, you are a respected elder of the clan. Such words do not diminish Tian and Oppo's stature. Chu Tian lifted him up, though his eyes sparkled with insight. Elder Two's words clearly indicated that many within the Chu family supported him. Many were dissatisfied with King Chu and Oppo's conciliatory strategy towards the Yi family. His assertive counterattack had rejuvenated these individuals. Tian and Oppo's, come here and let your mother see if you are hurt. At that moment, Jian Kongzhu and Oppo's voice resonated. As Chu Tian stepped into the grand hall, a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a flowing white gown, with sharp features and a fierce spirit, rushed to embrace him, showering him with affection and concern. Her eyes filled with doting worry, as if fearing her son had suffered any indignation at the hands of King Chu. Madam, Tanner is also my son. How could I allow him to be wronged? Sighed a tall, middle-aged man. King Chu, helplessly. Outside, he was the invincible king of heaven, the deputy sect leader of the Sacred Heaven Sect, wielding immense power. Yet at home, he was merely an ordinary middle-aged man, trembling before his formidable and protective wife. Unwilling to interject, it was clear that his son had stolen the sacred pulse fruit and struck his fiancée, even threatening to flay the waste of the Chu family if the Lu family was not eradicated. Yet in Jian Kongzhu's eyes, it appeared as though her son had been grievously wronged. After expressing her concern, Jian Kongzhu invited Chu Tian to sit in her lap, asking, "Little Tian, your mother does not wish to argue with your father, this coward. How do you suggest we handle the Lu family and that wastrel from the Yi family?" King Chu could only smile wryly, about to defend himself against being called a coward, but a fierce glare from Jian Kongzhu silenced him, causing him to retract his neck and seek help from his dear son. His intention was clear. He hoped Chu Tian would advocate for mercy, avoiding escalation. Chu Tian felt a touch of discomfort at Jian Kongzhu's intimacy. After all, he possessed the soul of an adult, but the overwhelming maternal affection made that discomfort dissipate. He completely disregarded King Chu and Oppo's pleading gaze. If not for the constraints of his identity, he would have liked to call him cowardly old father. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian raised his head, his gaze icy and resolute. "Mother, my opinion is that we must investigate thoroughly and unearth all those who conspired against me. Strike one to avert many. To maintain the stability and unity of the sect, we cannot blindly compromise. Such continuous retreat only leads others to perceive us as weak and allows them to take further liberties." King Chu, who had been smiling bitterly, was suddenly taken aback, looking at his son with astonishment. Was this truly the obedient child he had raised? Jian Kongzhu and Oppo's eyes sparkled with delight, applauding. "What a splendid sentiment. Strike one to avert many. You are indeed my son, Jian Kongzhu. We shall proceed as you suggest." Elder Two trembled at the doorway, astonished. Could such words truly be spoken by an 8-year-old child? The young master was undeniably the offspring of the sword-breaker goddess and the master, possessing not only remarkable innate talent, but also extraordinary insight. Strike one to avert many. These 10 short words, the more one contemplated them, the more profound the truths of life they unveiled, evoking a sense of epiphany. Ha ha ha! What a splendid sentiment, and amp, oppose, strike one to avert many, and amp, oppose. This is the Chu family and amp, oppose, S approach to affairs. Another middle-aged man entered the grand hall, laughing heartily and applauding. Elder brother, you have raised a fine son. I am enviously proud of you. The newcomer was Chu Tian, the third elder of the Chu family, King Chu's younger brother, the fifth elder of the Sacred Heaven Sect, and the head of the sect's enforcement hall, an influential figure whose mere presence commanded respect throughout the sect. Tianyun, I greet my sister-in-law and congratulate her. Little Tian has triumphantly secured first place on the Earth rankings, greatly enhancing our Chu family's prestige and elevating the Sacred Heaven Sect's reputation, Chu Tianyun said, bowing to Jian Kongzhu, his face aglow with excitement. Chapter 10. How can such an outstanding son remain low-key? Are you referring to the Earth ranking? Jian Kongzhu inquired, as she was not a native of the Hung Tian continent. Although she was aware of the Earth ranking, her understanding of its significance within Hung Tian was limited. She only knew that the rankings held immense importance on the continent. At that moment, King Chu's pupils dilated in shock, initially displeased with Chu Tianyun's arrival. He cast aside his grievances and exclaimed, Third brother, what are you saying? Little Tian has ascended to the top of the Earth ranking? You cannot be jesting with me and my sister-in-law. The implications of being number one on the Earth ranking were well understood throughout Hung Tian. It represented the most promising prodigies under 30 years of age. However, how could Chu Tian, at merely 8 years old and in the bone refinement stage, achieve such an astonishing feat? Elder brother, your role as vice sect master appears somewhat lacking. The entire sect is in an uproar. Even ancient recluses have emerged from their secluded abodes, questioning whether there has been a mistake with the Earth ranking. Chu Tianyun continued, Moreover, you personally mentored little Tian. Are you not aware of his strength? Just moments ago, little Tian defeated Yi Chong, who was at the bottom of the Earth ranking, with a single punch. And in 30 seconds, he vanquished 1,000 ancient mammoth elephants and 30 ancient beast cubs. He has directly ascended to the top of both the Hung Tian bone refinement ranking and the Earth ranking. The commotion extends beyond our Sacred Heaven Sect. The entire Hung Tian continent is in a frenzy, with many old masters eager to witness the prodigy of our sect, wondering if he is the reincarnation of an ancient divine beast. As Chu Tianyun spoke, his gaze became increasingly peculiar, causing Chu Tian to feel a shiver down his spine, as though he were an object of dissection. Nevertheless, the fact that he had risen to the top of the Earth ranking was indeed unexpected. He had merely exerted his full strength to demonstrate to the outside world that the younger generation of the Chu family had not declined, while simultaneously completing a system task. Truly a commendable son of my esteemed lineage, a manifestation of the legendary chaos divine demon body. Suddenly regaining her senses, Jian Kongzhu excitedly kissed her son and amp, oppose, as fair cheek. Had it not been for your father's timidity, I would have already taken you across the stars, ensuring that we toppled all the top sects and ancient clans, along with their prodigies and the cubs of ancient divine beasts. My son is indeed the most exceptional. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the no longer low-key task. You are awarded 10,000 destiny points and 1 creation divine pill, reviving the dead, healing all wounds. At that moment, the system and Oppo's gentle and melodious reminder resonated in Chu Tian and Oppo's ears. Earth ranking number 1, Earth ranking number 1, Earth ranking number 1. King Chu continuously murmured to himself, his emotions a complex tapestry of excitement and gratitude. After all, Chu Tian was his only son. What father does not wish for their child to succeed? Yet, there was also an element of helplessness and wry humor. Being number 1 on the Earth ranking meant that all his years of effort to maintain a low profile to avoid alarming the Yi family had been rendered futile. With such an outstanding son, how could he remain inconspicuous? Alas, little Tian, I support your pursuit of the truth behind this matter. However, please try to avoid involving too many people, as Yi Tianxiong is my sworn brother, and our Chu family is a founding lineage. We must maintain the unity and stability of the sect. King Chu sighed. At this point, It was evident to him that not only his wife, but even his 8-year-old son disapproved of his approach, having secretly participated in the test at Hung Tian Hall without his knowledge. Chu Tian hurriedly arrived, and although he did not directly express himself, he was clearly using Chu Tian to convey his dissatisfaction. Little Tian, your extraordinary talent has marked you as a saint from birth. The future of the Sacred Heaven Sect undoubtedly belongs to you. Your father is merely cautious, striving to maintain the sect's interests for your sake, King Chu admonished. Do not worry, father. I am well aware of my responsibilities. Chu Tian replied with a slight smile, clasping his fists in respect to King Chu. They had finally resolved this internal dilemma. His greatest concern was not Yi Fan, the child of destiny, but rather his father, fearing that he might be overly traditional and hinder him from behind. At least you possess a shred of conscience, knowing who your true allies are, Jian Kongzhu remarked, casting a glance at King Chu. Buzz. Just then, King Chu, Chu Tianyun, and Jian Kongzhu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they looked outside the hall. Sir, madam, Sect Master Tianxiong has brought a young man to pay his respects and is currently awaiting you at the foot of the mountain, reported Elder Tuesday. What a terrifying presence. Chu Tian lifted his gaze toward the heavens, witnessing the once clear sky suddenly darken amidst rising winds. The might of the world and Amp, Oppos, S strong was indeed formidable, their very essence capable of altering the natural order. Little Tian, your mother is striving to secure an important opportunity for you within the ancient Sword Divine clan and cannot remain by your side. However, whatever you wish to pursue, do so freely. Both your mother and your timid father will support you from behind, Jian Kongzhu lovingly assured, resting her hand on Chu Tian and Amp, Oppos, S head. Casting a fierce glare at King Chu, she began to fade away. You old fool, should you dare to bully my son, I shall return and strike you down with a single sword, and take proper care of my 3 daughters. If a single hair is harmed, my sworn brother has arrived. Why delay? Let Tianxiong in at once. I shall personally greet him. Third brother, little Tian, please wait here. King Chu boomed with laughter, swiftly descending the mountain. Little Tian, do not hold your father in contempt. He and Yi Tianxiong are sworn brothers, and according to our Chu family's teachings, the sect and Amp, Oppos, S interests take precedence. Otherwise, with your father and Amp, Oppos, S temperament, he would not endure such restraint. Nevertheless, you are you, and he is he. Act according to your own will. Your third uncle will be present, so do not fear, Chu Tianyun explained with a smile, then turned to gaze at Chu Tian in awe. Truly, the legendary supreme constitution, the chaos divine demon body. When it does not speak, it remains silent. When it does, it shakes the heavens. At merely 8 years of age, in the bone refinement stage, he has ascended to the top of the earth ranking. Such feats would be deemed fantastical even by the most imaginative writers of the continent. Yi Tianxiong, Chu Tian, and Oppos. S eyes gleamed with a cold light before he chuckled. How could this be? It is only natural. As a member of the Chu family, I must prioritize the sect's interests. I simply wish to uncover the truth behind the scenes to resolve any misunderstandings between our families. Chapter 11. As the Chosen One. What happens when I acquire a treasure? Old Ta, Xiao Tian inquired, turning to the old man at the doorway. I once overheard my mother mention that you bear hidden injuries. This was, of course, a fabrication. Old Tuo had remained on the sacred emperor peak for many years without ever revealing his strength. The notion of hidden injuries had only surfaced during the destruction of the Chu family in the original narrative, a fact even King Chu was unaware of. However, with Jian Kongzhu absent, it was convenient to attribute any unexplained phenomena to her. Just moments ago, as Xiao Tian exited the Hung Tian Hall, a rift in the void had appeared, dropping a pill that resembled the fabled creation pill. Old Tuo, could you take a look at this? He casually remarked, placing the pill into the old man's hands. King Chu was somewhat unreliable. Since the creation pill was indeed a product of the system, its authenticity was unquestionable. Moreover, he had no immediate need for it. It would be better served healing old Tuo and augmenting the Chu family strength. A rich fragrance suddenly enveloped the vast palace. The creation pill. Old Tuo exclaimed, his body trembling as he gazed at the pill in his hand. It was said to be a supreme elixir, forged only by the emperors of the medicine god clan, capable of reviving the dead and mending bones. Chu Tian appeared beside Old Tuo, and upon seeing the 9 delicate purple patterns swirling around the pill, he was struck with astonishment. It was precisely as described in the texts. Just a whiff of the pill and Appo's essence healed the slight injuries he had sustained in his youth. Chu Tian and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Chu Tian. Is this truly something you stumbled upon on your way? Chu Tian, equally astonished, pondered the improbability of such a legendary treasure falling into his hands. In this fantastical world, it was rare but not unheard of for prodigious talents to encounter treasures on their journeys. As the embodiment of the chaotic divine demon, he, too, deserved such fortune. Old Tuo, you must consume it. It should greatly aid your hidden injuries, Chu Tian urged. My young master, I cannot accept such a precious gift, Old Tuo replied. The creation pill is invaluable, almost akin to a second life. As but a servant of the Chu family, how can I accept such a grand gesture? The lady possesses keen insight to have discerned my hidden injuries, but they are merely trifling matters. Despite having suffered from these hidden wounds for countless years, Old Tuo found himself tempted, yet he endeavored to return the pill to Chu Tian. Old Tuo, it is merely a pill. In comparison to your contributions to the Chu family, this is nothing. Chu Tian only wishes to express gratitude on behalf of my parents, Chu Tian humbly insisted. With the system's presence and numerous fated children capable of exchanging their fate points for treasures, the creation pill, while indeed precious, held no significant value to him. External wealth paled in comparison to having a top-tier powerhouse to safeguard them. Old Tuo, you truly bear hidden injuries. We have been oblivious all these years, Chu Tian remarked. Astonished, he then added, Chu Tian is correct. Your contributions to the Chu family are immense. This creation pill shall be treated as a gift from the family to you. In exchange, the clan shall offer other commodities to Chu Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian spoke earnestly. Chu Tian, 3 days from now, the sacred heavenly pool within our sect will be opened. The clan is willing to exchange this rare opportunity for your entry into the pool. The sacred heavenly pool, formed from the essence of the revered ancestor Duanmu, was immensely beneficial for tempering the souls of divine warriors. Having reached the 10th stage of bone refining, you are now ready to embark on soul refinement. The benefits of the sacred heavenly pool for your advancement would be equally significant as the creation pill. Upon concluding, Chu Tian turned to Old Tuo. Now, you can rest assured and consume the creation pill. Since that is the case, I shall gratefully accept this honor. Thank you, young master and third master. My life and everything I possess are indebted to the Chu family. I feel unworthy of such kindness. Old Tuo understood the importance of the pill and promptly consumed it. As he closed his eyes, a purple light surged, and the power of creation coursed through him. The mention of the sacred heavenly pool sent a tremor through Chu Tian's heart. He had not anticipated encountering such a place so soon. The sacred heavenly pool was a reservoir of immense fortune, and those favored by destiny had previously influenced the balance of the sacred heavenly sect. With a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, the sect had faced numerous rises and falls, encountering various crises along the way. The ancestor Duanmu was pivotal in guiding the sect through a critical period of weakness. The Duanmu clan was now among the top families in the sacred heavenly sect, second only to the 2 most prominent families. The ancestor's essence lay concealed within the sacred heavenly pool, having undergone several tens of thousands of years of refinement. Now, possessing a nascent consciousness. Years later, during the centennial ceremony for young disciples, Yi Fan gained the recognition of the infant consciousness of the ancestor, fostering an extreme dependency that indirectly garnered support from the Duanmu clan, allowing him to firmly establish himself within the sect. The living ancestor Duanmu represented a tremendous opportunity, one of the greatest fortunes Yi Fan had acquired. If he could gain early access, it would provide a chance to exploit this opportunity to his advantage. Chu Tian smiled at his third uncle, Chu Tian. although the character had not proved particularly useful in the original narrative. Being a minor antagonist who barely made 3 appearances before meeting his demise, he was now maximizing his potential. Furthermore, from his memories, he discerned that contrary to Chu Tian's claims, the exchange for the creation pill was, in fact, an opportunity granted to him. Chu Tian had willingly relinquished his chance to enter the sacred heavenly pool for Chu Tian and Appo's soul refinement. Thank you, third uncle, for bestowing this precious opportunity upon your nephew. I, too, wish to enter the sacred heavenly pool to establish an unparalleled foundation, Chu Tian expressed sincerely. Chu Tian, slightly surprised that Chu Tian was aware of this, smiled wistfully. The third uncle is growing old. Entering the sacred heavenly pool might only elevate me by a rank or 2. The continent has been tumultuous in recent years, with sects on edge and prodigies emerging. The currents within our sect are equally turbulent, with the Yi family lurking ominously. If this continues, even our well-established Chu family may face peril. It is better to give this opportunity to you, Chu Tian, to secure a future for our clan. In the days to come, should you have the chance, please look out for that arrogant scion of my family. Chu Tian chuckled, patting Chu Tian and Appo's shoulder reassuringly. If not for Chu Tian ranking first on the Earth list, he would not have relinquished this opportunity. Thank you, third uncle, Chu Tian replied earnestly, feeling a wave of admiration for the enduring legacy of the Chu family, known for their unity and foresight. What seemed like a mere elevation of 1 or 2 ranks was a luxury many powerful individuals would sacrifice their lives for, yet often failed to achieve. At that moment, the veiled Xingnu appeared outside the hall, kneeling on one knee. Xingnu greets the young master and third master. Rise, Chu Tian replied coolly. Have the results of the interrogation of Ju come in? Xingnu glanced at Chu Tian, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. Ahaha, even I find it hard to believe. Chu Tian, you have a loyal and devoted servant. Chu Tian laughed, unfazed, preparing to step aside. No need for concern, Xingnu. Just speak freely. Third uncle is family, Chu Tian said calmly. There is no need for stealth in the matter of forcibly breaching the Lu family to apprehend Ju. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that without the tacit consent of Chu Tian, the head of the law enforcement hall, Ju would be incapable of commanding the sect's enforcement team. Young master, my subordinate, along with numerous disciples from the law enforcement hall, employed various severe punishments, even as Ju approached the brink of mental collapse. She resolutely chose death over betrayal. With gritted teeth, Xingnu confessed, in desperation, I took the liberty of employing the soul-searching technique, uncovering the entire truth. I have utilized demonic arts and beseeched the third master and the young master for punishment. Eons ago, the celestial demon nearly brought about the destruction of the Hung Tian continent, rendering demonic practices intolerable within its realm. This is also the reason why the formidable demon lord fell into the abyss of darkness and was relentlessly pursued by the sects of the Hung Tian continent. Continuing further, Chu Tian remained expressionless. He was, of course, aware of this history. Yet, in his heart, he discerned no distinction between righteousness and malevolence. What merit or demerit could be ascribed to secret arts? They are merely tools, instruments employed to achieve specific ends. Chapter 12. Kneel and apologize to the young master of the Chu family. Not a problem. Merely a trifling matter, Chu Tian remarked, his expression unruffled. The Holy Heaven Sect governed an expanse of millions of miles and a populace in the billions, with the enforcement hall tasked with maintaining order, often resorting to arcane methods of the demonic path, an occurrence as commonplace as it was unspoken among the major sections. Ju, a covert assassin nurtured by the venerable elder Yi Hongwu, was responsible for instilling favorable perceptions of the Yi family in Miss Lu Yun while sabotaging her relationship with the young master. The intelligence regarding the ripening of the sacred vein and Appo's fruit, which could aid Yi Fan and Appo's cultivation, was revealed to Miss Lu Yun by Yi Hongwu himself. After delivering this information, the star slave prostrated on the ground, presenting a jade tablet. Within it lay records of Jewer's memories, detailing the numerous schemes directed by Yi Hongwu to disrupt Miss Lu Yun. The gravity of the matter, involving the venerable elder of the Yi family, was immense. Chu Tian's demeanor remained serene. The machinations of the Yi family were anticipated, merely a formality to address. In stark contrast, Chu Tian's visage was as frigid as ice, his face suffused with a palpable malice. At that moment, Chu Tianwang and a stern, middle-aged man with a square jaw approached, the latter jovially exclaiming, "Little Tian, do come and greet Uncle Tianxiong, for he dotes on you dearly. Why, when you were just born, you even relieved yourself upon him. Saint's son, Chu Tian. I pay my respects to the sect master." Chu Tian responded with utmost decorum, refraining from addressing Yi Tianxiong as Indapos, uncle and Apos, instead opting for Indapos, sect master and Apos, adhering to the formalities of the sect. Leaving no grounds for criticism, his gaze then shifted to the youth following Yi Tianxiong, a boy who appeared slightly over 10 years of age. Despite his youth, the boy's countenance bore a grimness, and as Chu Tian met his gaze, the boy returned the stare with an intensity far beyond his years, revealing a maturity forged through the trials of life. To bear the burden of guilt, how intriguing, Chu Tian mused, a smirk gracing his lips. His recollections of this youth, Yi Fan, were scarce yet significant, often intertwined with Lu Yun's presence. The fateful child of fortune, Yi Fan, played a pivotal role in the demise of the Chu family. Currently, Yi Fan stood bare-chested, his arms bound by iron chains, thorns piercing his back, blood trickling down. Yet, his gaze held no trace of agony. Instead, he fixed an unyielding stare upon Chu Tian, suddenly roaring, "Chu Tian, you scoundrel! Whether you wish to kill or torture me, direct your wrath at me alone. There is no need to involve Lu Yun or her family, nor to unleash your fury upon my brother." In a fit of rage, Yi Fan lunged at Chu Tian like a feral beast. Chu Tian remained poised, impassive, yet a flicker of lethal intent danced across his youthful face. This scene was reminiscent of Yi Chang's earlier provocation in the Hengtian Hall. Despite being the child of fortune, Yi Fan was still youthful and lacked guile. Should he seek death, Chu Tian was more than willing to oblige. However, at that moment, Yi Tianxiong's authoritative voice rang out, "You lack decorum. You are at fault. And Chu Tian is the saint son of the sect. How dare you, a mere wastrel? Howl at him. Kneel." With an impassive countenance, Yi Tianxiong yanked the chains, causing Yi Fan to collapse to the ground, kneeling before Chu Tian. "Little Tian, I have come personally for 2 reasons. To congratulate you on your ascension to the top of the Hengtian list and to convey my regards to your father. Secondly, I wish to clear any misunderstandings you may harbor against the Yi family, to preserve the bonds of brotherhood between your father and me, and to maintain the unity of the sect." Yi Tianxiong gazed at Chu Tian, a benevolent smile gracing his features, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Chu Tian referred to him solely as sect master. "Uncle has brought this wastrel here. Do with him as you will, be it execution or dismemberment. Even if he is the child of my 3rd brother, I shall show no favoritism. If this matter jeopardizes my brotherhood with your father or affects the relationship between our families, 1,000 lives would not suffice to make amends for this wastrel." Chu Tian's eyes turned cold. This cunning old fox proved far more challenging than the child of fortune, Yi Fan. Clearly, Yi Tianxiong was acutely aware that Chu Tianwang regarded him as a life-and-death brother, thus wielding the emotional card with ruthless precision, feigning impartiality. Otherwise, as the saint son of the sect, he would have no trouble dispatching an insignificant waste like Yi Fan. Having witnessed Yi Chang's prior provocation, resulting in a near-fatal blow, no one dared to confront him since. Rules held significance, but strength reigned supreme in this world where the powerful dominated. Should a wastrel challenge the might of a prodigy and perish, no one would rise to their defense. The higher echelons of the sect would stand firmly with Chu Tian. As Yi Fan charged, Chu Tian prepared to cripple him completely, but Yi Tianxiong's intervention spared Yi Fan's life. The child of fortune was indeed blessed, for Yi Tianxiong had emerged to protect him. Perhaps he sensed the impending peril upon hearing of Chu Tian's ascendance to the top of the list. Thus, this sagacious elder acted promptly, binding Yi Fan like a dog to avoid any appearance of pettiness, to prevent the destruction of familial ties and the unity of the sect. Yi Tianxiong likely underestimated the situation, mistakenly believing that Chu Tian's target was merely the insignificant Yi Fan, while in truth, the confrontation was but a secondary objective. The ultimate aim was to awaken Chu Tianwang, to rouse the Chu family, and to strike at the Yi family's foundation. Little Tian, the Chu and Yi families are brother clans. Do consider this matter resolved. Have the star slave bring Zhu here. Execution is all that is necessary. Chu Tianwang's restraint faltered, likely wishing to intervene directly had it not been for Jian Kongzhu's prior arrival, urging Chu Tian to handle the situation. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Chu Tianyun's icy voice cut through the air. We cannot let this go. Brother, I understand your regard for the bond with the sect master, but this matter transcends the fate of a mere wastrel. There are individuals scheming against your legitimate heir, the young master of the Chu family, the hope of the sect's future. We cannot permit this to conclude so easily. With determined strides, Chu Tianyun approached, clutching a jade tablet, his gaze locked onto Yi Tianxiong's eyes. Sect master, as the head of the enforcement hall, do I not possess the authority to interrogate a girl? The enforcement hall, responsible for maintaining order within the sect, undoubtedly held such authority. Yi Tianxiong replied calmly, though a dangerous glimmer flickered within his gaze. And pray tell, sect master, what shall be the consequence for the venerable elder of the sect, your own uncle Yi Hongwu, who has nurtured assassins and infiltrated the inner circle of my Chu family's heir's fiancée? He has incited discord and divulged the sect's most guarded secrets, urging our saint son, Chu Tian, to pilfer the sacred vein's fruit for Yi Fan's consumption. Chu Tianyun's voice resonated with palpable menace, his eyes icy. I now harbor grave suspicions that a substantial faction within the Yi family is deliberately plotting against my Chu family's young prodigy. Boom, boom, boom. As Chu Tianyun's words echoed, the celestial firmament darkened, the heavens twisting, ominous clouds enveloping the summit of the sacred Emperor Peak. The atmosphere grew suffocating, as his declaration pointedly directed blame at the Yi family. Chu Tian surveyed his surroundings calmly, acutely aware that the moment Chu Tianyun spoke, while the area appeared vacant, a multitude of formidable energies loomed unseen, observing. Yi Tianxiong had personally come forth, and the powerful figures of the Chu family, along with the sect's elite and other prominent families, were undoubtedly attuned to the unfolding drama. Yet, Chu Tian had no intention of halting the proceedings. The Chu family has remained in silence for far too long. It is time for a resounding confrontation to inform the outside world that the fangs and claws of the Chu family are still intact. Even if the Yi family dares to offend, they shall pay a grievous price. Chu Tianyun, do you wish to disrupt the harmonious stability of our sect? Yi Tianxiong's gaze darkened instantly upon receiving the jade slip from Chu Tianyun. He chose not to accept it, but instead placed a heavy accusation upon him, sternly declaring, do you understand the gravity of your words? You slander the esteemed elder. Do you realize this is a serious crime? As the head of the law enforcement hall, it is your duty to uphold the order of the sect. Do your words not pass through your mind at all? Withdraw immediately. Yi Tianxiong shouted in fury. The moment Chu Tianyun stepped forward to speak, Yi Tianxiong and Appo's keen instincts alerted him that something was amiss. It seemed that events were unfolding beyond his knowledge. After all, Chu Tianwang and Appo's demeanor had not changed. Yet Chu Tianyun dared to provoke him without the patriarch and Appo's command, even directly involving an esteemed elder of the Yi family, his own uncle. His sharp intuition warned him against engaging further in this perilous discourse. Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? We shall settle this later, he retorted. At that moment, Chu Tianwang approached with an exceedingly grim expression, snatching the jade slip from Chu Tianyun's hand. Such a significant matter. And Chu Tianyun had the audacity not to consult him, the family patriarch. Chu Tianwang swiftly scanned the jade slip with his divine sense, and in an instant, he stood frozen in shock. Yi Hongwu, he exclaimed, his voice hoarse, as if the words were forced from his throat. A terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the vast heavens. When the emperor is enraged, mountains crumble and seas surge, and the sun and moon lose their light. Elder Hongwu. No, this cannot be. There must be a misunderstanding at that moment. Yi Fan, kneeling on the ground, turned pale and looked towards Yi Tianxiong in alarm. Weren't we here to resolve this dispute? How did it suddenly escalate to such proportions? A chill coursed through Yi Fan's body. Yi Hongwu was the only elder in the Yi family who had shown him kindness, protecting him and his brother Yi Chong. Even his survival after the crippling of his meridians had been at the immense cost borne by Yi Hongwu. Chu Tian approached, gazing down at Yi Fan with a fierce glint in his eyes. And Oppos, from the moment you were born, you were poisoned, the lethal toxins permeating your organs. To preserve your life, vast resources have been expended. Over the years, to eliminate the toxins, a multitude of precious herbs and heavenly treasures have been consumed. Tian Yuan fruit, the essence of stars, dragon blood vine, and now this sacred pulse fruit. Each is a marvel of the world. To safeguard your life, Yi Hongwu has exploited your gratitude towards Lu Yun, repeatedly inciting me, the young master of the Chu family, to steal, resulting in tremendous losses for the sect, a litany of crimes that cannot be overlooked. With a forceful strike, Chu Tian collapsed Yi Fan's chest, his eyes filled with malice. You, a mere waste, are unworthy of such extraordinary resources for your survival. Without my assistance, as the young master of the Chu family, you would have long since decayed into dust. How dare you roar at me? He commanded, kneel and apologize to me, the young master of the Chu family. And Oppos, Chapter 13. The heavenly mystic ring, hidden tasks, and the saintess I was not in the wrong. Why should I kneel and apologize to him? Yi Fan coughed up blood, his chest caved in, his mouth filled with thick crimson liquid. Yet rather than yielding, he glared fiercely at Chu Tian, roaring, I, Yi Fan, bow to neither heaven nor earth. I kneel only before my parents. What does it matter if you're ranked first on the heavenly list? Had it not been for my meridians being severed since childhood, I would not be inferior to you. Give me some time, and Chu Tian would not stand a chance against me. If you have grievances, direct them at me, and spare Elder Hongwu, you scoundrels. Congratulations to the host for severely striking the spirit of the fated child, Yi Fan. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. Chu Tian approached, half squatting to look down at Yi Fan, his tone calm and indifferent. Useless, with your talent and strength, you are not worthy of my attention, let alone deserving of my hand to your demise. That would simply tarnish my hands. Yet, for the sake of Yi Hongwu and others who conspire on your behalf, attempting to leech off me, it is utterly outrageous. Tell me, who else stands behind you? Is it merely Elder Yi Hongwu? Chu Tian's gaze shifted towards Yi Tianxiong. A slight smirk gracing his lips, Uncle Tianxiong, as the leader of the Holy Heaven Sect, you must know more. Do you truly believe that a mere Elder Yi Hongwu has the capability to control the sect's overall dynamics? Evade the attention of numerous powerful figures from the Chu family, manipulate the Lu family, acquire sect secrets, and procure treasured divine medicines for my family to extend the life of this waste? I suspect there is a far greater player hidden behind the scenes. Yi Tianxiong stared at Chu Tian's youthful visage, his expression dark and inscrutable, lost in thought for a long time before finally speaking. Elder Hongwu is a half-step emperor, having overseen many critical departments within the sect, contributing greatly and earning high respect. If you do not consider him a significant figure, then who qualifies as one? The heads of various halls, the leaders of peaks, or even myself as the sect master. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were icy, revealing little emotion. Yet his grip on the iron chain tightened, a terrifying aura enveloping the atmosphere, casting shadows across the sky. To slander an elder is a grave offense and has already affected the unity and stability of our Holy Heaven Sect. Although you are the Holy Son, you are still young and naive. Do not fall prey to the influence of treacherous individuals. Yi Tianxiong cast a cold, murderous glance at Chu Tian, suspecting that someone from the Chu family was indeed scheming against him, possibly the influential figure from the Chu family, the head of the law enforcement hall, Chu Tian. Some are plotting against me, and my uncle is merely standing up for me. How does that make me the one undermining the unity of the sect? Chu Tian's youthful face bore a chilling expression as he declared, "The title of sect master you bestowed is far too grand. You should take it back for yourself. Since it involves Elder Yi Hongwu, let us detain him first and conduct a thorough investigation to uncover who is truly disrupting the stability of the Holy Heaven Sect." "Uncle, I must admit I underestimated your resolve," Yi Tianxiong responded, gazing deeply at Chu Tian. "Every elder has made significant contributions to our Holy Heaven Sect, and being a high-ranking official requires careful investigation and substantial evidence before any arrest can be made." Yi Tianxiong then looked towards King Chu, speaking solemnly, "Your Majesty, there is surely some misunderstanding here. Do not be misled by false information. One misstep could cause turmoil within the sect. As the sect master and deputy sect master, we bear immense responsibility and must not be swayed by emotions." Misled? The young girl was subjected to soul-searching, and the memories clearly indicate she was trained as an assassin by Elder Yi Hongwu. Yet at that moment, King Chu raised his head, his gaze cold and filled with malice as he challenged Yi Tianxiong. "Brother, the evidence is irrefutable. Are you suggesting this is a misunderstanding? The Tianyuan fruit, the essence of the stars, the dragon blood vine, and even the sacred pulse fruit, none of these are ordinary treasures of the sect. Little Tian is my son and your nephew. How can you brazenly utter such words?" Fortunately, little Tian acted decisively in capturing the girl. Otherwise, in a few years, if she were to vanish and news of the stolen treasures leaked, little Tian would be unable to clear his name, even if he dived into the Star Sea. How would the other families, the powerful figures, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples view little Tian, the young holy son? "Your Majesty, do not be agitated. There may indeed be a misunderstanding. Allow me to consult with Elder Hongwu," Yi Tianxiong replied, understanding the gravity of involving Elder Yi and Chu Tian, who was now visibly enraged. King Chu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. "Brother, I can make concessions for the sake of the sect's greater good, and compromise to some extent, but that does not mean I will permit others to plot against my son behind the scenes. I initially believed this to be mere childish antics. Yet, your Yi family has gone too far. Elder Yi Hongwu must pay a heavy price." A terrifying aura emanated from King Chu, warping the sky as a massive black vortex appeared, instilling dread in all who beheld it. This was a confrontation between two renowned figures on the heavenly list, both of whom were considered powerful emperors in the history of the Hengtian continent. "Your Majesty, for the stability of the sect, and concerning Elder Hongwu, should we not allow my brother to return and conduct a thorough investigation?" Yi Tianxiong's gaze was imposing and frigid, refusing to budge an inch. The air was thick with tension, and within the Holy Heaven Sect, countless powerful figures trembled in fear. It had been an eternity since such a grave crisis had befallen the sect. The confrontation between the sect master and deputy sect master represented the two founding families. A single misstep could lead to internal strife, potentially resulting in apocalyptic devastation, even threatening the very unity of the Holy Heaven Sect. "Come at me if you wish to harm me. Do not lay a finger on Elder Hongwu." Yi Fan trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. No matter how he struggled and roared, he found himself unable to move. Even a mere breath of King Chu's aura caused blood to seep from every pore. At that moment, a faint breath suddenly enveloped him, shielding him from most of the oppressive pressure. All eyes were fixed on the two emperors. Yet Chu Tian and Appo's attention remained on Yi Fan, immediately noticing the black ring on his left middle finger. Moments ago, this very ring had glimmered with a dark light. It appeared the heavenly mystic ring was beginning to awaken. It remained uncertain whether the heavenly saintess within had stirred. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian and Appo's eyes as he swiftly stepped forward, placing his foot upon Yi Fan and Appo's arm, chillingly stating, "My father and the sect master are conversing about the elder. How dare you, a mere waste, speak out of turn?" With a forceful step, he crushed Yi Fan and Appo's arm into powder. Yet with lightning speed, he snatched the black ring from Yi Fan and Appo's finger, stowing it away. The heavenly mystic ring was the source of the legendary heavenly emperor. and Yi Fan had risen to prominence through this ancient divine ring and the heavenly saintess within. The heavenly saintess was akin to an elder. Given the opportunity, Chu Tian would not allow Yi Fan another chance to rise. Yi Fan let out a piercing scream as his arm was utterly shattered, unaware that the black ring on his hand had vanished. Chu Tian deliberately crouched down to obscure the view, with the attention of many within the sect fixed upon Yi Tianxiong and King Chu. No one noticed him taking the ring from Yi Fan's hand. Congratulations to the host for seizing the protagonist's great opportunity, the heavenly mystic ring. Reward: 10,000 destiny points. The host has plundered the fated child in Appo's treasure, the heavenly mystic ring, triggering a hidden task to subdue the heavenly saintess. Best of luck, host. Capturing the heavenly saintess will yield substantial rewards from the system. A gentle and melodious female voice encouraged Chu Tian. What a vicious little creature. Beside him, Yi Tianxiong instinctively cast a glance at Chu Tian, believing he was deliberately retaliating against Yi Fan, and then turned his gaze to Chu Tian Wang. Wang, what do you think of this? My elder brother, I will immediately return to capture Yi Hongwu and personally interrogate him. Within 3 days, I will surely provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Faced with Yi Tianxiong and Appo's assertiveness, Chu Tian Wang and Appo's expression fluctuated between dark and light, his eyes bloodshot, acutely sensing something amiss, yet finding it difficult to outright refuse. After all, Yi Tianxiong had personally brought his nephew Yi Fan to apologize, demonstrating considerable courtesy and affording the Chu family significant respect. Yi Hongwu was indeed a prominent figure of the Yi family, being Yi Tianxiong and Appo's uncle, and directly apprehending him would have substantial repercussions. Uncle Tianxiong, I believe this is inappropriate. Noticing Chu Tian Wang's impending retreat, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He rose calmly, disregarding the lamentations of Yi Fan. 3 days is far too long. If Yi Hongwu has other accomplices or more formidable figures backing him, would that not grant him the opportunity to extricate himself? Furthermore, as a senior elder, he possesses knowledge of numerous critical secrets of our sect. Should he defect or engage in any irrational actions, the damage to the sect and Appo's interest would be immense. We must immediately secure him and conduct a thorough interrogation. Wang, is this also your stance? Yi Tianxiong coldly questioned, unwilling to entangle himself further with Chu Tian. He found it perplexing. Despite being a saintly child, how could such a young individual articulate his reasoning so clearly and audaciously interrupt their dialogue? At such a tender age, it seemed Chu Tian had firmly grasped the upper hand over Chu Tian Wang. This was utterly illogical. Traditionally, Chu Tian Wang would have been the unchallenged authority within the Chu family. Chu Tian Wang's countenance grew dark and sullen, ignoring Yi Tianxiong's inquiry, not solely due to having promised to let Chu Tian handle the matter, but also because he harbored intense anger within. Observing this, Chu Tian's youthful face bore a ruthless decisiveness that belied his age. He abruptly turned to Chu Tianyun, his voice cold and commanding. Third uncle, the matter is of great importance. Delay is not an option. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you possess the authority to act decisively. You are correct, Xiao Tian. Immediate apprehension and interrogation are essential. Had you not acted swiftly during the last incident to capture Jur, the Liu family would have almost secretly sent her away. Receiving Chu Tian's explicit affirmation, Chu Tianyun's demeanor hardened, and without hesitation, he bellowed, Law Enforcement Hall, heed my command. Immediately seal off the Sacred Heaven Elder's secret realm. No one is permitted entry or exit. Should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. With fierce determination, Chu Tianyun soared away, not seeking the consent of either Chu Tian Wang or Yi Tianxiong. This matter, entrusted to Chu Tian's handling, was a promise made by Jian Kongzhu, and thus, he would not bear the consequences. On the other side, atop the law enforcement peak, massive golden iron chains pierced the heavens, adorned with runes that shimmered with divine light, binding a vast, secret realm deep within the void. Powerful figures emerged from the law enforcement peak, following Chu Tianyun as they flew toward the secret realm, their formidable aura filling the air. The entire Sacred Heaven Sect trembled. The third figure of the Chu family had indeed led the law enforcement hall to seal off the elder and Apos as secret realm. A significant incident was truly unfolding. Chapter 14. Who says there is no meaning? Boldly, Chu Tian, who has granted you the authority to seal off the sacred elder's secret realm. Yi Tianxiong's face darkened to an extreme, and he yelled furiously, Heavenly King, it is not that my elder brother disregards the Chu family's dignity. Rather, certain individuals have gone too far. In order to maintain unity within the sect, my elder brother had no choice but to act thus. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Tianxiong extended his hand, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, distorting the very fabric of space, as if he harbored an entire world within his grasp, enveloping Chu Tian within it. Witnessing this, Heavenly King Chu's expression fluctuated between gloom and storm, his fists clenching and unclenching with palpable malevolence. Yet at that moment, an aged voice resonated through the heavens, to conspire against my Chu family's young master, and yet seek to flee. The elder, stooped and wizened, emerged from the main hall, his murky eyes glinting with sharp intensity. With a thunderous gesture, he reached over Yi Tianxiong's hand and grasped the void with ferocity. Boom! The vast expanse of the sky collapsed into darkness as the terrifying might of the Emperor and Apos' divine ability wreaked havoc, threatening to annihilate the world. In the void, a venerable figure with white hair and a robust physique spat blood, his disheveled appearance crashing down upon the sacred Emperor Peak. This individual was none other than Yihangwu, who, unbeknownst to all, had managed to escape to the outskirts of the sacred elder's secret realm, preparing to flee the sect, to harm a Chu family's young master. Should you manage to escape the sect, what dignity would remain for the Chu family? The elder murmured, turning back into the main hall. In that instant, a suffocating silence enveloped the sect, leaving countless powerful figures in a daze. Aside from Heavenly King Chu and Yi Tianxiong, there was yet another emperor hidden within the sacred Emperor Peak. The elder was indeed a concealed emperor. How astonishing! I have visited the Chu family countless times, yet I had never realized that the elder was an emperor. Employing an emperor as a gatekeeper, the Chu family within the sect, the lips of numerous powerful figures twitched uncontrollably, their shock beyond expression. Now, the visible emperor-level figures of the Chu family had reached 3, including the unparalleled Sword Emperor Jian Kongzhu, the mightiest on the Hung Tian continent. At this moment, within the Yi family of Sacred Emperor Peak, there was an eerie silence, a deep stillness. The elder of the Yi family lay grievously injured, and a terrifying aura surged within the family. Many within the sect trembled in fear, terrified that the two founding families might genuinely clash. Heavenly King, does your Chu family truly disregard the rules of the sect and my authority as the sect leader? Yi Tianxiong and Apos' face darkened as he retracted his hand, directly questioning Heavenly King Chu in a booming voice. Without my permission, and without the consent of the Elder Council, what right does your Chu family have to directly suppress a supreme elder and surround the sacred elder's secret realm? Although Yi Tianxiong continued to press for answers, his momentum had palpably diminished, and he did not pursue Chu Tian any further. Clearly, the elder and Apos' intervention, revealing yet another emperor from the Chu family, had instilled a significant sense of intimidation. Grandfather Hongwu, are you all right? Yi Fan and Apos' bloodshot eyes gazed upon the white-haired elder sprawled on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his entire body trembling. The cowardly old man was indeed unreliable. Fortunately, the elder has recovered from his injuries. Chu Tian and Apos' gaze turned icy, a slight smirk tugging at his lips as he prepared to stand and respond to Yi Tianxiong. However, at that moment, Heavenly King Chu did not answer his elder brother Yi Tianxiong's inquiries, but instead approached Yihangwu, gripping his neck and lifting him with a single hand, his eyes radiating a chilling menace. Uncle Hongwu, tell me, why did you conspire against my son? Is there someone behind the scenes directing you? This inquiry bore implications, and it was evident that Heavenly King Chu had begun to harbor suspicions. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's body trembled imperceptibly, his countenance darkening further. as if it could drip water. He truly had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, exceeding his control. This was not the Chu Tian he knew. His decisiveness was astonishing, as he had stormed into the Liu family, capturing Ju and Appos, and directly probing her soul. The Chu family had audaciously suppressed the supreme elder Yi Hongwu without seeking Heavenly King's consent. What unexpected turn of events had transpired? Deputy sect leader. Every man must bear his own responsibility. I could not bear to see my Yi family's prodigy crippled for life, hence I took this risk. Yi Fan is a once-in-a-million-year talent. Please do not pursue him further. Yi Hongwu and Appos. Murky eyes struggled to turn, glancing at Yi Tianxiong, flames igniting suddenly within his aged gaze. Elder brother, he is igniting his soul fire to commit suicide. We must stop him. Chu Tian's voice echoed as he rushed in from outside the peak. But it was already too late. Bang! Suddenly, the flames in Yi Hongwu's eyes extinguished, his vitality dissipating. The laws of spiritual energy around him unraveling as he tilted his head, dying in Heavenly King Chu's grasp. Scoundrel! Chu Tian arrived, his fury uncontrollable. Elder brother. His suicide is undoubtedly an attempt to conceal the mastermind and to acquire various confidential information from the sect, plotting against the sect's holy son. My Chu family's prodigy cannot be thwarted by a mere supreme elder who has withdrawn from the sect's power core and retreated to the sacred elder's secret realm. An investigation must be conducted. We must pursue this to the end, Chu Tian proclaimed coldly, though a hint of regret lingered in his heart. They were so close to uncovering the true mastermind behind scenes. Although Heavenly King Chu exploded with rage, it was evident that he still harbored some hope. It was clear that Yi Hongwu had long prepared for such an eventuality. A being of his caliber could not be so easily probed for their soul. Congratulations, host. With Yi Hongwu's demise, a significant blow has been dealt to the fated son Yi Fan, granting a reward of 2,000 destiny points. Naturally, an investigation would be pursued. This matter must be thoroughly examined by the sect leader as well. Yi Tianxiong's face darkened, yet it was apparent that with Yi Hongwu's death, he felt a slight sense of relief. Addressing Heavenly King Chu, he stated, Heavenly King, my elder brother will not let this matter rest. Should we uncover that someone has maliciously set up Uncle Hongwu, I will not allow this to go unpunished. Elder brother, I too will pursue this matter to the end. Heavenly King Chu asserted, lifting his head defiantly to meet Yi Tianxiong's gaze, speaking each word with conviction. Xiao Tian is my bottom line. It will be best for you to advise certain individuals within the clan to cease their actions. Yi Tianxiong regained his composure, offering a faint smile. Very well, Heavenly King. I reiterate, as long as we brothers unite in purpose, no one can disrupt the unity and development of the Sacred Heaven Sect. Heavenly King Chu's expression remained grim, yet he nodded slightly. Grandfather, scoundrel, you have killed my grandfather. I shall fight you to the death. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes glowed crimson, akin to a wild beast, as he lunged at Heavenly King Chu, attacking fiercely. His blood surged with intense vigor, his bones cracking like thunder, surpassing even Yi Chong. Having reached the pinnacle of bone tempering, his strength exceeding 600,000 pounds. Of course, even with such power, should Heavenly King Chu allow him to strike, Yi Fan could only end up destroying himself. He has indeed been concealing his strength. Chu Tian's eyes glinted coldly. Yi Fan had already commenced his cultivation. This revelation did not take him by surprise. It was evident that Yi Fan had been biding his time, hoping to exploit Liu Yun to acquire more divine medicines and treasures. Yi Hongwu, and even the individuals behind him, likely never anticipated that he would suddenly sever ties and pursue the investigation relentlessly. Having squandered so many divine medicines and heavenly materials, and yet only possessing a meager strength of barely 70,000 pounds. What a waste. Chu Tianyun descended from the skies, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Elder brother, such a waste should be eliminated directly, so that those within the sect may witness the consequences of plotting against the Holy Son. Buzz. Just as Yi Tianxiong had calmed his emotions, he suddenly turned his head, a terrifying malice erupting in his eyes as he coldly remarked, Chu Tianyan, The Hongwu uncles have already sacrificed their lives for this matter and have taken on all the responsibilities. Yi Fan is merely a child. Is it truly necessary? He then gazed intently at King Chu, adding, Yi Fan's meridians are utterly destroyed, and he has consumed numerous divine medicines. Pursuing this matter further is utterly meaningless. King Chu remained silent, inwardly agreeing that investigating this waste of potential served no purpose. Maintaining the stability of the sect was of paramount importance. Who says it is meaningless? At that moment, Chu stepped forward with a smile, saying, Uncle Tianxiong, such an abundance of divine medicines wasted on a worthless individual. If this were to spread, no disciple of the sect would accept it willingly. Moreover, Yi Fan is merely at the bone-forging stage, still in the process of refining his physique. Most of the medicinal power lies dormant within him. I propose we cast him into the realm of punishment, where spiritual energy is severed, preventing him from further refining the medicinal forces within his body. My second sister has trained under the deadly poison sovereign for many years and possesses profound knowledge of the human body. She surely has methods to extract these medicinal properties. Even if extraction proves impossible, having her directly refine them into a pill would undoubtedly yield an extraordinary elixir from such an abundance of divine medicines. A sharp intake of breath resonated throughout the surroundings as the implications of his words sank in. To refine a living person into medicinal pills? And to have such a notion voiced by the heir of a righteous sect was utterly suffocating. Chapter 15. Such dark practices at a young age to refine living beings into divine elixirs is undoubtedly a malevolent act, a grave taboo of the righteous path. Who could have imagined such words would come from the lips of a young saint of the sect? The Sacred Heaven Sect is indeed a formidable force of righteousness. Chu Tian's expression remained impassive. In his heart, there was no distinction between right and wrong. In the original narrative, the infamous demon lord was not pursued by numerous sects across the continent, merely for succumbing to the dark path. The principal reason was the fall of the Chu family. Stripped of their support, many sought to take a bite out of this renowned prodigy. When the Chu family was at its zenith, its formidable presence was such that even if he were to refine Yi Fan into a pill right before their eyes, who would dare to punish him? In the original story, the latent properties of these divine herbs provided Yi Fan with immense support. Eradicating the roots of a problem allows it to sprout anew. With Yi Tianxiong present, he could not directly execute Yi Fan, yet it was impossible for Yi Fan to escape unscathed. Yi Fan's face instantly turned pale. His voice sharp. Chu Tian, your malice will surely lead to your demise. Such vile intentions. My Sacred Heaven Sect is a righteous sect. How can we employ such dark methods? Yi Tianxiong's fury erupted, his cold gaze fixed on Chu Tian, barely restraining his emotions. He never imagined that such poisonous words would come from someone so young. Furthermore, as the sect leader, he had come personally, yet received no respect, determined to pursue the matter to its end. What you propose is indeed an excellent method, Chu Tianyun praised, dismissing notions of right and wrong as mere concerns of children. Yu Yao, having trained under the master of deadly poison for many years, had communicated that she would return in 2 months. She should have a solution. With so many divine herbs and rare treasures, the concoction would surely yield a remarkable divine pill, providing an explanation for the sect's losses. Chu Tianyun turned to his elder brother, Chu Tonwang, and smiled. Elder brother, let us not forget sister-in-law's words. This matter shall be handled by Xiao Tian. The clan also believes that his decision is not without merit. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianwang remained silent for a moment before nodding and addressing Yi Tianxiong. Elder brother, with such immense losses to the sect and the uproar it has caused, although Yi Hongwu took his own life, as the chief and deputy leaders, we must provide an account to the sect. The order of the sect falls under my jurisdiction. Capturing Yi Fan is both reasonable and justifiable according to sect laws. Considering Yi Fan's youth, if he can produce an equivalent divine herb in exchange, we may spare his life. Take him away and confine him in the prison. With a wave of his hand, Chu Tianyun summoned law enforcement disciples to seize the pale-faced Yi Fan, transporting him toward the dungeons. At this point, there was no need to inconvenience his own son for a mere waste of a person. Let Chu Tian release all the anger and frustration he harbored. Both he and Chu Tian believed that Chu Tian's relentless pursuit of the Yi family and this worthless Yi fan stemmed from matters concerning Lu Yun. Uncle Tianxiong, save me. Please, save me. Yi Fan's face was ashen with fear. After witnessing his grandfather's tragic death moments ago, he was now engulfed in terror. The prison, a desolate place devoid of spiritual energy, served to suppress the most formidable of villains. Entering, it would likely spell his doom. You promised, as long as I came to Sacred Emperor Peak with you, you would ensure my safety. Yi Fan was dragged away, quickly vanishing from sight. Yi Tianxiong clenched his fists, his expression shifting ominously, a terrifying aura darkening the skies. Ultimately, he slowly relaxed his fists and gazed at Chu Tian, saying, Nephew, as someone who has traversed these realms and is a sworn brother to your father, I advise you to exercise mercy. There are countless strong individuals and extraordinary occurrences in this world. To be in a position of power today does not guarantee tomorrow's safety. A single misstep could lead to an irreversible abyss. Chu Tian returned the gesture, smiling. Nephew shall heed the sect leader's counsel. Yet I too wish to impart a word of wisdom. What is it? Yi Tianxiong's expression was frosty. Cunning schemes can lead to one's own demise. Chu Tian replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong cast a deep glance at Chu Tian before departing from Sacred Emperor Peak. Tian Wang, brother, congratulations on having such a fine son. Chu Tianyun exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air, reveling in Yi Tianxiong's humiliation. Many of the Chu family's powerful members present at Sacred Emperor Peak shared in the jubilance. Yet, this fleeting satisfaction would sow seeds for countless future calamities. Chu Tianwang sighed slightly, but felt no regret. His son was his bottom line, and this warning to the Yi family served to demonstrate that the Chu family was not without means or strength to retaliate. Xiao Tian, how do you plan to deal with the Lu family? Chu Tianwang inquired of his son. Chu Tianyun's eyes glinted with malice as he replied, naturally, they must pay a bitter price. A group of overreaching fools try to play both sides, seeking to benefit from the Chu family while climbing aboard the Yi family and Appo's ship, seeking their own destruction. He believed that since Chu Tian was so enraged, he would not spare the Lu family. Father, you and Uncle San can decide this matter. Let the clan handle it in my stead, Chu Tian said, shaking his head. I do not wish to expend valuable energy on trivial matters. As a Generation S patriarch, in a world where the strong prevail and the weak are devoured, Chu Tian understood what was truly important, strength. Had it not been for his earlier visit to the Hung Tian Hall for testing, achieving the first rank on the Earth ranking, Chu Tianyun would not have represented the Chu family to express support so readily. Nor would Yi Tianxiong have suddenly brought Yi Fan to apologize. Strength forms the foundation of all things. The first rank on the Earth ranking had drastically altered everyone in Appo's perception of this mere 8-year-old child. The Lu family, being merely a second-rate clan within the Sacred Heaven Sect, posed no threat to the Chu family's existence. Thus, Chu Tian could hardly be bothered with them. This was merely a statement of intent to suppress the Yi family and Appo's arrogance. Congratulations, host, for striking a powerful blow against the fated Sun Yi fan. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for striking a powerful blow against the fated Sun Yi fan. Reward. A gentle and melodious voice echoed continuously in Chu Tian's ears. Father, uncle, I have gained new insights through the Hung Tian ranking test. I shall return to seclusion to digest this knowledge and strive to break through to the God-refining realm as soon as possible. Chu Tian clasped his fists in salute before turning to enter the main hall. Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyun were momentarily taken aback, wondering if they had misheard, gazing in astonishment at Chu Tian and Appo's departing figure. This lad seemed truly uninterested in the Lu family, a stark contrast to his previous relentless pursuit of the Yi family. It was utterly perplexing. Was he not vehemently opposed to Lu Yun's betrayal? Chu Tian un silenti lamentet. After all, Chu Tian and Appo's earlier proposal to refine Yi Fan into a divine elixir had startled them. However, they had assumed his anger stemmed from Yi Fan and Appo's entanglement with Lu Yun. Yet, With this sudden twist, he seemed disinterested in the Liu family, leaving them bewildered. Children grow up, and their thoughts become incomprehensible even to their fathers. Chu Tian Wang sighed in resignation. Tianyun, with Yi Hongwu and Amp, oppose, as suicide, I will need to address many matters. You will handle the Liu family. Simply issue a warning and provide them with a lesson. Liu Yun, being a young girl, does not understand the consequences. In the end, she will become Xiao Tian's rightful wife, and there is no need to hold grudges. Understood, brother. Do not worry. I will handle it properly, Chu Tianyun replied, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. The entanglements between the Liu family and the Yi family had long been a source of dissatisfaction. However, out of respect for the elder brother and oppose, as family matters, neither Lord Chu nor Chu Tian had intervened. Yet now, the repercussions threatened the reputation of the Chu family and nearly brought ruin upon Chu Tian. The words of Chu Tian had spread far and wide, with his two propositions to Liu Yun becoming well known within the Sacred Heaven Sect, almost universally acknowledged. Such matters could not simply be overlooked. As the young master of the Chu family, it was intolerable for outsiders to bully him so easily. As Lord Chu departed, Chu Tian murmured to himself, and then soared from the sacred Emperor Peak, accompanied by over 1,000 formidable enforcers from the law enforcement hall, heading directly toward the Liu family's residence outside the sect. Little Tian has offered you both a choice. You have failed to carry out the task of extracting the tendons and skinning Yi Fan. Thus, you have effectively chosen the first option, to annihilate their family and seize their assets. Chapter 16. You may not accept it, yet you must endure it. Resentment must be suppressed. In the law enforcement peak, within the confines of the Sin Domain prison, Yi Fan, bloodied and hoarse, knelt heavily before Yi Tianxiong, repeatedly bowing his head. Unjustly, my grandfather has perished. I refuse to accept this fate. The supreme divine medicine and the treasures of the sect were all stolen by Chu Tian. Even if there were leaks from grandfather Hongwu, the primary responsibility lies with Chu Tian, and the Chu family shares in this negligence. Why must my uncles take their own lives in atonement while I languish in this Sin Domain prison? Chu Tian remains unscathed, and the Chu family suffers no consequences. Moreover, my brother Yichong was ambushed by Chu Tian within the Hung Tian Hall, left gravely injured with shattered bones, yet Chu Tian bears no responsibility. I implore my uncles, for my father and Amp, oppose, sake to assist me. Yi Fan and Amp, oppose, eyes were bloodshot as he fervently bowed before Yi Tianxiong. Please, give the order for my release. I must care for my brother and for Liu Yun, who has endured immense pressure for aiding me. There is so much for me to accomplish. I cannot perish in this place. With each desperate knock of his head against the cold stone floor, blood flowed freely, the heavy thuds echoing through the desolate darkness. After so many years, you finally deign to plead with me. Your uncle, Yi Tianxiong's voice, authoritative yet somber, resonated as he turned his back to Yi Fan. I understand your feelings of injustice, your defiance and resentment. Yet, you must endure. Your discontent must be stifled. Your life was exchanged by your uncle's own. For without this sacrifice, no one in the Sacred Heaven Sect could save you, not even I. You still fail to comprehend the implications of Chu Tian and Oppo's ascension to the top of the Earth rankings. The Sacred Heaven Sect has endured for 1,000,000 years, rising and falling countless times. Why do we continue to thrive? It is because our sect's principle is that strength and talent reign supreme. As long as one possesses power, even the founding families must yield. The founders of the three great sects, Duanmu Shengzhu, Gu Mo Zhu, and Su Shinzhu, were once rising stars. Not part of our founding families, yet when they exhibited sufficient strength, the position of sect leader was theirs for the taking. Each of these three revitalizing ancestors once stood at the pinnacle of the Earth rankings. Do you understand? Yi Fan's face turned pale as he sank to the ground, finally realizing why his uncle, upon learning of Chu Tian and Oppo's rise, hastened to bind him, even neglecting his brother Yichong and Oppo's severe injuries. The significance of the three revitalizing ancestors was profound. Without them, the Sacred Heaven Sect might not have survived, as they had valiantly rescued the sect from the brink of ruin. And Chu Tian, despite being merely 8 years old, has achieved the same rank as these 3 ancestors. Such a prodigy, even if he lacked the Chu family and Apos' backing and merely stole some supreme divine medicines, holds more weight than my mere existence. I am the true disgrace, nearly hindering such a genius and Apos' cultivation, a sin that cannot be forgiven. If Chu Tian were to kill me, no one would speak a word against it. Yi Hongwu bore the greatest blame with his life. It is I who caused my uncle and Apos' demise. I am but a waste. Yi Fan and Apos' eyes reddened as he wept openly. Yi Tianxiong and Apos' voice was heavy, reverberating like a hammer as he turned to face Yi Fan and Apos' bloodshot eyes. Remember, this world is one where strength reigns supreme. Power is the foundation of all. Has your enduring humility served any purpose? I tell you now, it has been utterly futile. What is the use of tears? Despite consuming countless divine medicines and sect treasures, you possess great strength yet remain hidden, passive, and unambitious, leaving no mark on the Hung Tian rankings. Is this not the mark of a coward? Throughout history, how many emperors and heroes have risen to fame in their youth, conquering all before them? Wipe away your tears. Yi Fan, your uncle has erred, and I beseech you to assist me and illuminate my path. Upon my release, I shall strive for the Hung Tian rankings and the bone refining rankings. I will no longer hide my capabilities and pretend to be weak. I will challenge Chu Tian and defeat him personally. I seek vengeance for my grandfather and brother. I must rescue Lu Yun. With Chu Tian's malevolent nature, her fate is dire. With the vigor of a dragon, nearly 80,000 pounds of strength surged through him. Observing Yi Fan's formidable aura, Yi Tianxiong sighed and bent to assist him. Your uncle chose to end his life to protect you. Yet, your strength is commendable. It honors your uncle and Apos' sacrifice. Born with a piece of primordial sacred bone in your brow, your talent rivals even that of Chu Tian's chaotic, demonic body. You are a prodigy of the Yi family, 1 in a million. Yet, you were harmed by treachery even in your mother's womb, poisoned at birth, leaving your meridians devastated. Your parents perished seeking supreme, divine medicines to save you. I have secretly investigated for over a decade, scrutinizing the strong within the Yi family and even the Chu family. Yet the traitor remains elusive. My reluctance to care for you these years was to protect you from falling into the traitor's sights again, entrusting your care to Uncle Hongwu. Uncle Yu. Yi Fan trembled at the revelation, his eyes aflame with emotion. Time is of the essence. Do not speak. Listen to your uncle. My actions are for the future of our family, to protect the pride of the Yi lineage. However, while I am the sect master, the law enforcement hall is under the control of the Chu family. I cannot directly release you from this Sin Domain prison. Here, the spiritual energy is depleted. Even the mightiest will swiftly become powerless. But you are different. You harbor the powers of various divine medicines within you. Seize this opportunity to cultivate your strength and absorb that power. I will find a way to release you. Yi Tianxiong looked intently into Yi Fan and Apos' eyes, his tone grave. But remember, the only one who can truly save you is your own strength. Yi Fan paused, then gently touched his brow, a flash of purple divine light illuminating his features. Uncle, in these past years, I have had my own fortuitous encounters. I obtained the ancient treasure, the Tian Xian divine ring. With its aid, the primordial sacred bone in my brow shows signs of revival. This is why my strength has surged so rapidly. But just as I discovered this, Chu Tian crushed my arm and seized the Tian Xian divine ring. At these words, Yi Tianxiong froze momentarily, recalling the scene of Chu Tian suddenly squatting to torment Yi Fan, crushing his arm. Initially, he thought it was mere retaliation, not realizing the deeper implications. Yi Fan and Apos' body was infused with divine medicine and Apos' power. Even with shattered bones, as long as he lived, he would recover swiftly. The purpose of that wretched brat from the Chu family is, astonishingly, the divine ring upon your finger. Yi Tianxiong and Apos' expression darkened considerably. What a cunning and malevolent little rascal. Uncle, the Tian divine ring is exceedingly precious. You must assist your nephew in retrieving it. Yi Fan's voice was urgent, his heart bleeding with distress. Yi Tianxiong shook his head. It was already too late. Had it been discovered on the spot, he could have easily reclaimed it. But now, this was a conflict among the younger generation, and he could not intervene. Otherwise, the powerful members of the Chu family would also interfere. As for that young girl from the Liu family, do not worry excessively. She will not perish. At most, her family will be implicated, suffering some losses and sacrifices. The Chu family also needs that young girl to preserve their face. Yi Tianxiong began to counsel Yi Fan, since the Hongming sacred bone had already begun to awaken. There was no need to dwell on it too much. The immediate task was to focus on enhancing one's strength. He had initially thought that Chu Tian, at the bone refinement stage, was utterly invincible, and that he could only slowly plot to suppress him. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Fan's Hongming sacred bone had indeed started to revive, perhaps granting him a genuine opportunity to subdue Chu Tian at the bone refinement stage. As long as you can prove yourself stronger than Chu Tian, everything will fall into place. Yi Tianxiong encouraged Yi Fan before taking his leave. A mere 1,500,000 pounds of strength is well within my grasp. Uncle, believe in me. I shall take vengeance with my own hands. Yi Fan and Amp, Oppo's frenzied roar echoed throughout the prison of sin. Chapter 17. Inventory of gains and enhancement of strength. As night descended, the moonlight cascaded upon the sacred Emperor Peak, adorning the summit with a silken silver veil. Chu Tian reclined within the medicinal vat, the dense mist obscuring his visage. With closed eyes, he allowed the chaotic essence recently absorbed from the true scripture of chaos to circulate within him. His body radiated a chaotic divine luminescence, akin to a piece of primordial divine iron being relentlessly forged, impurities being relentlessly expelled, while the essence of the medicinal liquid was continuously assimilated, rendering the water murky. With a long exhale, Chu Tian's breath emerged like that of a dragon, transforming into a ferocious divine dragon that lingered in the air before dissipating. This breath alone could likely slay an ancient mammoth. Should an outsider witness this spectacle, they would surely be struck with terror. What a formidable physique must one possess to exude such immense power with a mere breath? Weighing an astonishing 7 million pounds. I could now obliterate a dragon hatchling with a single punch. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Tian felt the explosive power coursing through him, particularly the intricate and profound trajectory of the chaotic essence. The true scripture of chaos, a product of the system, was indeed enigmatic. Its operational path surpassing that of the Chu family's ancestral texts, the supreme emperor scripture, by more than tenfold. As if the stars of the cosmos were arranging themselves into a grand and majestic tapestry within him. Even the holy, celestial scripture, imparted to him early on and reserved for the current holy son and the sect master, paled in comparison to the true scripture of chaos. Having completed his cultivation, Chu Tian felt a stirring within, prompting the system panel to materialize before him. Host, Chu Tian realm, 10th layer of bone forging, possessing 7 million pounds of divine strength, capable of instantly slaying a dragon hatchling. The host is indeed the destined child of fate. Physique, chaotic demon god body technique, true scripture of chaos, 1st layer, divine abilities, none treasures. Heavenly Emperor's descent talisman grants 10 minutes of imperial combat prowess. Heavenly Xian divine ring can be refined with 1,000 fate points. Contains a remnant soul of a primordial powerhouse, posing a certain threat. Host should exercise caution. Fate points, 36, 500 occasionally. The system and Oppo's notification would resonate in his ears, rewarding him with several hundred fate points, often concerning Liu Yun or Yi Fan. System, please recommend the most suitable exchange items for my current stage in the shop. Chu Tian inwardly instructed. He had already perused the system shop, where an abundance of goods spanned divine artifacts, treasures, divine herbs, runes, formations, and more, categorized into dozens of major categories and thousands of subcategories. To examine every item and select the most suitable ones would consume a great deal of time and energy. As a leading figure of his generation, Chu Tian disdained squandering precious time on frivolous matters. He would not waste a moment's effort on tasks that could be accomplished with words or money. The host is currently at the perfected bone forging realm, on the verge of breaking through to the spirit refining realm. The system's gentle voice soon echoed. The spirit refining realm serves as the foundation for the birth of the divine soul and the ignition of divine fire, hence the name. It focuses on refining the mind's spirit, gradually solidifying the ethereal essence into substance. At this stage, comprehension, spirit, and physique are of paramount importance. It is advised that the host exchange for the supreme spirit refining pill, comprehension aura, spirit aura, and physique aura. The supreme spirit refining pill, when consumed daily, continually tempers the spirit. The three auras will ensure that the host's comprehension, spirit, and physique remain in their optimal state. The supreme spirit refining pill costs 400 fate points each, while the three auras will expend 600 fate points daily, totaling 1,000 points. It is anticipated that within a month, the host can attain a perfected state, solidifying the spirit and breaking through to the spirit refining realm. Exchange. Chu Tian declared without hesitation. According to the logic of transmigration novels, system products must be of the highest quality, and there could be no error. After all, given his current strength, exchanging for supreme divine herbs, treasures, or weapons was entirely unnecessary. Enhancing his power was the foremost priority. The exchange was successful, costing a total of 1,000 fate points, leaving him with 500 fate points. The system in Appo's voice announced. A pale blue pill materialized in Chu Tian and Appo's hand, and upon consumption, his previously waning spirit was instantly revitalized, brimming with vigor as the power surged through him, allowing for a more meticulous observation of the true scripture of chaos's operational trajectory. He understood that this was the effect of the three auras in action. After swallowing the spirit-refining pill, Chu Tian felt a sensation akin to being pricked by needles at the back of his head, a persistent mild pain. However, his formidable spirit counteracted this discomfort, leaving him unaffected. Chu Tian recognized that this was the purpose of the supreme spirit-refining pill, continuously forging his spirit. Based on his understanding of this world, such a level of pill was extraordinarily difficult to concoct. While the required materials were significant, the real challenge lay in the involvement of the spirit and soul, making it nearly impossible for ordinary alchemists. Only alchemists of the emperor level, with profound knowledge of the soul, would dare to create such a pill. Yet, how powerful and noble were these emperor-level alchemists? Crafting pills for the spirit-refining realm would be tantamount to squandering their precious time and energy. Thus, despite being merely a spirit-refining realm pill, the supreme spirit-refining pill was priced higher than divine herbs. Even the Chu family could scarcely produce a few, and those they did possess were of only middling quality, not reaching the supreme level, and were detrimental to the spirit. Top-tier forces in the Hungtian continent relied on willpower and innate talent to hone their spirits, seldom utilizing external aids. This is why cultivating talent is of such paramount importance. While body refinement and bone forging can be assisted by rare materials, spirit refinement largely depends on one and Appo's innate gifts. In mere moments, Chu Tian felt a remarkable enhancement in his vision, hearing, smell, and touch. He could distinctly sense the strength of the breeze as it brushed against his face. He recognized this as a tremendous benefit of heightened spirit. Although his physical strength had not yet increased, his combat prowess had grown significantly. The soul embodies reflexes, insight, and an affinity with the natural world, elements intangible yet profoundly significant. The spirit-refining realm is crucial, as the strength and refinement of the spirit can largely determine how far a cultivator can advance. In his mind, he recalled the memories of Chu Tian Wang describing his experiences in the spirit-refining realm, intentionally cultivating his only son's perception of it. When Chu Tian Wang reached the pinnacle of spirit refining, he could perceive the rustling of leaves from a kilometer away, sensing vibrations from friction with the air. Within 100 meters, No movement could escape his keen insight, his spiritual power so robust that he could slay an ancient mammoth with a mere glance. Even formidable figures like Chu Tian and Yi Fan from the original narrative, upon reaching the pinnacle of spirit refining, could not materialize their spirits. At best, their spirits were as profound as vast lakes. Yet, despite such grandeur, they ultimately failed to coalesce into substance, remaining chaotic and unstructured. Were the spirit to materialize, dispatching a dragon hatchling with a mere gaze would be a simple task. Chu Tian mused, subsequently instructing the attendant outside, Xing Nu, to fetch him another vat of medicinal liquid, resuming his physical refinement and the operation of the true scripture of chaos. This medicinal liquid, crafted from thousands of spiritual herbs, offered extraordinary benefits for enhancing vitality and forging bones. Only an ancient family like the Chu, with a lineage spanning millions of years, could afford such lavish cultivation of the younger generation. Chu Tian and Appo's rapid ascent to his current strength was significantly aided by the system. Yet the robust foundation laid by the Chu family was equally indispensable. The heavenly Xian divine ring adorning his left hand continued to absorb his vitality, replenishing his strength and cleansing his form. Chu Tian understands that the Tian Xian divine ring possesses the ability to purify both body and spirit, greatly benefiting the fortification of one's foundation. Additionally, the slumbering Tian Xian saintess within it unconsciously absorbs his vitality, enriching her spirit. He does not intend to use his fateful points to forcibly awaken the Tian Xian saintess prematurely. A fruit that is forcibly plucked lacks sweetness. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally, as circumstances dictate, yielding far superior results. Chapter 18. The Forged Innate Tao Body. Unveiling hidden truths the following day, as noon approached, a voice resonated from outside the door. Young master, the third master requests your presence at the Lu residence. He insists it is of utmost urgency. Star Slave continued. The eldest master has also sent a servant to inform you that several powerful families from his sect, along with their heirs, have come bearing significant gifts to pay their respects. Numerous formidable sect leaders and venerable elders from across the continent have also arrived. You are requested to attend promptly. With a hum, Chu Tian opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering within them, so intense that it pierced through the wooden door, creating two small holes. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating his form, which radiated a weighty brilliance akin to chaos divine iron. Currently, he seemed to embody the essence of that iron, having undergone a night of rigorous physical refinement and the operation of the chaos transformation true scripture. He had grown an additional 5 centimeters, standing now at 1.65 meters, comparable to some shorter adults, despite his youth. Star Slave entered the room to assist Chu Tian in dressing. Upon witnessing his body shimmering with chaotic divine light, she felt her cheeks warm, bowing her head as she helped him don his garments. Young master, where shall we go first? Star Slave inquired softly as she secured his belt. Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding. Let my father handle the social engagements. Inform the servant that I am in the midst of critical training. We shall proceed to the Lu residence first. Since my uncle mentioned it is of utmost urgency, it must be significant. Chu Tian understood that this was merely a reaction to his ascension to the top of the heavenly earth ranking. With many coming to congratulate the Chu family and seeking to establish connections for their offspring, thereby nurturing relationships and friendships between the next generation of family leaders. Whether from the illustrious families of his previous life or the ancient clans of this world, the pattern remained the same: intermarriages, alliances, and shared resources. His previous low-profile approach, marked by Chu Tian and Appo's retreat, had distanced these individuals. Now, with him as the young master of the Chu family ascending to the top, it signaled a shift in the family and Appo's stance, naturally attracting those eager to curry favor or ally with the Chu family. As for the other sect and Appo's, as powerful figures and venerable elders, they too were likely drawn by the desire to gather intelligence and witness the reality of his chaos divine body. Chu Tian, now disinterested in these hypocritical distractions, resolved to leave such matters to his father, Chu Tian. His singular focus was on growing stronger, accumulating resources, and harnessing the fortunes of fate. Understood, young master. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Star Slave replied, promptly attending to her tasks. Before long, Chu Tian found himself aboard a majestic carriage, drawn by 9 formidable fiery lions, swiftly departing the sect and arriving at the Liu family residence, situated 100 miles away. Before him lay an expansive estate of grand palatial structures. As they approached the entrance, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, nearly inducing nausea. Over 100 enforcers from the law enforcement hall, armed with long blades and bearing expressions as cold as stone, lined the entrance, while scattered corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like streams. Some Liu family members still clung to life, weakly crying out for help. At a glance, the number of Liu family members slain at the entrance exceeded 100. Star Slave, though trained as a death warrior of the Chu family, paled at the brutality of the scene. Chu Tian stepped out of the carriage, surveying his surroundings with an impassive expression, his brow remaining unwrinkled. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to him. Compared to the cataclysmic carnage produced by a barrage of artillery, this was but a minor skirmish. Yet he sensed something was amiss. If Chu Tian intended to take vengeance upon the Liu family, it was unlikely he would have resorted to such extreme measures immediately upon arrival. According to the sect and oppos, as protocols, annihilating the Liu family should not have been particularly challenging. Clearly, something unexpected had transpired. Little Tian, it is urgent. Let us discuss as we walk, Chu Tian urged, his demeanor grave as he strode forth, blood splattering beneath his feet. His eyes radiating a fierce intent to kill as he led Chu Tian deeper into the Liu estate. Without further ado, this matter is of great significance. My uncle has not yet reported this to your father or the sect. He wishes to hear your thoughts first. Chu Tian and oppos. S expression darkened as he continued. The third uncle led a search into the Liu residence and discovered that your fiancée, Liu Yun and oppos, S innate Tao body, is a fabrication. The Liu family has deceived us. A jolt of shock coursed through Chu Tian. This revelation was absent from the original narrative he was familiar with, and it unraveled a hidden truth. Upon uttering these words, they arrived at the most profound section of the Liu estate, before a palace soaring 1,000 meters high. The ground surrounding it was stained dark red with blood, the air thick with the stench of carnage, suggesting a far more brutal conflict had unfolded here than at the entrance, with the Liu family putting up a fierce resistance. A formidable pressure hung in the air, mingled with Chu Tian's aura, indicating that he had personally dealt with the Liu family's mightiest. Little Tian, you have arrived. A middle-aged woman clad in an exquisite low-cut gown cried out, her voice piercing through the chaos. She pleaded with the 2 enforcers at her side. Let me go. My son-in-law is here. You are finished. She was Liu Yun and oppos, S mother, Luo Yushan. Chu Tian had always held her in high regard, addressing her as aunt during his visits to the Liu residence. A fabricated innate Tao body. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, following Chu Tian into the palace. Hearing the commotion, he glanced upward, spotting the stunning Liu Yun standing beside Luo Yushan, surrounded by others in disarray, some injured and bloodied. Yet, Liu Yun stood pristine in her white gown, unblemished. As an innate Tao body, the Chu family had never suggested calling off the engagement, for no one dared to lay a finger on her with such a title. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Liu Yun appeared momentarily taken aback, her eyes flashing with anger, her lips pouting in a hint of grievance. She then turned her head away, seemingly waiting for him to approach her first. Typically, even if there were misunderstandings between them, Chu Tian would be the one to seek her out the following morning to reconcile. Yet this time, he had taken too long to apologize, allowing her family to suffer such losses. Liu Yun decided to give him the cold shoulder. Perhaps girls mature earlier, understanding matters better than boys. However, she failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Third uncle, is it truly possible for an innate Tao body, born of the heavens and aligning with the principles of the universe, to be fabricated? Chu Tian inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the mother and daughter before diverting his gaze his focus deepening as he entered the palace alongside Chu Tian. The notion of a fabricated innate Tao body was a concept absent from the original storyline, suggesting that profound secrets lay beneath the surface. Luyan and Amp, Appo's face turned pale, her hand reaching out helplessly towards Chu Tian and Amp. Appo's retreating figure, as if attempting to grasp something, her mouth opening as if to speak. Yet, Chu Tian and Amp, Appo's silhouette vanished within the palace, the grand doors sealing shut behind him. Luyan felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She had been prepared to apologize, hoping for an opportunity to reconcile. Why, she wondered, had Chu Tian not even spared her a glance? Chapter 19. The Fated Corpse and the Fabrication of the Tao Body. You wretched girl, did I not just caution you? Why did you not stop shouting on? Luo Yushan cried out in a state of utter panic, akin to someone on the verge of drowning. What sins have I committed to be married into the Lu family? Living in constant fear. Within the palace, countless miraculous Tao bodies exist across the myriad realms, which can be categorized into innate and acquired types. The innate ones form a Tao fetus within the womb, while the acquired ones can be forged through powerful scriptures, secret arts, or extraordinary Tao elixirs. Chu Tianyan explained this to Chu Tian. So, Luyan was crafted into a Tao body by the Lu family after her birth? Chu Tian furrowed his brow tighter. But I have heard that when Luyan was born, there were resounding echoes of the Tao, and astonishing phenomena were felt within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Could such celestial occurrences be fabricated? Even if they were artificially created, it would be impossible to deceive so many formidable sect members, right? Within the Holy Heaven Sect, there are numerous powerhouses. Just among the openly known emperors, we have Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong, both renowned figures on the Eternal Sky rankings. Not to mention that Jian Kongzhu was also within the sect at that time. It is truly hard to believe that a second-rate family like the Lu family could have deceived the entire sect with fabricated Tao phenomena. It is precisely because the Lu family has constructed this deception so convincingly that our family has remained oblivious for all these years. Xiaodian, you must see it for yourself to understand, Chu Tianyun said, his expression darkening as he led Chu Tian deeper into the palace. The palace was vast, and it appeared that the Lu family had excavated a long and profound tunnel beneath. Suddenly, Chu Tian sensed a rich essence of the Tao emanating from ahead, a feeling he had previously experienced with both Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong. This essence was so potent that it could alter the very weather and celestial phenomena according to the emotions of its bearers. Soon, Chu Tian entered a cavern and immediately beheld the source of the rich Tao essence. It was a female corpse, clad in a flowing white gown, silently hovering in midair. Despite having lost all vitality, her closed eyes still radiated an overwhelming Tao essence that was awe-inspiring. The corpse of an emperor, Chu Tian exclaimed, his countenance shifting. The emperor, the most supreme existence across the realms, undefeated in battle. Even now, some of the top sects within the Eternal Sky continent might not possess a single emperor. The Holy Heaven Sect currently had 2 emperors, who even suppressed the ancient Holy Land of Sihong, earning the reputation of being the foremost sect of the Eternal Sky continent. Such a powerhouse's corpse would inherently contain the principles of the Tao, eternally enduring and imbued with formidable power. To discover the corpse of a female emperor hidden beneath the Lu family, unnoticed by anyone, was profoundly shocking. Not merely an ordinary emperor, but an emperor who had achieved a perfected innate Tao body, a figure from 10,000 years ago, the vanished leader of the Sihong sect, known as the Tao Sovereign of Fate. Chu Tianyin and Appo's expression turned grave as he recounted the origins of this revelation to Chu Tian. Upon learning the entirety of the situation, Chu Tian was astounded, realizing that there were elements in this tale that had never been mentioned in the original narrative. The root of all these events stemmed from Chu Tianwang marrying Jian Kongzhu, a goddess of an extraterritorial divine race. There was a long-standing custom among the 2 founding families of the Holy Heaven Sect. The legitimate wife of the current sect leader and deputy must be chosen from within the sect to maintain unity among the various families, sharing interests and stabilizing the situation. The heads of the Chu and Yi families had sought women from other powers in the past, but those unions could only result in concubines. However, Chu Tian broke this custom by not only marrying Jian Kongzhu as his legitimate wife, but also refraining from taking concubines within the sect. This act of defiance sparked widespread dissatisfaction among the families within the sect. Upon his birth, blessed with a chaos divine demon body, Chu Tian's extraordinary talent elicited intense wariness from the Yi family and stirred tremors among the top families of the sect. After all, Chu Tian's bloodline bore no ties to the families within the sect, and should he ascend to the position of sect leader, it could jeopardize their interests. This was why Chu Tian urgently sought a suitable match for his newborn child, to establish ties and quell the doubts and discontent within the sect. The rapidly rising Lu family, under the current head Lu Zheng, seized this opportunity, coinciding with the impending birth of his wife. Thus, Lu Yun came into existence. Lu Yun also possessed an innate body, emerging with the essence of innate energy resembling the innate Tao body. Yet the disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Chu Tianyun and Apos. S expression darkened further as he stated. Lu Zheng released the aura of the Tao sovereign of fate, causing a grand celestial phenomenon with the emergence of the perfected innate Tao body. Using secret arts, he extracted the Tao principles from the body of the Tao sovereign of fate and refined them into Lu Yun and Apos. S being. The richness of the Tao principles deceived our entire Chu family, including your mother, for years. Lu Zheng has continuously infused Lu Yun with innate Tao principles, maintaining the ruse over our entire clan. Simultaneously, the Lu family exploited our Chu family and Apos' influence to amass wealth and acquire countless sect resources. Your father was not unaware of this, but due to Lu Yun, he turned a blind eye, making it difficult for us to take action. Yet the Lu family, aware of their impending doom, secretly extended an olive branch to the Yi family, attempting to secure their safety in the event of exposure. The origins of Lu Yun and Apos' maid were not unknown to the Lu family and Apos' higher-ups, but they tacitly accepted it for this reason. Lu Zheng even covertly instructed his subordinates to gather evidence against our family, plotting to turn the tables on us at a critical moment. If this matter were to leak, our family would become a laughingstock across the eternal sky continent, severely undermining our position within the sect. Chu Tianyun and Apos' expression was exceedingly grim, radiating a chilling aura. Originally, I merely intended to use this incident to warn the Lu family, urging them to moderate their actions. After all, their deeds have led many to believe that our family is behind their machinations, tarnishing our reputation. However, I never anticipated the Lu family's fierce resistance, refusing to allow the law enforcement hall to investigate, even resorting to killing several disciples. Enraged, I led my men into the fray, only to discover this cavern. Subsequently, the Lu family and Apos' elder attempted to silence me. However, that old fool was slain by my hand, escalating the situation considerably. With that, Chu Tianyun let out a resigned smile. Your task, young ones, should have been focused on your cultivation, but this matter, involving your betrothal, is of great significance. Thus, I had no choice but to summon you for discussion. Chapter 20. The Son of Destiny, whether you believe it or not, third uncle. This matter must never be disclosed to my father. We must maintain strict confidentiality, especially from the Yi family. If they learn the truth, they will undoubtedly take the opportunity to attack our clan, potentially jeopardizing his position as deputy sect master. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian and Apos' eyes. He had initially dismissed Lu Yun as merely a little girl, but the existence of the Lu family had begun to affect the standing of the Chu family, compelling him to take action. Are the law enforcement disciples you brought trustworthy? Chu Tianyun inquired. Our family has overseen the sect's law enforcement hall for nearly 1,000,000 years, deeply entrenched. These law enforcement disciples are undoubtedly our own. I have confidence in that. Chu Tianyun replied, echoing his sentiments. If this matter reaches the ears of King Chu, it will essentially reach his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiong. In a fit of rage, King Chu might act irrationally. ISN and Apos' It widely accepted within the sect that the Lu family and Apos actions are instigated by our Chu family. It tacitly acknowledged that the Lu family is affiliated with us. Chu Tian zimak gon li. If that is the case, we shall present a facade of unwavering justice and publicly denounce our kin. A grand-scale anti-corruption campaign. Third uncle. Immediately suppress all activities of the Lu family. Tightly control Lu Zheng and conduct thorough interrogations. He must not have any contact with the outside world. We need to uncover all the resources and wealth the Lu family has amassed over the years and submit them to the sect. Furthermore, dispatch law enforcement disciples clandestinely to apprehend all Lu family members in significant positions within the sect and external departments, erasing any evidence they may have collected against us. For those heavily implicated, execute them on the spot. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, hesitating. Little Tian, isn't this commotion too great? The Lu family is a second-tier clan, and their accumulated influence over the years cannot be underestimated. If we act abruptly, the Yi family and the other 3 top families who have harbored grievances against us may not take it lightly, especially considering your father's position as clan leader. Keeping this from him doesn't seem prudent. Precisely because of this, we must act with unwavering resolve and publicly denounce our kin. Chu Tian retorted coldly. We will not take a single cent from the treasures and resources amassed through the Lu family and Apos as corruption. Everything will be submitted to the sect and Apos as treasury. All implicated members of the Lu family will face public trial before the sect's disciples, with no favoritism. In doing so, the Yi family and the other 3 top clans will have no grounds for complaint. As for the grievances of the Dunmu family and the others against us, Chu Tian's lips curled slightly. Third uncle, rest assured, this situation will soon be reversed. His confidence stemmed from the support of the Dunmu ancestor within the Holy Heavenly Pool. While the other families remained uncertain, the Dunmu family would likely gravitate towards the Chu family in the future. As for my father, Chu Tian pondered for a moment. That old fox is indeed a headache. His approach has always been to maintain unity within the sect above all else. Apart from his firm stance regarding marrying Jian Kongzhu, he has rarely taken a hard line. Very well, I will find an opportunity to inform my mother. She will undoubtedly support us. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun erupted into laughter, clapping Chu Tian on the shoulder. This is precisely what third uncle was waiting for. With you and your mother, my sister-in-law, backing me, I fear nothing. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Chu Tian smiled faintly, realizing that, at present, only Jian Kongzhu could effectively manage King Chu. However, how to handle the corpse of the son of destiny? Chu Tianyun's brow furrowed in hesitation. The Zhihong sacred sect was the most ancient holy place on the Hengtian continent, long holding the title of the continent and Apos, as foremost sect. Only in recent years, with the combined efforts of King Chu and Yi Tianxiong, along with Jian Kongzhu and Apos, marriage into their ranks, had they managed to suppress this ancient sect. Logically, the corpse of the son of destiny should be returned to the Zhihong sacred sect for proper burial. However, the immense opportunity presented by such a corpse, a perfected innate Tao body, was far too tempting. Just being near it could lead to profound insights for cultivators of the divine realm. Otherwise, the Lu family would not have gone to such lengths to protect it. The hair and blood of the imperial corpse were priceless materials. Even if an artifact craftsman were to refine the body, it would instantly become an indomitable weapon. It was unclear what fortuitous circumstances had led the Lu family to acquire such a treasure. Reluctantly returning it to the Zhihong sacred sect was not something Chu Tianyun desired. Congratulations, host. You have plundered the fortune of the fated daughter Lu Yun and acquired the imperial corpse of the son of destiny. Reward: 10,000 destiny points. A gentle, melodic system notification echoed. Chu Tian's spirit soared. Not only had he received a substantial reward, but he could also spend half of it to seize the opportunity presented by the imperial corpse. Clearly, the imperial corpse was a significant opportunity destined for Lu Yun, though she likely remained unaware of it at present. Plunder, Chu Tian resolved inwardly. Suddenly, An overwhelming aura of the Tao erupted from the imperial corpse, divine light radiating as the body soared through the air, its eyes opening as if brought back to life. It extended a finger, touching the center of Chu Tian's brow. Is this the transmission of the imperial legacy? Chu Tian was left astonished. He had been contemplating whether to return the body to the Xihong sacred sect when he was taken aback to find that Chu Tian had directly gained the corpse's acknowledgement and was to receive its legacy. Wait a moment. Little Tian is not an innate Tao body, nor has he ever cultivated the scriptures of the Xihong sacred sect. How could he suddenly receive the legacy? Chu Tian pondered, both shocked and confused. Could it be that he is indeed the son of destiny, capable of encountering divine opportunities at every turn? Initially skeptical about the notion that Chu Tian could find a divine pill on the road, something even emperors would fight over, he now found himself more inclined to believe it, given the extraordinary event unfolding before him. The principles of the Tao transformed into divine chains, enveloping every corner of the vast underground cavern. As divine light surged and the essence of the Tao flowed into the center of Chu Tian's brow. Chapter 21. The astonishing treasure and extraordinary encounter. Congratulations to the host for seizing the Emperor and Apos, S-Corp's scripture and the Destiny Tao scripture. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor's corpse divine powers and the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pearl of the great Tao, a manifestation of the lifelong cultivation of the Destiny Tao sovereign, which significantly assists in the comprehension of the Tao. Suddenly, under the astonished gaze of Chu Tian, an overwhelming surge of Tao principles erupted from the Emperor's corpse, condensing into a pearl the size of an infant's fist, falling into Chu Tian's hand. My heavens, this! Chu Tian gasped in disbelief. To extract the Tao principles from the body of the Emperor and condense it into a great Tao pearl. Whoever manages to comprehend its essence may very well become the next Destiny Tao sovereign. This is an extraordinary treasure that can only be described as a monumental encounter. Even if one cannot fully fathom its mysteries, merely possessing it for cultivation would yield unimaginable benefits. Abruptly, Tao essence circulated around Chu Tian, and an eye opened at his brow, seemingly able to see through the heavens and the earth. Even Chu Tian, a half-step emperor, felt a chill run down his spine, as if he stood before Chu Tian, utterly exposed. The Eye of Heavenly Tao, a peerless divine eye forged through the lifelong insights of the Destiny Tao sovereign, encompasses the 3,000 great Taos, reaching up to the heavens and gazing into the abyss. Chu Tian felt parched, and despite the fact that this was his nephew, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. What extraordinary fortune this is! With a thunderous crash, the exhausted Emperor's corpse, devoid of circulating Tao principles, plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to quake and the heavens to shatter. Even stripped of its destructive might, the Emperor and Apos, S-Corpse still harbored terrifying energy. The cavern, which had been sustained by the Emperor and Apos, awe-inspiring Tao power, collapsed amidst clouds of dust. Chu Tian, grasping Chu Tian with one hand and the Emperor and Apos, S-Corpse with the other, swiftly escaped to the outside of the palace. As the eye of the great Tao at Chu Tian's brow closed and the Destiny Tao scripture was fully assimilated, he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a face adorned with a hint of flattery appeared before him. Little Tian, could you lend me the great Tao pearl for a few days? Chu Tian and Apos' voice carried a hint of embarrassment. As an elder, he felt it should be he who provided benefits to Chu Tian. Yet, with Chu Tian's parents being dual emperors, there was little he could offer. Conversely, the great Tao pearl, imbued with the essence of the Destiny Tao sovereign, would greatly aid his own comprehension of the Tao, potentially guiding him to the threshold of becoming an emperor. Chu Tian chuckled softly, initially curious about Chu Tian's intentions, before casually tossing the great Tao pearl to him. Uncle, the essence of the Tao is something only those in the divine realm can truly engage with. I am merely at the bone refinement stage, light years away from igniting my divine fire. This pearl is of no use to me. You have made significant contributions to the family. It is only right that I lend it to you. Perhaps you could discuss with Father about constructing a secret realm akin to the sacred heavenly pool, centered around this great Tao pearl, allowing all those who have contributed greatly to the family to enter and cultivate within. As a revered patriarch, he was not a person of short-sightedness. The same reasoning applied when he gifted the divine transformation pill to Old Tuesday. The strength of the Chu family would solidify his position as the holy son of the sect. Looking at the great Tao pearl in his hand, Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback before he remarked, "It seems I have underestimated you, little Tian. Your vision and open-mindedness truly do not resemble those of an 8-year-old child. If only my arrogant son had a fraction of your wisdom, I would die content today." Chu Tian sighed heavily. The comparison to his unruly child only fueled his inner frustration, and he resolved to give him a sound beating upon returning home. "Uncle, actually, Cousin Chu Xiong Iasin T all that bad." Chu Tian chuckled, fully aware of whom he referred to. Little Tian, Annie is here. Quickly, let them release me." At that moment, Luo Yushan's shrill voice pierced the air as she glared at Lu Yun beside her. "Little Tian is out. Hurry and apologize to him. Have you forgotten what I told you?" Luo Yushan, restrained by 2 law-enforcing disciples, knelt on the ground, wailing like a slaughtered pig in an attempt to draw Chu Tian's attention. Despite the tears welling in Lu Yun's eyes, her pristine white dress remained untainted, her face a picture of grievance. Yet, at her mother Luo Yushan's urging, she stepped forward toward Chu Tian. It must be said that although she was still young, she possessed the foundation of unparalleled beauty. Her tear-streaked face evoked a deep sense of empathy in anyone who looked upon her. Hearing the commotion, Chu Tian instinctively glanced over, locking eyes with Lu Yun for a fleeting moment. His gaze turned cold and indifferent, and he quickly averted his eyes, striding alongside Chu Tianyun out of the estate. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered countless extraordinary beauties, top-tier stars, royal princesses, who, in his eyes, were no different from mere phantoms. Even if Lu Yun were to become a renowned goddess in the future, it would be challenging for him to stir any desire within himself. The knowledge of the unfolding events further soured his impression of her tearful demeanor, which instead elicited disdain. Seeing Chu Tian's frosty expression, Lu Yun's eyes reddened, and an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her. She halted in her tracks, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Uncle, it seems Luo Yushan and Lu Yun are unaware of the truth and have been kept in the dark by the Lu family. In this case, it would be wise to relax the control over Lu Yun and release some ambiguity to the outside world," Chu Tian stated flatly. This was not born of pity, but rather a strategic move. Such a significant action as sealing off the Lu family would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from the outside. It would be far more effective to use the uninformed Luo Yushan and Lu Yun as a smokescreen, creating chaos that would facilitate Chu Tianyun and Amp, Oppos, as covert control over the Lu family and Amp, Oppos, as operations. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun nodded in contemplation. "Indeed, our family is acting under the banner of righteousness to eliminate the Lu family. Luo Yushan and Lu Yun are indeed living symbols of innocence. We cannot pursue any consequences against them. Otherwise, we would be seen as oppressors of the innocent, betraying our own principles. Let us proceed as you suggest, little Tian." Chu Tianyun gestured, and the 2 law-enforcing disciples promptly released Luo Yushan. As she stood, Luo Yushan shot a fierce glare at Lu Yun before quickly catching up to Chu Tian. "Auntie," Chu Tian greeted politely as Luo Yushan approached. "Little Tian, this girl is being unreasonable. Do not hold it against her. Those relatives of the Lu family, acting under the Chu family name, have been engaged in despicable acts, and I have always opposed it." Luo Yushan glared at her daughter before continuing, "Auntie believes it is a blessing for Lu Yun to have a betrothal with you. However, she has stubbornly relied on that scoundrel Lu Zheng and Amp, Oppos, as support, mingling with that good-for-nothing Yi Fan, insisting on repaying the debt against all odds." "Auntie, I am not angry," Chu Tian replied, his expression calm. He had never regarded these trivial matters with any seriousness. "I heard you have ascended to the top of the bone refinement rankings and achieved first place on the Earth rankings. I have yet to congratulate you." Luo Yushan, praised before cautiously broaching her true intention. Little Tian, since you are not angry, could you please speak with your uncle? If there is nothing serious, would it be possible to release that scoundrel Lu Zheng? Though he has made mistakes, he is still Lu Yun and Appo's biological father and your future father-in-law. As she spoke, Luo Yushan cast a fearful glance at the side where Chu Tianyin stood. The ruthless slaughter that Chu Tianyin had just unleashed left her trembling with dread. Chapter 22. Why should she be despised? What wrong has she committed? To plead for him? Chu Tian turned a glance at his uncle, Chu Tianyun, and then smiled. All right, Annie, I will plead with uncle. Beside him, Chu Tianyun, Kuden, and Appo's helped but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. It was his son-in-law, Chu Tian, who had imprisoned Lu Zheng and enforced strict surveillance during the interrogation. Yet, here was Luo Yushan, beseeching Chu Tian for help. Auntie, on behalf of that scoundrel Lu Zheng, I thank you, Xiao Tian. Rest assured, when he is released, I will keep a close watch on him and ensure he behaves. Luo Yushan expressed her gratitude repeatedly before turning to reprimand Lu Yun beside her. You silly girl, how can you be so oblivious? Xiao Tian is not holding a grudge against you. Can and Appo's, you at least apologize and thank him? Chu Tian, thank you for your willingness to save my father. Lu Yun murmured, biting her lip, her voice barely a whisper, as if uttering those words had drained her of all courage. After all, no matter how willful she had been or how unreasonable her demands were, Chu Tian had always shown her understanding, forgiveness, and care. But in recent days, he seemed like a different person altogether. His gaze felt as though he were looking at a complete stranger, and he no longer offered her the precious cultivation resources he had once shared, nor did he even greet her. It felt as if she were merely an inconsequential passerby. Especially after the news broke that Chu Tian had ascended to the top of the Earth ranking, Lu Yun felt increasingly aggrieved, as though Chu Tian had begun to disdain her. But why should Chu Tian look down upon her? What had she done wrong? Was it not the Chu family that sought the Lu family for a marriage alliance, establishing a betrothal? Was it not Chu Tian who had willingly come to her aid? Or had she erred? Upon seeing Chu Tian arrive at the Lu residence, she had thought that if he merely spoke to her, she could forgive him and overlook the fact that his uncle had killed so many from her family. Yet, Chu Tian ignored her completely. What was so remarkable about ascending to the top of the bone-forging ranking, a mere stroke of luck? Who could say how long he would stay there? Why had he suddenly turned cold towards her? Just yesterday, he had been so harsh, even resorting to violence over a mere servant girl. Lu Yun was filled with grievances, still unwilling to acknowledge any wrongdoing on her part. Pouting and lowering her head, she refused to offer an apology. Seeing her like this, Luo Yushan was both furious and anxious, hastily defending. Xiao Tian, please don and Appo's, be angry. Lu Yun knows she has made a mistake. She and Appo's, as just a young girl with a sensitive pride. Please understand, although you are both young, you are already betrothed. You'll be family, so do not take it to heart. Family? At the mention of that word, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he recalled the repulsive events from the original storyline, stirring a surge of killing intent within him. He saw no reason to continue this pretense. It's not a trivial matter worthy of my concern. As for being family, let's not delude ourselves. I cannot afford such a burden. Luo Yushan's face paled instantly. The implications of his words were profound. Xiao Tian, please let me explain, she urged. However, Chu Tian paid no mind to the mother and daughter, striding forward. Just then, Lu Yun's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks like pearls as she suddenly dashed in front of Chu Tian, arms outstretched to block his path. Chu Tian, you must clarify this for me. Do you consider my matters to be trivial? Yi Fan saved my life, and I wish to repay him with everything I have. Is that wrong? Why do you treat me this way? She demanded. Chu Tian and Appo's gaze turned icy and indifferent. Your actions are of no concern to me. Step aside. I won't. You must clarify this today, Lu Yun shouted. A sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by the resounding slap of a palm. Lu Yun was sent flying. Chu Tian retracted his hand, exchanged a glance with Chu Tianyun, and departed from the Lu estate, returning to his chariot within the palace. The 9 fiery lions let out a snort and soared into the sky, heading towards the sect. He was never one to embody the role of a savior. Reborn into this world, he sought to witness its splendor, to ascend to the pinnacle, and behold the views from the summit. The cunning antics of this girl and her trivial thoughts were utterly transparent before him. Were it not for the deep entanglement between the Chu and Lu families due to the marriage alliance, he would not have bothered to glance at Lu Yun again. Chu Tian, you scoundrel, you and Amp. Oppose. VE hit me again. Lu Yun and Amp. Oppose. S face was once more swollen and bruised as she lay on the ground, weeping inconsolably. She simply could not comprehend why Chu Tian and Oppose. S attitude towards her had changed so drastically. It felt akin to having a loyal puppy that would bound to her with joy, only to suddenly ignore her and even bite her when she approached. You foolish girl, why are you so stubborn? Luo Yushan rushed over to help her daughter up, exasperated. You and Oppose. V. been led astray by your father and Oppose. As foolishness. What nonsense is this about repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude? This is all sheer folly. The kindness you have shown that worthless man is worth 100 of his lives. Look at what has come of it. Retribution has arrived. Yet, despite the scolding, she knew Lu Yun was still her daughter, and the Lu family and Oppose. S survival depended on Chu Tian. Luo Yushan lowered her voice to counsel. As a mother, I can see that Xiao Tian still cares for you deeply. If you just lower your pride, admit your fault, and promise not to associate with that worthless man or the Yi family anymore, Xiao Tian will forgive you. Mother, I only wish to repay a kindness. What is wrong with that? Lu Yun gritted her teeth, clinging to the last vestiges of her stubbornness. But suddenly, a hint of regret flickered within her. Had she gone too far in her quest for repayment, neglecting Chu Tian's feelings? Should she not seek an opportunity to apologize to him in person? Your desire for repayment has nothing to do with my Chu family, a menacing voice interrupted, belonging to Chu Tianyan. The mother and daughter turned to see him glaring at them, causing them to shudder involuntarily, their faces paling in fear. It has been determined that the Lu family has violated the clan rules, and this matter does not concern you. You may return to your residence in the estate and travel back and forth to the sect, but you are not permitted to roam freely in the estate or engage in casual conversations with anyone. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Chu Tianyun paid no further attention to the mother and daughter, as many matters within the Lu family required his attention. After all, it seemed that retaining Lu Yun's betrothal was merely a temporary measure. Without the backing of the Taoist master of destiny, Lu Yun's true talents would soon reveal themselves. At that point, the Chu family could easily annul the engagement without raising any doubts within the sect. A mere girl with an ordinary innate physique, tainted by her family's original sins, did not deserve to be the fiancée of the heir of the Chu family. Chapter 23. To Forgive or Not. It is God's affair. Congratulations, host. The daughter of fortune, Lu Yun, feels a hint of remorse towards you, rewarding you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. The fate of Lu Yun has suffered a severe blow, her fortune declining, rewarding you with 5,000 destiny points. Upon returning to the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, the system's gentle prompt resonated in Chu Tian's ears. Lu Yun regretted? Chu Tian's gaze remained calm, yet a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes, not overly concerned. What did her regret matter to him? The great hate demon lord sacrificed everything for Lu Yun, his reputation shattered, his family annihilated, only to be met with Lu Yun personally leading strong foes to hunt him down, culminating in the fatal strike that pierced the skull of a star slave. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. If there were to be any connection, then forgiving Lu Yun was a matter for the divine. His role was to send Lu Yun to meet God. However, he had many other matters to attend to. As long as Lu Yun did not provoke him, he had no leisure to stir trouble for her. The decline of the Lu family was merely a matter of time. Without the Lu family's protection, Lu Yun, a mere innate body, would see her fortune continuously dwindle. Within the Sacred Heaven Sect, she would be but a slightly outstanding genius, and their paths would diverge like parallel lines, never to intersect again. He currently lacked the energy to seek trouble with her. Why should he bicker with such a little girl? It was truly a trivial concern. Chu Tian snapped back to reality, suddenly chuckling to himself, casting aside this tedious thought. With a thought, the system panel opened before his eyes, allowing him to examine the myriad benefits acquired from the corpse of the Destiny Dao Sovereign. Host, Chu Tian Realm, 10th layer of bone forging, possesses 180,000 pounds of divine strength, capable of slaying true dragon cubs. The host is indeed the future soul son of destiny. Physique, Chaos Demon Body Cultivation Method, Chaos Creation True Canon. First layer, Destiny Dao Scripture. This scripture is unsuitable for the host. It is not recommended for cultivation. Can be sold to the system for 10,000 destiny points. Divine Ability, Eye of the Heavenly Dao Treasures. Heavenly Emperor Descent Talisman can grant 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power. Heavenly Mystic Divine Ring can be refined for 1,000 destiny points. It harbors a fragment of an ancient soul posing a certain threat. The host must exercise caution. Great Dao Pearl assists in cultivation, already refined. Destiny points, 51,500 points. To his surprise, the imperial scripture he had plundered could indeed be sold to the system. Without hesitation, he decided to sell it, causing the amount in the destiny points column to surge to 61,000 points. Young Master, Old Camel requests an audience. Just then, the voice of the star slave drifted from outside the carriage. Chu Tian opened a vertical pupil in his brow, instantly seeing Old Camel respectfully waiting at the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, seemingly waiting for his return. Even though his injuries had healed, Old Camel still maintained a humble demeanor, showing no signs of overstepping. Stepping out of the carriage, Chu Tian clasped his fists and greeted, "Old Camel, you are too courteous. Did something happen that required your presence here?" Old Camel grinned, revealing his weathered, wind-battered teeth, and replied, "Young Master is indeed astute. Some matters have arisen, but nothing of great concern. You have ascended to the top of the bone-forging rankings and claimed the first place on the Earth ranking, overpowering the two contemporary geniuses of the Tsihong sacred sect. They have come seeking you, but after waiting all day without your appearance, the genius Hui Mei, in a fit of anger, has set up a challenge platform, daring our disciples below the refining spirit realm to compete. The Lord wishes to avoid any ostentation and has instructed me to wait for you, assuring you that he and the Lord of the Tianxiong sect will handle the matter. So you need not make an appearance. Isn't this a blatant affront to our sect? Such audacity!" The star slave exclaimed in shock. It was well known that this was the stronghold of the Sacred Heaven Sect. What kind of reckless individual would dare to act in such a manner? If Hui Mei were to sweep through the whole sect, the reputation of the Sacred Heaven Sect, the foremost sect of the continent, would be utterly tarnished. Generally, top sects would not stoop to such undignified behavior, always leaving some leeway. Children will be children, Chu Tian chuckled, explaining to the star slave that this indeed reflected Hui Mei's erratic style, impetuous, audacious, and fond of showing off. Otherwise, in the original narrative, she would not have been repeatedly bested by the protagonist Yifan. However, now that Yifan had been forcefully suppressed by him and had even lost the heavenly mystic divine ring, he might not be Hui Mei and Appo's match anymore. Yet, being impulsive did not imply that Hui Mei lacked intelligence. Her strength was undeniably formidable, a top-tier genius across realms. Within the Sacred Heaven Sect, Chu Tian believed there were nearly no contenders in the bone-forging realm capable of facing Hui Mei. Yi Tianxiong and his father, Chu Tianwang, would likely face some headaches over this. Moreover, he had not anticipated encountering her so soon. He wondered if the Saintess Huolian had accompanied her. Old Camel, observing him, felt somewhat speechless, glancing at the young master and thinking, "You are but a child, and Hui Mei seems to be 2 years your senior." Old Camel, is this also the Lord and Appo's intent? Chu Tian inquired, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, young master," Old Camel replied. "The Lord of Tianxiong believes that given the circumstances, the Chu family should avoid confrontation with the Tsihong sacred sect to prevent damaging our relationship with them. He will handle this matter." Sounds as sweet as a song, but isn't it just an attempt to prevent the young master from claiming credit and let the Yi family bask in the spotlight? The star slave murmured in protest. Hui Mei must be out of her mind to challenge those below the refining spirit realm. Does she think this is akin to the bone-forging realm tests of the Hengtian Palace, where only physical strength is permitted? Chu Tian understood the star slave sentiments. After all, he had begun refining his spirit the previous night. Those who had started refining their spirits in the bone-forging realm could exponentially amplify their strength. It was common for some geniuses on the bone-forging rankings, after refining their spirits, to wield power exceeding 1,000,000 pounds. Therefore, even though he ranked first, it only signified invincibility and physical strength and did not imply dominance over those below the refining spirit realm, especially since Hui Mei and Appo's strength was merely 90,000 pounds. Yi Tianxiong likely seized this loophole, which is why he felt confident enough to allow Chu Tian, the first on the bone-forging rankings, to disregard the matter while he dealt with it himself. Star Slave, since both the Lord and my father have expressed this sentiment, I shall refrain from meddling in this matter. Moreover, this spotlight is not easily attained, Chu Tian remarked thoughtfully. He did not believe Hui Mei was unaware of these nuances. Even if she did not grasp it, those behind her certainly would. Yet, Hui Mei still set up the challenge platform, indicating that something was amiss. However, Chu Tian could not be bothered to dwell on it any longer. He clasped his fists towards Old Camel, saying, "Old Camel, since my involvement is unnecessary, I shall return to my cultivation now." "Young master, please," Old Camel replied respectfully. As night fell, once the effects of the supreme refining spirit pill and the 3 major halos concluded, Chu Tian immediately continued his mental honing through the marketplace. With the supreme refining spirit pill, he no longer needed to expend his own energy to refine his spirit, allowing him to focus entirely on tempering his physique and cultivating the chaos creation true canon. In truth, normally, even those in the refining spirit realm, and even stronger practitioners, could not cultivate continuously and required rest. However, with the enhancement of the 3 major halos, Chu Tian and Appo's energy remained perpetually abundant, requiring no rest or respite. For him, as long as the halos were active, he could cultivate for billions of years without feeling fatigued. Chu Tian first activated the chaos creation true canon, guiding the spiritual energy through 9 great circulations within his body, refining his physique and absorbing the medicinal liquid. In the later hours of the night, he began to explore the recently acquired eye of the heavenly Tao. Buzz. As the eye of the heavenly Tao opened at the center of Chu Tian's brow, he felt an instantaneous expansion of his consciousness, even catching a glimpse of Xing Nu, who sat outside the door, her eyes closed in meditation. He could even see through the veil that adorned her face, revealing her flawless and enchanting visage. However, Chu Tian did not linger on this revelation, quickly retracting his focus. Xing Nu, sensing something amiss, opened her star-like eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. It felt as though someone had been observing her, gently caressing her face with a delicate touch, reminiscent of the gentle hand of the young master. Surely, it must have been a mere illusion. After all, they were situated within the sacred Emperor Peak, a realm teeming with formidable beings, who would dare to pry into the abode of the young master of the Chu family. Unless they were courting death, Yi Hongwu, the esteemed elder, had plotted against the young master, and the consequences were dire. The lessons of the past were vivid. "Huh!" Xing Nu chided herself internally, a blush blooming on her cheeks. "Oh, Xing Nu, what are you thinking? The young master is still so young. Yet you entertain such improper thoughts, imagining him caressing your face. How shameless!" Resolutely, Xing Nu severed her fanciful musings and closed her eyes once more, returning to her meditative state. Chapter 24. The Sect in Turmoil. Little Tian, it is time for your appearance. Surprisingly, the star slave remains oblivious to my scrutiny. Chu Tian has been observing the reactions of the star slave, pondering deeply. The star slave, being assigned to accompany him, undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent. Now that they have reached adulthood, their strength surpasses merely the refinement of spirit stage. Their spirit has been honed over many years, culminating in the birth of a divine soul. Yet, despite this, the star slave can only faintly sense the probing presence, unable to discern its origin. The marvels of the eye of heaven surpass even Chu Tian and Appo's imagination. a testament to the pinnacle of innate Tao bodies and the supreme divine ability crafted by the Taoist of fate through a lifetime of understanding. With the eye of heaven and Oppos, S enhancement, although he has yet to enter the refinement of spirit realm, he can already separate his spirit from his body. His mental acuity is magnified tenfold, rendering him far superior to those who typically break through to the refinement of spirit stage. Presently, although he has not yet crossed into the refinement of spirit realm, his mental prowess already exceeds that stage, and his physical body has yet to reach the limits of the bone-tempering realm, leaving vast potential for advancement. At that moment, a spirit insect resembling a mosquito suddenly flew past the window. Chu Tian deftly produced a silver needle, as fine as a hair, and flicked it with his finger. Buzz! The spirit insect was instantly pinned against the tree trunk, the needle merely piercing its almost transparent wing without causing it harm. Buzz! Another silver needle shot forth, accurately nailing the insect and amp, Oppos' other wing to the trunk. With his enhanced mental strength, Chu Tian and amp, Oppos' control over his power has become increasingly precise, and his mastery over his physical form has grown ever more adept. No wonder the refinement of spirit realm is regarded as the next level beyond bone tempering, he mused. Now possessing a strength of 7 million gene, under the tenfold amplification of the eye of heaven, his capabilities rival those of the refinement of spirit realm, with his perceptive abilities far exceeding common limits. It is likely that the power he can unleash exceeds at least 5 million gene. After a night of cultivation, Chu Tian's extraordinary comprehension, combined with the aura of enlightenment, has allowed him to master the eye of heaven thoroughly. His mental power has also seen significant improvement. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone forth, leaving marks on the solid bluestone floor. His physical strength has increased by an additional 100,000 gene, reaching a total of 8 million. Should this rate of improvement become known, even the young offspring of ancient ferocious beasts would be overwhelmed with fear, unable to distinguish between beast and human. However, during this night, the medicinal liquid consumed has also multiplied, reaching 4 barrels, and he has awakened the star slave 3 times for replacements. Young master, after fetching your medicine last night, I happened to stop by Saint Emperor Peak to observe the arena. The master of Tianxiong is currently in quite a predicament, the star slave said while assisting Chu Tian with his attire, her voice tinged with excitement. Since the young master had bestowed upon her the holy vein fruit, their relationship has grown closer, and she now dares to share whispers with him. Oh, do tell, Chu Tian replied with a smile, raising his hand for the star slave to kneel and tie his sash. The talented disciples of the Yi family, who have yet to break through to the refinement of spirit realm, have taken turns challenging, but none could withstand a single strike from the wise Mei of the compassionate voyage sacred sect. Upon engagement, they were left crippled and bloodied, she explained, her voice laced with vindication. Even those from the Yi family, who have ranked among the bone-tempering elites for years, Yi Guan, Yi Hong, and Yi Qin, now at 12 years old, possessing strengths of 3 to 400,000 gene, and on the verge of entering the refinement of spirit realm, could unleash over 1 million gene of power, still could not withstand a single blow from Mei. When I arrived, the disciples were in an uproar, and the higher-ups wore dark expressions, remaining silent amidst the heavy atmosphere. It is said that in a moment of desperation, the master of Tianxiong administered divine medicine to Yi Chong, the very youth you rendered paralyzed, and employed secret methods to refine his spirit, allowing him to challenge Mei. Even the patriarch was anxious, urging some of our Chu family and Damp, Oppos' elites to prepare for the arena, promising rewards of divine medicine to anyone who could defeat Hui Lian. Oh, and I heard that the eldest son of Elder 3, Chu Xiong, was also preparing to enter the fray. However, I had to hurry back to replace your medicine, so I do not know what transpired afterward. Chu Tian smiled faintly. This was precisely as he had anticipated. In the original storyline, this Hui Mei is renowned across the myriad realms as a prodigy within the Sacred Heaven Sect. Those who could rival Hui Mei either languished in the depths of the prison or had surpassed the bone-tempering realm and could not enter the arena. It is absurd for Yi Tianxiong to think that other disciples within the same realm could defeat Hui Mei, vastly underestimating her prowess. Chu Tian could envision the agitation and heaviness among the sect and oppos, as higher-ups, if a mere 10-year-old child were to sweep through the sacred Heaven Sect and oppos, S generation, leaving none capable of enduring a single strike. The sect would lose all face on the Hung Tian continent. At that moment, Chu Tian Wang entered the room, his expression grave and weary. "Little Tian, come with me to the arena. If the situation proves untenable, it will fall upon you to take the stage." Were it not for dire necessity, Chu Tian Wang would have preferred to allow the Yi family to take the spotlight, alleviating the current predicament. Yet, as the deputy sect leader, he must consider the sect's reputation during such times. "Understood, Father," Chu Tian replied with a smile. Before long, Chu Tian accompanied Chu Tian Wang to another major peak of the Sacred Heaven Sect, Saint Emperor Peak, where the current sect leader, Yi Tianxiong, resided. As they flew to the mountainside, Chu Tian heard a somewhat youthful yet arrogantly resounding voice echoing, "I have long heard of the Sacred Heaven Sect and oppos, S renowned might, which surpasses that of my compassionate voyage sacred sect, heralded as the foremost sect of the Hung Tian continent. Yet, upon witnessing it today, I am truly disappointed. A sect of such magnitude has not a single disciple capable of withstanding even one of my attacks." On the arena, a small, fair-skinned boy with a bald head exuded an air of arrogance, his arms crossed over his chest, clad in a coarse white garment. He surveyed all present with disdainful eyes. This small boy, with delicate features, rosy lips, and white teeth, stood about 1.6 meters tall. Though he lacked hair, he possessed an otherworldly beauty that could evoke feelings of inadequacy in many women who beheld him. Below the arena, numerous disciples of the sect bore expressions of extreme humiliation and indignation, resentful that they were not of the bone-tempering realm, allowing a mere child from an external sect to look down upon them so brazenly. Where is the young Saint Chu Tian? Why has he not yet taken the stage? He is our Sacred Heaven Sect's strongest bone-tempering disciple, holding the top position on the bone-tempering rankings. What are the higher-ups doing? Especially the 2 founding families and the 3 top-tier families? Are they simply idle? Allowing a small child to brazenly belittle our sect on our own peak is utterly infuriating. Such humiliation, if one lacks skill, they must endure the beating. The so-called Yi Chong, who is said to have ascended to the 3rd stage of bone tempering, has taken divine medicine to recover from his injuries, and with the sect leader employing secret methods to refine his spirit, he can unleash up to 1.3 million gene of strength. This is already a form of cheating. Yet, even so, he was still swiftly defeated by this little boy. Should word of this spread, our Sacred Heaven Sect will become a laughingstock. The disciples murmured amongst themselves, their frustration echoing across the square. Seated atop the observation platform, the higher-ups of the sect wore increasingly grim expressions, as if the very air around them could turn to ice. "Where's the sect leader?" One elder spoke in a low voice, glancing towards the seat reserved for Yi Tianxiong, now conspicuously empty. "Where's the deputy sect leader? Have they gone to summon the young saint?" An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow. "This concerns the reputation of our Sacred Heaven Sect. This is not the time for internal strife. If all else fails, it would be best to request assistance from the esteemed little saint. This audacious, bald-headed individual has shown blatant disdain for our sacred heavenly sect." The countenance of the elder is ashen with fury. Chapter 25. The Lord and oppos, as command. I cannot strike. As the senior members and elders of the sect engaged in fervent discussion, King Chu led his son, Chu Tian, to the high platform. He gestured towards the bald-headed youth on the arena and spoke in a grave tone. "This bald-headed boy has demonstrated a strength of only 900,000 pounds on the bone-tempering rankings. Thus, both your father and your uncle Tianxiong have been somewhat negligent. He should now possess at least 110,000 pounds of strength, surpassing many of the ancient fierce beast's offspring. Furthermore, his mental acuity is profound and refined, his gaze penetrating, achieving a level of insight that allows him to perceive the slightest changes in his surroundings, akin to sensing the autumn wind and detecting falling leaves. He stands merely a half step away from the divine refinement realm, capable of unleashing a force exceeding 2 million pounds. Chu Tian, do you have the confidence to defeat this bald-headed boy? King Chu and Appo's voice was low and filled with indignation, yet he refrained from immediately sending his son into battle. Recognizing that Chu Tian was 2 years younger than Hui Mei, cultivating one and Appo's spirit demands time and effort, and should his son decline, he would not force him. King Chu, a figure of high authority, rarely resorted to harsh words. His reference to Hualien as an Appo's bald-headed boy and Appo's illustrated the latter and Appo's audacious and unruly demeanor, which even stirred the temper of an emperor like himself. No one had ever dared to exhibit such arrogance and disdain within the Sacred Heaven Sect. Yet, the target of this bravado was merely a 10-year-old child, rendering others hesitant to intervene. Had it been someone slightly older, even from the compassionate voyage sacred sect, they would have long been reduced to naught. At this moment, the esteemed members of various sects turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Chu Tian, mingled with awe and anticipation. Having been personally guided by King Chu, who had kept him secluded from the world, Chu Tian was declared a young holy son upon his arrival. However, even they seldom had the chance to behold him. Chu Tian did not appear particularly robust. Rather, he possessed an air of cultured elegance, reminiscent of a refined young gentleman. Were it not for the flawless records of the Hung Tian rankings, they would hardly associate this seemingly gentle lad with the one who had single-handedly annihilated 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds and dispatched 30 ancient fierce beast cubs, including a mythical dragon cub in the same span of time. Young holy son, the reputation of our sect is at stake. This bald-headed boy is simply too arrogant. Do you possess the assurance to confront him? One senior member could not help but inquire. If there are any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them to the sect. We do not even demand that you defeat him. Merely enduring 3 of his strikes would suffice to maintain our sect's dignity. The elder with white hair spoke solemnly. The other senior members nodded in agreement. At this juncture, they did not wish for extravagant victories. After all, Hui Mei from the compassionate voyage sacred sect indeed exhibited extraordinary prowess, having defeated numerous renowned geniuses of the Hung Tian bone tempering rankings, all of whom were several years his senior and had undergone rigorous mental cultivation, yet were unable to withstand even a single strike, succumbing to broken bones and profuse bleeding, ultimately rendered incapacitated. Such talents emerged only once in millennia on Hung Tian continent. If Chu Tian could endure 3 blows and preserve the honor of the Sacred Heaven Sect, they would be satisfied. Chu Tian glanced at Hualien on the arena. Though still in his youth, having yet to make his debut in the original narrative, he appeared just as he remembered, exceptionally charming, prideful, and unruly, inciting an instinctual desire to deliver a resounding slap to his bald head. No wonder the protagonist Yi Fan would later suppress him, sealing his powers and sending him to a brothel to auction off his first night, fetching an astronomical price. Beyond his captivating appearance, which could rival the most exquisite beauties, there was an underlying urge to deflate his arrogance. Yet, amidst the eager gazes of the sect's higher-ups, Chu Tian shook his head and smiled, saying, "Esteemed uncles, grandfathers, I must respectfully decline. The Lord has decreed that he shall handle this matter personally, and thus there is no need for me to take the stage. The Lord's word is absolute, and I cannot contravene it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the senior members visibly darkened. King Chu's lips twitched slightly. After all, his own inclination to refrain from having Chu Tian intervene was shared, not solely based on Yi Tianxiong and Appo's perspective. However, the senior members were unaware of this. Yet, Chu Tian's words placed the blame solely on Yi Tianxiong, suggesting that it was he who forbade him from participating. At such a moment, is there still a need for infighting and schemes? Have we no shame left? The elder with white hair exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation, his beard bristling with fury. He was a senior elder of the Duanmu family, with a venerable lineage belonging to the same generation as King Chu, who would respectfully bow in his presence. How tiresome, truly tiresome. Is there no one willing to step up and challenge? On the arena, Hualien, noticing the prolonged silence, began to taunt. The Sacred Heaven Sect boasts nearly 1 million disciples, 2 founding families, and 3 top-tier families renowned across the continent. Yet where are they? Have they all perished? Is there truly no one capable of standing against me, apart from Chu Tian? Have they all been paralyzed by fear? Since this is the case, do not waste my time. Bring forth that brat, Chu Tian. I shall dispatch him in mere moments. How dare he seize the top position on the rankings and trample me beneath his feet? He declared, eager to test the true capabilities of this young boy against his own formidable prowess. Such a wretched spawn, such insolence. Elder Duanmu trembled with rage, his face flushed. Searching for the figure of Lord Yi Tianxiang. I can no longer endure this. He has directly insulted our families. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt cannot. One senior member bellowed, looking towards King Chu, Vice Lord, let the young holy son take action. Some even addressed Chu Tian directly, urging, young holy son, you must step forward and vanquish this bald-headed boy. Should the Lord pursue repercussions, we shall shield you. This is a battle for the honor of our Sacred Heaven Sect. It is a monumental achievement, and the Lord would not dare to hold you accountable. An elder of considerable seniority even resorted to cursing aloud. When I fought for the sect across the realm, Yi Tianxiang was still nursing at his mother and Amp, Oppo's, breast. Let him dare pursue accountability now. He should not assume that his ascension to lordship in the Emperor realm intimidates me. King Chu, speak up. Do you not agree to allow the young holy son to take the stage? One elder shot an icy glare at King Chu. Though they did not hold the highest positions, their contributions, seniority, and influence allowed them to wield considerable power within the sect. By this age, they had 1 foot in the grave and cared little for notions of hierarchy. Their devotion to the sect's honor and interests took precedence. Elder Yi Hongwu's forced suicide for leaking sect secrets and betraying promising younger generations was met with approval among them. They deemed his demise just. King Chu could only offer a bitter smile, feeling cornered. He turned to Chu Tian and said, Xiao Tian you. Before he could finish, Chu Tian shook his head and replied coolly, the Lord has issued his command. As a disciple of the sect, it is my duty to obey the Lord and Oppo's will. I cannot take action. King Chu, at a loss, held his forehead in exasperation. He should have realized that his son's presence was not merely a matter of obedience. Rather, this child held a grudge and likely intended to compel Yi Tianxiang to bow to him. Had he been compliant, he would not have ventured to the Heng Tian Hall for testing, and none of these events would have transpired. At that moment, a bloodied youth, clad in tattered garments, ascended the arena. With resolute determination in his gaze, he fixed his eyes on Hui Mei, his voice low and hoarse. Yi Fan of the Yi family, I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 26. Was this person really significant? Upon the utterance of these words, the disciples of various sects beneath the arena were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't and Oppo's, Yi Fan imprisoned in the depths of a sin prison? How had he managed to escape and ascend the stage to issue a challenge? The incident atop the sacred Emperor Peak, wherein a senior elder was compelled to take his own life, and a scandal involving the young saint and a seemingly worthless member of the Yi family had already spread throughout the sections. What could possibly explain Yi Fan's appearance? Not only had he emerged from his confinement, but he also dared to challenge Hui Mei, seemingly indifferent to the embarrassment he was bringing upon the Sacred Heaven Sect. The disciples below murmured among themselves, struggling to comprehend why such a failure was allowed to resurface. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox, harboring ulterior motives in an attempt to clear Yi Fan and Oppo's name. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Tian and Oppo's eyes as a figure suddenly appeared beside the sect leader, revealing itself to be Yi Tianxiang. Honored elders, I apologize for the delay. Yi Tianxiang intoned, his countenance stern. Yi Fan is the son of my third brother, Yi Tianying. Though he is heired by consuming numerous sect treasures, he is still but a child, his crimes not warranting death. Moreover, Elder Hongwu has already paid the ultimate price for this incident. I implore you to consider the contributions Tianying made to our sect while he was alive and grant Yi Fan an opportunity to redeem himself. Yi Tianxiang turned his gaze to Chu Tian, speaking with gravity. Second brother, what say you? Chu Tian nodded, eager to ease the tensions between their families, and thus agreed. As long as he can contribute to the sect, let his merits offset his demerits. The high-ranking members of the sect fell silent. After all, Yi Tianxiong had spoken, and they found it difficult to counter. "Leader, do you believe this youth can withstand 3 of Huimei's strikes?" inquired the elder from the Duanmu family. "For the honor of our sect, Yi Fan will certainly give his all," Yi Tianxiong replied, glancing at Yi Fan on the arena, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You may not yet be aware, but Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone has shown signs of revival, and his strength has reached 700,000 pounds. While he may not match Huimei in power, it is not impossible for him to endure a few strikes." His statement sent shockwaves through the ranks of the elders. If Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone was indeed reviving, it would mean the Yi family would soon possess a prodigy capable of standing alongside Chu Tian. Yet, the corruption of Yi Fan's sacred bone had left even emperor-level figures helpless. Could this truly be the case? The elders nodded in agreement. Since the sect leader had personally interceded, they would permit Yi Fan to take a chance. If he could endure 3 strikes, he could redeem himself and become a talent for the sect. Though Chu Tian maintained a stoic expression, his eyes flickered with cold light. Indeed, the child of destiny was making an appearance, and Yi Tianxiong had abandoned all pretense in his endeavor to protect Yi Fan. The revival of the primordial sacred bone was unexpected. It appeared he had acted too slowly in seizing the Tianxian divine ring, as Yi Fan had already begun to harness its power to revive his sacred bone. Did he dare to rise? A glint of icy determination sparked in Chu Tian and Appo's eyes as he glanced at the divine ring upon his own ring finger, mentally querying the system. Can you restore the Tianxian divine ring and reclaim the power it has imparted upon Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone? The system, ever dutiful, replied in a gentle tone, "Indeed, host. For 500 destiny points, I can revive the divine ring and reclaim its power. For 1,000 destiny points, I can directly refine the ring, though this will awaken the lingering souls within. 500 destiny points to reclaim the power of the ring," Chu Tian commanded decisively. The system did not disappoint. It was always a reliable ally. "Understood, host." Suddenly, a dark radiance enveloped the divine ring on Chu Tian and Appo's finger. On the arena, Yi Fan stood poised to confront Huimei, a faint purple luminescence shimmering at his brow. Yet, without warning, he felt an inexplicable force surge forth, causing the purple light to dissipate. No, Yi Fan's resolute gaze narrowed in horror as he instinctively exclaimed, "Don't!" As the impending battle loomed, he realized he could no longer wield the power of the primordial sacred bone. His mental fortitude was not yet solidified. Without the support of the sacred bone, he was merely an ordinary warrior with 700,000 pounds of strength. The disparity was vast, and without the enhancement of his sacred bone, he faced the grim possibility of being vanquished. Yi Fan, born with the primordial sacred bone, yet defiled and rendered impotent at that moment, Huimei smiled wickedly, her hand brushing her gleaming head, seemingly aware of Yi Fan and Appo's entire predicament. "How intriguing. You dare challenge me. Have you truly restored the power of your sacred bone? Allow me to test your strength." Wait, Yi Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, his complexion paling, yet he could not voice his thoughts. With a fierce cry, Huimei launched herself forward like an arrow, her body propelling with explosive force, creating a thunderous sound akin to a primordial beast charging forth, shaking the very arena beneath her might. Having learned of Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone, she held nothing back in her strike, unleashing a powerful spiritual force that rippled through the air like a whirlpool, maximizing her physical prowess. Yi Fan's eyes widened in terror, blood surging through him as he instinctively retreated. Without the strength of the sacred bone, he recognized his own limitations and the very real threat of being obliterated by this formidable adversary. "Fool, why are you running? Are you here merely to disgrace our sect?" shouted some disciples from below the arena, who had been holding back their frustrations. Something felt amiss. Yi Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, and rose abruptly. Yi Fan had claimed that, with the power of the primordial sacred bone, He might not defeat Hui Mei, but he could certainly endure 3 strikes. Cold light flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he muttered to himself, to aspire to rise. How naive. Fool! Did you come to the stage merely to flee? Hui Mei's face twisted in anger, having expected a rival worthy of battle. Stay right there. With a fierce shout, Hui Mei dashed forward, bending low like a bow before unleashing a swift strike, her gleaming head colliding brutally with Yi Fan's chest. Puffed. Yi Fan coughed violently, blood spraying forth as his eyes bulged. Yet he did not fall back, for Hui Mei's head had embedded itself within his chest, creating a gaping cavity. Visibly, a large bulge protruded from Yi Fan's back, precisely mirroring the size of Hui Mei's head. The sound of shattering bones echoed violently, blood gushing forth as it stained his entire figure, turning the arena's stone floor a vivid crimson. Dark, viscous blood erupted from Yi Fan's mouth in torrents. Chapter 27. This was an unexpected turn of events that caught me off guard. You worthless fool! How dare you challenge me on stage? Yet at that moment, Hui Mei appeared increasingly furious, her otherworldly visage twisted with rage. Rising to her feet, she delivered a fierce punch that struck Yi Fan squarely in the face, causing blood to erupt and splatter across Hui Mei and Appo's grotesque cheek. It seems your Sacred Heaven Sect is truly out of options, allowing such a waste to ascend the stage. One is worse than the other, not even matching the mediocre talents of the Yi family's so-called elites. With a thunderous roar, Hui Mei kicked out, sending Yi Fan flying hundreds of meters, his blood painting the air crimson as he fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Yi Fan lay there, his face smeared with blood, his original features entirely obscured. His bones were likely shattered beyond count, gasping for breath in a state of utter despair. Yet the surrounding disciples of the sect looked upon him with nothing but revulsion and disdain, seemingly eager to rush forward and trample him in their fury. Having consumed vast amounts of the sect's divine medicines and treasures, he had the audacity to mount the stage, believing he would prove useful, only to find himself utterly defeated without even managing to withstand a single blow. What does it mean to be defeated in one blow? He had not even faced the opponent directly, but had fled like a coward. Even a pig, having consumed such divine treasures, could muster great strength. The sect's reputation had indeed been tarnished beyond repair. It was incomprehensible why the sect would expend so many resources to nurture such a useless individual. Were it not for his lineage as a member of the founding family, he would not even qualify to be an entry-level disciple, let alone remain on the main peak. A cacophony of insults reverberated throughout the arena. On ordinary days, everyone was preoccupied with their cultivation. Even upon learning of Yi Fan's wastefulness, they would merely express mild dissatisfaction, mumbling under their breath, and would not dwell on it further, especially considering that a venerable elder had already sacrificed his life. However, now that Hui Mei had taken matters into her own hands, it directly affected the sect's reputation. In such a critical moment, Yi Fan emerged only to be toyed with and brutally beaten, igniting the fury of all present. As a scion of a prominent family, his antics were usually overlooked. After all, everyone had grown accustomed to them. But at this moment, why did he feel the need to act out, as if to exacerbate the collective humiliation? Did he not realize the sect and Appo's disgrace was already unbearable? No one felt pity for Yi Fan. In fact, some disciples openly called for his execution, demanding his corpse be displayed as a warning. At that moment, the higher-ups of the sect on the platform wore expressions that could not be described as merely grim. They felt utterly mocked. Were it not for the fact that Hui Mei belonged to a founding family, they might have already lashed out. The atmosphere could be likened to a dark storm brewing, a foreboding sign of an impending tempest. This was unexpected. I did not foresee this, Yi Tianxiong muttered, his temple throbbing in response to the mounting pressure. He spoke the truth, yet the crowd clearly held no belief in his words. Sectmaster, we understand your affection for your nephew, but in such a serious situation concerning the sect's dignity, it was unnecessary for him to take the stage, one elder remarked, deliberately avoiding the harsh phrase shameful, instead opting for perform. Enough. Internal strife at this juncture only serves to provide amusement for outsiders, Elder Duanmu remarked with a grim expression. Sect Master, it has come to my attention that you ordered the young sage not to intervene, asserting you would handle the matter. Yet now, with the Yi family and Oppos, as prodigy defeated, and some individuals humiliated beyond measure, should we not reconsider your command and allow the young sage to take action? Otherwise, today's events will be challenging to contain. The sect's ancestral teachings prioritized its interests above all else. At such a moment, internal discord must cease. Sectmaster, please retract your command. If news of today's events spreads, the Sacred Heaven Sect will struggle to maintain its dignity. Many high-ranking members echoed this sentiment, while King Chu lowered his head in silence, fearing to speak. After all, he too bore some responsibility for the situation and Oppo's escalation. Little did they anticipate that the scenario would unfold in this manner. To voice an opinion now would only invite scorn, a fate he was unwilling to endure. Moreover, Yi Tianxiong and Oppo's mismanagement had led to this turmoil. Had he not forced Yi Fan into the spotlight, the criticisms would not have been so pointed. I.e., Tianxiong's face contorted with rage, veins bulging at his neck, as he faced the barrage of accusations, feeling utterly powerless to defend himself. It suddenly dawned on him that something must have transpired during his brief absence. Why, however, did the ire of the crowd solely focus on him, leaving King Chu unscathed? After all, he had deliberately included King Chu to avoid unforeseen complications. Yet Yi Tianxiong understood that in such a setting, any attempt at justification would be futile and only serve to further inflame the crowd and damp Oppo's anger. Very well, Yi Tianxiong hissed through clenched teeth, bloodshot eyes betraying his despair. I implore the young sage Chu Tian to take the stage. He understood that regardless of the sect and Oppo's reputation, his own dignity had already been irrevocably damaged today, and his authority would inevitably be undermined, impacting everyone in Oppo's perception of a Yi family. A family willing to sacrifice the sect and Oppo's interest for the sake of internal strife would find no favor anywhere. Young sage, numerous elders and high-ranking officials turned their gazes toward Chu Tian, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Chu Tian, do you have confidence? Elder Duanmu inquired, weighing his words carefully. You should be able to withstand 3 blows, correct? After all, he was the young sage, the direct heir of the founding family, with both parents being esteemed emperors. No one would dare compel him if he wished to abstain. Under the weight of their expectant gazes, Chu Tian slowly rose, clasping his fists in respect to the elders before calmly stating, defeating him is as simple as reaching into a pocket. Since the sect master has spoken, it is acceptable for the younger generation to take the stage, as it is for the sake of the sect and Oppo's reputation. Personal honor is of little consequence. However, esteemed uncles and grandfathers, I have one condition. If you agree, I shall resolve the matter with Hui Mei within 3 moves. The high-ranking members were taken aback, instinctively thinking this young man too arrogant. While the bald-headed youth was indeed insufferably arrogant and loathsome, his strength was undeniably formidable. Yet, Chu Tian and Oppo's demeanor and tone instilled an inexplicable confidence in them, as if his mere intervention would sweep Hui Mei aside effortlessly. What condition do you propose? Elder Duanmu inquired. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he turned to Yi Tianxiong and declared, from this day forth, for any reason, Yi Fan shall not be released from his punishment. I have stated before that he must pay for his actions. All the divine medicines and treasures he has consumed must be refined, even to the point of being transformed into elixirs. Chapter 28. This is the first and last time. How outrageous! At such a tender age, you possess such malevolence and relentless pursuit. Do you intend to ruin the pride of the Yi family? Yi Tianxiong suddenly bellowed, fixing his gaze upon Chu Tian, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. As a renowned emperor among the Hung Tian rankings and the master of the Holy Heaven Sect, the formidable presence accumulated by Yi Tianxiong was truly terrifying. With a mere glare, the essence of his long-standing authority could render an average adult's legs weak, causing them to instinctively avert their eyes. Yet Chu Tian, having lived 2 lives and serving as a revered patriarch, displayed an indomitable will that equaled Yi Tianxiong's. A hint of disdain graced his lips as he met Yi Tianxiong's gaze and declared, "Master, as the holy son of the sect, I am upholding the rules of our order. The strong are revered, and only the exceptional may claim all resources. Your nephew Yi Fan possesses neither talent nor strength, and contributes nothing to the sect. His clandestine consumption of numerous precious herbs is a waste of our vast resources, a crime deserving of death. Were it not for Yi Hongwu taking the blame and the Yi family offering some of their divine herbs, he would have perished long ago. Moreover, this waste dares to approach my fiancée, Yi Lu Yun, under the pretense of saving her, sowing discord between us. For this alone, I could take his life 1,000 times over. He is a mere waste, yet he dares to tread upon my dignity. I am simply honoring my own convictions, standing resolutely against Yi Tianxiong and Appo's intimidating presence. Chu Tian and Appo's gaze remained cold and indifferent, unafraid. He stepped forward, positioning himself a short distance before his father, Chu Tian Wang, and coldly asserted, "Master, there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Yi Fan must die. I hope this will be the first and last time. Uncle's grandfather, let it be known that should the Yi family release Yi Fan from his confinement in the future under any pretext, I shall, in accordance with the sect and Appo's rules, strike him down on the spot." A terrifying aura surged from Chu Tian and Appo's icy eyes, his youthful visage marred by an intensity that belied his years. At that moment, the senior members of the sect and the elders were shaken to their cores, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that a child of such tender years would possess the audacity to confront Yi Tianxiong so boldly. Not to mention, Chu Tian was merely 8 years old. Even those disciples in their 20s, nearing the ignition of their divine flames, trembled in fear before Yi Tianxiong, scarcely daring to lift their heads. What resilience and unyielding spirit he possessed! Many cultivators sought such fortitude, willingly venturing forth to hone their wills amidst trials. Yet, at such a young age, Chu Tian seemed to embody it innately. Chu Tian Wang and Appo's heart trembled violently as he observed his son, as if he were seeing Chu Tian for the first time. Had his son been suppressing himself all these years, accommodating his father? Given Chu Tian's prodigious talent, he should have long since garnered fame across the continent, shrouded in admiration. Instead, he had remained secluded atop the Holy Emperor Peak, venturing out only to seek Lu Yun. Yet, even in that, he had been ensnared by others. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the second phase of the villain's low profile no longer. Defeat the fortunate son of the Zihong sacred sect, Hui Mei, and earn 10,000 destiny points and a seedling of the innate spiritual herb, enlightenment tea. The gentle voice of the system echoed in Chu Tian's ears. Without awaiting Yi Tianxiong's response, Chu Tian stepped forcefully, launching himself from the high platform to land upon the arena. "I am Chu Tian, the holy son of the Holy Heaven Sect." A frigid smile graced his lips as he beckoned Hui Mei with a finger. "Let us not squander time with idle chatter. I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Boom! As those words fell, the arena fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a deafening cheer. The pent-up emotions of the disciples erupted as they had witnessed the renowned talents of their sect being thoroughly humiliated by Hui Mei, to the point where Yi Fan had fled in terror. They had seen enough. This was the territory of the continent's foremost sect, the Holy Heaven Sect. Why should a mere outsider wield such arrogance? Even if you outshine me on the bone-forging rankings and have stolen the first place from my cousin Hui Lian, you have finally mustered the courage to accept my challenge." Hui Mei raised a hand, ruffling her own hair, her alluring visage twisted into a somewhat sinister grin. "You are indeed audacious. However, I wonder about your actual strength." With that, Hui Mei vanished from sight with a swift motion, her form splitting into countless afterimages, each one attacking Chu Tian from every angle on the arena. While she spoke with bravado, she did not underestimate Chu Tian, unleashing her martial techniques without hesitation. The illusory dragon technique, a premier movement art of the Zihong sacred sect, was inspired by the trajectory of the ancient divine dragon soaring through the skies. ranking among the top 10 movement arts across realms. It was notoriously difficult to cultivate, and no one had succeeded in mastering it within the sect for many years. A gasp of shock escaped the lips of Elder Duanmu, and the other high-ranking members of the sect displayed similar astonishment. This was merely the bone-forging realm. Yet this young, bald-headed man had already grasped the top-tier technique, showing early signs of success. His talent was indeed astonishing. No wonder that Sihong Sacred Sect, fully aware that their holy son possessed immense power, still permitted his actions. With his mental prowess, he can unleash strength surpassing 200,000 pounds. Combined with this top-tier technique, he is virtually invincible in the bone-forging realm. It would not be unjust if the young holy son were to fall to him, considering he is 2 years his junior and has yet to fully cultivate the sect and Oppo's techniques. Let's hope the young holy son can withstand 3 moves. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxiong and Oppo's expression grew increasingly grim, his gaze not fixed on the battle before him, but rather upon Chu Tian Wang, his voice low and serious. Second brother, is the Chu family still under your control? How can you allow young Tian to act so recklessly? Did we not agree to unite in revitalizing the sect and avoid internal strife? Yi Fan possesses the primordial holy bone. Though tainted, he still holds immense potential. I cannot abandon him, Yi Tianxiong insisted. It is not that I do not care for him as an uncle, but young Tian and Oppo's nature is so brutal and vengeful, and his narrow-mindedness is already affecting the relationship between our families. Shuden and Oppo's, Tu, as his father, intervened. Yi Tianxiong and Oppo's voice grew colder. Yi Tian, he once contributed to the sect. Within the Yi family, I cannot. Elder brother, you should know when to stop, Chu Tian Wang's deep voice interrupted. Yi Tianxiong was taken aback, and he saw Chu Tian Wang raise his head, locking eyes with him, speaking each word deliberately. Elder brother, you must understand that Chu Tian is my only son. Over these years, due to matters within the sect, I have wronged him too much. We both know what is right and what is wrong. This time, young Tian has done nothing wrong. As his father, I will no longer bind him under the pretense of sect unity. I can no longer betray my son. Chapter 29. Did I cry? It truly feels like encountering a ghost. Second brother, what do you mean by this? Are you going to indulge Xiao Tian in such reckless behavior, jeopardizing the unity of our sect? Yi Tianxiong and Oppo's eyes brimmed with fury, his voice trembling with rage. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped the atmosphere, causing both Yi Tianxiong and King Chu to shudder and turn their gazes toward the arena. There, amidst the throngs of bald-headed Hui Mei, a vertical eye opened in the center of Chu Tian and Oppo's brow, radiating a purple light that surged forth. In an instant, the majority of the afterimages dissipated like snow under the sun. The Eye of Heaven. Yi Tianxiong's pupils constricted sharply. My heavens! The Eye of Heaven! Elder Duanmu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The essence of the Tao flowed through the air, the purple light suffused, and the resonance of rules echoed, resembling the very form and characteristics of the Eye of Heaven created by the Tao Sovereign. The Eye of Heaven, why? How could you possess it? Hui Mei and Oppo's voice was filled with dread as she, stripped to the cover of her numerous afterimages, found herself alone behind Chu Tian. Boom! Without the shield of the afterimages, Chu Tian appeared before her in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that struck Hui Mei's chest. Uffed! Hui Mei spat blood. Her ribcage shattered as she was sent flying into the air. At that moment, Chu Tian descended from above, his foot crashing down, sending Hui Mei hurtling towards the arena floor with a force akin to a meteorite falling, causing the ground to tremble and crack under the impact. On the opposite side of the platform, an elderly man in white, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly rose, his voice booming. How dare you harm my young master? A chilling malevolence radiated from him, darkening the skies above. Yet at that moment, King Chu appeared before the white-clad elder, his expression indifferent as he placed a hand on the elder and Oppo's shoulder and gently pressed him back into his seat. Elder Chu, do not be anxious. This is merely a battle among the younger generation. The victor has yet to be determined, King Chu stated calmly, turning to look at Chu Tian, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Eye of Heaven. How could such a phenomenon manifest in Chu Tian? What unforeseen circumstances had transpired? The Holy Compassion Sect would surely be shaken by this. I am invincible under heaven. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Hui Mei's furious voice echoed from the pit. Boom! Her body shot forth like a sharpened sword, her gleaming head resembling an arrow as she charged directly at Tian Hong, an overwhelming spiritual force swirling around her, condensing her strength into a single point, unleashing an explosive power exceeding 260,000 pounds, doubled in magnitude. Such colossal strength could crush mountains, let alone a mere human. You wish to clash head-on? Very well. Chu Tian's eye of heaven closed as he released a dense spiritual energy, activating the true scripture of chaotic creation. With a low growl, he swung his palm down with tremendous force. Boom! The air surged and the winds reversed. This strike seemed to shake the very void. Resonating with a great hum, his vitality soared, akin to a blazing sun radiating brilliance. In that moment, he possessed a staggering 180,000 pounds of strength. With the augmentation of his robust spirit, the force of that palm strike surpassed 400,000 pounds. His thunderous roar resonated like a clap of thunder, causing those near the arena to wince in pain. The palm struck Hui Mei's shiny head, leaving 5 deep, dark red handprints imprinted visibly upon her bald crown. With a wretched cry, Hui Mei and Appo's grotesque face contorted in agony as she was hurled back into the pit with even greater speed. Boom! The arena trembled violently. Akin to a celestial meteor crashing down upon the sacred Emperor Peak, fissures spreading across the platform. Dust billowed skyward, and fragments of stone flew everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. This. Surrounding the arena, many disciples of various sects stared wide-eyed, unable to utter a single word. Gazing at Chu Tian's tall frame and youthful visage, they could scarcely fathom that the vigorous and overwhelming vitality they had just witnessed emanated from such a child. It was truly unfathomable that such explosive power capable of shattering mountains resided within the body of a mere child. On the high platform, numerous high-ranking members of various sects were left astounded, their minds consumed by a singular thought. This boy is no braggart. He possesses true strength. This is the prodigious talent of our sacred heaven sect. Ha ha! Suddenly, Elder Duanmu burst into laughter, a wild, unrestrained mirth that released all the pin-up frustration of the moment. What the prodigy from the Holy Compassion Sect, claiming to defeat you in 3 moves. I shall indeed defeat you in 3 moves. Let there be relief. Let this arrogant little bald head be humbled. On the territory of our sacred heaven sect. How generous we have been. Our young master was too merciful, holding back at the last moment. I say, he should have struck him so hard that his head spun. The high-ranking members of various sects began to curse, venting their frustrations. For years, no one had dared to be so audacious on the territory of the Sacred Heaven Sect, arrogantly asserting their dominance and dismissing the sect as insignificant, only because the prodigy of the Holy Compassion Sect possessed an overwhelmingly strong background. Had they not flattened an entire mountain range had it been a lesser sect? Yet, silence ensued from the pit, with Hui Mei not rising again, seemingly validating Chu Tian's assertion. 3 moves indeed, not 1 more, not 1 less. Young master, are you all right? The elder in white appeared in the pit, looking at the young master lying there. Eyes vacant, his heart filled with anguish. He hurriedly propped the young master up and sprinkled a miraculous powder over Hui Mei's head. The young master had always enjoyed a smooth path, accustomed to a life without restraint, unprepared for such a blow. Suddenly, Hui Mei broke into heart-wrenching sobs, her voice filled with despair. Grandfather Chu, he struck me and humiliated me, and I could not defeat him. Hui Mei wept bitterly, tears streaming down his cheeks as if they were worthless, cascading from the corners of his eyes. It felt as though he had not just defeated the genius of the Sacred Heaven Sect, but that Chu Tian had viciously bullied him instead. He collapsed into the embrace of the elder in white, shoulders shaking with sobs, utterly aggrieved. Young master, do not cry, do not cry. You are the best. This time, you could not win because he possesses the eye of heaven. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat you so easily. The elder in white consoled him softly. though his heart was filled with dread. He understood that even without the eye of heaven, the young master would still have been unable to prevail. It would simply have been a more arduous victory for Chu Tian, had it not been for Chu Tian's restraint at the last moment. That palm strike could have obliterated the young master's head. Not only the young master's head, but even a mountain peak would have been shattered. Huimei cried even harder, lamenting, "Isn't my cousin practicing the legacy of the Tao sovereign? Why has the eye of heaven appeared on him? That is precisely what my cousin desires most." The elder in white sighed, "I do not know either. A message has already been sent back to the sacred sect. It truly feels like encountering a ghost." Chapter 30. Brother, allow me to pay my respects. Congratulations, host, on defeating the son of destiny, Huimei, successfully bringing him to tears. You are rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, on completing the second phase of the task, the villain no longer low-key, earning an additional 10,000 destiny points. The innate spiritual medicine, the sapling of the enlightenment tree, has been placed in your warehouse. A gentle and melodious voice resonated in Chu Tian and Appo's ears. His expression remained calm. Yet upon seeing Huimei, who was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. In the original storyline, the immensely popular ghostly saint, renowned for his otherworldly beauty, exceptional talent, strange movement techniques, and formidable strength, was celebrated across realms. He had exchanged blows with Yi Fan, whose temper flared, leading him to ambush and seal Huimei, selling him to a brothel. Who would have thought that this once formidable child would be so fragile? Reduced to tears by his hand? After all, he was merely 10 years old, yet to weather the storms of life. Remember, this is the territory of the Holy Heaven Sect. You have no right to act wantonly here, Chu Tian remarked calmly, concluding his statement before stepping down from the arena. The disciples of various sects below, filled with awe, parted to make way for him, despite many being of a higher cultivation level than Chu Tian. This was the privilege bestowed upon a top-tier prodigy. As he approached Yi Fan, Chu Tian and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. Although Yi Fan lay unconscious, the dent in his chest caused by Huimei had remarkably healed, and his breathing remained steady. Chu Tian understood that this was the result of Yi Fan having consumed numerous divine medicines and treasures, which, combined with the power of the primordial sacred bone, rendered him akin to an indestructible insect. In the original narrative, he had sustained grievous injuries countless times, faced numerous crises, and engaged in reckless behavior. Yet he always managed to bounce back, a testament to this very reason. System, is there a way to extract the divine medicine's power from within him? Chu Tian inquired inwardly. He had initially intended to confine Yi Fan in the prison of sin, keeping him under surveillance until an opportunity arose to act. However, the ever-watchful Yi Tianxiong, this time, shed any pretense and directly took Yi Fan away, seeking to absolve him of his sins. As the sect leader, Yi Tianxiong's presence was formidable. Chu Tian wished to eliminate Yi Fan, the son of destiny, without delay, for such a figure harbored too many potential variables. A surge of murderous intent coursed through him, and he contemplated crushing Yi Fan and Appo's skull. Yet, he sensed a chilling gaze, subtle yet persistent, watching him from the high platform, scrutinizing every move he made. Yi Tianxiong was undoubtedly keeping a close eye on him. Given Yi Tianxiong and Appo's strength, the likelihood of executing Yi Fan under his watchful gaze was virtually non-existent. However, Chu Tian did not wish to allow the son of destiny to roam freely. While the prison of sin could not fully restrain him, every action would be under Chu Tian and Appo's vigilant oversight. This was one of the reasons why Chu Tian dared to confront Yi Tianxiong. Hosts may switch to alchemical cultivation, practicing the supreme scripture, the alchemist and Appo's Heart Sutra, and mastering the destiny extraction technique. Upon reaching the fusion realm, extracting the divine medicine's power from Yi Fan will be effortless. The gentle and melodious voice soon resumed, "Host, please be aware that the divine medicine and Appo's power is essential for Yi Fan and Appo's survival. Without it, the potent poison within him poses a significant risk of claiming his life. This could indeed be a pathway to eliminate the son of destiny entirely." If the host successfully eradicated him, a substantial reward of destiny points would be granted. How many destiny points are required to exchange for the alchemist's heart sutra and the destiny extraction technique? Chu Tian pondered. It was not his desire to delve into alchemy. He understood the adage of not biting off more than one can chew. A person's energy is limited. Specialized tasks should be entrusted to those with expertise. His foolish second sister, Chu Yueyao, had been manipulated by Yi Tianxiong since childhood, training under the deathly poison sovereign in the arts of poison and alchemy. Though she possessed extraordinary talent, her path had been marred by poison, leading her astray into the world of alchemy. Yet, having embarked on this journey, it would be fitting for her to practice the alchemist and Appos, Heart Sutra and the destiny extraction technique, allowing her to escape the deathly poisoned sovereign and Appos' control. Host. A total of 11,000 destiny points is required, the system replied. This was not an exorbitant amount. Chu Tian not that Tao Gu Fun. He had inquired about Chu Tian, and his second sister, Chu Yueyao, would be returning shortly to fetch some precious divine medicines for the deathly poisoned sovereign. After all, alchemy was not the mainstream pursuit. Despite being a top-tier scripture, its price was relatively low. At that moment, two disciples from the law enforcement hall approached, respectfully addressing Chu Tian. Young holy son, we are here on the hall master and Appos' orders to apprehend the escaped convict, Yi Fan. Chu Tian nodded, understanding that this was Chu Tianyun and Appos' response to the situation, and waved his hand, commanding, "Take him away, tighten security. Inform my third uncle to issue a directive. Without my permission, no one is to remove Yi Fan from the prison of sin." Remember, that applies to everyone. Yi Fan had been taken directly by Yi Tianxiong, without the approval of Chu Tianyun, the hallmaster. To label him an escaped convict was not entirely unfounded. However, should Yi Fan successfully endure Huimei's 3 attacks and earn merit for the sect, coupled with the Yi family offering a portion of divine medicine, perhaps he might indeed clear his name. Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened severely, for it was apparent that Chu Tianyun was rebuking him for not adhering to the sect's rules and procedures, bypassing his authority as the law enforcement hall master to extricate a serious offender from the prison of sin. Furthermore, Chu Tian's words, referring to anyone, clearly pointed to him, the sect leader. Yet, despite being humiliated by this uncle-nephew duo, he was unable to retort. Yi Fan's performance on the arena had been utterly disgraceful, to the extent that it could be said to have sullied the sect and Appos' reputation. Had it not been for Chu Tian stepping in to defeat Huimei, the Holy Heaven Sect might have indeed become a laughingstock. At this juncture, Yi Fan's survival was solely due to his surname and the protection of his sect leader uncle. Moreover, with Chu Tian now uncooperative and having just achieved great merit, earning the praise of numerous high-ranking officials and elders, Yi Tianxiong could only remain silent, his face ashen, watching helplessly as Yi Fan was taken away once more. Very well, young holy son. The unconscious Yi Fan was soon shackled with iron chains and led away, vanishing from the Holy Emperor Peak. An icy glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he glanced up at Yi Tianxiong's grim expression on the high platform before he turned to descend from the Holy Emperor Peak. However, he suddenly felt a pair of arms clinging to his thigh. Turning around, he looked down to find a shiny bald head before him, the faint remnants of 5 dark red fingerprints still visible, though nearly healed. Huimei, her eyes wide, clung to his leg, her enchanting face betraying a hint of shyness. Tears still glistening in her eyes, yet resolute as she declared, "Brother, please accept me as your little brother." Before long, Chu Tian returned to the Holy Emperor Peak bewildered, now accompanied by a bald little subordinate, Huimei. Chu Tian found it utterly perplexing. How had he ended up with a little brother, particularly one who was a son of destiny, merely for having engaged in a scuffle? Nevertheless, Huimei's presence was sanctioned by the Lord Chu Tian. Despite the earlier commotion, her bold claims were but a minor episode for the 2 colossal sects involved. The Zihong Sacred Sect, which stood as the foremost sect in the Hung Tian continent, had the backing of a long-standing legacy, and Lord Chu Tian naturally wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. Thus, it was unseemly to dismiss her. Yet, the notion of a son of destiny, after suffering a beating, clinging to him in such a manner felt exceedingly bizarre to Chu Tian, who was bound to the villain system. "Brother, this is a token of my respect for you," Hui Mei said, presenting a purple box as they returned to the main hall. As she opened it, a rich aura of vitality, accompanied by profound Tao insights, wafted forth. A crimson-hued divine fruit, resembling an apple and roughly the size of a fist, lay nestled within a box, adorned with intricate purple patterns. Its glistening surface exuded a mesmerizing allure. The sacred fruit of Tsihong. Upon observing it, Chu Tian regained his composure, gently closing the box with an expression of tranquility. "No merit, no reward, and besides, I have just given you a thorough thrashing. This sacred fruit of Tsihong is reputed to cleanse the body of impurities, facilitating a rebirth and an understanding of the laws of nature, proving immensely beneficial for those aspiring to transcend to the rank of emperor. Are you truly presenting me with such a lavish gift, hoping for another bout? If that is indeed the case, I could readily oblige you at this moment." Chu Tian remarked with a half-smile, raising his hand as intense mental waves surged forth. "Brother, please, I concede. I cannot match your strength," Hui Mei implored, scratching her glistening bald head, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "I must tell you, but you must promise that it remains a secret. I wish for you to teach me the way of the heavenly eye, for I seek to pursue my cousin, the one who was subdued by you, the top contender of the earth ranking, Huilian." Chapter 31. "This is quite tragic. Do you wish to pursue the saintess of Huilian?" Chu Tian and Appo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The saintess of Huilian is, after all, the foremost female protagonist in the original narrative, at least for now in the author's unfinished tale. In other words, within the current realm of Hung Tian, the saintess of Huilian stands as one of the most exceptional prodigies. However, in the original plot, there was no indication of Hui Mei harboring feelings for Huilian. At most, Yi Fan took advantage of Huilian, causing her distress, which incited Hui Mei's wrath, leading her to pursue Yi Fan relentlessly. Could it be that Hui Mei's furious pursuit of Yi Fan was not solely due to Huilian being her senior sister, but rather because she had secretly harbored feelings for Huilian, yet lacked the courage to confess? The more Chu Tian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. What a tragic fate it would be for the flamboyant and unruly ghostly saint to have secretly adored his senior sister, the saintess of Huilian, for decades, only to witness her succumb to Yi Fan, all while remaining silent about his feelings. Heth. Hui Mei chuckled shyly, her hands vigorously scratching her gleaming head, seemingly feeling an itch. Yet, Chu Tian thought that her bald head should not have any dandruff. "Brother, I can only confide in you about this, so please do not speak of it. Otherwise, others will ridicule me." With that, Hui Mei expressed her deep distress. "The primary reason I came to the Holy Sky Sect to challenge you is not merely because you seized my top position on the bone forging rankings, but because you sought to attract the attention of the saintess of Huilian by claiming the first rank on the earth rankings." Chu Tian calmly interjected, articulating the remainder of her thoughts. "Brother, you are truly astute to have deduced that." Hui Mei gazed at Chu Tian with awe, utterly amazed. Individuals who are reserved often behave in such a manner. Chu Tian silently reflected, realizing that someone who had secretly loved another for decades and yet remained unable to express their feelings was indeed a rare occurrence. Your ostentatious behavior, your attempts to display charm and prowess, are all to capture the attention of the divine being in your heart, the saintess of Huilian. Just a single glance from her would send your heart racing, while you would strive to maintain an air of indifference. Would I be correct in my assessment?" Chu Tian remarked with a hint of amusement. "Goodness, brother, from now on, you shall be my true elder brother." "You are entirely correct," Hui Mei exclaimed, increasingly exhilarated, as she rushed forward to embrace Chu Tian's leg. "Therefore, I wish to acknowledge you as my elder brother to learn the eye of heavenly Tao. My cousin practices the scriptures of the Tao of destiny, and the eye of heavenly Tao is the essence of the Tao of destiny, making it immensely significant for her. Once I master it, then I will." Hui Mei stammered, her cheeks flushed, hesitating for a moment before finally declaring, "Regardless, as long as you teach me." You shall be my true elder brother for life. If you direct me east, I shall never go west. I cannot teach you. Chu Tian shook his head, explaining, the eye of heavenly Tao was directly passed down to me by the Tao of destiny, akin to an alternative imperial weapon. It lacks a specific cultivation method and can only be comprehended through insight. Brother, I understand. So all you need to do is allow me to stay by your side daily, to comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. Whenever I encounter difficulties, you can guide me. The eye of heavenly Tao is crucial for my cousin. She will certainly cultivate it, and then I can't. As Huimei spoke, she suddenly began to chuckle, seemingly lost in a daydream. Smack! Observing Huimei's bashful demeanor, Chu Tian was rendered speechless and raised his hand to deliver a playful slap to her shiny head. How lamentable! I shall accept the sacred fruit of compassion. If you wish to accompany me, you may, but do not disturb my cultivation. Chu Tian stated coolly as he took the box and entered the room. Thank you, brother. Huimei and Appo's voice brimmed with astonishment from behind. At that moment, Xing Nu, who had been guarding outside, furrowed her brow and remarked, Since the young master has permitted it, you should obediently remain here and not run amok. This is the Holy Emperor's Peak, filled with countless restrictive formations. Should you inadvertently trigger one, no one can save you. Xing Nu felt somewhat displeased. Having always been tasked with guarding the young master and Appo's door, this was her territory, and now a bald little brat had arrived to contest it. Upon entering the room, Huimei altered her expression, glancing sideways at Xing Nu. You must be my brother and Appo's personal servant, and you appear quite decent, fair-skinned and with a fine figure, but you pale in comparison to my senior sister. What is your name? This bald little brat, despite appearing rather attractive, somehow fails to inspire any fondness. Xing Nu's expression darkened as she replied, I have no name, only a code name, Xing Nu. Do you wish to know who I am? Huimei said, hands clasped behind her back. Not particularly. I am Huimei, the son of the head of the Huijia family and the future steward of the Sacred Compassion Sect. Furthermore, your young master is my elder brother, my sworn sibling. Huimei declared, I intend to stay here for a while, and as long as you comply, you shall reap the benefits. Where are you going? Huimei and Appo's sentence was left unfinished as she noticed Xing Nu had already turned to leave. I'm going to fetch the medicinal liquid necessary for the young master and Appo's cultivation. Perfect. Bring me a barrel of the medicinal liquid as well. Huimei commanded. I also intend to cultivate here and comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. Alas, conversing with you, a servant, is futile. Merely obey my orders. Rest assured, my family has already communicated with your family's head, Chu Tian Wang. No one shall reprimand you. If you require medicinal liquid, come with me. I only serve the young master. Xing Nu and Appo's expression grew darker, for some reason. Seeing this little bald brat flaunt himself made her want to smack his glistening head. You little girl, dare you disobey me? Do you know what my relationship with your young master is? Huimei fumed. At that moment, Chu Tian and Appo's calm voice emanated from within the room. Xing Nu, this is the Holy Emperor and Appo's peak. It is your home. Should anyone dare to belittle or humiliate you, feel free to retaliate. The young master supports you. Upon hearing this, Huimei and Appo's countenance fell. Though he feared nothing else, he harbored a psychological shadow regarding Chu Tian. After all, they were of similar age, and being struck by him did not constitute elder bullying the younger, yet he still could not contend with him. In terms of background, Chu Tian and Appo's parents were both imperial figures, particularly the renowned sword emperor, Jian Kongzhu, whose name alone invoked trepidation in his father. In every regard, Chu Tian overshadowed him. Smack! Just then, Huimei felt a sharp pain at the back of his head as Xing Nu, with a scowl, unhesitatingly delivered a slap to him. Xing Nu believed her temperament to be rather mild, yet had never felt such an urge to strike someone before. This little bald brat seemed to possess an innate quality that made one instinctively wish to slap him. You! Huimei glared, astonished that a mere servant, emboldened by her slightly higher cultivation, dared to strike his head. Smack! Servant, do you believe I could? Smack! My father is an imperial figure. Smack! Smack! You are finished, utterly finished. Do you realize you struck the future of the sacred compassion sect? Fine, fine, elder sister. I shall go fetch the medicinal liquid myself. Just stop slapping me. Chapter 32. The Eye of Destiny? The return of Jian Kongzhu. Congratulations, esteemed host, for seizing the opportunity of the Son of Fortune, the sacred fruit of compassion, and receiving a reward of 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, esteemed host, for successfully suppressing the Son of Fortune, earning an additional 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. A reminder for the host. Eliminating the Son of Fortune will yield substantial rewards in destiny points. Chu Tian cast a glance at the small bald man outside the room, who was also indulging in a medicinal bath, and felt a flicker of temptation arise within him. Here lay the territory of the sacred Emperor Peak. Eliminating this small bald man would indeed pose little challenge for him. However, upon further contemplation, Chu Tian ultimately abandoned this notion. While it was straightforward to eliminate Hui Mei, her demise within the confines of the Sacred Sky Sect would bring forth an endless stream of troubles. The Chu family had yet to resolve their myriad issues within the sect, and saw no need to provoke a formidable entity like the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect. Chu Tian retrieved the sacred fruit of compassion and consumed it. The fruit dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a powerful surge of violet energy that began to purify his body. The sacred fruit of compassion, regarded as a supreme elixir, is known as the elixir of immortality and is the treasured possession of the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect, cultivated over an extensive period. Its rarity surpasses even that of the sacred pulse flower's fruit. This unparalleled elixir holds immense benefits for practitioners across all realms, aiding in body refinement, spirit cultivation, and even breakthroughs to the emperor rank, facilitating the comprehension of the Tao. It is likely that the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect possesses very few of these, primarily reserved for Hui Mei's body refinement and spiritual honing. Yet he had repurposed it for the sake of brotherhood and courtship. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? At that moment, Hui Mei, submerged in the medicinal tub, shivered unexpectedly, opening her eyes to scan her surroundings, eventually settling her gaze upon Xing Nu. Could it be that this servant has developed an addiction to striking the back of his head? It appears I must find an opportunity to appease this lady, lest she continues her daily assaults on my head, which is simply unbearable. Little did she know that she had just traversed the gates of death. As night fell, starlight sprinkled down, draping the Sacred Sky Sect in a silken silver veil. In the main hall of the Sacred Emperor Peak, numerous high-ranking officials gathered. Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong occupied the central seats, while the upper echelon of the Sacred Sky Sect sat to their left. To their right, the elder from the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect, clad in white, took the foremost position, accompanied by a group of elegantly dressed men and women, exuding an air of nobility. Above the main hall, a projection of a divine soul loomed, its features obscured, dressed in a flowing white robe, radiating an aura of terrifying authority that rivaled that of Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong. A sudden roar echoed through the hall as Chu Tianwang and Appo's voice, laden with suppressed fury, reverberated. Who dares to attempt to extract the Eye of Destiny from my son's brow? I care not whether that eye belongs to the Tao of Destiny or to whomsoever else. What I know is that the eye now recognizes my son as its master. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him shall pay with their life. Fury etched across Chu Tianwang and Appo's face as he surveyed the assembly of white-clad individuals, particularly the elder, Chu Lao, seated in the primary position, his gaze brimming with a formidable killing intent. Turning his attention to the divine projection above, he declared, Tao of Destiny, should the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect desire to engage in war with my Sacred Sky Sect, I shall gladly oblige. However, I refuse to entertain such discussions any longer. You are dismissed. Chu Tianwang erupted with a rare ferocity, his terrifying aura causing the faces of the many formidable figures from the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect to pale slightly. Your Majesty, please calm your rage, spoke the Tao of Destiny, his tone measured and unhurried. As the current leader of the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect, he ranked 85th on the Hung Tian list, surpassing both Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong. I did not come to threaten your sacred sky sect, but rather with genuine intent to negotiate. Surely, you recognize the immense significance of the Eye of Destiny to my compassionate sea sacred sect. The Tao of Destiny is among the most formidable figures in our sect's history. The eye she has cultivated would greatly benefit the training of our practitioners. Our current saintess, Hualian, practices the Tao of Destiny scriptures, and acquiring the eye would propel her to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the scripture's young saint's son, Chu Tian, practices are likely from the Chu family's imperial scriptures or the sacred sky scriptures. Though the eye would benefit him, its full potential cannot be realized. If your sect consents, you may propose any conditions you desire. And I assure you on my honor and the credibility of my sect that extracting the eye will not harm the foundations of the young saint's son in the slightest. Chu Tian and Apos. S expression darkened further, his countenance ashen, a dreadful aura swirling around him. The high-ranking members of the Chu family shared similar grim visages. Tao of Destiny. I shall say this once more. Chu Tian practically spat each word through clenched teeth. Second brother, do not be quick to anger, interjected Yi Tianxiong. Placing a calming hand on Chu Tian's shoulder, his expression somber. The Tao of Destiny's insistence is rooted in the interests of the sect. As leaders of the sect, we must maintain composure and understand his perspective. A thundering in Chu Tian's mind echoed with disbelief as he spoke. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Little Tian was raised under your watchful eye. You once even considered taking him as your adopted son, yet abandoned the idea simply because Kongzhu objected. Even if little Tian has been somewhat distant these past few days due to the Liu family affair, it is comprehensible. He is still just a child. How can you say such things now? The Eye of Destiny has already been refined by little Tian, recognized as his own, fused with his flesh and blood. How can you expect me to understand or remain calm while you propose extracting it from his brow? Blood vessels bulged in Chu Tian's eyes. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded his most trusted and respected elder brother. Second brother, please remain calm and listen to me, Yi Tianxiong urged, his voice firm. As leaders of the sect, we must consider the long-term interests of our faction. Look at how Uncle Hongwu was forced to take his own life due to his mistakes. Or how third brother Napos, child has been imprisoned by little Tian. As the sect leader and head of the Yi family, have I said anything? Chu Tian's eyes were filled with blood, his fists clenched tightly, a storm of anger brewing within him. You are aware of the Eye of Destiny and Apos' significance to the compassionate sea sacred sect. They are determined to possess it. Rather than allowing them to plot in secret against little Tian, it would be wiser to agree and negotiate substantial benefits for our sect. Yi Tianxiong replied solemnly. Little Tian is someone I've watched grow up. I cannot bear to see him harmed. However, for the greater good of the sect's future, second brother, you must understand your elder brother and Apos' position. Even if it were my own son, for the sake of the sect, I would. Chu Tian trembled with rage, an endless tide of fury coursing through him. Yet Yi Tianxiong spoke only of the sect and Apos' greater good and interests, leaving him at a loss for how to counter his brother and Apos' reasoning. Suddenly, the heavens tore apart as a sword light cleaved through the void, simultaneously striking towards the Tao of Destiny and Yi Tianxiong. The air resonated with a deafening hum as the terrifying sword energy rent the sky above Sacred Emperor Peak, threatening to obliterate time and space itself. Jian Kongzhu, have you lost your mind to dare attack at the sect's main peak? Yi Tianxiong and Apos' expression turned grave as he rose abruptly, slamming his fist down in fury, launching a counterstrike into the void to clash with the sword light. The sword god of Broken Blade. The Tao of Destiny's form flickered and vanished into the depths of time and space. Yet the sword light pursued relentlessly, cleaving through the fabric of time itself, diminishing the divine projection he had cast by a significant fraction. In the main hall, the high-ranking officials of the sect were thrown into a state of panic, employing their divine abilities to dissipate the scattered sword energy. For they knew not how many lives might be lost from the aftermath of the ensuing chaos. Above Sacred Emperor Peak, the elder Tu Lao witnessed the unfolding scene and grinned, revealing a sparse array of yellowed teeth as he sheathed his silver blade. Fortunately, before leaving this time, the lady, aware of her husband's disposition, took precautions and discreetly provided him with a means of contact. Chapter 33. No way to intervene. Go talk to my son, madam. Why have you returned again? The king of Chu rose and gazed at the ethereal projection of a sword-wielding Sword Kongju, brimming with murderous intent. His voice trembled. Please, do not act rashly. I am merely discussing matters with my elder brother. Sheathe your sword for now. Chu Tian. Fortunately, I kept my wits about me. Had I not returned, you would have been sold out, and your own son would have had his brow pierced, and you would still have to pay others. Sword Kongju's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable threat as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Tianxiong. Old fool, do you think that just because I returned to my family matters, I would not dare to wield my sword against you? You truly seek to plot against my precious son. Do you not value your life? The air around Sword Kongju shimmered with the sword energy emanating from her broken sword, causing the void above the sacred emperor peak to twist and tear, as if it might cleave the mountain in two at any moment. Yi Tianxiong and Appo's expression darkened to an extreme, his fists clenched tightly. He could not comprehend how this woman, who had supposedly returned to the ancient Sword Divine clan, separated from the Hung Tian continent by unfathomable distances, could have received news so swiftly and returned with such impeccable timing. It seemed that his plan to undermine Chu Tian would be much more challenging than anticipated. Sword Kongju, this is a matter of the sect. I am the sect master and am in discussion with my second brother. Discussion? What is there to discuss? Sword Kongju interrupted coldly, her voice slicing through the air. Tell me, what is there to negotiate? Are you discussing suitable conditions to exchange for the extraction of the heavenly Tao I for my precious son and Appo's brow? The entire Yi family, bound together, does not compare to a mere finger of my son. What do you have to offer in exchange? Dare to try and extract it? Sword Kongju turned to the king of Chu, her tone icy. King of Chu, you speak. Is there any room for negotiation in this matter? The king of Chu managed a bitter smile, but internally he felt a sense of relief. Madam speaks the truth. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Yi Tianxiong and Appo's face darkened further, though he remained silent, understanding that the situation was unalterable. Sword Kongju and Appo's gaze drifted to the depths of time and space where the Taoist of destiny resided. Old man, you best put away your little schemes. If my precious son suffers even a single hair, those two little brats, Hui Lian and Hui Mei, hiding deep within your sect, will meet their end. Test me if you dare. As she spoke, her eyes softened as she gazed upon the sacred emperor peak, seemingly able to see Chu Tian training within the medicinal barrel. Her expression filled with affection. The projection gradually faded away, crossing endless starry skies. Even with her formidable strength, she could not maintain the projection for long. The white-clad Elder Chu, alongside many members from the Compassionate Voyage sect, bore expressions of utter astonishment, as if witnessing a myth come to life. To transcend the vast cosmos and simultaneously strike down the Emperor Yi and the Saint Master. Was this not a divine tale? They began to comprehend that the heavenly Tao I rightfully belonged to the Compassionate Voyage sect, reclaiming it was only logical. Yet, why had the traditionally domineering sect master chosen to negotiate earnestly with the Sacred Sky sect and was willing to pay a hefty price? The Taoist of destiny emerged from the depths of time and space, his expression laced with helplessness as he sighed. Your Majesty, I apologize. I truly acted for the benefit of the sect and the future generations, compelled to do so. I am puzzled as to why the heavenly Tao I would recognize your son as its master, given that he is neither a member of the Compassionate Voyage sect, nor has he cultivated our sect's techniques. It is indeed perplexing. The Taoist shook his head, his voice filled with resignation. If it were not for dire necessity, who would wish to extract the brow of a child whose parents are both esteemed emperors? Yet, the heavenly Tao I was of paramount importance to the Compassionate Voyage sect, especially for Hui Lian, a prodigy that emerged once in tens of thousands of years. It was crucial to her future prospects. He had traversed myriad realms, solicited countless powerful figures, and paid substantial costs for those who consumed their lifespans to decipher the secrets of destiny. Yet he could not locate the inheritance of the Taoist of destiny. Who would have anticipated that the heavenly Tao I would appear, only to acknowledge the holy son of the sacred sky sect as its master. At this moment, Hui Mei, that mischievous child, was situated atop the sacred emperor peak. In the near future, I will summon Hui Lian to join us, the Taoist of destiny declared with a bow. Henceforth, I fear that my two little ones will often trouble your esteemed son. I hope Emperor Yi can accommodate this, and the compassionate voyage sect will surely express its gratitude. The king of Chu replied with a smile, that is agreeable. The sacred sky sect and your esteemed sect have maintained ties for many years. As long as my unruly son does not drive them away, as a father, I have no objections. At this moment, Yi Qianxiong's face had darkened to the extreme, for the very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. With this, the Chu family had established a connection with the compassionate voyage sect. The sect would directly approach the Chu family, and the influence of the king of Chu within the sect would inevitably rise sharply. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted outside the main hall. Damn it! Who dares to pierce my nephew's brow? I'll kill him. Chu Tian strode into the hall, his face filled with malice, brandishing a corpse clad in a flowing white dress. The terrifying aura of an emperor emanated from the lifeless body. Brother, is Yi Tianxiong instigating again? I can no longer endure this. They dare bully my Chu family. Whoever dares to harm my family and amp, oppose, as pride shall face my law enforcement hall and be annihilated. Chu Tian's fury surged as his gaze swept over the high-ranking members of the sect, finally landing on Yi Tianxiong. Yi Tianxiong, I considered you a brother, but do not think I am oblivious to your machinations. There is nothing to negotiate in this matter. Everyone get the hell out. The king of Chu spat vehemently, having been dealing with matters at the Liu family when the news reached him, nearly exploding with rage as he hurried here, dragging the corpse of the Taoist of destiny. Chu Tian, you are being overly reckless. This is the sect master's hall, not your sacred emperor peak. Yi Tianxiong thundered, his anger palpable, for he was the sect master of the sacred sky sect. First, Sword Kong Zhu, and now another Chu Tian had emerged. Chu Tian laughed coldly. At that moment, the king of Chu approached and quietly relayed the situation. Yet even so, his eyes remained filled with fury as they swept over the compassionate voyage sect, led by Elder Chu. The compassionate voyage sect dares to bully my Chu family. Then, the Taoist of destiny interjected, Lord Tianyun, that you hold is the corpse of my sect's founder, the Taoist of destiny. I sense the essence of the great Tao within you. Indeed, but what of it? Chu Tianyun retorted with a cold smile, his fury palpable. After Xiao Tian inherited the corpse, I was prepared to return it to you out of respect for the compassionate voyage sect. But you dare to covet the heavenly Tao eye from Xiao Tian's brow. Since that is the case, if you seek the corpse, go and ask Xiao Tian for it. I will not involve myself further. With that, Chu Tianyun strode from the main hall, carrying the corpse, and flew directly towards the sacred emperor peak. Your Majesty, is it possible? The Taoist of destiny looked to the king of Chu, his expression filled with helplessness. He had not anticipated that the holy son, Chu Tian, had acquired not just the heavenly Tao eye, but the entirety of the Taoist of destiny's legacy, including the corpse itself. This truly is a bewildering turn of events. The king of Chu said with a wry smile. You have seen for yourself. I cannot intervene in this matter. You may send someone to negotiate with my son. Chapter 34. In this middle age, he truly wants to end him on the peak of the Holy Emperor. Starlight cascaded down, illuminating a sleepless night. This night was particularly tormenting for Hui Mei. He had never felt such anguish before, a dual assault on both his psyche and his body. What exacerbated Hui Mei and oppose as suffering was that, after an entire night, he had only barely absorbed the potency of a barrel of medicinal liquid. In stark contrast, Chu Tian had summoned his star servant throughout the night, changing the medicinal liquid 5 times. This disparity indicated that, within the same time frame, Chu Tian's efficiency in absorbing the medicine was a staggering 5-fold greater than his own. The Shuden and Amp, oppose, TB, how could the gap be so immense? with a strength of 1,100,000 gene. A mere difference of 400,000 gene should not result in such a chasm. Was the chaotic, divine, demon body truly that formidable? Huimei endured a night of psychological torment, his eyes striated with faint blood vessels, unblinkingly fixated on the door to Chu Tian and Amp, Oppo's chamber. The psychological strain was overwhelming. Moreover, the situation was compounded by the imposing figure of a tall, middle-aged man standing nearby, gripping a female corpse, his eyes radiating malice as they bore into Huimei and Amp, Oppo's face, unwavering throughout the night, as if he wished to carve a hole into it. Huimei quaked in fear all night, feeling a chill run through him, utterly drained. Despite knowing that this middle-aged man was likely attempting to intimidate him, the terrifying aura he exuded was undeniably genuine. This man truly harbored a desire to end him. Throughout the night, not only was he unable to comprehend the essence of the heavenly path, but he also felt as though he might perish at any moment. Suddenly, a voice from within the room pierced the silence. "Star servant, change my attire." "Yes, young master," the star servant replied, picking up the neatly folded black garments and addressing Chu Tian. "Third master, I shall assist the young master in changing. Enter, he has been raised by me. What has he not seen?" Chu Tian said darkly, casting a fierce glare at Huimei before pushing the door open and stepping inside. "Brother, save me," Huimei exclaimed, panic-stricken, rushing swiftly into the room. Chu Tian stood calmly before the mirror, raising his hands for the star servant to assist him in changing. Chu Tian Yun stood beside him, his expression dark, occasionally shooting Huimei a venomous glare as he recounted the events of the previous night in detail. After consuming the compassionate voyage sacred fruit, Chu Tian had made significant strides in his power, with his strength surging by another 200,000, reaching 2 million gene. Furthermore, in the dead of night, he had consumed a supreme divine refining pill, renewing 3 major auras, which greatly enhanced his mental acuity, allowing him to perceive even the intricate patterns on a grain of sand, gaining unprecedented control over his physical form. If he were to engage Huimei in combat, Chu Tian was confident that, without employing the Eye of Heavenly Path, he could defeat Huimei with a single blow, relying solely on his physical prowess and mental acuity. Chu Tian estimated that his physical strength was nearing its limit, as the so-called strongest divine beast, the true dragon cub, typically boasted just over 1 million gene. The compassionate voyage sacred sect seeks to seize my Eye of Heavenly Path. After listening to his third, uncle and Oppo's account, Chu Tian muttered to himself, gesturing for the star servant to step aside. He exited the room, gazing distantly towards the Holy Emperor Peak, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Chu Tian was not surprised by Yi Tianxiong's demeanor. It was entirely expected. However, he found the stance of the compassionate voyage sacred sect somewhat peculiar. He was aware of the original narrative. The heavenly fate path master was a cunning and formidable figure, unlikely to engage in such reckless and foolish actions. If such actions were aimed at an ordinary disciple of the Holy Sky Sect, who lacked backing, it might not be surprising. But what was his background? Such an affront would undoubtedly provoke Chu Tian Wang, the sovereign with immense authority. Even if he considered the broader picture, he could never allow anyone to gouge out his only son's eye, nor would he risk offending the Chu family, the founding clan of the Holy Sky Sect, thereby creating a formidable enemy out of thin air. "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Elder Chu never mentioned it to me." At that moment, Huimei's face fell as he heard Chu Tianyun finish speaking, realization dawning upon him. He finally understood why the middle-aged man had worn such a murderous expression throughout the night. His own sect sought to carve a hole in the brow of the young master of the opposing family. It was no wonder that the elder was intent on instilling fear. "Shao Tian, this matter is also my oversight. I never anticipated that the compassionate voyage sacred sect would dare to act so recklessly regarding the Eye of Heavenly Path, thus failing to inform your father in advance, leaving him blindsided. Nevertheless, your father handled the situation quite firmly last night, standing resolutely against enormous pressure, slamming the table to assert his disagreement. even expressing the possibility of war against the compassionate voyage sacred sect. Chu Tian Yin and Amp. Oppo's expression darkened as he continued. The primary issue is that our family has been isolated. Yi Tianxiong has rallied a large faction of families for a high-level meeting, constantly invoking the righteousness of the sect. Furthermore, the compassionate voyage sacred sect is indeed willing to make concessions, offering temptations of great magnitude. Fortunately, your mother's soul projection returned, shattering myriad laws with a single sword strike, silencing their voices. As he spoke, Chu Tian Yun sneered, raising the imperial corpse in his hand. This matter, little Tian. You are the protagonist. It is your decision whether or not to return the imperial corpse of the heavenly fate path master to the compassionate voyage sacred sect. Should you feel angered, simply say the word, and your third uncle will instruct your second uncle to forge this imperial corpse into a weapon, infuriating the compassionate voyage sacred sect, and then convene a family meeting to seize the opportunity to eliminate a faction of the compassionate voyage sect and extinguish a few of their branches. The message has already been sent out. In the future, if anyone from our clan encounters the compassionate voyage sacred sect, particularly those from the heavenly fate path master's lineage, they are to be dealt with mercilessly. Should any issues arise, the clan will provide protection. Later, I will have this little bald man hung atop the Holy Emperor Peak, allowing someone to whip him for your amusement. They dare to humiliate our family. They must first consider the price they will pay. Brother, third uncle, please do not act rashly. Do not be impulsive. My heavens, I am still young. I wish to pursue my cousin. I do not want to die, nor do I wish to lose face. Huimei and Oppo's face turned ashen as he listened, sensing that his life was in grave danger, for the heavenly fate path master was indeed his mentor. His mentor was seemingly setting him up to fall at the hands of the Chu family, trembling as he spoke. The heavenly fate path master is one of the most formidable ancestors of my compassionate voyage sacred sect. If her imperial corpse were to be forged into a weapon, the elders within the sect would undoubtedly go mad, and the sect leader would be so enraged he might vomit blood. This would be an irreparable disgrace. Brother, third uncle, please do not act rashly. There must be some misunderstanding. My mentor cares for me deeply and would not harm me. You so young. Understand that this would be an unparalleled disgrace. Did the sect leader of the compassionate voyage sacred sect consider our Chu family's dignity when he approached us to negotiate, intending to gouge out the brow of our sect's holy son? Chu Tian Yun's eyes brimmed with malice. Is this a matter open to negotiation? Then allow me to gouge out one of your eyes first and provide the compassionate voyage sacred sect with double the compensation. His gaze scrutinized Huimei's face, seemingly deliberating which eye to gouge out first. The oppressive malice frightened Huimei, leaving his face pale and uncertain how to respond, his legs trembling. It's over. This is the rhythm of the Chu family's downfall. The sacred sect is powerful, yet it cannot come to the Chu family's main hall to rescue me. Little holy son, Master Tian Yun, please calm down. At that moment, an elderly man in white, Elder Chu, arrived. Upon seeing Huimei and Oppo's frightened countenance, he hurriedly embraced him, turning to instruct the members of the compassionate voyage sacred sect to stand at a distance. Little holy son, Master Tian Yun, there is a misunderstanding in this matter. Allow me to explain slowly. My compassionate voyage sacred sect truly did not intend to offend the Chu family. Elder Chu said with a wry smile, You see, the incident over at Holy Emperor Peak was just resolved last night, and the Holy Master commanded me to come here personally to clarify the situation to you. Huimei's unusual visage was ashen. Even the gleaming surface of her bald head lost its color. She repeatedly nodded, exclaiming, Elder brother, it must be a misunderstanding. My master cherishes me dearly and would never harm me. This reckless individual was genuinely terrified into a stupor. He was audacious to the core, yet not devoid of intelligence. This was not merely a childish game of make-believe. Under such a profound humiliation, the Chu family would undoubtedly seek his life. Chapter 35. Enough. Silence. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Go tell the king of hell. My elder brother is easy to talk to, but I wanted Oppo's to indulge you. Chu Tian and Apos. S aura was heavy with killing intent. A cold smile playing on his lips. You rushed here in haste. It must be for that imperial corpse, right? My Chu family has already decided to refine it into a weapon. As for you lot, not one shall escape the Sacred Heaven Sect. Otherwise, if word gets out, my Chu family will have no place in the Hung Tian continent. Third uncle, let us hear how the Tsihong Sacred Sect explains itself before we proceed with refining the imperial corpse. Chu Tian's expression remained calm. With his keen instincts from 2 lifetimes and his understanding of the original plot, he sensed that there was a deeper reason behind this. The little holy son, Haihan, was broad-minded and destined for immeasurable achievements in the future. Old Chu sighed in relief, first flattering Chu Tian before continuing, Tianyan Hall Master, please temper your anger and allow this old man to explain. The imperial corpse of the heavenly fate Taoist ancestor is indeed one of the reasons for my visit. After all, our sect as higher-ups feel that this matter is quite bizarre. The little holy son has no connection with our sect, and yet he has obtained the complete inheritance of the ancestor. It is truly strange. However, since the Eye of Heavenly Tao has recognized the little holy son and merged with him, and given the Chu family's long-standing friendship with our Tsihong Sacred Sect, we are only concerned with how to resolve this issue, to solve the problem while preserving our friendship. Prior to this, the sect as higher-ups had a meeting, and in fact, most of them were unwilling to turn against the Sacred Heaven Sect. The sect master shared this view as well. Only a small faction believed the Eye of Heavenly Tao should be extracted, arguing that it is a divine object condensed from the essence and blood of our sect as ancestor. Yet your sect S leader contacted our sect master, indicating that as long as the Tsihong Sacred Sect is willing to pay a sufficient price, this matter can be discussed. After consideration, the sect master believed that since the Tianxiong Emperor and the Tianwang Emperor were sworn brothers, it must also reflect the Tianwang Emperor's intentions. Hence, he personally projected here for negotiations, prepared to offer any significant price in exchange for the Eye of Heavenly Tao. However, the sect master never anticipated the Tianwang Emperor's furious and violent reaction, even threatening war against our sect. Even the sword god, separated by endless starry skies, projected down from beyond the domains. Thus, the sect master immediately sensed something was amiss and abandoned the idea of extracting the eye, subsequently apologizing to the Tianwang Emperor. Old Chu, holding Huimei, looked towards Chu Tian, forcing a bitter smile. Little holy son, Tianyan Hall Master, the sect master felt something was off afterward, which is why he hurriedly sent me to explain to you. To prevent your family from taking rash actions that could harm the relationship between the Chu family and our Tsihong Sacred Sect. The idea of extracting the eye was never our initial intention. There has indeed been a misunderstanding. Huimei's shoulders trembled slightly, still young. She had not yet recovered from the shock, tears like beads in the corners of her eyes. Yet she raised her head, gritting her teeth, saying, Old Chu, that scoundrel Yi Tianxiong wants to ruin me. When I grow up, I will definitely split him in half. He said that since the master loves him so dearly, he would never suddenly go to negotiate with the Chu family about extracting the eye from Chu Tian and Apos, as forehead without reason. ISN and Apos. That tantamount to want to end his life? Boom! Yi Tianxiong, I knew this guy spoke grandly, but harbored ill intentions, full of schemes. Only my elder brother is foolish enough to consider him a sworn brother. Chu Tianyun and Apos. Rage surged like a volcano ready to erupt. Their own sect master proposed to extract the eye from the sacred son of the sect. If this were to spread, the Sacred Heaven Sect would become the laughingstock of the entire continent. After causing such an uproar all night, the true source of the issue lay within the Sacred Heaven Sect itself, and even at the feet of their own sect master. Chu Tian's expression remained calm. As expected, he had sensed something was amiss from the beginning. His parents, both emperors, even with the profound foundations of the Tsihong Sacred Sect, could not be so outrageous as to negotiate the extraction of his eye of heavenly Tao. In the original plot, the heavenly fate Taoist was capable of teaching prodigies like Hui Mei and Hui Lian. Surely he wouldn't be so foolish. This was why he felt there was something hidden beneath the surface. Perhaps Yi Tianxiong intended to seize the opportunity to extract his eye of heavenly Tao, while simultaneously driving a wedge between the Zhihong sacred sect and the Chu family. At this moment, Chu Tian and Appo's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, this heavenly fate Taoist was truly naive, only realizing later that it was Yi Tianxiong and Appo's scheme and regretting it, hastily apologizing. A great hero would not be foolish enough to let Yi Tianxiong play him as a pawn. It seemed that the intent was simply to sow discord, to play both sides against each other, and to fracture the relationships between the two founding families of the Sacred Heaven Sect. However, from this perspective, Chu Tianwang's various compromises and concessions, aimed at preserving Yi Tianxiong's authority as sect master, indeed made the Sacred Heaven Sect formidable, causing even the revered Tian Taoist to feel apprehensive and seek to sow discord. Of course, Chu Tianwang and Appo's continual concessions came at the expense of the Chu family's interests, ultimately pushing the Chu family to a dead end. Sowing discord, I too can play the game. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Yi Tianxiong likely never expected that the heavenly fate Taoist would turn the tables on him, laying everything bare. The sect master colluding with outsiders to extract the sacred son's eye. The entire sect would be in an uproar. However, it was necessary to solidify this matter thoroughly. The sect master lamented, fortunate that the sword god returned at the last moment to interrupt the negotiations. Otherwise, had a conflict truly erupted, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, old Chu spoke solemnly. The relationship between the sacred sect and the Chu family will be irreparably damaged, with no room for reconciliation. This is merely your one-sided assertion. Do you have any evidence? At this point, Chu Tian spoke calmly. Uncle Tianxiong is a sworn brother of my father and watched me grow up. How could he possibly commit such an act? I have reason to suspect that your Zhihong sacred sect aims to sow discord between the two founding families of our Sacred Heaven Sect, utilizing conflict, leveraging power, employing the lightest touch to move mountains. This tactic was all too familiar to Chu Tian. If Yi Tianxiong wished for the Chu family to turn against the Zhihong sacred sect, then he would make Yi Tianxiong loathe the Zhihong sacred sect. Innocent, innocent. Little holy son, how can you say such things? Even if I had the greatest courage, I wouldn't and oppose. Dare speak nonsense on such matters. Old Chu smiled bitterly. Master Tianxiong communicated through secret divine methods. Where is the evidence? However, little holy son, you could invite the Tianwang Emperor to the sacred sect to speak with the sect master. The sect master possesses boundless powers and can use time reversal to recreate the dialogue that took place. Chu Tianyun sneered repeatedly. Little Tian, why do we need evidence? The facts are clear. Haven't you targeted him twice? You forced the death of Yi Hongwu, imprisoned Yi Fan, and with you rising to the top of the rankings. He feels threatened and seeks to eliminate you. What facts? Third brother, do not speak recklessly in front of outsiders. Just then, Chu Tianwang's voice came from outside the door, having just returned from a sacred emperor peak, appearing somewhat weary and drained. Little Tian, you know everything, right? Chu Tianwang smiled at his son, saying, do not worry. It's all over now. With your father and mother here, no one can harm you in the slightest. But do not blame Uncle Tianxiong. He, like your father, is solely focused on the future of the sect. Elder brother, what time is it? He wants to extract your own son's eye, and you're still speaking on his behalf. Just then, Chu Tianyun shouted angrily, directly interrupting Chu Tianwang. Chu Tianyun pointed at old Chu, his voice filled with fury. Damn it, old man of the Zhihong sacred sect. Repeat everything you just said to my elder brother, so he can understand what his sworn brother has been scheming behind the scenes. Old Chu smiled bitterly, fully aware that the Holy Lord had assigned him a burdensome task that would yield no rewards. However, with the ancestral imperial corpse in their possession and his side at fault, he proceeded to recount the matter to King Chu once more. Master Chu, the Holy Lord has also stated that he is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. If you harbor any doubts, you may visit the Holy Sect, where he can grant you the divine ability to reverse time, revealing the truth for what it is. Enough. Suddenly, King Chu bellowed, a terrifying imperial aura emanating from him, which sent old Chu crashing backward, spitting blood, and stumbling several paces before landing on the ground, his face ashen. Bloodshot veins coursed through King Chu and Appo's eyes as he fixed his steely gaze upon old Chu. Ah, the compassionate navigation Holy Sect, first seeking to pluck out my son and Appo's eyes, and now attempting to sow discord within my sect, hoping to incite conflict between our two founding families, leading us to mutual destruction. Also that your compassionate navigation Holy Sect can benefit and reclaim its position as the foremost sect on the continent. Is that not so? Chapter 36, 2 million pounds? The king of Chu bellowed, his hair swirling wildly, as a terrifying imperial aura erupted, causing the entire room to explode. The sky darkened, and ominous clouds loomed overhead, making Chu Tian feel as if he could scarcely breathe. Chu Tian's gaze remained serene. He could see the king of Chu's hands, indeed his entire body, trembling violently. The king of Chu and Appo's disbelief stemmed not from a lack of faith, but from an unwillingness and fear to accept the truth. To think that his brother Yi Tianxiong, who had fought alongside him through the myriad realms, shared life and death experiences, and helped elevate the Holy Heaven Sect to the pinnacle of the Hung Tian continent, would conspire against him in secret. The machinations of the Taoist Lord of Destiny, while aimed at sowing discord, had inadvertently provided him with invaluable assistance. Brother, at this juncture, what is there left to doubt? He is merely wary of our Chu family's meteoric rise. Your repeated concessions have only emboldened him. We must confront Yi Tianxiong and lay everything bare, Chu Tian growled, his complexion pale, yet his eyes aflame with fury. Third brother, cease your words. Let me ponder this matter. I need time to reflect. The king of Chu's voice was hoarse as he interrupted Chu Tian, bowing his head in silence for a moment before addressing Chu Tian. Xiao Tian, grant your father a moment. I require time to contemplate this deeply. Coughing violently, the king of Chu spat a trace of blood before continuing. Remember, you are the legitimate heir of the Chu family, an unparalleled prodigy, and the next leader of the Holy Heaven Sect. The entire sect shall eventually be yours. Therefore, regardless of the true circumstances, the sect must not fracture or descend into chaos, for that would deplete our own strength and benefit outsiders. Do you understand? In this context, the king of Chu's words carried heavy implications. Having wielded power for many years, he had seen through the fickleness of human relationships. Yet he had placed too much trust in that sworn brother. It was evident that he was genuinely hurt this time. A barely perceptible smile graced Chu Tian's lips as he respectfully bowed. Rest assured, Father, I shall tread carefully. He understood well that mutual slaughter would only serve to benefit outsiders. Yet he could not allow the Yi family to threaten the Chu family's existence. He would not permit the fate of the Chu family to mirror the previous narrative. He desired the power of the Holy Heaven Sect, but not through the king of Chu and Appo's gradual concessions. He would seize it in his own way. Today, events must not be divulged. Otherwise, we shall face the family's disciplinary measures. The king of Chu and Appo's face turned pale as he suddenly vanished from sight, leaving only his voice echoing. Tianyan, I must enter seclusion for several days. You will temporarily handle the family affairs. Report to me only in case of significant matters. Understood, brother. Chu Tianyan gritted his teeth, still unwilling to relent, but ultimately sighed. Damn it, that Yi Tianxiong is relying on our family's isolation, which emboldens his arrogance. If it were up to me, I would overturn the table. With our 3 emperors, let us see how many lives Yi Tianxiong has to spare. Third uncle, time is on our side. The current situation is indeed favorable, Chu Tian said with a slight smile. As long as the king of Chu refrained from folly and ceased to idolize his sworn brother. This would be a significant gain. The Zihong's sacred sect may have its own calculations and schemes, yet inadvertently, they had done him a great favor. Moreover, with his father in seclusion and his third uncle temporarily managing affairs, dealing with the Liu family would become considerably easier, would it not? Third uncle? Chu Tian remarked. Chu Tianyin and Appo's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands. Indeed, how did I not think of that? This is truly an unexpected delight, and it seems, Xiao Tian, your wits are indeed sharp. Chu Tian remained silent. Whether it was his astuteness or his third uncle's single-mindedness, who could truly say? Chu Tian, I have dispatched all available personnel from the law enforcement hall. We have essentially secured all key figures of the Liu family. However, that old fellow Liu Zheng has been clamoring in prison to see you. He refuses to answer any questions otherwise. Do you wish to meet him? Chu Tianyan added. Also, that girl Liu Yun, when I returned last night, I saw her loitering outside the main hall, insisting on seeing you about something important. She even asked me to convey that she knows she was wrong and wishes to apologize in person. This father-daughter duo was indeed quite bothersome. As for Liu Zheng, I can meet him, but he needs to be left to stew for a while to temper his arrogance, Chu Tian replied, shaking his head lightly. As for Liu Yun, instruct them to send her down the mountain. She is not to set foot on the sacred Emperor Peak again. Understood. Chu Tianya nodded, suddenly intrigued as he scrutinized Chu Tian, jesting. You lad, I never realized you had such a fierce side. You used to clamor to see Liu Yun every day, yet now you turn your back so swiftly. Your heart is truly ruthless. Third uncle, I must say that girl is indeed a beauty in the making. Once she grows up, she will undoubtedly be a captivating presence. Have you truly not considered her? Chu Tian's voice remained calm. I only wish to focus on my cultivation, to revitalize our family and sect. If you are so inclined. My cousin Chu Xiong does not seem to be married yet. Perhaps Liu Yun could. Enough. Enough. Chu Tian, cease this talk. Chu Tian et gleam, waving his hands in alarm. If you were to marry her, with her haughty demeanor, she would surely drive him to his end. My family cannot withstand such turmoil. A slight smirk played on the corners of Chu Tian's mouth as he chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Elder Chu approached, accompanied by the polished Hui Mei. Her complexion still somewhat pale, yet unable to suppress her curiosity. Little Saint's son, Master Tanyun, since the misunderstandings have been clarified. May I take the corpse of the Taoist Lord of Destiny back to the sacred sect for burial? There will surely be substantial rewards in the future. Clarified? Chu Tian replied coldly with a smile. When did we clarify anything? You wish to extract the eye of heaven from my brow and use it to sow discord within my sect, and yet expect to leave with the imperial corpse? There is no such thing as an easy bargain in this world. Initially, he had no desire to involve the Cihong sacred sect with the corpse of the Taoist Lord of Destiny, which should indeed be returned. However, now that the Cihong sacred sect had come to him, presenting a ready-made excuse, he could not let it end so easily, lest the outside world perceive the Chu family as cowardly and submissive. It would be remiss not to take full advantage of this opportunity, especially given the grand gesture that Yi Tianxiong had performed. The bald one may remain, but the rest, I'm afraid, the Chu family cannot accommodate, Chu Tian said, his expression calm as he waved dismissively. Now be gone. Elder Chu forced a smile, and the individuals who followed from the Cihong sacred sect wore expressions of discontent. They had truly suffered a bitter loss, losing both their lady and their forces, yet had no recourse to voice their grievances. Little Saint's son, I will report to the Holy Master, and he will send others to negotiate with you for the return of the imperial corpse. Please do not act impulsively and turn our ancestors' remains into a weapon, Elder Chu implored, clasping his hands. The Holy Master is on sacred Emperor Peak and has already made arrangements with the Emperor. You may continue your training with Little Saint's son, Chu Tian. The Holy Maiden will also join in shortly. Even my cousin is coming? Hui Mei's eyes brightened, her earlier trepidation dissipating as she approached Chu Tian with a smile. Last night, I gleaned some insights from the remnants of the Eye of Heaven. I will be grateful for your guidance, brother. By the way, brother, what is your true strength now, in terms of pounds? After everything's settled, Chu Tian pondered and casually responded, just 2 million pounds. Hui Mei and Amp, Oppo's, smile froze. 2 million pounds? As the venerable Master Chu was about to depart, he and the members of the compassionate sect were suddenly struck with astonishment, their minds rendered blank. Beside them, Chu Tianyin was equally bewildered, exclaiming, wasn't it 150,000 Jin? At that moment, a glacial look crossed Chu Tian's eyes as he made his way towards the palace entrance, leaving the onlookers agape. Elder brother, where are you going? Hui Mei inquired from behind. To the Hung Tian Palace for a test, Chu Tian replied without turning his head. Just as the situation began to unfold, Yi Qianxiong could no longer contain his agitation, fervently waving the banner of sect interests, eager to pry into his affairs. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to deliver an even greater shock to the Hung Tian continent and the Yi family. Chapter 37. How dare you speak like that in front of my elder brother? As dusk approached, Chu Tian arrived at the Hung Tian palace, with Hui Mei lazily trailing beside him. The sun cast its golden rays upon his gleaming head, accentuating his rosy complexion and strikingly peculiar features, rendering him particularly eye-catching. The Hung Tian palace buzzed with its usual vibrancy. However, the small branch hall dedicated to the bone refinement ranking was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered figures. After all, Hui Mei had spent the entire night challenging opponents, incapacitating nearly all disciples of the Holy Heaven Sect who had the opportunity to contest for a position on the bone refinement ranking, and they were likely still recuperating from their injuries. At that moment, a series of gasps erupted from the nearby integration hall. In just 5 seconds, young Master Yi Feng had slain 20 Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards. Within 10 seconds, that number swelled to 50. My goodness! Yi Feng had only recently broken through to the integration realm. Could he possibly ascend from the 95th position to the top 10 in one fell swoop? Upon hearing the name Yi Feng, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he glanced at the Hung Tian integration ranking. The name Yi Feng was conspicuously displayed in the 95th position. Ranked 4th on the Hung Tian Earth ranking, Yi Feng was the son of the Heavenly Hero Emperor and had previously held the 3rd position in the Blood Condensation realm, the 5th in the Bone Refinement realm, and the 1st in the Spirit Refinement realm, while currently holding the 95th position in integration. He was also the fiancé of Chu Yunchang, Chu Tian and Apos, his elder sister, and one of the culprits behind the downfall of the Chu family, having deceived his sister, who possessed innate holy bones, to the brink of despair. Chu Tian had inquired with his 3rd uncle, Chu Tianyun, and learned that his sister had gone out to train alongside Yi Feng. It seemed that Chu Yunchang had likely returned as well. The chill in Chu Tian's gaze deepened. He would not allow the tragic events of the original narrative to repeat themselves. At that moment, Chu Tian suddenly noticed that his own ranking on the Hung Tian Earth ranking had precipitously dropped to 2nd place, while the Saintess Hui Lian had reclaimed the 1st position. Although her rank in the integration realm remained unchanged, her subsequent battle records had significantly improved yet again. What a formidable woman! A faint smile played at the corners of Chu Tian's mouth. In the original storyline, she was indeed an exceedingly competitive and proud woman, always striving to be the best. Hui Mei grimaced, scratching her head in frustration, her scalp itching unbearably. At this rate, when would she ever catch up to her? Meanwhile, gasps of astonishment surged from the Spirit Refinement Hall. Yi Wu had surged to the 83rd position on the Spirit Refinement ranking, having obliterated 10 illusion nightmarish beasts in a single minute. It seemed that the Yi family members were all acting as if they were on a high from some invigorating elixir. This marked the 16th member of the Yi family to challenge the rankings at Hung Tian Palace today. Were they intent on monopolizing both the integration and spirit refinement rankings? It was hard to believe, considering that just yesterday, the Yi family had been thoroughly humiliated by the small, bald monk from the Compassionate Voyage Saint sect and subsequently defeated by the young saint, leading to the sect leader's furious reprimand of the Yi family's younger generation for their incompetence. Now, the Yi family's disciples were determined to reclaim their honor, striving to suppress the momentum of the little saint, Chu Tian, even summoning Yi Feng back from his training abroad. It was truly a sight to behold. The Yi family was indeed a founding lineage, boasting an abundance of prodigious talents in this generation. In stark contrast, the Chu family had only a handful of capable individuals to showcase, although the young Saint Chu Tian possessed great talent. He was ultimately still too young to shoulder the burden alone. At that moment, a thunderous wave of astonishment resounded from the integration hall. In just 1 minute, 367 Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards had been slain. Good heavens! Yi Feng had entered the top 10, now ranking 6th in the integration rankings. My word, he is merely 17 years old. Look at the Earth ranking, someone exclaimed. Young Master Yi Feng had ascended to 2nd place on the Earth ranking, surpassing the little saint. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian raised his head and saw that his own position, which had fallen to second, had now dropped to third, while Yi Feng's ranking surged ahead of him. At only 17 years of age, holding the second position on the Earth ranking and the sixth on the integration ranking, such talent was indeed formidable, perhaps rivaling that of his cousin. Hui Mei scratched her head vigorously, baring her teeth in frustration. Why does it feel like the Holy Heaven Sect's current generation is so formidable? They are only marginally behind us at the Saint Sect. Brother Feng, that little bald monk is Hui Mei, and Chu Tian is also here. A familiar voice rang out from the integration hall. Chu Tian turned to see the pale-faced Yi Chong emerge, pointing at him and Hui Mei while speaking to a tall, handsome man in white robes beside him. The white-robed figure exuded a commanding presence, his every movement reminiscent of a dragon and amp. Appo's grace, captivating all who beheld him. He was Yi Feng, the current young master of the Yi family, an exceptional talent and the fiancé of Chu Tian's elder sister, Chu Yanchang. As Chu Tian prepared to step into the testing space, he heard the voice and turned back, locking eyes with Yi Feng. Xiao Tian, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Feng said with a warm smile, gesturing for him to come over, resembling a kind elder beckoning a child. In Chu Tian's memory, Yi Feng had always treated him well due to their familial ties, often bringing him unique trinkets and treasures upon his return from training. Chu Tian held great respect for this extraordinary elder brother, yet he was also acutely aware that Chu Yanchang had fallen victim to Yi Feng's charming facade, ultimately leading her to be reviled by the entire Hung Tian continent, pursued by major sects, and tragically meeting her end at his hands. Now, as Yi Feng led formidable warriors in pursuit of the Demon Lord, he was far from the charming and affable figure he presented himself as today. Chu Tian and Appo's expression remained calm as he suddenly gestured to his throat, mimicking a slicing motion, before stepping into the golden vortex of the giant stone. This was, after all, the very purpose of his visit. From the moment he was reborn, Yi Feng had already become a dead man in his eyes. The only question was when to bring about his demise. You ought to be cautious, Xiao Tian. How dare you provoke Brother Feng? Yi Chong and Amp, Appo's voice was low and ominous. Yi Feng maintained his affable demeanor, explaining, there's no rush. Xiao Tian must have some misunderstandings about me. Let us wait here for a moment. At that moment, Yi Wu emerged from the Spirit Refinement Hall, having surged to the 80th position, a robust young man. Brother Feng, you are simply too lenient. That little demon of the Chu family has driven Elder Hong Wu to his demise, imprisoned Yi Fan, and openly defied the sect leader. Demonstrating a complete lack of decorum, he is utterly beyond control. Had my brother been here, would you dare to speak like that? Hui Mei crossed her arms, sneering coldly. You only dare to criticize my elder brother behind his back. With your kind of uselessness, you are destined to lead a life as a mere commoner. After being betrayed by Yi Tianxiong, Hui Mei had spent a night in fear and now harbored a deep-seated hatred for the entire Yi family. Yi Chong and Appo's expression darkened. However, he was still haunted by the shadow of Hui Mei, having suffered a brutal defeat that left him with lingering pain in his arm even after consuming healing pills. Even if Chu Tian stands here, I will speak as I please. What do you do about it? Yi Wu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Hui Mei's bald head. With such a lack of hair, your capabilities are questionable. The geniuses of the Compassionate Voyage Saint Sect are merely average. What does it matter if you claim to defeat your opponent in one move? After being defeated, you still sobbed and clung to Chu Tian's leg in public. You can only bully the waist of our Holy Heaven Sect and Appo's bone refinement realm, but remember, the true prodigies of the Yi family are my brother Yi Feng and the other exceptional talents across various realms. Even if you enter the Spirit Refinement realm, you are far from invincible. I could defeat you with a single strike. Yi Chong and Appo's countenance darkened. Yi Wu and Appo's words effectively mocked him as well, yet he dared not retort. For he was an orphan and still needed the assistance of Yi Wu's parents to rescue his younger brother, Yi Fan. A mere 15-year-old, ranked 80 on the spiritual refinement list, had the audacity to be so arrogant. A fierce glint erupted in Mei's eyes. Before Chu Tian, he was but a meek lamb, acknowledging his inferiority in skill. However, in the presence of others, he displayed an entirely different demeanor. With a thunderous roar, May propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. A tumultuous surge of spiritual energy coursing through him as he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Yi Wu and Amp. Appo's face, the explosive sound akin to thunder. Chapter 38. The chasm between bone-tempering realm, how audacious. Yi Wu seethed with fury, astonished that this audacious individual dared to challenge him across boundaries. His mental energy surged like a torrential flood, coalescing in his fist as he collided with Hui Mei. Boom! It sounded as if two colossal mountains had collided, the impact resonating painfully in the ears of those present. Yi Wu staggered back 5 steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint on the floor, fissures spreading outward. Coming to a halt, his complexion paled slightly. Despite the mental shield encompassing him, his arms trembled as if he had struck a massive iron mountain, the reverberation causing him great discomfort. Onlookers around the Chu Tian hall gasped, mouths agape in astonishment. The mental prowess of the spirit refinement realm was as vast as a flowing river, capable of enveloping the body, marking a qualitative leap from the bone-tempering realm. Under such spiritual influence, even a casual strike could unleash a force of 1,000,000 pounds. Positioned at the 80th rank of the spirit refinement list, Yi Wu and Appo's combined mental power was no less than 3 to 4 million pounds. Yet Hui Mei had the audacity to push him back, an extraordinary feat indeed. Hui Mei was propelled backward, landing and retreating 10 paces, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet there was a glint of cold determination in his eyes as he rubbed his bald head and scoffed, "Is there truly no one in the esteemed Yi family? How dare such a feeble spirit refinement practitioner call himself a prodigy? Weakness aside, to be so arrogant before me is folly. Should I break through to the spirit refinement realm, I could obliterate you with a single punch. Bald One, you are merely courting death." Yi Wu and Appo's rage intensified, and he prepared to charge forward. But at that moment, Yi Feng raised his hand to stop him, brow furrowed, his tone slightly elevated. "Have you made a sufficient spectacle of yourself? Is there not enough humiliation already? A spirit refinement practitioner battling a bone-tempering practitioner to such an extent. Do you find it impressive?" "Brother Feng, he started it." Yi Wu protested. "Withdraw." Yi Feng replied coolly. With a high standing in the family, Yi Wu grit his teeth and stepped aside. Yet his eyes remained filled with hostility as they fixed on Hui Mei. "You are from the Zihong sacred sect. As a guest, my younger brother has acted thoughtlessly and offended you," Yi Feng stated with a refined smile. Hui Mei sneered, rejecting Yi Feng and Appo's goodwill, and gestured disdainfully at Yi Wu. Waste. A fleeting shadow of darkness crossed Yi Feng and Appo's eyes, yet his smile remained, indicating he was unfazed. At that moment, the golden stone of the bone-tempering list suddenly bore the name Chu Tian, followed by numbers that began to fluctuate at an astonishing pace. Chu Tian 1 second, 20 ancient mammoth giants. Buzz, a flash of golden light. Chu Tian, 2 seconds, 100 ancient mammoth giants. Chu Tian, for seconds, 300 ancient mammoth giants. The numbers danced chaotically, rising at an erratic yet frenzied rate. The rapid flicker of golden light dazzled the eyes. In mere moments, Chu Tian, 5 seconds, 550 ancient mammoth giants. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 780 ancient mammoth giants. 8 seconds, 900. 9 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. Within just 9 seconds, merely the span of 2 breaths, the numbers on the golden stone came to a halt. All present in the hall were struck into silence, as if a multitude of ants had been crushed underfoot. This was no mere ancient mammoth. It was as if one could trample an entire herd with ease. Suddenly, a disciple chuckled bitterly. Last time it took 30 seconds. This time it was merely 9. The disparity between bone-tempering practitioners feels even greater than that between humans and pigs. When the gap widens to such an extent, the shock becomes overwhelming, leaving everyone feeling weak and at a loss for words, unable to articulate the profound sense of helplessness. Yi Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his face ashen as he gazed at the golden stone, his body trembling violently. He recalled lying in a pool of blood beneath that stone, watching the golden numbers leap frantically, nearly suffocating him with the intensity of the experience. Fortunately, members of the Yi family had arrived in time to save him. Otherwise, he would have perished there. 2 days had passed, and he had made significant progress in strength. Yet the chasm between him and Chu Tian seemed to have widened to the point where he could no longer even catch a glimpse of Chu Tian and Appo's silhouette. Yi Feng's gaze darkened slightly, yet his smile remained genteel, as if he were pleased with his younger brother's performance. What a prodigy, Hui Mei muttered under his breath. At that moment, the numbers on the bone-tempering list began to shift once more. Chu Tian, 10 seconds, 1 true dragon cub, 1 true war, 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. This truly is akin to slaughtering ancient ferocious beasts of the same level, as if they were mere puppies. Hui Mei and Appo's eyelids twitched violently. While he believed he could now command and slay ancient ferocious beast cubs, he knew it would not be so effortless. In the testing space, sensing his power had surged. The ferocious beast cubs had multiplied threefold, now totaling 90. Chu Tian's eyes were cold as he exuded an overwhelming aura, his body radiating chaotic light, resembling a sword slicing through the throngs of beasts, blood splattering in all directions. Yi Tianxiong commanded the Yi family disciples to act in unison, striving to suppress his momentum and plotting to find an opportunity to eliminate him. This time, he intended to show Yi Tianxiong what a true prodigy was. Ahead of him, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 30 golden-winged giant pung cubs charged from all directions, both above and below, as if they had developed a semblance of intelligence, coordinating their assault to exploit Chu Tian's vulnerabilities. Dragon roars echoed, golden-winged giant pungs struck like lightning, and true roars engaged in close combat, their teamwork flawless. You wish to kill me? You are sorely mistaken. Chu Tian and Appo's eyes gleamed with coldness as his body moved like lightning, his speed unimaginable. With each strike, he wielded tremendous power, akin to a meteor crashing down, shaking the earth with a deafening roar. In a swift motion, he obliterated 2 true roars. With a mere flick of his foot, he turned several golden-winged giant pungs into mist. The leap from 2 million pounds of strength to 1 million pounds was not merely a matter of increased power. It represented a qualitative transformation. Chu Tian disregarded their attacks entirely, his body enveloped in chaotic light. The claws of a golden-winged giant pung raked across his back, failing to pierce his skin. A true dragon cub's tail struck his chest, yet he did not yield an inch. Instead, he seized it and wielded it like a whip, obliterating several true roar cubs. Like a bolt of lightning, Chu Tian surged through the vast expanse, blood mist swirling in his wake. In a matter of moments, the 90 ancient ferocious beast cubs were utterly annihilated. At that juncture, the numbers on the external golden stone froze once more, radiating a dazzling golden light that seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality. All in the hall widened their eyes in disbelief, a faint tinge of bloodshot veins coursing through their eyes, heavy breaths filling the silence. The line of text on the golden stone struck their minds with the force of a thunderclap, shaking their very souls and leaving them rooted to the spot. Chu Tian, 30 seconds, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden-winged giant pung cubs, 30 true roar cubs, 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. A lengthy string of numbers. Each character felt as weighty as a mountain, rendering the atmosphere thick with gravity. Chapter 39. The true dragon hatchling of the divine refinement realm, the progeny of the ancient ferocious beasts, had tripled since the last time. Yet the time taken was reduced by a factor of 3. Within the hall, a voice hoarsely questioned, "Is there truly no cheating involved?" This was a comparison against the elite of the human race, the true dragon hatchlings. It seemed as though they were on the verge of breaking through the eternal skybone, ranking in just 30 seconds. How could further testing continue? A sequence of golden numbers remained fixed upon the colossal stone. After a moment of silence within the eternal sky hall, it erupted into chaos. Yi Feng's expression had turned grave, the smile vanished, and his fists clenched beneath his white robe. There must be cheating involved. I will return and demand my father conduct a thorough investigation. I have also participated in the bone ranking. It is impossible for one in the bone refinement realm to be this formidable. In just a minute, even you, brother Yi Feng, could not slay 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Yi Wu's eyes were bloodshot. He too had ranked within the top 10 of the bone ranking and understood the difficulty all too well. Unless Chu Feng could utilize spiritual power, there might be a slim chance, but in the testing space, spiritual powers are prohibited. It must be cheating. Yi Wu ground his teeth, speaking with unwavering conviction. Hui Mei cast a sidelong glance at Yi Wu, her voice dripping with scorn. A true prodigy, a genius, is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Just because you cannot accomplish it does not mean others cannot. On the bone ranking, his name stood in second place, Hui Mei, with a strength of 900,000 pounds, slaying 836 mammoth giants in 1 minute. Moreover, he had already proven capable of completing the test 6 months prior. But due to a significant lead over those ranked below him, even a third-ranked Yi Chong had only managed 33. His position was virtually unshakable. Hence, he had little motivation to continue challenging. He had initially planned to attempt another challenge. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as Chu Tian was also vastly ahead of him. Hui Mei calculated that after finishing off the mammoth giants, he could at most slay 5 ancient ferocious beast hatchlings. The disparity was disheartening. With 5 barrels of medicinal liquid, the absorption efficiency was quintupled, and the chaos divine demon body in the blood condensation and bone refinement realms seemed excessively formidable. No wonder it was hailed as the strongest physique. Hui Mei gritted her teeth. In the bone refinement realm, she had no intention of competing with the freak known as Chu Tian, but in the divine refinement realm, that was her territory. Big brother, once we reach the divine refinement realm, I am the elder, and you shall be the younger. Suddenly, amidst the heavy breaths within the palace, someone spoke in a deep voice. Look, the time digits are moving. Curiously, the subsequent numbers remained stagnant. On the golden stone, they saw that the time behind Chu Tian had abruptly jumped to 31 seconds, yet the long string of numbers remained unmoving. Soon, the time reached 33 seconds and still, nothing changed. Accustomed to the rapid fluctuations of numbers behind them, everyone felt a strange unease. Their eyes filled with confusion. They wondered what was happening in the testing space, where only time seemed to pass without any further developments. A resounding dragon roar reverberated through the testing space, its brilliance blinding. A 20-meter-long golden true dragon twisted and danced in the sky, its claws striking with such force that the space trembled. Within the enormous dragon and amp, oppos, SIs, adorned with intricate patterns, surged a tangible light, unleashing waves of golden energy towards Chu Tian, stirring up dust and leaving solid traces upon the ground. This was indeed a hatchling of the true dragon from the divine refinement realm, capable of killing with its focused gaze, its spirit enveloping its claws, shattering small peaks with ease. This hatchling was a terrifying embodiment of the divine refinement realm, one of the most powerful divine beasts known to exist, favored by heaven itself. Its strength only grew more fearsome as time progressed, reigning atop the food chain of the myriad realms. Chu Tian and Oppos. Testing in the bone refinement realm had compelled the eternal sky ranking to unleash a true dragon hatchling from the divine refinement realm. An unprecedented occurrence that transcended an entire realm of testing, and it was an ancient ferocious beast at that. The dragon's roar, resounding like a tangible force, coupled with the power of its spirit, caused Chu Tian's eardrums to throb painfully. With the emergence of the true dragon hatchling from the divine refinement realm, it was clear that he had reached invincibility in the bone refinement realm. The eternal sky ranking understood that any further attempts would be futile. Chu Tian mused to himself. Even as the powerful onslaught of the dragon hatchling left deep, bone-revealing wounds upon his body. Yet, under such immense pressure, he maintained his composure, his blood surging. He occasionally met the dragon hatchling's blows head-on, producing a deep rumble, only to be sent staggering back, spitting blood. The true dragon hatchling's power was terrifying. With each strike empowered by its spirit carrying 400,000 pounds, almost double Chu Tian and Apos' strength. Had it not been for the formidable chaos divine demon body and the operation of the chaos creation true scripture, which imbued him with a chaotic radiance, rendering his body as solid as divine iron, he would have likely been annihilated. Challenging a hatchling from the divine refinement realm while still in the bone refinement realm was ultimately unrealistic. Perhaps there might have been a chance had he been able to utilize his spirit. Unfortunately, this testing space prohibited the use of any powers beyond the physical body. The body, Chu Tian murmured thoughtfully, just as he dodged the glimmering claws of the dragon, only to be struck by its tail, sent reeling backward with a mouthful of blood. At that moment, an idea sparked within him. A vertical pupil suddenly opened in his brow, radiating purple light, as thin strands of spiritual power coursed through his entire being. Indeed, the eye of the heavenly path was a special divine object, fused with his flesh. A natural ability akin to the wings of the golden-winged Dapeng, an integral part of his physical form. With a casual wave of his hand, the 200,000 pounds of power combined with the eye of the heavenly path's enhancement resonated through the space. In the outside world, the eye of the heavenly path could amplify Chu Tian's spiritual power tenfold, allowing him to rival the divine refinement realm. Yet within this testing space, he could not employ his own spiritual power. It was the innate spiritual force of the eye that came into play. At that moment, the dragon's tail lashed out, golden light flashing, the sonic boom akin to thunder. Chu Tian and Apos' eyes gleamed coldly as he grasped the dragon and Apos' tail with claw-like hands, seizing it and swinging the true dragon as if it were a whip. Boom! Small peaks were obliterated as the true dragon, hatchling, emitted a deafening roar, seemingly gaining a semblance of consciousness, filled with furious wrath. The hatchling was hurled away, crashing into a mountain peak, causing a massive dust cloud to erupt. Roaring, the true dragon hatchling rushed toward Chu Tian, its scales shattered, blood pouring forth, yet it charged with unrestrained fury. Although lacking the enhancement of spirit, even with the eye of the heavenly path, it could still unleash a force of 400,000 pounds, which was more than sufficient. As the eye of the heavenly path in his brow radiated purple light, enveloping his entire being, he became acutely aware of the hatchling's every trajectory and flaw. The eye of the heavenly path allowed him to perceive the heavens above and the depths below, though the speed of the true dragon, hatchling, was as swift as lightning. To Chu Tian, it moved as though in slow motion. Boom! Chu Tian unleashed all his blood energy, charging forth without any unnecessary embellishments, heading straight for the dragon and Apos' head. His eyes sparkled with icy determination, disregarding all the hatchling's attacks, landing a heavy punch upon the center of its brow. Every second in the testing space was immensely precious. He had no time to waste. Puff! A torrent of power erupted, obliterating the dragon and Apos' head in one strike, with blood mist surging toward the heavens. The dragon's body crashing down to the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. In that instant, Chu Tian's form was also torn asunder by the dragon's claws, transforming into light and vanishing within the testing space. At that moment, the numbers on the golden giant stone of the bone ranking solidified. First on the bone ranking, Chu Tian, in 1 minute, slaughtered 1 true dragon hatchling of the divine refinement realm, 30 true dragon hatchlings, 30 golden-winged Dapeng hatchlings, 30 true roar hatchlings, and 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. What? The true dragon hatchling of the divine refinement realm? The eternal sky ranking must be mistaken. Huimei and Apos' eyes bulged in disbelief, nearly fainting on the spot. A profound silence enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, on the Hengxiandi leaderboard, Chu Tian, who had fallen to 3rd place, swiftly surpassed Yi Feng and the first-ranked Saintess Hui Lian, reclaiming the top position once more. Chapter 40. Yi Wu confirms is not cheating. It is real in the realm of physical cultivation. Being able to battle against the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts is surely not the limit of human potential. Is it? Yet you now claim that the young saint, Chu Tian, has crossed boundaries to engage a true dragon in the realm of divine refinement? This is an audacious jest. The atmosphere erupted in fervor as numerous disciples collectively flushed with astonishment. Discussions ignited among the disciples of the Hung Tian Hall, even drawing the attention of powerful figures who had already ignited their divine flames within the higher echelons of the sect. Gazing at the words displayed on the bone-forging rankings, they could only shake their heads in disbelief. The top of the bone-forging rankings read, Chu Tian, age 8, with a strength of 2 million pounds, having slain a true dragon cub in the realm of divine refinement. While the latter details were somewhat acceptable, this line had transcended their comprehension. Yi Chong trembled, his complexion turning ghastly pale. Those golden, glaring characters caused a dull ache in his abdomen. The last time, a single punch from Chu Tian had nearly claimed his life. Now, with strength escalating from 1.5 million to 2 million pounds, a mere punch from Chu Tian could annihilate him on the spot, leaving no chance for survival. At that moment, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, first casting a glance at the Hung Tian rankings, where his name graced both the Earth ranking and the Bone Forging rankings. Subsequently, his calm and indifferent voice resonated within the Hung Tian Hall. Some individuals, under the guise of sect interests, seek to conspire against this saint in secrecy, yet remain oblivious to the fact that I, Chu Tian, epitomize the greatest interest of this sect. This statement was a direct response to Yi Tianxiong and underscored his purpose for being at the Hung Tian Hall. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The prodigies bask in glory and splendor. He aimed to respond to Yi Tianxiong's claims of sacrificing for sect interests through tangible action. He himself represented the paramount benefit of the Holy Heaven Sect. Chu Tian and Amp, Oppo's voice, though calm, carried a youthful timbre, as his vocal cords had yet to mature. Nevertheless, the unparalleled dominance in his words struck like a meteor, creating monumental waves upon the placid surface of a lake. In an instant, the crowd fell into a breathless silence. The attendees were engulfed in complete stillness. His words, brimming with arrogance, were irrefutable. Being ranked first on the Earth ranking stood as the ultimate testament, requiring no further explanation. Brother, from this day forth, you are not merely my brother, but also my idol. Hui Mei approached, her eyes shimmering with admiration. She suddenly realized that in terms of showmanship and capturing attention, Chu Tian could indeed be considered her ancestor. Who has harmed you? Chu Tian inquired calmly upon noticing the bloodstains at the corner of the little bald head's mouth. It's nothing, I'm fine. Hui Mei wiped the blood away and casually remarked. Possessing her own pride as a prodigy of the Compassionate Voyage sect, she was not one to complain. Little Tian, come here, brother-in-law has a gift for you. At that moment, Yi Feng, with a friendly smile, half squatted and beckoned Chu Tian, revealing a uniquely crafted blue sword. In just 2 months, little Tian has become so exceptional, even surpassing brother-in-law in the Earth ranking. Brother-in-law must reward you well. Yi Feng, tall and imposing, stood over 1.9 meters, and even in a half squat, his height was comparable to Chu Tian's. Brother-in-law. Chu Tian did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached Yi Feng with a composed demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at the blue sword in his hand. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng's eyes and stated calmly, "You are unworthy to marry my sister. In a few days, I will have the elders of our clan come to annul the engagement." He had learned that Yi Feng and his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, were set to wed soon after returning to the sect. He would not allow the tragedy of the original narrative to repeat itself. With the wedding approaching, he opted for a straightforward approach, eschewing any elaborate pretense. As his words echoed, the crowd, just recovering from their shock, was struck by a buzzing sensation in their minds. What did they just hear? The young saint, Chu Tian, opposes the marriage between Chu Yunshang and Yi Feng? Yi Feng is unworthy? What nonsense is this? Yi Feng, a figure of great prowess, and Chu Yunshang, blessed with innate sacred bones, had been engaged since childhood, regarded as a match made in heaven. Akin to the engagement between Chu Tian and Lu Yun, their union was envied by countless individuals within the sect. It was said that the sect leader and the deputy leader had already conferred on the matter, preparing to host a wedding to celebrate the long-standing friendship between the two families. Yet, the young saint, Chu Tian, suddenly declared his intent to annul the engagement. If true, this would be akin to a slap in the face of the Yi family, shaking the sect to its core. Everyone was bewildered. What did you just say? Repeat that. Even Yi Feng, despite his profound demeanor, felt his smile vanish, his expression darkening as he clenched his fist tightly around the blue sword. Chu Tian and Appo's identity was significant. He was the legitimate son of the Chu family, the sect's young saint, and the future leader. Though young, every word he uttered was under the scrutiny of countless eyes, wielding tremendous influence. Childish words must be considered in context. This statement was tantamount to a public affront to the Yi family, trampling on their dignity. Chu Tian, your audacity knows no bounds. Yi Wu, already displeased with Chu Tian, erupted in fury, shouting vehemently. Chu Tian, however, did not respond to Yi Feng. He preferred brevity, allowing his singular statement to suffice. Instead, he turned to face Yi Wu, a glint of icy resolve flickering in his gaze. No one dares to harm my little brother. Who gave you the audacity? Chu Tian's tone remained calm, yet was imbued with a fierce intensity and dominance. Though Hui Mei remained silent, her awareness had reached an acute level. Under the gaze of the heavenly path, nothing within 100 meters could elude her attention. Observing Yi Wu and Appo's arms still trembling slightly, clearly having endured a violent clash, she was able to deduce the recent events. Suddenly, Chu Tian and Appo's third eye opened, and the eye of the heavenly path radiated a purple brilliance, amplifying his mental acuity tenfold. Chu Tian, dare you move a muscle and see what happens? Yi Wu and Appo's eyes nearly bulged with rage. His fury ignited as he was belittled by two younglings from the bone-forging realm within a single day, publicly threatened. With a thunderous roar, Chu Tian's mental energy surged forth, and he unleashed a punch that seemed to resonate with the roar of dragons, creating a cataclysmic sound akin to mountains collapsing and seas crashing. As his fist struck, the vortex of energy erupted, hurtling towards Yi Wu's chest. You shall perish. In a fit of rage, Yi Wu and Appo's spirit flared as he collided with Chu Tian and Appo's blow, his eyes glinting with malice. If it was Chu Tian who initiated the attack, he would not hold back his retaliation. Yi Wu no. Yi Feng suddenly bellowed, but it was too late. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would act so swiftly. Crack! In an instant, Yi Wu and Appo's arm shattered, flesh and blood erupting as the spiritual barrier enveloping him crumbled. Chu Tian and Appo's punch had reached a staggering force of 6 million pounds, capable of obliterating a mountain. Boom! 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 Chu Tian's fist was relentless and overpowering as it struck directly against Yi Wu's chest. Puff! Yi Wu's chest caved in, his eyes wide with fury as he spewed blood. His body propelled like a bolt towards a refining spirit temple, crashing against the golden monolith, causing the earth to tremble violently. In a flash, blood gushed forth as Yi Wu collapsed into a pool of his own blood, gasping for breath. The crowd was suffocated by the gravity of the moment. Numerous disciples stared in disbelief. He was slain in an instant? Yi Wu, ranked 80 on the divine refinement list, was not far inferior to a true dragon cub. Yet he was vanquished in the blink of an eye. Yi Wu's fate confirmed that Chu Tian's slaughter of a true dragon cub in the realm of divine refinement was not an act of cheating. It was indeed real. Chapter 41. Since I have joined the dock, I shall protect you. Being ranked first on the Earth list is truly well-deserved. A disciple from the sect, ignited by divine fire, murmured in awe. To annihilate those on the divine refinement list ranked 80 in an instant. How many have achieved such a feat throughout history? The young saint had just proclaimed that he embodies the greatest benefit to the sect, and I now find this to be entirely reasonable. A celestial being remarked softly amidst the collective astonishment in the hall. As the events in the Hung Tian Palace spread like wildfire through the sect, Yi Feng suddenly appeared beside Yi Wu, administering healing elixirs and applying spiritual herbs to his chest, preserving his final breath. Chu Tian, you have greatly disappointed me. After 2 months apart, you seem like a different person, reckless and ruthless, harming your fellow disciples, disrespecting your elder brother, trampling upon the sect and Oppo's rules. Upon returning, I will surely report to Uncle Chu, so he can teach you a proper lesson. Yi Feng shouted furiously, his eyes tinged with a faint red and a menacing aura. Even with his profound self-restraint, he could no longer endure such provocations. Chu Tian withdrew his fist, closed his eyes, and merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Feng before making a throat-cutting gesture and walking towards the exit of the Heng Tian Palace. Yi Feng, being slightly stronger than Yi Chong, warranted a fraction more of his attention and energy. Returning to reality from her shock, Hui Mei hastily followed Chu Tian. Scratching her head in inquiry, "Elder brother, are you standing up for me? Since you have taken refuge under my wing and call me elder brother, I shall protect you within the Holy Heaven Sect." Chu Tian replied, a testament to his unwavering principles over 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he never neglected his subordinates. Whenever his followers were bullied, he always led the charge in retaliation. Even after becoming a patriarch, this principle remained unchanged. What does taking refuge mean? Yu Mei répondit, scratching her head even more vigorously. Yet this time, Chu Tian did not respond, his gaze fixed ahead. Before the Heng Tian Palace, a middle-aged man descended gracefully, landing not far from Chu Tian. "The young saint likely does not recognize me." The man, clad in a green robe and wearing a warm smile, introduced himself. "I am Duanmu Lei, the Vice Master of the Internal Affairs Hall and the current second elder of the Duanmu family." Exuding a gentle demeanor that made him approachable, he resembled an amiable neighbor. However, upon hearing this name, Chu Tian's thoughts diverged sharply. In the original narrative, this individual was one of the foremost powers of the Duanmu family, a half-step to the emperor rank, his prowess comparable to that of Chu Tianyun, his third uncle. The Internal Affairs Hall manages the sect and Oppo's affairs, overseeing rewards and punishments, establishing protocols, and managing the daily lives of disciples, as well as conducting ceremonies like the Heaven Worship Rite. It is a formidable department within the Holy Heaven Sect. As the Vice Master, Duanmu Lei was a person of considerable influence. However, as Chu Tian understood, similar to how the Law Enforcement Hall was long controlled by his family, the Internal Affairs Hall had been under the sway of the Yi family for millennia, with every hall master bearing the surname Yi. In this generation, the master of the Internal Affairs Hall is Yi Tianhong, the 4th elder of the Yi family. "Chu Tian, I have heard of you, Master Duanmu." Chu Tian greeted respectfully, clasping his fists in salute. "The young saint is too courteous. I have maintained a long-standing friendship with your father. Simply call me Uncle Lei." Duanmu Lei smiled, adding, "And please do not omit the title of young saint when addressing me, lest it lead to misunderstandings among outsiders." "My apologies, Uncle Lei. I did not intend for any oversight." Chu Tian responded calmly, as if genuinely unaware of the implications. "May I inquire what brings you here today?" After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Tian transitioned to the main topic. As the Vice Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, it was unlikely he would visit without cause. "Firstly, I am here to congratulate the young saint on reclaiming the top spot on the Earth list," Duanmu Lei beamed. "Secondly, to make up for the sealing ceremony that should have been held a few days prior for the young saint. According to our sect and Oppo's customs, to encourage disciples to strive for advancement. Any disciple who ascends to the top of any list on the Heng Tian rankings is honored with a sealing ceremony on the Worship Heaven Peak, conducted personally by the sect leader and the master of the Internal Affairs Hall. They bestow generous rewards, elevating the disciple's status with offerings such as divine medicines, scriptures, weapons, spiritual stones, and supernatural abilities. Particularly for the top position on the Earth list, the disciple may present one request to the sect, which must be fulfilled without refusal. Of course, the young saint likely looks down upon such rewards, yet these are the sect's regulations, and the process must be adhered to. Furthermore, this is a significant honor for the Vice Master and the Chu family as well. Moreover, though the young saint was recognized as the sect's heir from birth, his current rank on the records of the Internal Affairs Hall is merely level 1, categorized among outer disciples. Now he can rise 2 levels, reaching level 3 at the age of 8, which corresponds to inner disciples, an unprecedented achievement in the sect and Oppos, history. Since this is a matter of sect regulations, why is the sealing ceremony only being held today when I ascended to the top of both lists 2 days ago? Chu Tian inquired, his expression devoid of surprise. Shifting the conversation, he was well aware of the sealing ceremony, recalling how, in the original narrative, Yi Fan also reached the top of the Earth list and requested to marry Lu Yun, seeking to annul the engagement with the Great Hate Demon Lord, which dealt a heavy blow to the Chu family. Chu Tian, enraged, had nearly bled from his mouth then. Yet, as per sect rules, he had no choice but to comply. The Great Hate Demon Lord, Chu Tian, began his descent into darkness from that moment, sacrificing everything only to see his fiancée, Yi Fan and Oppos' embrace. Duanmu lay and Oppos' gaze lowered, seemingly casually glancing at the critically injured Yi Wu within the refinement palace. Before stating, some circumstances have caused a delay. Chu Tian understood instinctively that it was the master of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yi Tianhong, or rather the sect leader, Yi Tianxiong, who had suppressed the proceedings. They wished to stifle Chu Tian and Oppos' rise to prominence. Yet now, with his return to the top of the Earth list and the record of slaying a young divine refinement dragon, the sect was once again stirred. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to conduct the sealing ceremony, especially with so many eyes of the sect upon them. The injury inflicted upon Yi Wu, who was the second son of Yi Tianhong, was why Duanmu Lei had cast a seemingly casual glance at him. I've been sent by Master Yi Tianhong to personally invite the young saint to the Worship Heaven Peak, Duanmu Lei continued. Due to the sect leader's busy schedule, Master Yi will personally present the rewards to the young saint and fulfill any request the young saint wishes to make of the sect. With a calm demeanor, Chu Tian suddenly clasped his fists in salute to Duanmu Lei. Uncle Lei, I appreciate your personal visit, but I am unable to attend the sealing ceremony. Chapter 42. The sect is about to tremble. Why? Duanmu Lei furrowed his brow. Yi Tianhong, as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was the custodian of the sect's etiquette and rules. Yet he disregarded the sect's regulations and unilaterally suppressed the award ceremony. This was a grave offense. Chu Tian raised his gaze to meet Duanmu Lei and Oppos' eyes and said in the past, the revered ancestor Duanmu left behind a testament. The senior members of the sect must wholeheartedly support the cultivation of the younger disciples, without abusing their power to suppress them. Only by allowing talented disciples to shine can the sect thrive for generations to come. However, the sect master, under the pretense of upholding the sect's greater good, attempts to extract the eye of the heavenly Tao from my brow to please the Zihong sacred sect, which is a blatant violation of the sect and Oppos' interests and a disrespect to our ancestral teachings, thus undermining the unity within the sect. Chu Tian continued. The revered ancestor Duanmu himself suffered oppression during his youth, but, as the sect master, led the sect out of adversity, leaving behind this testament that no one is permitted to contravene. Although I, as the holy son of the sect, may be young, I refuse to associate with those devoid of the spirit of a true warrior who contravene ancestral edicts. I disdain these awards and honors. I do not desire them. Though Chu Tian's voice was not loud, Duanmu Lei, a senior figure within the sect, had personally come to him. The hall of eternal heaven had already fallen into silence. And at that moment, Chu Tian's words resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of many disciples present. At that moment, the disciples within the hall of eternal heaven were utterly astounded. The weight of Chu Tian's words was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily unable to process the implications. The sect master intended to extract the Holy Son's divine eye to appease the Zihong sacred sect. For those who had grown up in the territory of the Holy Tian sect and had joined it, this was akin to a bolt from the blue. Chu Tian, how dare you insult my father and mock the sect master? Do you realize this is a grave transgression? Yi Feng, filled with rage, could no longer contain himself upon hearing his father's name being tarnished. He instantly appeared before Chu Tian and swung a palm towards his face. As your elder brother, I shall teach you how to recognize your place, observe decorum, and show filial respect to your elders. How audacious! The smile faded from Duanmu Lei's face, his expression darkening. With a casual wave of his hand, a flash of azure light surged forth, and the rules of the Tao resonated, causing Yifeng to spit blood and be sent flying. Yifeng, how dare you lay hands on the Holy Sun before me? Do you take me, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, for a fool who cannot control you, the son of the sect master? Duanmu Lei's words were icy cold. The Internal Affairs Hall was responsible for rewards and punishments, as well as the formulation of the sect and oppos, as etiquette and order. The Holy Sun represented the dignity of the sect, and Yifeng had the audacity to strike Chu Tian in his presence, with so many witnesses around. This was not merely an attack on Chu Tian, but a slap to the face of the sect. Blood stained Yifeng's white robes, his disheveled hair making him look utterly disheveled, devoid of his former majesty. Upon hearing Duanmu Lei and Amp, Oppo's words, his face turned ashen as he clasped his fists. Uncle Lei, forgive me. In a moment of fury, I acted irrationally. However, Chu Tian has slandered the sect master and defied the orders of the Internal Affairs Hall. This is also a grave crime. Earlier, he even unjustly harmed my cousin Yi Wu, which is a serious offense. I implore Uncle Lei to apprehend Chu Tian and uphold the sect master and Amp, Oppo's authority. Otherwise, if word of this spreads, the consequences will be dire. Chu Tian smiled indifferently and replied, every word I have spoken is grounded in truth and can withstand scrutiny. If I have uttered even a single word of slander, I will voluntarily resign from my position as Holy Son. Since the top of the earth, ranking allows for any request to be made to the sect, I hereby ask Uncle Lei to present this matter to the Council of Elders, requesting a joint investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall, the Internal Affairs Hall, and the Judicial Hall to uncover the truth of this matter. Let it be seen whether I, Chu Tian, have slandered head Yi Tianhong or our esteemed sect master. Chu Tianyu, Yifeng and Oppo's complexion grew even paler. He had just received a message from his father, Yi Tianxiong, urging him to return to the sect urgently, and was not well informed about the recent events within the sect. Faced with Chu Tian and Amp, Oppo's aggressive rhetoric, he dared not respond. Duanmu Lei fell silent for a moment before saying, the Holy Son's request will be reported to the Council of Elders as per the sect's regulations. The events of the previous night had been classified as a top secret within the sect, but as a senior figure, Duanmu Lei had been present and was naturally aware of them. The three top families had maintained a largely neutral stance on the matter, with a subtle inclination towards the Yi family. After all, this was a topic that should not have been brought into discussion. Their attendance at the meeting, neither supporting nor opposing, represented a certain attitude. Of course, it was only a slight inclination. The information was confined to the knowledge of the sect and Oppos, as senior members, and deemed confidential. They had thought the matter would end there. However, they never anticipated that Chu Tian would be so resolute, returning to the top of the earth, ranking and shaking the entire sect, forcing Yi Tianhong to hold the award ceremony, and openly placing the issue on the table for discussion in front of so many witnesses. Duanmu Lei could already envision the massive upheaval that would ensue once this matter spread among the sect's hundreds of thousands of disciples. Nevertheless, Chu Tian was targeting Yi Tianxiong and the Yi family, acting in accordance with his sect's regulations. The top of the earth ranking permitted one to make any request of the sect, which must be fulfilled. Being a member of the Duanmu family and the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, he certainly would not risk his position to openly oppose the Chu family. Duanmu Lei gazed at Chu Tian, astonishment and shock mingling in his expression. Chu Tian's forceful and domineering demeanor had indeed reshaped his impression of the Chu family. After all, the Chu family's rules had always prioritized maintaining the stability and unity of the sect. Chu Tian and Amp, Oppo's approach was nearly the antithesis of that of Chu Tianwang, ruthlessly tearing apart the veil that concealed the discord between the founding families, exposing the conflict between the Chu and Yi families for all within the sect to see. Uncle Lei, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Chu Tian said with a calm demeanor, as though merely stating trivialities. He cupped his fists in respect and turned to depart. Huimei gasped, for he, being of noble birth and not lacking in intellect, understood the significant repercussions of Chu Tian and Appo's words. He believed himself to be quite reckless, yet he would never dare act so wantonly within the Zhihong sacred sect. Compared to Chu Tian, his actions seemed childishly naive. Thus, throughout the ordeal, he stood obediently behind Chu Tian, afraid to interject. Seeing Chu Tian leave, he hurriedly pursued him. Scratching his head and sighing, "Elder brother, why is it that our Zhihong sacred sect lacks such a rule? Otherwise, I would certainly rush to the top of the earth, ranking and propose conditions to betroth myself to my cousin. The sect is about to tremble." Duanmu Lei murmured to himself before soaring toward the internal affairs hall. In the sky, the blood-red rays of the setting sun cast a crimson hue across the peaks of the mountain gate, as if to remind everyone of the impending storm. Chapter 43. Sister, what do you see? As twilight descended, a furious roar resonated from within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, imbued with a chilling malevolence that darkened the heavens. Shortly thereafter, an even more formidable aura reverberated from the peak of the sacred emperor, obscuring the sky for miles, causing the very fabric of reality to shift. As the oppressive might of the emperor's presence rendered the air suffocating, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. Within the sect, the three premier families remained silent, observing the unfolding events with bated breath. Outside the sect, families of various sizes held their breaths, fully aware of the momentous happenings at the entrance of the heavenly palace. The higher-ups of the sect wore grave expressions, soon receiving urgent communication from the Elder Council, summoning an emergency meeting that evening, prompting them to hasten their departure. At that very moment, a golden hand extended from the peak of Sacred Emperor Mountain, spanning 100 miles, crashing down upon the Ministry of Internal Affairs. A faint, anguished roar echoed, seemingly uttering the name Chu Tian, accompanied by the sound of blood being expelled. The signboard that had hung for 1,000,000 years was pulverized to dust beneath that golden hand. Subsequently, the hand delved into the Sacred Emperor Peak, encircling it before descending upon the summit, crushing several palaces belonging to the Yi family into mere fragments, leaving behind a colossal 5-fingered imprint, before retracting and vanishing into the darkness. In the main hall of Sacred Emperor Peak, Yi Tianxiong sat regally, bloodshot eyes fixed on the inky black sky outside. After a prolonged silence, he turned and spoke in a low voice. "Feng, that little demon truly declared his intent to withdraw from the engagement with our Yi family." "Yes, father. Chu Tian claims that his son is unworthy of his sister. Do you think he has discovered something?" Yi Feng, standing below, asked with a pale countenance. Yi Tianxiong, with faint bloodstains in his eyes, nodded slightly. "This matter does not concern you. He is merely warning your father not to overstep. This time, I have miscalculated. Feng, do not be anxious. That lad, despite his audacity, would not dare to formally withdraw from the engagement. He is oblivious to the truth. How is that girl, Yunxiang, treating you? Does she harbor any doubts?" "No, father," Yi Feng replied respectfully. "Yunxiang listens to me in all matters and is eager to proceed with the grand wedding, to wed into our Yi family. Uncle Chu has also shown me great trust and affection." "Very well, you may withdraw for now." Yi Tianxiong waved his hand, rising to his feet. "I must speak with Chu Tian to stabilize the situation before attending the Elder Council meeting. This matter carries significant weight. Our family may face substantial losses. Tian, you must learn well, for one day the Yi family shall be yours to command. Remember, a small lack of patience can lead to grand schemes being disrupted. My impulsive actions this time serve as a bloody lesson. For the long-term interests of our Yi family, you must maintain good relations with Yunxiang and that boy, Chu Tian. If this generation fails, you must continue on." "Father, I understand." Yi Feng clenched his teeth, responding, "Chu Tian is headstrong and unguarded. I will soon regain his trust." Yi Tianxiong nodded and exited the palace, his figure fading away. The sacred heavenly pool will open tomorrow, and Chu Tian will enter. You too have a chance. Do not squander this opportunity. At the peak of Sacred Emperor Mountain, upon returning to the summit, Chu Tian was greeted by a flash of creamy yellow. A voice, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Little Tian, your sister has missed you dearly." A A fragrant breeze wafted through as Chu Tian, initially taken aback, felt a warm smile creep upon his lips upon recognizing the newcomer. She enveloped him in a hug, and he felt a tender kiss upon his cheek. "Don't move. Let your sister kiss you a few more times, as a reward for being the most formidable brother." Ascending to the top of the Earth rankings, Chu Tian could only sigh. Memories of his sister, Chu Yunshang, flooded back, her lively and innocent nature. Her doting affection for her siblings starkly contrasted against the cold-hearted woman he later came to know. Born with sacred bones, Chu Yunshang possessed extraordinary talent. Though not quite on par with his chaotic divine body, yet still a rare gem. Shortly after her birth, an engagement was arranged between her and Yi Feng by Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiu. With a gentle disposition, she had never faced hardship and lacked cunning. Simply following her family and Appo's wishes, gradually falling under Yi Feng and Appo's influence and pouring her heart into him. In the original narrative, Chu Yunshang was depicted as one who loved deeply yet suffered profoundly, evoking both sympathy and resentment as the heartless enchantress. Kulme, let your elder sister have a good look at her little brother, who has risen to the top of the Earth rankings, surpassing that infuriating iceberg of the Heaven Sacred Sect. Chu Yunshang beamed with a playful smile, clad in a creamy white dress, exuding an aura that left no room for refusal, pinching his arm playfully. "Not bad, not bad. You've grown sturdier in just 2 months. You've shot up so much. You're almost catching up to your sister. But why do you always wear that serious face, like a little adult?" Kulme, give her sister a smile. This time, as she recounted her adventures with Yi Feng, filled with excitement, Chu Tian listened quietly, relishing this rare familial warmth. Not far away, the old man, leaning against the gnarled tree, occasionally turned to glance, grinning broadly, his yellowed teeth glimmering in the moonlight. Within the dimly lit room of the main palace, Chu Tianwang withdrew his hand from the void, observing his children chatting at the entrance, a smile gracing his lips, though the blood in his eyes deepened. "No one shall harm my children," he murmured darkly, rising and tearing open a rift, stepping into the void. "Little Tian, I've finished sharing my experiences. Now it's your turn to tell me if anything interesting has happened during this time," Chu Yunshang said, her eyes sparkling as she rested her chin in her hands. This was the daily interaction between the siblings. Though Chu Tian's past experiences were filled with rigorous training alongside Chu Tianwang, the process had been monotonous, yet she listened intently. At that moment, Chu Tian smiled slightly, pointing at his forehead. "Sister, look at this. Wow, little Tian, you've grown a third eye. How beautiful. What kind of divine ability is this?" Chu Junsang et Gelim, her eyes wide with excitement and curiosity as she reached out cautiously to touch it. "This is the Eye of Heavenly Tao, a divine ability of the destined sage of the Heaven Sacred Sect, capable of observing the heavens above and the abyss below, leaving no secret hidden from my gaze, such as the cultivation methods of others or the bodily transformations caused by their techniques." Chu Tian's voice grew somber as he regarded his sister. Yet Chu Yunshang remained blissfully unaware of his shift in demeanor, excitedly caressing the eye on his forehead. "For instance, I can now tell, sister, whether Yi Feng has instructed you to practice a peculiar secret art." His tone darkened, laced with a coldness that pierced the air. "The Eye of Heavenly Tao is truly remarkable. You discern that too?" Chu Yunshang gasped in astonishment. The matter of Yi Feng instructing her in secret arts was something she had kept to herself, claiming it a secret between them. "Sister, is this secret art perhaps called the Supreme Yin-Yang Technique?" Chu Tian's voice grew increasingly grave. Beneath the ancient tree, the old man, who had been leisurely observing, suddenly turned serious, rising to his feet. "Little Tian, you can even see this?" Chu Yunshang was even more astonished. Chapter 44. This child has already chosen his path to death. He deserves an old servant. Greet the young lady and the little master. Suddenly, Elder Tuo appeared before the two, bowing respectfully. However, Chu Tian noticed a slight darkness in Elder Tuo's gaze, skillfully concealed from Chu Yunshang. "Elder Tuo, you must call me Yunshang. You always promised to do so. Yet the next day you still call me young lady." Chu Yunshang pouted, running forward to embrace Elder Tuo's arm, shaking it playfully. Elder Tuo had been guarding the main hall of the sacred Emperor Peak for many years, having watched over the 4 siblings of the Chu family since their birth. Though not related by blood, their bond was akin to that of family. All right. My young lady, please stop shaking. This old body of mine is about to fall apart. I promise to call you Yinshang next time. Elder Tuo chuckled, his face beaming with a smile, yet his eyes subtly drifted toward Chu Tian. Little master, what you mentioned earlier regarding the supreme yin-yang art, could it possibly be the technique left behind by the ancient supreme demon clan that invaded our Hung Tian continent? Elder Ta, well-versed in history, recognized that this art was one of the highest secret techniques of the supreme demon sect, which had been practiced by their upper echelon and core disciples after their retreat from Hung Tian. Chu Tian's knowledge stemmed from the inheritance of the destined Taoist, which contained information about this art. Chu Tian responded in a low voice, his fists clenched tightly. The claim regarding his understanding of the supreme yin-yang art from the destined Taoist and Appo's teachings was, in truth, a fabrication. The system had only appropriated the destined Taoist's legacy, not his memories. Moreover, the destined Taoist had existed 100,000 years ago, while the supreme demon sect had been eradicated nearly 1,000,000 years prior by the top sects of Hung Tian, leaving behind scriptures and divine techniques that had been sealed away by these sections. Thus, it was uncertain whether the destined Taoist had any knowledge of it. However, attributing matters to the destined Taoist could save him from unnecessary explanations and troubles. Scoundrel, undeserving wretch, how dare this fiend act so recklessly, plotting against the legitimate daughter of the Chu family? Suddenly, Elder Ta's voice turned grave, an ominous glint flashing in his murky eyes, as a terrifying aura momentarily enveloped the darkened night sky. Elder Tuo straightened, and for a fleeting moment, a towering figure seemed to emerge, gray hair billowing, demonic energy soaring as if to obliterate the world itself. Chu Yunshang's face turned pale with fright. In that instant, she felt as though she had glimpsed a phantom, the hunched old man before her transforming into a blood-stained demon god. Elder Ta, what's wrong? Chu Yunshang said down. Yet, the vision dissipated almost as quickly as it had come, and Elder Ta's expression returned to its warm demeanor as he smiled gently at her. My young lady, it's nothing. That's a relief. You were quite terrifying just now, like a demon god with countless lies on your hands. Chu Yunshang playfully stuck out her tongue and turned to ask her brother if he had seen it too. Chu Tian shook his head, directly denying it. Sister, perhaps you are fatigued from your recent trials, leading to illusions. Elder Tuo has guarded our main hall for years. He has never left the sect. How could he be a demon god? True, it seems I am indeed tired. Chu Yunshang, still shaken by the earlier sight, felt unsettled, her complexion pale. She kissed Elder Tuo and her brother goodbye before retreating to her quarters in the main hall to rest. Once Chu Yunshang had departed, the smiles faded from the faces of Elder Tuo and Chu Tian. Little master, can you ascertain that the young lady is cultivating the supreme demon sect's ultimate secret technique, the supreme yin-yang art? Elder Tuo's face grew serious, his demeanor shifting dramatically, his eyes flashing with terrifying light. Elder Ta, not only is it the supreme yin-yang art, but I can also confirm it is a subsidiary technique of it, Chu Tian replied coldly, enunciating each word carefully. Sister has become a living vessel for Yi Feng's human-shaped demon weapon. The day she ignites her divine fire will coincide with the completion of the supreme yin-yang art. The emotions within her will ignite, and the power of yin and yang will coalesce into demonic fruit. At that moment, she will delve into the demon path, transforming into a heartless, desireless demon soldier. The one who cultivates the main technique will reap the fruits of her transformation, rendering her nearly devoid of individuality, knowing only slaughter and cultivation, serving her master's advancement. Chu Tian's earlier inquiry was merely a probe, as in this phase of his rebirth. It was still the early years of the great hate demon sovereign, and Chu Yunshang had yet to wed Yi Feng. Thus, he was uncertain whether she was currently practicing this secret technique. However, upon receiving her response, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. The supreme yin-yang art consists of a main technique and two subsidiary techniques. The practitioner of the main technique dominates the practitioner of the subsidiary technique. Their souls intertwine for life. Upon the death of the main practitioner, the consciousness of the subsidiary practitioner is instantaneously extinguished. Furthermore, when the practitioner of the subsidiary technique ignites their divine fire, they will forever become the vessel, with their achievements automatically shared with their master. Furthermore, the practitioner of the subsidiary technique will see their emotions and desires burn away entirely, becoming oblivious to outside distractions, with only their master in their heart, living and dying for their master. Their combat prowess will exponentially increase, and their cultivation speed will soar, rendering them a formidable demon soldier capable of both offense and defense, assisting their master in cultivation. In ancient times, the upper echelons and core disciples of the Supreme Demon Sect would capture the talented individuals of various sects, even their leaders, coercing them to cultivate the supreme yin-yang art, thereby creating exclusive human-shaped demon soldier vessels. Due to their excessively sinister methods and the unbridled actions of the Supreme Demon Sect, the enraged sects of Chu Tian united to eradicate them completely. The many demonic scriptures and divine techniques left behind by the Supreme Demon Sect were sealed away, accessible only to the leaders of the top sections. In the original narrative, upon igniting her divine fire, Chu Yunshang severed her emotions and desires, plunging into the demon path. With her innate holy bone, her combat powers surged, and her demonic might became fearsome. After betraying the Sacred Heaven Sect, she committed countless slaughters, inciting the wrath of Chu Tian. Chu Tian, deeply concerned for his sister, repeatedly intervened to protect her, resulting in the Chu family being despised by many sections. The eventual destruction of the Chu family, which had endured for 1,000,000 years, was largely interconnected with this. For the Chu family, long regarded with animosity across Chu Tian, no other family was willing to extend a helping hand. Otherwise, a prestigious family with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, with its accumulated networks and alliances, could hardly be extinguished so easily. Chu Tian initially believed that Yifeng would only allow his sister to practice the supreme yin-yang art after their marriage, once she had settled into the Yi family on Sacred Emperor Peak. Little did he expect that Yifeng would audaciously exploit Chu Yunshang's innocence, compelling her to cultivate the supreme yin-yang art. The earlier one begins to practice the supreme yin-yang art, the more profound the transformation upon igniting their divine fire, as they burn away their emotions, leading to a more potent demonic fruit. Audacious and reckless, this child has indeed chosen his path to death. He deserves it. Elder Tuo trembled with rage, seemingly well acquainted with the sinister powers of the Supreme Demon Sect. Little Master, Yifeng must be eliminated. How dare he practice the supreme yin-yang demonic arts and turn the young lady into a demon soldier vessel for his machinations? What shall we do now? If the practitioner of the main technique perishes, the consciousness of the subsidiary practitioner will be obliterated instantly. Elder Ta's murky eyes glazed over with a faint hue of blood, his voice trembling, moreover, as they cultivate. The dependency of the practitioner of the subsidiary technique on the practitioner of the main technique will continuously escalate. This process cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, the practitioner of the subsidiary technique will face instant annihilation of both body and spirit. The young lady is so kind and lively, despite her remarkable talent, having been taken as a disciple by the otherworldly sacred deity since birth. How could she fall prey to such scoundrels? Such scoundrels. Chapter 45. The Supreme Tao Clan and the Ultimate Secret Technique. In a subtle manner, the old hunchback, Tuoleo, exhibited a faint flicker of crimson light in his eyes, hinting at a resurgence of power. His hunched back began to straighten, and a terrifying aura enveloped the atmosphere, casting a shadow over the heavens. The palpable intent to kill distorted the surrounding space, suffusing it with a thick scent of blood. Tuoleo, please remain calm. I have a solution, Chu Tian said, stepping forward to steady the old man. His voice was grave. Tuoleo halted, turning his head, his voice trembling. Master, could it be that within the inheritance of the Tao of Destiny, There exists a scripture specifically designed to counter the supreme yin-yang technique. Do you possess a method to save the young lady? Indeed, Chu Tian nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tualeo, do not be anxious or impulsive. It is imperative that this matter remains undisclosed to a third party, lest we alert the enemy. If Yi Feng becomes desperate, my elder sister may find herself in peril. With bloodshot eyes, Tualeo nodded in understanding. He knew that informing the master and mistress, or even alerting the young lady and amp, Appo's mentor, would only complicate matters. The Tao of Destiny is profound and knowledgeable, capable of gazing into the heavens and delving into the abyss. Since he can discern that the young lady has practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, there must be a remedy within the inheritance. Master, I entrust the young lady's safety to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform this old servant. I would sacrifice my life to save her. Chu Tian recognized that Tualeo had long regarded the four siblings as his own kin, and after offering a few words of comfort to ease his heart, he turned back to the main hall. Xingnu had already prepared the medicinal liquid. After assisting Chu Tian in disrobing and entering the bath, she carefully closed the door and began to meditate outside. Her perceptive nature allowed her to sense that her master had returned in a slightly agitated and somber mood. Chu Tian, however, took his time. He first consumed a premium divine refinement pill to enhance his physique, comprehension, and mental acuity, then steadied his mind, guiding the chaotic energy within him through 3 great cycles, calming his previously restless spirit. Paths to heaven are ignored, yet you dare to invade hell. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled with coldness as he muttered. He then inquired, System, do you have any secret techniques in the shop that can counter the supreme yin-yang technique? Ideally, I would like my elder sister, Chu Yunshang, to reverse the situation, transforming Yi Feng into a humanoid demonic soldier to aid her cultivation. As the saying goes, the system never disappoints. A gentle and melodious voice soon resonated in Chu Tian and Appo's ears. Host, the scan is complete. You may cultivate the supreme yin-yang great Tao technique. Once you break through to the divine refinement realm, you can condense the supreme yin-yang Tao seed, implant the main Tao seed into Chu Yunshang's body, and the secondary Tao seed into Yi Feng's body, thereby reversing their statuses. The results of Yi Feng's daily cultivation will be partially devoured by the Tao seed and returned to Chu Yunshang. On the day he ignites the divine flame, he will transform into a humanoid demonic soldier of Chu Yunshang. The Supreme Demon Clan and the Supreme Tao Clan both hail from the exalted realm of the myriad worlds, having been adversaries for many years. The Supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao technique was created by the ancestor of the Supreme Tao Clan to counter the Supreme Yin-Yang technique. Exchanging for the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao technique will cost 20,000 destiny points, while obtaining the true understanding of the Yin-Yang Great Tao technique will require 2,000 destiny points. Coupled with the comprehension aura, this will assist the host in mastering the technique in the shortest time possible. Chu Tian's heart stirred, and he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian Realm, 10th layer of divine refinement, possesses 2 million pounds of divine power, capable of annihilating a true dragon cub. The host is indeed the destined child of destiny. Physique, chaotic demon god body cultivation method, chaotic creation true scripture, first layer, divine ability. Eye of heavenly Tao treasures. Heavenly Emperor's descent talisman grants 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power. Heavenly mysterious divine ring, costing 1,000 destiny points to refine. Contains a remnant ancient soul with a certain threat. The host should proceed with caution. Tao, pearl, auxiliary treasure. Already refined. Innate spirit herb. Enlightenment tree, seedling destiny points. 86,100 points suppressing Yi Fan, Lu Yun, and Yi Feng had garnered Chu Tian a substantial amount of destiny points. Additionally, confronting significant characters of fortune, such as Yi Wu and Yi Chong, and targeting Yi Tianxiang, also yielded sporadic rewards. Over the past few days, although the purchase of premium divine refinement pills and the renewal of the 3 major auras consumed a considerable number of destiny points, the total amount had nonetheless increased by several tens of thousands. System exchange. Chu Tian and Amp, Appo's eyes gleamed with a menacing cold light. Though the supreme yin-yang great Tao technique and its true understanding were of great value, he proceeded without hesitation. Yi Feng, along with the Yi family, would pay the most excruciating price for their actions. Upon successfully exchanging for the supreme yin-yang great Tao technique and its corresponding secret understanding, Chu Tian was left with 64,100 destiny points. In the next moment, a torrent of runes surged into Chu Tian and Damp, Oppo's mind, accompanied by insights and comprehension cultivated by formidable individuals. This was the supreme secret technique of the Supreme Tao clan, specifically designed to counter the formidable Supreme Demon clan, containing an overwhelming wealth of information. With the enhancement of the comprehension aura and the guidance of the true understanding, Chu Tian rapidly grasped this profound secret technique. With the support of his physique and mental aura, he experienced virtually no mental fatigue or physical strain, continuously digesting, understanding, and absorbing this complex and grand supreme secret technique. A mighty spirit enveloped him, and as his understanding deepened, mysterious Tao runes coalesced around his form, radiating an ethereal glow, as if embodying the highest principles of the universe. Progressing swiftly, had an outsider witnessed this scene, they would likely have been terrified to the brink of death. To comprehend such a level of supreme secret technique requires not only extraordinary talent, but also an immense investment of time and energy. Huimei, a prodigy, grasped the top-tier movement technique, the illusory dragon dance, while still in the divine refinement realm, shocking the higher-ups of the Holy Heaven Sect. They even proclaimed that if Chu Tian could withstand 3 of Huimei's moves, it would be considered a victory. This was due to the fact that, despite Huimei and Amp, Oppo's strength reaching 900,000 pounds half a year ago, her progress was limited to merely 200,000 in 6 months, as she devoted most of her time and energy to mastering her divine abilities. It is evident how arduous it is to grasp top-tier divine abilities. Otherwise, even if Huimei's physique and talent were inferior to Chu Tian's chaotic demon god body, as a top-tier prodigy in the original plot, her cultivation of top-tier scriptures would not yield such a significant disparity. Chapter 46, Giving Face to the Brother-in-Law. The night was as tranquil as water, and within the confines of Chu Tian's chamber, a profound aura lingered. Immersed in the comprehension of the supreme yin-yang Tao, Chu Tian chose not to have Xing Nu replace the medicinal liquid that night. His spirit, however, was subjected to rigorous refinement through the cultivation of this exalted secret art, resulting in a remarkable enhancement over the course of the night. Upon completing his meditation, Chu Tian discovered that the supreme yin-yang Tao was not merely a technique aimed at countering the supreme demon clan. That was merely a secondary effect. As the highest secret art of the supreme Tao clan, it encompassed numerous lethal techniques, with ever-changing methodologies, surpassing the few divine arts that the Holy Heaven Sect could boast of. As dawn broke, Chu Tian opened his eyes, and 2 dark, penetrating glances pierced through the solid stone floor beneath him, extending over 2 meters into the earth without leaving a trace on the surrounding surface, a testament to his formidable penetrating power. Now, should he confront Yichang, he would not need to lift a finger. Even the eye of heavenly Tao could remain dormant, for a mere glance would suffice to pierce Yichang's chest or even obliterate his head. The exquisite divine refining pill continued to bolster his spirit, and combined with the intense night of comprehending the supreme yin-yang Tao, the density and potency of his spiritual power had reached its zenith. Although his physical strength had not increased that night, the invocation of the Eye of Heavenly Tao would unleash a tenfold surge of spiritual energy, potentially exceeding millions of pounds in force, enough to deliver a lethal blow to Yi Wu with a single punch. If he were to employ the supreme yin-yang Tao, even those within the top 50 of the divine refining rankings would find themselves at his mercy. His spiritual power had reached its limit within the confines of the bone refining realm. It was evident that the time had come to break through to the divine refining realm within the holy heaven pool. Yi Feng, a cold glimmer flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he rose from the medicinal vat, the remnants of the medicinal liquid cascading from his robust physique. shimmering with a chaotic divine light that concealed an immense, explosive potential. After a night of vigil, Xingnu entered upon hearing the sound of water. Her cheeks slightly flushed upon witnessing her young master's vigorous form. Lowering her head, she took a towel to dry him off, dutifully assisting Chu Tian in changing attire. His figure truly resembled an ancient beast of tremendous power, increasingly captivating in presence. Xingnu mused, her veiled visage tinged with a subtle blush, internally chiding herself for her lack of decorum. Oh, Xingnu, to be in such close proximity to the young master, basking in his affection and favor, is already a fortune earned over 10 lifetimes. What more could you desire? Brother, everything is prepared. I can enter the Holy Heaven pool with you now. A voice called from afar, and moments later, a bald head came into view, followed closely by the enchanting visage of Hui Mei. Her youthful face, adorned with red lips and white teeth, featured elegantly arched brows, and at her tender age, she was even more alluring than the beautiful Xingnu. The reason Hui Mei had not accompanied Chu Tian the previous day was due to her desire to utilize the 10 days Chu Tian would spend in the Holy Heaven pool to comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao, seeking to enhance her standing in her cousin's eyes. It was uncertain how much effort Elder Chu had expended that night, negotiating with the upper echelons of the Holy Heaven Sect, and what benefits he had sacrificed to secure Hui Mei, an outsider, a chance to enter the Holy Heaven pool. The Holy Heaven pool was a high-level secret realm, even beneficial for those like Chu Tian who were on the verge of becoming emperor level. After Xingnu completed her task, Chu Tian, accompanied by Hui Mei, made his way to the Internal Affairs Hall. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall. The Holy Heaven pool, one of the few high-level secret realms of the Holy Heaven Sect, housed the imperial corpse of the revered Lord Duanmu, a closely guarded secret of the sect. Managed by the Internal Affairs Hall, Little Saint's son, the Vice Hall Master, Duanmu Lei, awaited them at the entrance with a smile, approaching Chu Tian with warmth. Uncle Lei, Chu Tian replied, casting a glance at the entrance above, where remnants of destruction lay scattered, resembling ruins. The once hanging plaque, which had endured for 1,000,000 years, had vanished. It became clear to him that Duanmu Lei's presence was a precaution against potential conflicts with the Yi family members, particularly at such a tense juncture. However, Chu Tian paid little mind. His objectives were clear. First, Yi Feng, and second, the imperial spirit of the revered ancestor Duanmu. He had no time or energy to squander on trivial matters. Duanmu Lei was cordial towards Chu Tian, but his demeanor towards Hui Mei was notably cold. Chu Tian understood this well, as the Holy Heaven pool was a precious legacy left by the founding ancestor, who had infused her remaining vitality and Tao essence into it, forbidding outsiders from entry. Despite the upper echelons of the sect permitting Hui Mei and Appo's entry in exchange for considerable benefits, Duanmu Lei's attitude was unsurprising given his position. Hui Mei, however, remained unabashed, her nose held high as she scratched her head, following Chu Tian and Duanmu Lei into the Internal Affairs Hall, casting sideways glances at those around her. Having endured the piercing gaze from Chu Tian the previous night, she deemed the cold glares of others inconsequential. Hui Mei shot fierce glares at the members of the Yi family they passed, even brandishing her fists in a display of bravado. Aside from Chu Tian, who could subdue her within the same realm, she feared no one. The Internal Affairs Hall had been under the control of the Yi family for 1,000,000 years, and even those who did not bear the Yi surname were staunch supporters of the family, with the plaque of their lineage shattered the night before, and now being openly challenged in their territory by Chu Tian's entourage. The faces of the Yi family members flushed with rage, their expressions dark enough to seem as if they could drip water. It was likely that without Duanmu Lei personally leading the way, even Hui Mei, the prodigy of the Compassionate Sea sect, would have had to tread carefully. They journeyed deeper into the Internal Affairs Hall, arriving at a lake shrouded in white mist, the waters swirling with ethereal clouds. This was the Holy Heaven pool, one of the high-level secret realms of the Holy Heaven Sect. Nearby, young prodigies stood in small groups, while elders of the sect sat by the lakeside, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth in preparation for their entry into the Holy Heaven pool. The opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven pool was not only invaluable, but also required one to have rendered significant contributions to the sect, a rare privilege. Many divine-level powerhouses go their entire lives without such an opportunity, which is why most arrive early, even if they cannot enter. The spiritual energy and Tao essence surrounding the Holy Heaven pool far exceed that of the outside world. Those like Chu Tian, who timed their arrival precisely, were often the last to arrive. Upon seeing Duanmu, Lei personally escorting them, the young men and women of the sect cast curious glances at Chu Tian, and even the elders meditating on the rocks opened their eyes. "Little Saint's son, we have arrived," Duanmu, Lei announced with a smile. "I shall prepare the entrance to the secret realm." Chu Tian looked up and spotted two familiar figures among the small groups. One was his nominal brother-in-law, Yi Feng, and the other was his fiancée, Lu Yun. "Xiao Tian, look who your brother-in-law has brought along," Yi Feng said with a warm smile, seemingly having forgotten the events of the previous day. His injuries had fully healed, and he strode forward with an imposing presence, accompanied by the petite and lovely Lu Yun. "To ensure that you and your fiancé resolve any misunderstandings, your brother-in-law has expended considerable effort to allow Lu Yun to enter the Holy Heaven pool, thus creating this opportunity for you both to meet. Give some face to your brother-in-law and have a chat with Xiaoyan. As long as there is a willingness to communicate, no misunderstanding is insurmountable." Lu Yun's delicate face appeared slightly pale, her eyes reflecting a hint of turmoil. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to softly call out, "Chu Tian." Chu Tian glanced at them, his expression serene, and uttered a single word, "Scram." Chapter 47. Soon, you will find yourself kneeling and pleading for mercy, actively seeking to annul the engagement. "Begone." Chu Tian and Appo's voice, calm yet frigid, caught the attention of those around him, leaving them somewhat astonished. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, given Yi Feng and Appo's status, his humble demeanor, combined with Lu Yun and Appo's porcelain doll-like appearance, with her slightly pale face and misty, tear-filled eyes, made it difficult for anyone to even raise their voice against her. Despite his tender age, Chu Tian displayed a chilling composure that was reminiscent of an ancient being who had experienced the trials of life and death, leaving onlookers in disbelief. Lu Yun's complexion grew even paler, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I have done nothing wrong. Chu Tian, why do you treat me this way time and again? Why can you show me kindness? I have come to apologize. What more do you want from me?" A fleeting shadow crossed Yi Feng's gaze, yet he smiled gently. "Little Tian, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Although you are merely bound by a childhood engagement arranged by your families, you have grown up together, and a grand wedding will inevitably follow. At that time, you will be life partners who support each other. Why let a trivial matter involving Yi Fan create a permanent rift between you? As your brother-in-law, I speak from experience, wishing only the best for you. During her travels, your elder sister Yun Chong occasionally acts capriciously, yet I remain unfazed. Moreover, Yi Fan once saved Lu Yun's life. Her actions, though somewhat excessive, are understandable as a means of gratitude. I have watched both of you grow up together and cannot bear to see you remain at odds. Listen to your brother-in-law." Yi Feng spoke eloquently, his smile warm and sincere, avoiding mention of yesterday's incident, and repeatedly drawing comparisons to his relationship with Chu Yunchang to encourage Chu Tian to be magnanimous. He reminisced fondly about watching Chu Tian and Lu Yun play together, his words brimming with nostalgia and warmth. This was Yi Feng's well-considered strategy after a night of reflection, believing it the best way to mend the rift with Chu Tian. In the Hall of Eternal Heaven, without any prior indication, Chu Tian had suddenly declared himself unworthy of Chu Yunchang and sought to annul the engagement, resulting in ongoing discord with the Yi family, escalating the situation further. Yi Feng surmised that the root of the issue lay in the affair between Lu Yun and Yi Fan, which had ignited the initial spark of conflict. Thus, he had contacted Lu Yun overnight, expending tremendous effort to facilitate her entry into the sacred heavenly pool. Yi Feng believed he had pinpointed the core problem. If he could resolve the relationship between Chu Tian and Lu Yun, everything else would fall into place. Elder brother, this man appears robust and formidable, yet he prattles on like an old crone, Huime remarked, scratching her head in irritation, though she stole a few glances at the porcelain doll-like Lu Yun, who seemed to possess the potential to rival his cousin in the future, befitting a girl engaged to his elder brother. Because he is a scoundrel. Chu Tian ziplit flati. Then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, his voice laced with chill. Yi Feng, mention my elder sister's name once more, and I assure you, your fate in the sacred heavenly pool will be far worse. Because you are unworthy. Chu Tian. In an instant, the shadows in Yi Feng's eyes became almost unbearable, his extraordinary talent and status drawing attention wherever he went. Chu Tian's repeated disdain for him had ignited a fury within, and after expending so much effort, this fellow remained impervious to reason. You are still young. As your brother-in-law, I advise you to know when to stop. Excess is as bad as deficiency. Do not overstep your bounds. Yi Feng's voice emerged from between clenched teeth, each word deliberate. Matters concerning Yunchang are not for you to meddle in. Our engagement is certainly not something for a mere child to interfere with. Beside them, Lu Yun appeared even more pallid, for Chu Tian had not spared her even a glance, as if her existence were transparent. At this moment, Lu Yun gritted her teeth, summoning all her courage, recalling her mother's teachings on how to win back a man. She stepped forward, her hand trembling as she attempted to grasp Chu Tian into Oppo's arm. Chu Tian, do you not remember that we slap? The resounding sound of the slap echoed like thunder. Lu Yun was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a large rock by the lake, a cloud of dust enveloping her. The spectators felt a chill creep up their spines. What manner of person is this? Truly devoid of any compassion, is their heart made of stone? Chu Tian wasted not a moment on Lu Yun, his gaze indifferent, seemingly radiating coldness as he turned and strode toward Yi Feng. Why does it suddenly feel so eerie? Huime murmured, standing beside Chu Tian, feeling an inexplicable chill wash over her. Little brat, do you wish to lay a hand on me? Yi Feng sneered as Chu Tian approached, his eyes dark with menace. He had done all he could, having endured to the utmost, disregarding his father's advice to maintain a good relationship with Chu Tian. Your sister will inevitably be my woman. That is a fact no one can alter. Should you wish to annul the engagement, your words hold no weight. Your father will not consent, and neither will your sister, Chu Yunchang. Do you believe your sister will heed your words or mine? Yi Feng and Oppo's voice was icy, convinced that Chu Tian was merely obstinate and would not relent. If you know what is good for you, you will obediently mend ties with Lu Yun and release Yi Fan from his confinement. Otherwise, suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Chu Tian, causing those present to tremble involuntarily, instinctively thinking that this ruthless young man would not truly dare to strike Yi Feng. Chu Tian, who stood 2 major realms above Yi Feng, isolated himself in the outside world, his voice carrying a chilling undertone that only Yi Feng could hear. You wish for my sister to practice the supreme yin-yang technique's auxiliary method. You seem rather pleased with yourself. Soon, you will find yourself kneeling before me, pleading for mercy and actively seeking to have my sister annul the engagement. Boom. In that instant, it was as if thunder struck within Yi Feng's mind. His complexion turned ashen, and a terrifying killing intent erupted in his eyes. How could Chu Tian know? Did Chu Yunchang inform him? That cannot be. Yi Feng and Oppo's heart raced. If this matter were to leak, he would be utterly ruined. No one in the entire heaven and Oppo's eternal continent would be able to save him. In that moment, he instinctively considered taking action to eliminate Chu Tian. But suddenly, a formidable force restrained him, as Duan Mu Lei had been discreetly monitoring the situation, fearing a conflict between Chu Tian and Yi Feng, and immediately intervened. Chu Tian placed a finger to his lips, his expression calm as he spoke. Do not make a sound, otherwise you will die faster. Your life is of little value, and I do not wish for my sister to be implicated. Yet, Chu Tian's calm demeanor only sent chills down Yi Feng's spine, causing his legs to tremble slightly. He could not fathom how his secret had been exposed. How had Chu Tian learned of it? What to do? Yi Feng stood frozen, his complexion ghostly pale, devoid of any color. The onlookers were filled with confusion. What had Chu Tian done? It seemed he had merely whispered something, yet the once formidable Yi Feng, son of the sect leader, had been reduced to such a state of fear. Chu Tian, dare you face me in battle? At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated. A towering figure emerged from the throng by the lakeside, his eyes radiating an intense aura of menace. Striding purposefully to Yi Feng's side, he spoke in a low, somber tone. Brother Feng, this little tyrant is utterly unrestrained and lacks any semblance of decorum, showing no respect even for you. Engaging him in conversation is futile. It requires the force of fists to subdue him. Allow me to challenge him and avenge Yi Wu. The crowd around them trembled slightly at his approach, for he was none other than Yi Wan, the eldest son of the master of the Internal Affairs Hall. Chapter 48. The Ants Attempting to Shake the Heavenly Might. Simply seeking death, it was rumored that Yi Wu suffered a grievous blow from the young saint in the Hung Tian Hall, resulting in shattered ribs and ruptured internal organs. Only with the personal intervention of Master Yi was he barely saved. Yet it would be a long while before he could cultivate normally again. A celestial talent murmured this, and those around him suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Yi Wan rushed out so anxiously after witnessing his brother's misfortune. He was determined to stand up for him. Yi Wan had broken through to the divine refinement realm for many years, ranking 38th on the divine refinement list, while the young saint was still in the body-tempering realm, reportedly not even 9 years old. Challenging the young saint seemed to defy the sect's regulations. A woman began to voice her thoughts, but was hastily silenced by her companion, who gestured frantically. They were about to enter the sacred heavenly pool, and offending the son of the Internal Affairs Hall and Oppos, master was ill-advised. To challenge him, Chu Tian turned to glance at Yi Wan before retracting his gaze and returning to Hui Mei and Oppos' side. You are truly unworthy. A chill radiated from Chu Tian and Oppos' eyes. Yi Wan, being a mere supporting character, did not pique his interest, and he did not wish to squander time on such a triviality. He closed his eyes to meditate on the supreme yin-yang path, awaiting the opening of the sacred heavenly pool. Such murderous intent from someone younger than me. Hui Mei mused silently. When Chu Tian stood beside her, the eerie sensation returned, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Though their acquaintance was brief, Hui Mei discerned that Chu Tian appeared indifferent to everything, rarely wasting even a moment's energy on irrelevant matters. His approach was direct and purposeful, as demonstrated during their earlier confrontation. This was the first time she sensed anger emanating from Chu Tian. Chu Tian, you dare to ambush and injure my brother, yet now you shy away from my legitimate challenge? Yi Wan's countenance darkened, feeling deeply scorned by Chu Tian. He coldly declared, as the heir of a founding family and a sect's young saint, ranked first in the Earth list, you lack the courage to accept my challenge? If not for the sect's rule forbidding high-ranking individuals from striking those of lower realms, I would have already acted. Why are all you Yi family members so bothersome? My elder brother can't be bothered, yet you insist on pushing forward. Hui Mei teased, scratching her bald head. Besides, you truly are unworthy to challenge my brother. After breaking through to the divine refinement realm, you still appear so weak and fragile. In the same realm, I could defeat you with a mere finger. With a strength of 110,000 Jin, below the realm of igniting divine fire, few could capture his attention besides Chu Tian, including Yi Feng. Little bald head, you share my brother's troubles. Others may fear you because of your Hui family ties, but I do not. Once I deal with Chu Tian, I shall settle accounts with you. As the son of the Internal Affairs Hall's master, Yi Wan boasted considerable confidence, shooting a cold glance at Hui Mei before addressing the still closed-eyed Chu Tian. What's wrong, Chu Tian? Weren't you quite arrogant towards Brother Feng just now? Why the sudden meekness? Brother Feng, due to his engagement, does not wish to trouble you, but I lack his patience. If your sister wishes to marry into the Yi family, she must adhere to our family rules. Otherwise, suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flashing within, as the third vertical eye on his forehead opened, radiating purple light. A vast mental force surged forth, and a wave of Tao essence spread out, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. In the next moment, Chu Tian materialized before Yi Wan, his eyes glimmering with chilling intensity, a dreadful killing intent surging forth. You seek death. Yiwen had been on high alert, and upon seeing Chu Tian's sudden appearance, he roared in fury. He had awaited this opportunity to act, regardless of whether Chu Tian had struck yet. His formidable mental energy surged as he unleashed a whip kick toward Chu Tian's chest, the air exploding around him with a terrifying pressure that left onlookers aghast. As the 38th ranked prodigy on the divine refinement list, the power behind this strike reached 700,000 gene, enough to shatter mountains. Spectators gasped in disbelief, considering Yiwen insane for suddenly attacking Chu Tian, even while holding a higher realm. Moreover, he had exerted all his strength, aiming to kill Chu Tian in one blow. Yiwen, stop! A woman in green darted forward from the crowd. This is the resting place of our ancestor, Duan Mu Shangzu. Do not act recklessly. Yet Yiwen's attack was swift, nearly instantaneous, affording no time for reaction. Boom! Chu Tian's gaze was icy, transforming his mental energy into Tao symbols that enveloped his arm. His tremendous spirit amplified tenfold, blood surging like a dragon. He delivered a punch that seemed to shake the very fabric of space, its speed akin to lightning and its weight comparable to a mountain, impossibly heavy. When their fists collided, the air erupted, Tao essence surging forth as Chu Tian's power poured out like an unstoppable tide. Crack! Suddenly, Yiwen's foot was reduced to a mist of blood. He let out a pained wail as the overwhelming force from Chu Tian's punch reverberated through him, causing blood to seep from his pores and his features to bleed, transforming him into a one-legged, bloodied figure. Chu Tian, with the convergence of the eye of celestial path, unleashed an explosive force that reached a level of 10 million gene. Such immense power could reduce a mountain to dust in an instant. Not to mention that he had employed the recently acquired supreme yin-yang path in this strike, capable of obliterating even the strongest divine refinement realm dragon cubs into a mist of blood. Yiwen's physique, however, paled in comparison to a true dragon cub. Had it not been for his vastly superior mental prowess over Yi Wu, which shielded him, a mere strike on his thigh would have sufficed to obliterate him into nothingness. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, nearly breathless, unable to articulate the emotions coursing through them at that moment. The 38th ranked Yi, when on the divine refinement list, had nearly been killed by a single punch from Chu Tian. No one could deny that had that punch landed on Yiwen's body instead of his leg, he would have undoubtedly been annihilated, torn asunder. Who gave you the audacity to speak so arrogantly? A terrifying chill flickered in Chu Tian's eyes, his killing intent surging like a tide. Initially, he had little interest in dealing with someone so trivial, yet Yiwen had foolishly chosen to provoke him, especially concerning Chu Yunshang. He did not wish to waste time on ants, yet the audacity of ants attempting to challenge divine authority was tantamount to seeking death. Buzz! Chu Tian's eyes radiated murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Yiwen's head, the space around him seemingly pierced by his stare. Yiwen was virtually defenseless at this moment. If struck, it was nearly certain that his head would be penetrated. At that instant, a green figure darted past, blocking Chu Tian's gaze and saving Yiwen's life. The woman in green moved with astonishing speed, rescuing Yiwen and pulling him away from Chu Tian. She then raised her head to address him. Chu Tian, the sacred heavenly pool is about to open. Do not cause trouble. This opportunity is vital for many. If you kill Yiwen, even if Master Yi is currently in a meeting atop Elder Peak, he will be alerted immediately, and the opening of the sacred heavenly pool may be indefinitely delayed. The woman in green was not conventionally beautiful. Her face bore a hint of baby fat, appearing quite adorable. Moreover, she was not particularly tall, standing at about 1.65 meters, comparable to Yi Feng and Amp, Oppo's, as height. Yet her strength was formidable, likely younger than Yiwen, but far more powerful, already a prodigy of the integration realm. Chapter 49. Why You're Not Restricted by the Sacred Heavenly Pool. As Chu Tian gazed at the woman in green, a name flickered through his memory. Duanmu Wan, the daughter of the Duanmu family head, Duanmu Rong, and the niece of Duanmu Lei. In the original narrative, she was a relatively significant female character. Her talents comparable to Yi Feng, albeit not quite as formidable. After Yi Fan gained the acknowledgement of the Duanmu sacred ancestor and Appo's imperial body, she took the initiative to approach him on behalf of the Duanmu family. Suddenly, a passageway opened above the lake, suffusing the air with an overwhelming aura of Tao, imbued with a sense of divinity and sanctity. The passage to the sacred heavenly pool had been unveiled. Duanmu Lei appeared before the passage, his expression dark and foreboding as he cast a cold glance at Yuan, who was bloodied and howling in pain. The sacred heavenly pool was a sacred ground for the Duanmu family, where combat was strictly forbidden. Yet, Yuan had brazenly attacked Chu Tian, nearly in a stealthy manner, and had even intended to kill him, an act of profound disrespect towards the Duanmu sacred ancestor. Uncle Duanmu, I was careless. Chu Tian used divine abilities to ambush me. I refused to accept this, Yuan wailed, his voice filled with unwilling rage. I demand a life-and-death duel with him. I will give my all. I am certain I can kill him. Chu Tian, do you dare to face me in a life-and-death duel? Duanmu Lei's voice was icy as he retorted. You were at a significant disadvantage, and even with the element of surprise, you still could not defeat him. If it weren't for Wanner's quick thinking that saved you, you would be a corpse by now. You have no shame to shout so loudly. You brought disgrace to the hall. Duanmu Lei then turned his gaze to Chu Tian, astonishment flickering in his eyes. For in that fleeting moment, when Chu Tian had made his move, he had discerned much. The sacred heavenly pool will remain open for only 3 minutes. Enter immediately. In 10 days, my true self will reopen the passageway. As soon as Duanmu Lei's words fell, those present snapped back to reality, their astonishment giving way to urgency as they began to enter the passage in an orderly fashion. After all, not everyone hailed from noble lineage. The opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was exceedingly precious for most, and missing it would lead to lifelong regret. Chu Tian. Yi Feng's face remained pale as he cast a cold glance at Chu Tian before entering the passage with the tear-streaked Lu Yun. Uncle Lei, I apologize. Chu Tian clasped his hands in respect, having had no intention of engaging in a brawl before entering the sacred heavenly pool. It's of no consequence. I witnessed the entire affair, Duanmu Lei replied with a slight smile, before casting a chilling glare at the Days We May. Little bald head, why are you still standing there? Hurry inside. Remember, if you dare to show disrespect towards my Duanmu family's sacred ancestor, even the Tao Venerable of Destiny cannot save you. Snapping back to reality, Hui Mei shot Chu Tian a fearful glance before joining him in the passage. As darkness enveloped them momentarily, Chu Tian and Hui Mei found themselves in a vast square made of azure stone, surrounded by swirling mists. The sound of splashing water echoed, and within the fog, they could faintly see creatures gliding through the waters like divine dragons, exuding an aura of terror. Low growls resonated from the periphery of the square. These creatures were colossal, stretching nearly 1,000 meters in length, their serpentine forms adorned with scales thicker than water tanks, crowned with a single horn, their eyes brimming with a ferocious malice. A mere glance would send chills down one's spine, leaving one momentarily paralyzed. The legends were true. The Duanmu sacred ancestor had indeed raised a brood of pure-blooded dragon serpents within the sacred heavenly pool. Hui Mei's complexion paled slightly at the sight of the fearsome beasts. Even someone as audacious as her felt her heart tremble in proximity to such terrifying entities. Do not meet the dragon's gaze. Your spirits cannot bear it. In the square, elder figures were imparting wisdom to the young prodigies, explaining that these creatures were the legacy left by the Duanmu sacred ancestor. They were dragon eggs collected from myriad realms, nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years, only to be unleashed in times of dire peril for the sect. It was rumored that among them lay dragon serpents that had survived for nearly 10,000 years, reaching the level of imperial supremacy. An elder deity marveled, addressing the young talents. The aura surrounding the sacred heavenly pool is imbued with the essence and power of the Duanmu sacred ancestor. Even those at the brink of imperial status cannot wield their divine abilities or spiritual powers here. The young men and women listen humbly, their hearts filled with awe and yearning as they absorbed the tales of the Duanmu, sacred ancestor's exploits, and the cautions regarding the sacred heavenly pool. After hundreds of thousands of years, the remnants of Tao still restrain those at the brink of the imperial realm. Just how powerful was the Duanmu, sacred ancestor in her prime? One young woman curiously inquired. The Duanmu sacred ancestor was one of the greatest leaders in the history of our sacred heavenly sect, and the only female among them. During our sect's darkest hour, she saved us all, an elder responded, shaking his head. No one knows the true extent of her power because at that time, she had no rivals across the entire Hung Tian continent. She was invincible, and no one could withstand a single strike from her. Soon, the elder figures began to sit cross-legged, engaging in cultivation, unwilling to squander precious time. The dense Tao essence within the sacred heavenly pool, coupled with the sacred ancestor's spirit and power, was immensely beneficial for cultivation. Hui Mei was also filled with admiration. Although she was not a disciple of the sacred heavenly sect, she still felt a profound yearning for such exalted figures. Chu Tian's expression remained calm as his icy gaze scanned the area, ultimately landing on Yi Feng and Lu Yun on the right side of the square. Yi Feng was glaring at him, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. Having learned of Chu Yunshang's cultivation of the supreme yin-yang technique, he was contemplating how to address the situation. Boom! Upon spotting Yi Feng, Chu Tian's third eye opened at his forehead. An intense surge of spirit emanating from him as he vanished from his position, reappearing before Yi Feng in an instant, and launched a powerful punch. At that moment, the heavenly mysterious ring on his right hand glimmered faintly, counteracting the Duanmu, sacred ancestor's Tao essence and oppressive presence, allowing him to wield his spirit and divine abilities even within the sacred heavenly pool. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had similarly utilized the heavenly mysterious ring to mitigate the Duanmu, sacred ancestor's pressure, enabling him to approach her imperial form and gain her recognition in her juvenile phase. You can actually wield divine abilities and spirit, Yi Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. However, as a formidable figure in the fusion realm, he quickly reacted, countering Chu Tian's divine abilities with his physical strength. Puff! In an instant, Yi Feng spat out blood, staggering back several paces, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he bellowed, Chu Tian, why are you not restrained by the sacred heavenly pool? The onlookers in the square were utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Chu Tian could utilize divine abilities and spirit. It was known that even those of higher realms, igniting divine flames, could only act through physical might at that moment. Chu Tian, cease this at once. You are not permitted to act recklessly within the space of the sacred ancestor. Duanmu Wan shouted from a distance, but she could no longer summon her divine abilities or spirit and was powerless to intervene physically. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with terror as she frantically distanced herself from Chu Tian, fearful of being caught in the fray. Buzz! Chu Tian's spirit surged, his Tao essence roaring forth as he directly invoked the supreme yin-yang great Tao technique. The symbols of the great Tao coalesced into a massive hand, descending to suppress Yi Feng, causing him to spew blood and suffer grievous injuries. Though only a single night had passed, he had grasped the supreme yin-yang great Tao technique to an exceptionally profound level. This secret technique encompassed myriad transformations, making it invincible in offensive applications. While the likelihood of Yi Feng igniting divine flames within the sacred heavenly pool was slim, Chu Tian resolved to eliminate any opportunity for him to cultivate in this sacred space, ensuring he could plant the seeds of the yin-yang great Tao within Yi Feng's body with absolute certainty. As the symbol-laden hand swept down, the surging Tao essence endowed each strike with a force surpassing countless tons. Any ordinary refining spirit realm practitioner would be crushed into pulp in an instant. And Yi Feng was continuously howling in agony, blood spurting as his body cracked under the relentless assault. Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. Yi Feng was drenched in blood, his eyes brimming with resentment as he howled almost madly. Even if you can wield divine powers and mental prowess, what of it? You dare not kill me. Ha ha. You would never dare. Once I escape, I will ensure you live to regret this. Faced with profound provocation and subjected to such brutal assault by Chu Tian, Yi Feng was consumed by fury, verging on insanity. Yet, in the face of Chu Tian's relentless onslaught, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. His internal organs were shattered, his body a canvas of blood, his garments tattered. Chu Tian's gaze was frigid as he continued to wield his rune-imbued hand, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding blows reverberated throughout the square, each strike methodically fracturing Yi Feng's bones until he lay crumpled on the ground, resembling a heap of crimson mush. Only then did Chu Tian cease his assault. Yi Feng's anguished wails sent shivers down the spines of all present, each hair standing on end. The entire ordeal unfolded in a flash, so swift that many had only just regained their composure when the third ranked on the Earth list and sixth on the fusion list. Yi Feng had been nearly tortured to death by the explosive fury of Chu Tian, leaving only his skull intact. Yet even in such a state, the formidable vitality of Yi Feng, a being of the fusion realm, persisted. This level of existence allowed for the seamless integration of body and spirit, enabling him to absorb the essence of heaven and earth into his corporeal form, rendering his life force remarkably robust. As long as his skull remained unshattered, Yi Feng would not succumb entirely. Chu Tian, you do not dare to kill me. Yi Feng lay prostrate on the ground, yet he still managed a sinister, venomous smile. Once we escape the holy pool, I will make you regret every single thing you have done to me today, including what you did to your sister, Chu Yinshan. Chapter 50. How it was done. The bald scoundrel seeking death Chu Tian, regardless of how the Yi family has wronged you. This has nothing to do with Yi Feng personally. He is your brother-in-law, the man who is engaged to Yinshan. How can you lay such a vicious hand on him? Duanmu Wan finally arrived, and upon witnessing the terrifying chill in Chu Tian's eyes, an involuntary shiver crept up her spine. However, as the last remaining scion of a prominent family and a descendant of the Duanmu patriarch, she felt compelled, both morally and emotionally, to intervene and stop Chu Tian. In truth, even the elder deities, if they were to use only their physical forms, might not be weaker than Chu Tian. Yet, even with 1,000 times their courage, they would not dare to intervene in the conflict between two founding families, for the repercussions would surely be fatal. Duanmu Wan positioned herself protectively in front of the bloodied and limp Yi Feng, rebuking Chu Tian, even disregarding our past ties. As a saint son of the sect and the future heir to its leadership, it is your duty to uphold the sect's regulations. The sacred heavenly pool is a holy site of our sect, the resting place of our revered ancestor. How can you strike here? This is blasphemy and a grave disrespect. Chu Tian approached Duanmu Wan, his expression calm and unyielding, as he softly commanded, "Step aside. Do you wish to kill Yi Feng? Do not force my hand." Chu Tian, dare you try? Duanmu Wan and oppose, as cherubic face flushed with anger, her breath coming in rapid bursts as she shouted, "As the legitimate daughter of the current patriarch of the Duanmu family, I solemnly warn you to cease your reckless actions immediately. Otherwise, once we leave the sacred heavenly pool, I will report this to the Internal Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, even to the Elder Council." At this moment, Hui Mei, though initially shocked by Chu Tian and Appo's audacity to strike at Yi Feng, was taken aback further by the sight of Duanmu Wan and Appo's heaving chest. She murmured to herself, "This is too grand. How can my cousin, of the same age, differ so vastly?" Suddenly, a green figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily nearby, accompanied by Duanmu Wan's cry of pain. The onlookers were astonished, not expecting Chu Tian to dare lay a hand on Duanmu Wan. Although he did not strike her as he had with Lu Yun, he seized her by the neck with a massive hand, lifting her as if she were a mere chick, and tossed her aside. Duanmu Wan's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple as she sprang to her feet, shouting, "Chu Tian, this is not over." Just as she prepared to charge at him, she saw Chu Tian turn, his piercing gaze piercing through space, crashing down onto the ground before her like a meteor, causing the solid floor to shatter and dust to swirl. The chilling intent enveloped Duanmu Wan, rendering her face pale. Had she moved even a fraction faster, or if Chu Tian had raised his gaze a mere inch, it would have pierced her heart, or worse. At that moment, Hui Mei stepped in front of Duanmu Wan, her delicate features unusually grave. "You dare obstruct me, disciple of the Zihong sacred sect?" Duanmu Wan said coldly. Yet her feet hesitated, for she understood that the formidable Chu Tian was not one she could contend with at present. "No, the one who seeks death cannot be stopped." Hui Mei shook her head, her expression serious. "I wish to ask you a crucial question. The answer is of great importance to me, and should you provide it, there will be ample rewards in return." "What question?" Duanmu Wan, intrigued by Hui Mei and Appo's solemnity, inquired. "Tell me, how did you achieve such a remarkable physique?" Hui Mei pointed at her, her face filled with earnestness. She had just realized how much she admired Duanmu Wan and Appo's curvaceous form, despite her unwavering pursuit of her cousin. She deemed it imperative to learn the method from Duanmu Wan to later share with her senior sister. "Scoundrel! The bald lecher seeks death." Duanmu Wan seethed, her fury reaching a boiling point as she swung her hand, landing a slap, then kicked Hui Mei to the ground. Unable to confront Chu Tian, she unleashed her wrath upon this young rascal who dared to toy with her. In her time within the body refinement realm, she had ranked among the top 5 prodigies. Now, having broken through to the harmonization realm, her physical prowess far surpassed Hui Mei's as she dominated the latter with unrestrained fury. "Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. You dare not." Yi Feng and Appo's bloodied visage contorted in rage. Suddenly, Chu Tian and Appo's foot connected with his mouth, silencing his cries. For his teeth, and even his tongue, were shattered by the blow. The surrounding onlookers gaped in shock, their faces pale as they beheld the young saint, their spines icy with fear. "I warned you, the outcome for you in the sacred heavenly pool will be far worse," Chu Tian stated calmly, sitting cross-legged in the pool of blood next to Yi Feng. With a mere flicker of his spirit, he locked onto Yi Feng and closed his eyes, delving into the profound essence of the sacred heavenly pool to refine both body and mind. Having endured countless trials, even lying in wait among the dead for 3 days, this bloodied scene was trivial to him. Chu Tian exchanged not a single word with Yi Feng. There was no need for it. His sole objective was to control Yi Feng, preventing him from harnessing the essence of the sacred heavenly pool for his own cultivation. From the very beginning, his purpose was to break through to the divine refinement realm within the sacred heavenly pool, to comprehend the supreme Yin-Yang Tao, to cultivate the seed of Yin-Yang, and to reverse the power dynamics between his elder sister and Yi Feng. In an instant, the tumultuous roar and surging essence transformed into an eerie silence, nearly completed in a heartbeat. The crowd stared, horrified, at the sight of Chu Tian seated in a pool of blood, his face composed as he began his meditation. They felt their scalps tighten as if they might burst. To them, the young saint now appeared to be not the heir of a righteous sect, but rather the reincarnation of a merciless demon god. At that moment, as Duanmu Wan pummeled Hui Mei, she glanced at Chu Tian, relieved to see he had not dealt a fatal blow to Yi Feng. Otherwise, should the young saint openly kill the son of the sect leader? And both were heirs of 2 founding families. She could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences that might ensue. A civil war between the 2 founding families and a schism within the sect were both plausible outcomes. "Little scoundrel, you'd best keep your mouth clean in the future, or your fate." Duanmu Wan sneered, casting a glance at the bruised Hui Mei, her fist raised, causing another wave of motion that made Hui Mei's eyes widen in astonishment, desiring to halt Duanmu Wan and beg her for more punishment. Hui Mei was dismayed to find that Duanmu Wan had already stood up, seeking a place to sit and enter meditation. For even the scions of top-tier families, the opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was exceedingly rare. Otherwise, Chu Tianyun would not have sought to exchange the elixir of creation with Chu Tian. The young talents and seasoned warriors in the square collectively exhaled in relief, the battle having reached a temporary conclusion as they sought their own spots to begin their cultivation. Had it not been for the overwhelming commotion caused by Chu Tian's actions and the square's limited space, none would have wished to squander even a moment of their time. Hui Mei, battered and bruised, approached Chu Tian, and upon seeing the limp and bloodied Yifeng, she delivered several kicks. "Useless wretch, what arrogance was that? Let us see what your father dares to do to me." Chapter 51. A glance that could dismantle a host of ancient mammoths. Hui Mei remained haunted by that fateful night when Yi Tianxiong had caused her immense suffering. For years, he had been brazen, but never had he felt such trepidation as he did that evening when Chu Tianyun, that scoundrel, seemed intent on opening his eyes to the truth and avenging Chu Tian. It was a near miss. The mere recollection of that night ignited a fire within Hui Mei, prompting her to unleash her frustrations on Yifeng, treating his head like a soccer ball, for she knew that for the time being, she was no match for Yi Tianxiong. After venting her anger, she glanced at Chu Tian, who was seated amidst a pool of blood. He was merely 10 years old, and a chill ran down her spine. Yet her purpose for entering the sacred heavenly pool was to engage closely with Chu Tian and comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. For the sake of her cousin, Hui Mei gritted her teeth and settled into the bloodied ground beside Chu Tian. As night fell, the moonlight trickled through the milky surface of the lake, casting a glow upon the plaza. Chu Tian was enveloped in a swirl of chaotic radiance, drawing upon the profound essence of the chaotic creation True Sutra. Streams of spiritual energy, rich in mental essence, surged forth, enveloping him in a dense mist. This was the most remarkable aspect of the sacred heavenly pool. The spiritual energy here was exponentially denser than that of the outside world, imbued with the profound essence of ancestor Duanmu. To cultivate here was akin to receiving direct guidance from ancestor Duanmu himself, offering monumental benefits depending on the amount of spiritual energy one could absorb. As Chu Tian pushed the chaotic creation True Sutra to its limits, every pore in his body seemed to breathe, voraciously inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, akin to an ancient behemoth greedily devouring the essence of the universe. A thunderous roar emanated from Chu Tian and Appo's S-form, as if his very bones were being forged anew, each sound echoing like a hammer striking iron, purging impurities and leaving behind only the essence. What he believed to be the pinnacle of his physical strength began to surge at an astonishing rate, with rich blood coursing through his veins like mighty rivers, creating a cacophony reminiscent of crashing waves. While other cultivators had to pause to digest the spiritual energy they absorbed, given the immense toll it took on their bodies, Chu Tian's unique constitution, comprehension, and mental acuity allowed him to incessantly devour spiritual power. Not only was his physical form enhancing, but his mental prowess was escalating rapidly as well. With each rise in his mental acuity, the effects of the supreme refining God pill intensified, hammering at his consciousness like a colossal mallet, resounding with thunderous booms. What was transpiring? Hui Mei, who was nearby, was jolted awake from a reverie. After contemplating the eye of heavenly Tao for a time, she suddenly recognized the infinite mysteries harbored within the sacred heavenly pool, which greatly benefited her mental and physical cultivation. However, the sudden onslaught of thunderous waves and roars of lightning took her by surprise. Is this still a human? Hui Mei gaped at Chu Tian and Appo's as cultivation state, feeling parched and awestruck, as if witnessing a monster. The tumultuous waves and booming thunder, accompanied by the sound of a giant hammer refining the spirit, left her. A seasoned member of the Zhihong sacred sect, utterly astounded, she had never encountered anyone in such a fervent cultivation state. Hui Mei could perceive that both Chu Tian's physical form and spirit were undergoing a frenzied enhancement, and the overwhelming aura around him signified that his understanding of that mysterious divine ability was deepening significantly. This was madness. It was beyond comprehension, and she felt herself unable to keep pace with such an exponential growth. I must cultivate too, to break through to the refining God realm. Otherwise, my elder brother may surpass me. With her teeth gritted and her scalp tingling with urgency, Hui Mei abandoned her contemplation of the eye of heavenly Tao, rising to find a nearby spot, far enough from Chu Tian to avoid interruption, and began her intense cultivation. Meanwhile, lying in a pool of blood, Yifeng and Appo's countenance was ashen, his eyes reflecting both shock and fear. He practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, and for reasons unknown, he felt a profound terror emanating from the rising essence of Chu Tian. Yifeng was not foolish. Regaining his composure, he began to ponder Chu Tian's actions, how he had unhesitatingly attacked him from outside the sacred heavenly pool to within. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chu Tian appeared to be in control. Having discovered Chu Yunshang's practice of the supreme yin-yang technique without revealing it to Chu Tianwang or Jian Kongzhu, thus sparing his own life. Yifeng repeatedly questioned himself. Why hadn't Chu Tian exposed him? An oppressive chill enveloped him, for the supreme yin-yang technique was his only lifeline. Should he perish, so too would Chu Yunshang. If he could merely exit the sacred heavenly pool without being exposed, he still had a chance to turn the tables. Yet now, an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him. Could it be that Chu Tian truly possessed a method to unravel the supreme yin-yang technique? His father had once stated that no such method existed in the Hung Tian continent. Otherwise, the supreme demon sect would not have acted so recklessly, ultimately forcing the various sects to unite against it. Fear gripped Yifeng as he refused to passively await an uncertain fate. He attempted to absorb spiritual energy to heal his injuries. However, Chu Tian was ever vigilant, a thread of his consciousness monitoring Yifeng. The moment he sensed any recovery, he would unleash a barrage of profound runes, reducing Yifeng to his original state. As Chu Tian continued to absorb spiritual energy, his mental force grew ever more potent, isolating Yifeng from the sacred heavenly pool's essence and obliterating all hope of recovery. Under the weight of such spiritual pressure, Yifeng found himself powerless, teetering on the brink of collapse. He could not fathom how Chu Tian could wield divine abilities and mental force within the sacred heavenly pool. Even more bewildering was how Chu Tian's mental prowess could be so profoundly refined, monitoring him while simultaneously enhancing his strength, something that even many at the combined body stage could not achieve. And Chu Tian was merely 8 years old. Suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, their gaze sharp and focused, piercing through the barriers of the plaza and striking the colossal serpentine dragon that coiled nearly 1,000 meters long within the sacred heavenly pool, a fearsome beast worthy of igniting divine fire. With a resounding crash, the dragon's scales shattered like brittle glass, the cracks spreading until the entire segment exploded into fragments. The dragon, sensing the intrusion, opened its cold, savage eyes, and upon realizing it was merely a diminutive human playing mischief, it lazily returned to slumber. The refinement of his mental force had finally materialized. His father had once been capable of dispatching an ancient mammoth with a single glare at the peak of the refining god stage. Though Chu Tian's mental intensity was not yet at that pinnacle, the penetrating and intimidating power of his refined spirit was tenfold, or even more, compared to that of his peers. With a glance, he could obliterate a host of ancient mammoths. Even someone of Yi Chang's caliber would find themselves mentally shattered, plunged into a void of helplessness and stripped of all capacity for resistance. Although he had yet to break through to the refining god stage, his current mental force rivaled that of a typical third-tier refining god. Should he reach the peak, even a true dragon cub of equivalent stature would fall before his gaze. Chapter 52. The tender voice of the Dragon King Chu Tian felt the profound and concentrated spiritual power surging within his mind, murmuring to himself. As he slightly clenched his fists, an explosive force surged within him. The spiritual energy of the holy heavenly pool surpassed the medicinal potency of the elixirs provided by his family. In just a single day, his physical strength had soared to 2.5 million pounds. Now, no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, he could no longer enhance himself in the slightest. With the full eruption of the Eye of Heaven's Way, his power could reach an astonishing 15 million pounds. Now, in the face of Yuan, regardless of his divine abilities or hidden cards, he would be obliterated with a single punch, breaking through all defenses without any room for resistance. Although Yi Wen possessed formidable spirit, it was chaotic and disordered. Coupled with his weak physique and insufficient vitality, his foundation was too poor. Such a practitioner was utterly worthless. Even if he cultivated to a high realm, he would be easily defeated, unworthy to be his opponent. Chu Tian mused, harboring profound disdain for a supporting character like Yuan. He had never regarded these individuals as rivals before, let alone now. However, if anyone were to learn of Chu Tian's thoughts, they would surely be terrified. Merely at the body refinement stage, he deemed Yuan, who had ascended to the top 50 of the divine refinement ranking, as worthless. Chu Tian possessed this confidence and assurance. His physical form had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, while his spirit was robust, solidified to the point of immovability. The dual peaks of body and spirit enabled him to look down upon all contemporaries throughout history. With the assistance of the spiritual energy from the Holy Heavenly Pool, and having delved deeply into the great Tao of Yin and Yang, he had more than enough to condense the seeds of Yin and Yang. Everything was in place, just awaiting the right moment. Chu Tian made a resolute decision, casting a glance at the pallid-faced Yifeng, slowly closing his eyes, and began the breakthrough to the divine refinement stage. He started to regulate his breathing, consolidating his energy, bringing his body to a state of perfection, guiding the chaotic creation true scripture to operate, adjusting his tendons and bones, and stabilizing his spirit. Time flowed on. 5 days and nights passed, longer than the duration since Chu Tian had arrived in this world. During these 5 days, he did not forcefully attempt to break through the threshold, but merely focused on maintaining a perfected body and spirit, familiarizing himself with his own power. When the time was right, he would consume the supreme divine refinement pill and renew the 3 major auras. Chu Tian believed that cultivation required a natural progression, a silent nurturing. Forcibly shattering the bottleneck would ultimately lead to incompleteness. As night fell, the starlit moonlight cascaded upon Chu Tian. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered, as if awakening from slumber. At that moment, Chu Tian could see the scene unfolding within his mind. He understood he had broken through to the divine refinement stage. In his mind's eye, he beheld a dark void, where a small chaotic-colored sphere, no larger than a thumbprint, floated in the emptiness. As his thoughts stirred, torrents of spiritual energy emanated from within it. He realized this was the manifestation of his spirit, condensed to its utmost limit. However, if a powerful being were to forcibly invade Chu Tian's sea of consciousness at this moment, they would likely be dumbfounded, for throughout history, no practitioner had ever condensed their spirit into form within the divine refinement stage. In the divine refinement stage, one would fuse their spirit, ignite the divine fire, and condense the divine soul. Only at this point would the spirit solidify into a divine soul, capable of transcending the physical realm, exploring the vastness of the cosmos, and perceiving the mysteries of the world from the comfort of home. Yet, Chu Tian had condensed his spirit into a tangible form within the divine refinement stage, possessing the nascent shape of a divine soul. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Typically, in the divine refinement stage, a spirit could only encompass a radius of 10 meters, while at the pinnacle, it might extend to 100 meters. Even the formidable Chu Tian Wang, at the peak of divine refinement, could only extend his spirit to a kilometer at best. He wondered how far he could reach now. With a slight stir of his thoughts and the aid of the heavenly profound divine ring, he was entirely unbound by the limitations of the Holy Heavenly Pool. His spirit projected outward, instantly enveloping a space several hundred meters in length, where even the fine hairs on Duanmu Wan's face were rendered distinct in his vision. This was not unexpected for Chu Tian, for his mastery over spiritual control far exceeded that of Chu Tian Wan. His spirit penetrated the barrier of the Holy Heavenly Pool, venturing deeper and further. 1,000 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Ultimately, he reached 2,000 meters, which marked his current limit. Yet, he did not halt. The eye of Heaven's way opened at his brow, and suddenly, the potency of his spirit expanded tenfold, continuing to swell. 3,000 meters for 1,000 meters, until he reached 10,000 meters, where the expansion of his spirit reached its zenith, not due to insufficient vigor, but rather because the chaotic spirit pearl restricted him, having reached the utmost threshold of his current state. Just as Chu Tian intended to retract his spirit, A faint wave of spiritual energy flowed from the depths of the holy heavenly pool, and a tender voice echoed in his ear. You are who? The tender voice seemed seldom heard, its words disjointed. Duanmu's saint ancestor. Chu Tian and Amp. Oppos. His heart jolted as the name immediately surfaced in his mind. His hypothesis had been proven true. Although Yi Fan would enter the holy heavenly pool years later, Duanmu's saint ancestor's body had already undergone the baptism of the essence of heaven and earth over countless years, giving rise to a tender consciousness. He remembered from the original plot that years later, Duanmu, saint ancestor and Oppos, as tender consciousness would have the ability to control her physical form, moving freely within the holy heavenly pool, precisely as Yi Fan, unbound by spiritual limitations, would witness her, a newborn's first gaze upon its mother. Recognizing and developing a sense of dependence on Yi Fan, Chu Tian initially sought an opportunity to explore this realm, never anticipating that in breaking through to the divine refinement stage, he would inadvertently encounter the spiritual essence of Duanmu, saint ancestor. This was one of the greatest fortunes Yi Fan acquired in the original narrative, ultimately tipping the scales in favor of the Yi family. Crushing the last straw for the Chu family, Chu Tian began to speak, engaging in exchange with a tender consciousness. I feel so lonely. I want to come, play with you. After a moment, the tender voice suddenly spoke in a fragmented manner. Booming sounds echoed suddenly. From the depths of the holy heavenly pool, a colossal dragon head emerged from the darkness, writhing and spiraling toward the square. This dragon was immense, its body coiling and causing the waters of the holy heavenly pool to churn violently, generating tremendous waves that rocked the entire square. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the holy heavenly pool reverberated with furious roars, revealing the presence of massive dragons bellowing, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chu Tian beheld a dragon, 1,000 meters long, not far from the square, adopting a prostrated stance, raising its head as if to welcome the arrival of its sovereign. Saint Heavenly Sect, Elder Peak. The elders, who had been in continuous meetings for 5 days, found their pupils dilate dramatically as they turned their gazes toward the direction of the Internal Affairs Hall and the Holy Heavenly Pool. What is happening? The Dragon King, who has slumbered in the depths of the Holy Heavenly Pool, has awakened. Yi Tianxiong's voice was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the Chu family, Yi family, Duanmu family, Gu family, and Su family all had formidable beings stirring from their slumber, in utter shock, unable to comprehend why the Dragon King, who would not awaken until the annihilation of his sect, had suddenly revived. The awakening of the Dragon King must signal an unprecedented event. Duanmu Lei presided over the opening of the Holy Heavenly Pool, quickly inquiring about the unfolding situation. Yi Tianxiong and Oppos' voice trembled slightly. At this moment, those awakened by the terrifying waves in the square could hardly articulate the shock within their hearts. In the air, a pitch-black dragon head slithered from the depths of the Holy Heavenly Pool, and merely its cold, violent gaze was larger than the entire square. Just making eye contact unleashed a terrifying spiritual impact. Suddenly, a profound and terrifying energy surged forth, causing even the venerable beings of divine stature to cough up blood and hastily avert their gaze. The mightier the individual, the more acutely they sensed the overwhelming power of the dragon, a relentless and savage spirit capable of obliterating even the strongest who dared to ignite divine flames. Observe, above the dragon's singular horn, there appears to be a figure clad in a flowing purple gown. A formidable woman trembled as she raised her hand to point at the dragon, but was abruptly overwhelmed by an intense mental assault, resulting in her spitting blood and succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 53. The Holy Ancestor Bing Bing. The head of the dragon surged through the air, its eyes as vast as stars, emanating a chilling and brutal aura that rendered the onlookers breathless. This scene resembled a myth, leaving everyone present with wide-open eyes, filled with both terror and awe, yearning to gaze upon it, yet unable to withstand the overwhelming spiritual shock. Only a few prodigies, with their deep foundations and solid spirits, could discern the figure of a woman in a purple dress lying within a transparent crystal coffin, her body surrounded by glimmering starlight, as if the very essence of the cosmos flowed into her. The spectacle was terrifying. In the sacred heaven pool, countless dragons bowed in submission to their king. The mere sight of the dragon and Apos, head, colossal as a star, instilled a profound fear. It bore atop it a female corpse, seemingly a mere mount or pet from her living days. The starry crystal coffin, in death, continued to draw upon the essence of the world, leading to speculation about the identity of the deceased. A prodigy trembled, unable to withstand the oppressive spiritual force, and fell to his knees, his face ashen. At that moment, the identity of the woman in the purple dress became painfully clear. Descendant Duanmu Wan, greeting the holy ancestor, Lord Dragon King. Duanmu Wan knelt, her eyes filled with boundless reverence and yearning. The holy ancestor Duanmu, founder of the Duanmu clan, was the reason for the clan's existence. Without her, there might not have been a Duanmu family, and perhaps the sacred heaven sect would have long been forgotten. Hood. The people in the square knelt, regardless of age or status, their eyes wide with terror and respect. The crystal coffin, said to be a treasured artifact of the fabled Star Clan, raised the question of whether the legends were true. In her later years, had the holy ancestor sought to relive a life, traversing the realms in search of the mysteries of longevity, leading to the disappearance of the Star Clan's prized artifact? An elder divine being seemed to know of such tales, his voice trembling. The assembly felt a resonating hum in their minds, for the Star Clan was a superpower among the realms, ranking within the top 100. It was rumored that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Star Clan was even more formidable, boasting several emperors among their ranks. However, a great calamity had befallen them, leading to the fall of numerous strong warriors and the disappearance of their treasured artifact. Since then, they had been in decline, now on the verge of falling out of the top 100 clans. Could the holy ancestor be the key to this mystery? An old man murmured, his lips twitching. The young disciples listened, entranced, their eyes filled with longing. The thought that one individual could reduce a top 10 clan to ruin and seize their treasured artifact left them in awe of the peak power of the holy ancestor. After her passing, her body remained deep within the sacred heaven pool, personally guarded by the Dragon King. Her sudden emergence hinted at a cataclysmic change. Had the holy ancestor truly returned for a second life? An elder divine being pondered, astonished. Suddenly, the sacred heaven pool shook violently. The immense dragon head slowly lowered, its frigid, violent gaze retreating into the depths of the pool, the overwhelming spiritual pressure dissipating until the crystal coffin was level with the square. The crowd was left in confusion, unsure of the Dragon King and Apos' intentions, but then their pupils dilated in shock, their faces pale, trembling uncontrollably. Saint Ancestor. She sits up. A female prodigy stammered, pointing ahead. Having already endured the Dragon King's spiritual force, she reached her limit and fainted at the sight before her. The crowd was left dumbfounded, questioning whether the holy ancestor had truly defied fate to return for second life, or if her corpse had transformed. If it were the latter, surely none would survive. Saint Ancestor. Duanmu Wan was frozen, her body stiff as she watched the figure in the starry crystal coffin sit up, rise, and step out into the square, surveying the crowd before suddenly approaching her. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted in Duanmu Wan's mind. Could it be that she had gained the holy ancestor's favor, drawing the Dragon King to carry her crystal coffin? Her speculation was not unfounded, as she alone possessed the pure bloodline of the Duanmu family. Overwhelmed with excitement, she trembled. Yet, as the holy ancestor passed by her, there was no pause. Her steps unsteady, as if she struggled to control her own body. She continued forward until she stood before Chu Tian. Brother Chu Tian, will you play with me? I feel so lonely, the holy ancestor said, taking his hand, her voice imbued with childlike innocence, reminiscent of a young girl of 3 or 4 years. The crowd's eyes widened, jaws agape, utterly stunned. Even the elder divine beings trembled, questioning their sanity. Raising their hands to slap their faces in disbelief, conversing with one another to confirm their hearing. Yet, they quickly realized their senses were intact. But this revelation only deepened their confusion, as they struggled to comprehend the absurdity of the scene. The Dragon King had brought the holy ancestor's crystal coffin, and now she wished to play with the young saint? Congratulations, host. You have seized the fateful opportunity of the child of destiny, Yifan, and gained 20,000 destiny points. The system and Appo's gentle voice resonated in Chu Tian and Appo's ear. Bing Bing, be good. I have matters to attend to, he said with a rare smile. Gently ruffling the holy ancestor's hair, which was silky and smooth, showing no signs of having been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, impeccably maintained. From their previous exchanges, Chu Tian had surmised that the holy ancestor's mentality was akin to that of a 3-year-old girl, in the most endearing and clingy age. The name Bing Bing had been given during their earlier conversation, as the holy ancestor mentioned having no name, while the little snake guarding outside refused to name her, remaining as silent as wood, prompting Chu Tian to name her. Duanmu Wan watched as the holy ancestor, adorned in a flowing purple dress with a cherubic face, bore some resemblance to her, albeit 5 centimeters shorter, dwarfed by the now 8-year-old version of herself. It was hard to fathom that this adorable little girl was the very foundation of the Sacred Heaven Sect, who had saved the sect during its darkest hours and accomplished feats that shocked the realms, such as dismantling the formidable Star clan to live again. So, Bing Bing will just sit here, waiting for Brother Chu Tian, the holy ancestor said, nodding obediently, sitting beside him, content to merely be in his presence after enduring a long solitude. Chapter 54. Duanmu Wan's Discovery, the Convergence of the Tao Seed. Bing Bing, how obedient you are, Chu Tian complimented, gently ruffling her hair before closing his eyes to familiarize himself with the control of the power of the spirit refinement realm. Preparing to refine the Yin-Yang Tao Seed. The unexpected approval from the Duanmu ancestor was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, he remained focused on his primary objective for entering the sacred heavenly pool, to reverse the hierarchical relationship between Yi Feng and Chu Yunshan. Bing Bing seemed to revel in this affectionate interaction, her large eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder, exuding a sense of languid fatigue. She murmured little. Snake, you go back first. I want to play with Brother Chu Tian. Subsequently, the ancestor rested her head on Chu Tian and Appo's shoulder and fell into a deep slumber, a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. In her second life, her spiritual consciousness was not yet fully refined. The prolonged interaction with Chu Tian had drained her considerable energy. The Dragon King seemed to have heard Bing Bing and Appo's voice, twisting his head as his long, serpentine body melded into the darkness. His massive form stirred the waters of the sacred heavenly pool, creating tumultuous waves before vanishing from the sight of those present. Only after the Dragon King disappeared did the dragons in the pool return to their original positions and begin to swim about, as if everything had reverted to its prior state. In the square, however, an oppressive silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop as the crowd remained utterly still. Even the sounds of breathing were stifled. Everyone held their breath, staring blankly at the ancestor, sleeping on Chu Tian and Appo's shoulder, fearing any disturbance might disrupt her slumber. Even the elder deities found it difficult to regain their composure and enter a meditative state. Even the notoriously arrogant Hui Mei, at that moment, wore an expression of utter astonishment. Once Chu Tian resumed his meditative practice, a sudden twitch of his lips betrayed his amusement. Brother, indeed, is bold enough to ruffle the Duanmu ancestor and Appo's hair not once but twice. In comparison, my own encounters with Chu Tian pale in significance. At that moment, Hui Mei noticed Duanmu Wan cautiously approaching within 5 meters of Chu Tian, peering at him and the ancestor. Seeing that they remained undisturbed, she sighed in relief and settled down in a meditative posture. The presence of a sovereign-level powerhouse, who comprehends the principles and merges their body with the essence of the Tao, ensures that even after many years of passing, their understanding of the great Tao does not dissipate. Merely being near the remains of a sovereign can exponentially accelerate the comprehension of the Tao and the cultivation of divine powers. This was the reason the remains of the celestial Tao sovereign enabled a once obscure family within the sacred heavenly sect to rapidly rise to prominence. The Duanmu ancestor, being far more powerful than the celestial Tao sovereign, had once roamed the myriad realms invincibly, creating the sacred heavenly pool as a foundation for nurturing countless strong individuals. Now, she sat within the square, her presence combined with the spiritual energy in the sacred heavenly pool providing immense benefits to those who approached her for cultivation. Realizing this, Huimei quickly moved beside Duanmu Wan, nudging her with an elbow. When she noticed Duanmu Wan glaring at her with fury, ready to retaliate, Huimei simply smiled, her eyes fixated on the magnificent surroundings, while discreetly pointing at the Duanmu ancestor. Tell me how you achieved such a feat, and I shall not pester you. Huimei whispered. You, Duanmu Wan, filled with rage, was reluctant to disturb the ancestor's slumber. Thus, she suppressed her anger, allowing Huimei to sit beside her. After casting a complex glance at Chu Tian, she too began her cultivation. The square remained silent, but with Bing Bing and Appo's arrival, the atmosphere thickened with spiritual energy and surging Tao essence. Others, regaining their senses, cautiously drew closer to Chu Tian, stopping when they reached a distance of 10 meters. Even the elder figures began to encircle Chu Tian, forming a circle around him as they commenced their cultivation, recognizing the immense opportunity presented. Yet, even in their cultivation, they remained vigilant and focused, cautious not to create any disturbances. In the sacred heavenly sect, the title of ancestor carried profound significance. Not everyone possessed the audacity of Chu Tian to touch the ancestor and Appo's head. The arrival of the Duanmu ancestor bestowed great benefits upon all, but Yi Feng, at that moment, was on the brink of despair, unable to do anything to seize even a fraction of the advantage, rendered voiceless under Chu Tian and Appo's mental barrier. As time passed, 3 days elapsed, leaving only 1 day until the sacred heavenly pool opened. Yin Yang Dao seed condense. Chu Tian opened his eyes, the essence of yin and yang swirling within his gaze. He extended his hands, dense spiritual energy beginning to converge in his palms, forming 2 swirling vortices of energy. His spirit transformed into Tao runes, continuously merging into the whirlpool in his palms. The refinement of the Yin Yang Dao seed was not inherently difficult. The true challenge lay in comprehending the supreme secret technique of the supreme Yin Yang Dao to an extraordinarily profound degree. According to the insights Chu Tian had gained, even the supreme Tao ancestor rarely encountered prodigies capable of comprehending the supreme Yin Yang Dao within the spirit refinement realm, let alone condensing the Yin Yang Dao seed. Within the supreme Tao clan, the reversal of a prodigy like Yi Feng, who was in the integration realm, typically required the intervention of elder deities, who would spend over a millennium grasping the supreme Yin Yang Dao to have any significant assurance of success. The notion that Chu Tian could condense the Yin Yang Dao seed in the spirit refinement realm, while attempting to reverse 2 prodigies at a higher level, was indeed a fanciful dream. Buzz, 2 Dao seeds, 1 black and 1 white, began to take shape in Chu Tian's palms, resembling 2 thumb-sized elixirs. This is the Yin Yang Dao seed. Bing Bing stirred awake from the commotion and, rubbing her eyes, exclaimed Brother Chu Tian, "You are cultivating the supreme Yin Yang Dao of the supreme Tao clan. How impressive! Even within the supreme Tao clan, there has never been anyone as formidable as you at your age and level, capable of condensing the Yin Yang Dao seed. Mastering this secret technique requires profound understanding. I and Appo's LL help you speed it up." Bing Bing and Appo's youthful voice brimmed with innocence, yet she possessed remarkable knowledge. With a wave of her hand, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, merging into the Yin Yang Dao seed. Chu Tian was taken aback. It seemed that the story of that author from the CHN and Appo's, our era, had left many details unwritten, for the original narrative had not mentioned that the Duanmu ancestor had practiced the supreme Yin Yang Dao, a clan secret that was never meant to be shared. Bing Bing's technique appeared somewhat inexperienced to Chu Tian, as her control over her body was not yet refined. Nonetheless, The Tao essence she wielded was incredibly rich. Clearly, the Duanmu ancestor and Appo's comprehension of this secret technique had reached an extraordinary level, allowing her insights to persist even after her death, enabling Bing, who had recently awakened her consciousness, to grasp it with remarkable depth. It appeared that aside from the Starry clan, the Supreme Tao clan had also been profoundly influenced by the Duanmu ancestor. With Bing's assistance, her control over the spiritual energy and Tao essence in the sacred heavenly pool was immensely potent. In no time, the yin-yang Tao seed in Chu Tian's palms accelerated in its formation until it fully solidified. Is this the thunder seed condensed from the yin-yang thunder method? At that moment, Duanmu Wan, sensing a vaguely familiar fluctuation, awakened and was astonished to see the black and white Tao seed Chu Tian had condensed. The Duanmu family possessed a clan's secret technique, known as the yin-yang thunder method, said to be a creation of the Duanmu ancestor that combined a supreme secret technique with the prowess of her brother, Duanmu Shun. When cultivated to a high level, this technique could condense thunder seeds for the family members to consume, expediting their mastery of this divine power. The contemporary Duanmu family is the progeny of Duanmu Shun, the younger brother of the revered saint ancestor. The saint ancestor Duanmu, unmatched in prowess across the Hung Tian continent, effortlessly vanquished her contemporaries, leaving no offspring in her wake. It is the Duanmu family, descended from Duanmu Shun, that has inherited the legacy of the saint ancestor, enabling them to ascend to the ranks of the most esteemed families within the Sacred Heaven Sect. Chapter 55. The Depths of the Chu Family and Appo's concealment. This was not merely the yin-yang thunder technique. It appeared to be an expansive discipline encompassing various secret arts, likely an exalted secret technique that extends from the yin-yang thunder technique itself. Duanmu Wan was utterly astonished that Chu Tian had mastered this technique to such an advanced degree. Suddenly, a terrifying speculation surfaced in her mind. It was highly plausible that Chu Tian had long since obtained the legacy of the Holy Ancestor, and his prolonged silence was dedicated to the deep comprehension of this inheritance. His sudden emergence into the limelight was likely due to having cultivated the Holy Ancestor's teachings to an exceptionally profound level. Because of his training in the Holy Ancestor's legacy, Chu Tian was unshackled by the constraints of the Sacred Heaven Pool, granting him the ability to wield both spirit and divine powers. Moreover, it seemed that the Chu family had deliberately facilitated this opportunity for Chu Tian to enter the secret realm. The appearance and awakening of the Holy Ancestor, as well as his contact with Chu Tian, were likely orchestrated by the Chu family. Thus, the preceding logic became coherent, and everything could be elucidated. After all, even among the elite families, it was rare for individuals at the bone refinement stage to enter the Sacred Heaven Pool, as this stage was primarily for body refinement. The benefits of the Sacred Heaven Pool were limited compared to allowing individuals of higher realms to enter, making it a matter of practicality. The Chu family's concealment was remarkably profound. Duanmu Wan murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian, her eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, Chu Tian turned, clasping Yi Feng and Appo's mouth with his left hand, while with a flick of his right middle finger, a black Tao seed surged into Yi Feng and Appo's throat, circulating into his dantian, where a faint black glow flickered intermittently over his body. Bang! After executing this, Chu Tian's expression remained tranquil as he retracted the white Tao seed in his hand. Suddenly, like a heap of mud, Yi Feng exuded a black aura, and his injuries began to mend at an astonishing rate. The tongue that had been restrained by Chu Tian rapidly reformed. Chu Tian observed this scene with an impassive demeanor, fully aware that his condensation of the yin-yang Tao seed had succeeded. The black Tao seed contained a powerful and concentrated spiritual essence that would augment the strength of anyone cultivating the supreme yin-yang technique, significantly enhancing their physical recovery capabilities and accelerating their cultivation speed to a point where it might become uncontrollable, igniting divine flames and breaking through into the divine realm. Yi Feng and Appo's cultivation level, his yang energy, comprehension, emotions, and desires would continuously merge into the black Tao seed. At the moment he ignited the divine flames, he would transform into an almost immortal killing machine, the black demonic seed fully ripening to devour the white Tao seed cultivated by Chu Tian. Furthermore, from this point onward, the fruits of his cultivation would continuously nourish Chu Tian, almost as if she had acquired a top-tier demon to aid in her training, resulting in rapid progress. Chu Tian, what have you done to me? Yi Feng howled in despair, suddenly realizing that although his body was healing at an incredible speed, his spiritual power and blood essence were uncontrollably converging toward his dantian. He attempted to inspect his dantian, but found it shrouded in a sinister energy, preventing even his consciousness from penetrating it. Chu Tian turned to Bing Bing with a faint smile, engaging her in conversation and inquiring about her comprehension of the supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique. As for Yi Feng's fate, it was already sealed, and he deemed it unnecessary to waste further time or energy on him. Even if Yi Tianxiong possessed extraordinary abilities to seek out the long-lost Supreme Realm and the ancient Supreme Demon Clan, he could not reverse the influence of the Yin-Yang demonic seed. The original practitioners had been powerless against it, refraining from recklessly employing the Supreme Yin-Yang technique. As the Yin-Yang Dao clan, they had wielded a fatal restraining effect against them. Congratulations, host, for delivering a fatal blow to the fated child Yi Feng. Reward, 50,000 destiny points. The system in Amp, Oppo's, gentle and melodious voice resonated. Bastard, Chu Tian, answer me. In a matter of moments, Yi Feng, whose body had been nearly reduced to pulp by Chu Tian, had already recovered significantly, his bones mended. Yet, he was filled with an overwhelming fear regarding his transformation, suddenly reaching out to grasp Chu Tian and Amp, Oppo's, shoulder. Damn it, tell me what you have done to me. Yi Feng roared, disregarding any semblance of reverence toward the nearby holy ancestor Duanmu. Chu Tian turned his head, his gaze firm, and an invisible force propelled Yi Feng over 100 meters away, where he collapsed, coughing blood. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that even with such severe injuries, he was healing at an unimaginable rate. At that moment, Yi Feng was further horrified to realize that his cultivation speed was accelerating, even without actively operating any techniques. His dantian emanated a devouring force that autonomously drew in the rich spiritual energy from the sacred heaven pool, flooding him with spiritual essence and Tao rhythms, causing his strength to surge at an extraordinary pace. Chu Tian pondered, having cultivated the main technique of the supreme Yin-Yang. How could he benefit so significantly from Chu Yunshan's cultivation of the auxiliary technique? His dantian was autonomously absorbing spiritual energy, Tao rhythms, and enhancing his cultivation speed. Why did this resemble the auxiliary technique of the supreme Yin-Yang so closely? Yi Feng was consumed by terror, questioning whether Chu Tian's actions were aimed at reversing the hierarchical relationship between him and Chu Yunshan. He could hardly believe that Chu Tian could accomplish such a feat, yet he could not suppress the fear swelling within him. Brother Yi Feng, are you all right? It was Lu Yun, her pale face betraying deep concern. Having witnessed Yi Feng's brutal beating at the hands of Chu Tian, she had been terrified, hiding at the fringes, even as Chu Tian was surrounded by admiration. Get lost. Yi Feng's expression twisted in rage. Overwhelmed by anxiety and fury, he lashed out at his fiancée, sending Lu Yun flying several dozen meters away. As night fell, the moonlight sprinkled down like stars. Chu Tian had intended to use the remaining time to familiarize himself with the power of the divine refinement realm and absorb the Tao rhythms from the sacred heaven pool. However, he could not withstand Bing Bing and Oppo's relentless pleading, her innocent eyes filled with yearning as she tugged his arm, begging him to play with her for a while. Reluctantly, Chu Tian abandoned his training plans and, under the envious gazes of those present, was led away by Bing Bing. Her silver bell-like laughter echoed throughout the sacred heaven pool. Despite having possessed consciousness for a long time, the small serpent had never played with her, and the smaller snakes cowered in her presence, leaving her feeling exceedingly lonely. With Chu Tian's companionship, even if her older brother spoke little, she had never felt so joyous and fulfilled. After wandering for a night, Chu Tian observed that the dragon clan had flourished immensely over the millennia, with thousands of dragons, great and small, inhabiting the sacred heaven pool. His formidable spirit allowed him to sense several terrifying auras beneath the sacred heaven pool, not belonging to the Dragon King, yet still menacing. They were likely the dormant, dreadful dragons, perhaps on par with, if not stronger than, Chu Tian. Chu Tian couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying depth of the Holy Heaven Sect, a power ungoverned by the two founding families or the three top-tier clans, only surfacing when the Holy Heaven Sect faced annihilation. This underlying strength, reminiscent of what the holy ancestor Duanmu had left behind, surely existed in abundance within the Holy Heaven Sect. In the original narrative, the Chu family was thoroughly at a disadvantage. After the great ship collapsed, King Chu was poisoned to death in prison for a reason. Even if King Chu were alive, leading the Chu family in resistance, the odds of success would still be slim. In his heart, Chu Tian's resolve grew ever stronger. The Chu family could not continue along the path laid out by King Chu Tian, remaining low-key while allowing King Yi to gradually encroach upon the interests of the Chu family and seize the power of the sect. The struggle for profit has always been a matter of life and death. To take a step back is not to embrace boundless horizons, but rather to plunge into an abyss. The following day, at dawn, as the 10-day period elapsed, the passage to the sacred heavenly pool was opened. Duanmu appeared at the other end, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice, hoarse and thunderous, reverberated through the square. Why has the Dragon King awakened? What has transpired? Yi Tianxiong, King Chu Tian, and several high-ranking members of the sect, including the esteemed elders, stood by, their expressions grave. The sudden awakening of the Dragon King, who had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years, surely heralded a momentous event. Moreover, both heirs of the founding families were entangled in this situation. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be unfathomable. Yet, the sacred heavenly pool could only be accessed once every 10 days, and they had already waited 4 days without receiving any information. Anxiety gnawed at their hearts beyond description. Chapter 56. The indefensible Yi Tianxiong. Within the swirling passage, numerous prodigies and venerable figures emerged, their faces adorned with smiles. The gains from this encounter exceeded their wildest imaginations, and a profound sense of gratitude towards the young saint lingered in their hearts. As the ancestor Duanmu stepped onto the square, the concentration of spiritual energy and Tao essence surged exponentially, granting them tremendous insights and breakthroughs. Advancing to a higher level was merely a matter of time. Control them all separately and conduct individual interrogations. Should there be any discrepancies in their accounts, none shall leave. At this moment, Chu Tianyun appeared beside Duanmu, his expression menacing. The enforcers from a law enforcement hall promptly escorted the venerable strongmen and prodigies emerging from the passage for solitary questioning. For the past 4 days, Chu Tianyun had been engulfed in anxiety and guilt, as the quota for the sacred heavenly pool had been granted to his nephew, Chu Tian. Should any misfortune befall Chu Tian, how could he explain it to his elder brother and sister-in-law, or to the entire Chu family? The weight of such a potential calamity would be beyond redemption. Elder brother, if anything happens to Xiao Tian, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Chu Tian Wang and Appo's bloodshot eyes reflected profound fatigue and a sense of desperation. He had tirelessly sought to ensure that the Yi family would pay for the schemes against Chu Tian. However, he never anticipated the shocking news of the incident at the sacred heavenly pool, news that awakened the Dragon King, who had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years. This revelation struck Chu Tian Wang like a bolt from the blue. The revered ancestor Duanmu had previously stated that the Dragon King, an embodiment of the sacred heavenly sect and Appo's foundation, was personally sealed by her and lay dormant at the bottom of the sacred heavenly pool, where time flowed at a glacial pace. The Dragon King would awaken only in the face of cataclysmic events threatening the sect's existence. The sudden revival of the Dragon King could only signify a monumental crisis. Moreover, Chu Tian Wang learned that Yi Feng had entered the sacred heavenly pool alongside Chu Tian. Like a startled bird, He immediately suspected that this was yet another covert scheme orchestrated by his elder brother, Yi Tianxiong. Upon discovering that Chu Tian would enter the sacred heavenly pool, Yi Tianxiong could have secretly instructed Yi Feng to exploit the Dragon King against Chu Tian. After all, as the one wielding the sect's authority, Yi Tianxiong was entirely capable of such machinations. Destined Amp, Oppos, Yi Tianxiong, who previously sought to leverage the external power of the Zihong sacred sect, and Amp, Oppos, Dao was to extract the eye of the Dao from Chu Tian and Amp, Oppos, as forehead under the pretext of sect interests. With a heart ablaze with fury, Chu Tianwang had endured sleepless nights, tormented by thoughts of the potential consequences for his son. How could he face his wife, Jian Kongzhu, if something were to happen to their child? His anxiety had reached a boiling point, and he found himself wishing to obliterate the secret realm of the sacred heavenly pool. Yet he feared causing harm to Chu Tian within. Brother, I have already explained that it was an unfortunate accident. My intentions were solely for the benefit of the sect. I have also apologized, and the Yi family has paid a significant price for this. Do you not understand my sincere intentions? Yi Tianxiong and Amp, Oppos, as countenance darkened, burdened by a sense of helplessness that no amount of water from the four seas could cleanse. He had merely intended for Yi Feng to mend relations with Chu Tian within the sacred heavenly pool. How could it have spiraled into such chaos? Not only was Chu Tianwang anxious, but Yi Feng, his most esteemed son, had also been wrought with frustration. Continuously facing the accusations and threats from the brothers Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyan. Around them, several high-ranking sect members offered words of comfort. At that moment, a bloodied Yi Feng emerged from the vortex, closely followed by a trembling Lu Yun, her pale face betraying her distress. Boom! In an instant, two terrifying auras erupted. Yi Feng, where is Xiao Tian? Why has he not yet emerged? Chu Tianyun and Chu Tianwang confronted him simultaneously, their fierce energy causing Yi Feng to bleed from the mouth and fall to one knee. He was swiftly taken away by the arriving Yi Tianxiong for questioning about the events within the sacred heavenly pool. Lu Yun, on the verge of collapse, was also escorted for treatment while being meticulously interrogated. Soon after, Duanmu Wan and Hui Mei emerged from the vortex, escorted by Duanmu Lei, who began inquiring about the occurrences within the sacred heavenly pool. Following them, Chu Tian stepped out of the passage, while Bingbing stood atop the Dragon King and Oppos, head within the sacred heavenly pool, waving goodbye with a reluctant expression, her eyes slightly red. She longed to leave this solitary place with her brother Chu Tian, yet the little serpent had warned her that her nascent consciousness was unstable, fluctuating between wakefulness and slumber, and she could not depart the sacred heavenly pool just yet. Brother Chu Tian, you must return to play with Bingbing when you have the chance, she called out, her speech flowing much more smoothly after a night of communication. The passage could only remain open for 3 minutes, and soon, Bingbing and Oppos' figure vanished along with the vortex above the sacred heavenly pool. The sacred heavenly pool could only be accessed once a year, and each opening lasted a mere 10 days. Xiao Tian, you're safe. That's all that matters. Upon seeing Chu Tian emerge, Chu Tianwang approached and firmly patted his shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. Yet at that moment, Chu Tianyun strode forward, his eyes still tinged with remnants of fury. But now they glimmered with a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. The results of the interrogations from the law enforcement hall were steadily arriving, revealing that Chu Tian was unhindered by the constraints of the sacred heavenly pool, able to wield his powers freely, and had brutally bested Yi Feng. The Dragon King appeared, bearing a starlit crystal coffin, while the ancestor Duanmu lived again, affectionately calling Chu Tian brother, and he even bestowed upon her the name Bingbing. You rascal! You've terrified your third uncle this time. Chu Tianyan playfully punched Chu Tian's chest, then laughed heartily. But you did splendidly this time. You always manage to surprise me. What transpired, third brother? Chu Tianwang was still bewildered, struggling to comprehend how Chu Tianyan and Amp, Oppos' mood had shifted so dramatically. However, he quickly learned everything from Chu Tianyan's recounting. The ancestor Duanmu had reincarnated, the Dragon King, now referred to as Little Serpent, had taken to calling his son brother, and was quite attached to him. Chu Tian was astounded, never imagining that the incident surrounding the awakening of the Dragon King, which had shaken the entire sacred heavenly sect, stemmed from Chu Tian's actions. It was all due to the reincarnated ancestor Duanmu wanting to play with his son. This revelation made him realize why he and Chu Tian had been so restless and furious, pointing fingers at Yi Tianxiong for several days. Because of the Dragon King's awakening, many ancient figures from various sects had revived, some thought to have perished long ago. "You rascal, what a stir you've caused!" Chu Tian was both amused and overwhelmed, understanding the gravity of the situation. His son had forged a connection with the reincarnated ancestor Duanmu. This was far more earth-shattering than claiming the top spot on the Earth ranking. At that moment, numerous high-ranking sect leaders, elder patriarchs, and ancient beings, their eyes filled with shock, turned their gazes toward Chu Tian, each harboring a mix of emotions. Chapter 57. Marriage Alliance? Nonsense, second brother. This time, you must believe that I am not deceiving you. It is indeed to allow Yi Feng to enter and build a good relationship with Xiao Tian. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong approached, his voice hearty, accompanied by the bloodied Yi Feng, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his son had just been brutally tormented by Chu Tian for 10 days. Children often harbor misunderstandings. Xiao Tian has some misconceptions about me as his uncle, but it is fine. Now we can clear the air and express our emotions. Yi Tianxiong laughed heartily, patting Chu Tian on the shoulder. Second brother, now that the misunderstandings are resolved, Xiao Feng and Yun Shang are soon to hold their wedding. Our families will become in-laws, and as the sect leader and vice leader, we should prioritize the stability and unity of our sect, so let us cease the quarrels. Chu Tianwang's expression remained grim, yet he nodded, refraining from further confrontation. After all, these days, Yi Tianxiong had indeed humbled himself, offering many benefits and important positions within the sect to appease the Chu family. Moreover, he had learned from Chu Tianyun that his son, Chu Tian, had severely punished Yi Feng in the holy pool, shattering his bones. Chu Tianwang surmised that his son had vented his anger regarding Yi Tianxiong's agreement to extract his heavenly eye on Yi Feng. Since Yi Tianxiong was willing to overlook past grievances and adopt such a low stance, he too preferred not to pursue matters further. Xiao Tian, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. I, as your uncle, have acted impulsively for the benefit of the sect, and I formally apologize to you. Congratulations on receiving the recognition of the Holy Ancestor. This discovery is a tremendous contribution to our sect, an unparalleled achievement. I will soon consult with the elders on how to reward you. Yi Tianxiong smiled, embodying the notion of letting bygones be bygones. The misunderstandings between you and Xiao Feng arose partly due to me. Let us allow some matters to remain in the past. Moreover, do not forget, Xiao Tian, you have watched Xiao Feng grow up, and soon you will have to call him brother-in-law. So much has transpired recently, overwhelming us, and the relationship between our families has been significantly affected. I have already discussed with your father the necessity of setting a date for the wedding, preferably this month, to ease the tensions between our families. A wedding? Chu Tian glanced at Yi Feng, who was glaring at him with resentment. However, based on Yi Tianxiong's words, it seemed Yi Feng had not disclosed the matter concerning his dantian or his discovery of Yi Feng practicing the supreme yin-yang art to Yi Tianxiong. A realization struck Chu Tian. He understood that Yi Feng likely feared sharing the full truth with Yi Tianxiong, recalling the tragic fate of Yi Hongwu. He was apprehensive about a similar narrative unfolding in his own life. Yi Tianxiong was not like Chu Tianwang, who upon learning that his daughter, Chu Yunshang, had descended into madness and wreaked havoc on the Hung Tian continent, still showed compassion and repeatedly risked his life to rescue her. The partially true and partially false information Yi Feng had relayed led Yi Tianxiong to a misguided conclusion, believing that his anger was merely due to the eye-gouging incident. After considering various factors, he sought to bury the hatchet, utilizing the wedding between Yi Feng and Chu Yunshang to restore harmony and subsequently find an opportunity to release Yi Fan from the Sin Domain prison. Sect leader, why do you appear so pitiable and somewhat ridiculous? Chu Tian murmured. What did you say? Yi Tianxiong's smile abruptly froze, his expression darkening. casting a shadow over the day as the wind howled fiercely. How could a man of his stature, who had approached to mend relations, be met with such a slap in the face? Chu Tian's countenance remained unperturbed as he locked his gaze with Yi Tianxiong, his eyes cold and indifferent. I have ascended to the top of the earth, ranking and proposed conditions to the sect, requesting the Law Enforcement Hall, Judicial Hall, and Internal Affairs Hall to convene and investigate the matter regarding the Taoist of Destiny and Oppose, as intention to gouge out my eyes, as well as the Internal Affairs Hall's head's unilateral decision to suppress my rewards. I wonder if the elders have reached a conclusion after their discussions? Furthermore, regarding Yi Hongwu and Yi Fan, my third uncle, Chu Tian, has already apprehended many powerful figures and important individuals from the Liu family, and investigations are underway. The truth has yet to emerge. At such a juncture, discussing the marriage between Yi Feng and my elder sister seems utterly ludicrous. I disagree. The Chu family will not endorse this. Chu Tian's gaze remained indifferent as he turned to Yi Feng. Moreover, I have stated before, your son is unworthy of my sister, and I believe your son must now recognize this as well. The matter of the wedding need not be revisited. I will report to my mother and, with the consent of the powerful members of our family, formally propose the annulment of the engagement with the Yi family. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence. No one expected that Chu Tian would show no regard for Yi Tianxiong's dignity, laying bare all past grievances and pursuing the matter to its conclusion without a shred of courtesy. At that moment, Chu Tian also approached, his eyes gleaming with menace. The Liu family has engaged in rampant corruption and has been placed under my command by the Law Enforcement Hall. All misappropriated resources, heavenly materials, treasures, and spirit stone veins have been surrendered to the sect's treasury and are currently under rigorous scrutiny. Once the results are in, the Law Enforcement Hall will inform the entire sect and report to the elders, as well as the sect leader and vice leader. Currently, all evidence points toward a faction of Yi family powerhouses led by Yi Hongwu colluding with the Liu family, exploiting our Chu family and Oppose as connections to devour vast resources from the sect, far beyond merely using Liu Yun to enable our Chu family's young master to pilfer numerous divine herbs and treasures. Many individuals within the Yi family have long been covertly targeting our Chu family. These incidents are clear-cut with irrefutable evidence. I am in the process of compiling evidence, which I will soon submit to the elders for collective review by the senior elders and the sect and Oppose, as high-ranking officials. Xiao Tian speaks wisely. With so many matters laid before us, a marriage alliance? Chu Tian scoffed repeatedly. They have already insulted the face of the Chu family. What a farce. Chu Tian, have you both lost your minds? I have repeatedly compromised out of respect for my brother's friendship, yet you persist in pushing your luck, truly believing I lack temperance? Yi Tianxiong and Oppose, as cheerful demeanor faded, his expression turning icy. He had never anticipated that, even after lowering his stance before the public, this young man would still show him no respect, confronting him openly. Tian Wang, is the Chu family still under your leadership? Do your words still hold weight? A mere child dares to represent the Chu family and confront me, the sect leader. Yi Tianxiong turned to Chu Tian Wang, only to find him equally stunned. Seemingly unaware of these developments, Yi Tianxiong quickly realized that Chu Tian and Chu Tianyin must have been acting behind the back of Chu Tian Wang, the family head. The Liu family, a prominent clan within our Holy Tian sect, boasts many powerful individuals holding significant positions within the sect. Without my consent, who allowed you to act unilaterally? Chu Tian is too young to comprehend the gravity of his actions, and Chu Tianyun, as a hall master, should also be aware of the sect's rules and regulations. The Law Enforcement Hall is a body of the sect, not merely your personal force, Chu Tianyun. This constitutes a severe crime of treason. Yi Tianxiong's gaze turned frigid, realizing that he could no longer afford to yield at this juncture. The many high-ranking officials and senior elders were observing. If he continued to back down, the Yi family's authority would be utterly obliterated, and his face would be lost. As the sect leader, he must uphold his authority. Otherwise, he would be unable to govern the affairs of the entire sect in the future, and no one would heed his commands. Chapter 58. Whose interests are truly at stake? What a farcical notion it is that my son Yi Feng would agree to call off the engagement, believing himself unworthy of Chu Yunshang. Yi Tianxiong turned to Yi Feng, his voice frigid. Fenger, before all the esteemed elders, uncles, and sect leaders, declare your worthiness to marry Chu Yunshang, who, at merely 17, has ascended to the 6th position on the integration list and 3rd on the earth list. Your betrothal was arranged by your father and your uncle Tianwang. You and Yunshang have grown up together, nurturing a mutual affection, and I will not allow anyone to obstruct this. I stand behind you. Unexpectedly, after Yi Tianxiong and Appo's proclamation, the bloodied Yi Feng hung his head, his gaze heavy, and remained silent for an extended moment. A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Tianxiong as he sensed the gravity of the situation, and he thundered, "Fenger, speak." Yi Feng slightly raised his head, not to meet Yi Tianxiong and Appo's gaze, but that of Chu Tian, who coldly gestured across his neck, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. This gesture was the 3rd time Yi Feng had witnessed it. Previously, he had dismissed Chu Tian and Appo's actions as mere jest, but now a profound fear enveloped him, and he regretted not having heeded the warnings earlier. He could feel that his mastery of the supreme yin-yang technique had completely waned its hold over Chu Yunshang. His demise would not implicate her. If Chu Tian revealed the truth now, his fate would be sealed. Yi Feng understood his father well. Yi Tianxiong would undoubtedly sacrifice him for the sake of the family's reputation. But he did not wish to die. Despite the aberration in his dantian, he still believed in the possibility of salvation and a bright future as the 3rd-ranked prodigy on the Earth list. Father, given the current circumstances, my enmity with Chu Tian is irreconcilable. Let's end the engagement with Yunshang. Yi Feng's voice was hoarse, yearning to sever any ties with both Chu Yunshang and Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianwang and Appo's already darkened expression seemed to darken further, eyes glinting with an icy rage. Yi Feng, what did you just say? And Appo's, let it be. And Appo's, I have heard whispers of your intention to break the engagement from my subordinates. But I will not permit such a thing. My daughter has been betrothed to you since childhood, and now you dare to utter such words? Very well. If the engagement is to be called off, it shall be the Chu family that initiates it. In a few days, I shall personally accompany Yunshang to formally break the engagement. Fury surged through Chu Tianwang, his wrath directed entirely at Yi Feng, the oppressive aura of an emperor causing the heavens to dim, and Yi Feng spat forth a mouthful of blood. You insolent wretch, do you dare disregard my words? Yi Tianxiong roared, striking Yi Feng down to the ground, utterly humiliated. Young saint, might I invite you to my Duanmu family as our esteemed guest? The patriarch and many elders have prepared a banquet in anticipation of your arrival. At this moment, Duanmu Lei appeared, a fervent excitement evident in his demeanor, followed closely by Duanmu Wan and Hui Mei, clearly informed of the unfolding events. Uncle Lei, I fear that may not be possible. Our sect leader may not allow me to leave, Chu Tian replied with a smile, though his eyes remained unfazed. The Duanmu family's overture was anticipated, yet he was astonished by how rapidly their stance had shifted, seemingly influenced by Duanmu Wan's accounts. The sudden appearance of Duanmu Lei sent ripples of shock through the upper echelons of the sect, who recognized that the Duanmu family's allegiance was leaning towards the Chu family. Over the years, due to Chu Tianwang's disruption of internal alliances by marrying Jian Kongzhu, dissatisfaction had brewed among the 3 top families, a fact well known within the sect and Appo's upper echelons. Yi Tianxiong and Appo's countenance darkened. Fists clenched as he realized that Duanmu Lei and Appo's invitation was tantamount to an open declaration of support for the Chu family. Since his ascendancy, the 3 top families had never publicly displayed their allegiance, but this was the first instance of a top family openly siding with the Chu family. Brother Tianwang and Hall Master Tianyun, my elder brother has instructed me to invite you, as it has been long since you visited the Duanmu family. Please grace us with your presence. The patriarch has prepared a feast awaiting your arrival, Duanmu Lei said, referring to his elder brother, the patriarch Duanmu Rong. At this juncture, Duanmu Wan approached. Her cherubic face tinged with shyness as she addressed Chu Tian. Brother Chu Tian, I must apologize for any offense caused during our time at the Holy Sky Pool. She had divulged her significant discovery that Chu Tian had likely acquired the ancestor and Apos as legacy, as well as the Chu family and Apos as covert schemes to her father and uncle. The ancestor and Apos S legacy and the potential for rebirth were pivotal to the Duanmu family and Apos S fate, as their rise was built upon the ancestor and Apos S blessings. After deliberation, Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei deemed Duanmu Wan and Apos S assessment accurate. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a potential scheme by the Chu family, signaling a sudden rise for Chu Tian and establishing ties with the ancestor, prompting the Duanmu family to align themselves with the Chu family in exchange for information regarding the ancestor. Chu Tianwang paused, turning to Chu Tian, realizing he was benefiting from his son and Apos S prominence. After marrying Jian Kongzhu, the three top families had not invited him for years. Ha ha, certainly. Chu Tianyin laughed heartily, then shook his head. However, I fear I cannot visit the Duanmu family at this time. The sect leader claims I am guilty of treason and intends to imprison me. These words turned Yi Tianxiong and Apos S face a shade of iron, as Chu Tianyin and Apos S remark was a direct mockery of him, uttered in the heat of anger. Even as sect leader, he could not arbitrarily detain a hall master, particularly one backed by the Chu family. Sect leader, the ancestor is of utmost significance to my Duanmu family. I implore you to reconsider this matter, Duanmu Lei said with a slight smile to Yi Tianxiong. The Lu family and the Chu family are kin. The young saint and hall master Tianyun act for the sake of the sect's interests. The principle of sacrificing personal ties for the greater good is upheld, and all gains shall be surrendered to the sect. The enforcement hall is wholly loyal to the sect, and your accusations of treason are indeed excessive. Moreover, the enforcement hall possesses the authority to oversee and monitor the sect. Why not permit Hall Master Tianyun to continue his investigation, rooting out any traitors and restoring justice for the Yi family? At this moment, Chu Tian also stepped forward, his expression calm as he addressed Yi Tianxiong. You speak of the sect and Apos S interests, yet when it concerns the Yi family, it seems you have disregarded that principle entirely, displaying a shocking inconsistency. Chu Tian, his gaze now steely, added little Tian is but 8 years old, nearing 9, yet he has ascended to the first rank of the bone refining list and the first rank of the earth list, shaking the heavens and earth. Such a remarkable prodigy, sought after by numerous sects yet unattainable. It is universally acknowledged that the younger generation embodies the future of their sects, representing the paramount interest of a grand faction. However, the sect leader's insistence on prioritizing the sect's welfare seems rather ludicrous. Ultimately, for whose benefit this truly serves remains a mystery. Chapter 59, Swift. Too swift outside the sacred heaven pool, the atmosphere hung heavy with an oppressive silence. The leaders of various sects watched in trepidation as the situation unfolded, feeling as though they were witnessing a gradual push that would drive Yi Tianxiong to the precipice. No one anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Was the sect on the verge of upheaval? Yi Tianxiong, after all, was the sect leader, the one wielding the highest authority within the Sacred Heaven Sect. What was the Chu family attempting? Were they provoking the authority of the sect leader, igniting a blood feud between the two founding families, leading to a schism within the sect? It was clear to everyone that neither of the founding families possessed overwhelming strength. Countless dreadful thoughts raced through their minds. Yet such actions would bring no benefit to anyone. Yi Tianxiong's gaze darkened as he found himself cornered by the relentless verbal assaults of Chu Tian and Chu Tianyin. Teetering on the edge of despair, utterly at a loss for how to respond. How could he answer? The assertions made by Chu Tianyun and Chu Tian were undeniable, universally recognized truths, striking him like a series of resounding slaps across his face. The advantageous situation he had painstakingly built over the years was crumbling, all due to the reckless audacity of young Chu Tian. The absolute authority he had established within the sect was now shaken. Damn it! Bloodshot eyes revealed his mounting hysteria. He felt as though he might choke on his own frustration. He was caught in a bind, unable to advance or retreat. And the primary source of his anguish was the sudden alignment of the Duanmu family, which exacerbated his predicament. If it were only Chu Tian and Chu Tian, as long as Chu Tian Wang did not entirely turn against him, he would not be suffering so acutely. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from behind Yi Tianxiong. Chu Tian, do you dare to face me on the life and death arena? Yuan emerged from the crowd, his voice hoarse, shattering the tense atmosphere. He fixed his gaze on Chu Tian. Previously, I was unaware of your secret techniques and fell victim to your surprise attack, compounded by my own constraints, leading to my crushing defeat. In a fair fight, I assure you, I will not fall short. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiong exhaled slightly. The silence was broken, and he could finally extricate himself from this unfavorable situation. He turned to see Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, nodding at him, signaling that he had sent his son to disrupt the escalating pressure, temporarily assisting Yi Tianxiong and Apos as escape. The life and death arena? Chu Tian and Apos. His eyes turned frigid as he glanced at Yuan, a dreadful killing intent flickering within them. Even though he no longer regarded this ant with any significance, the persistent disturbances had become irksome. Why bother with the life and death arena? If you seek death, I shall grant it to you now. With a single step, Chu Tian unleashed a violent surge of energy, enveloping his body and appearing before Yi, one as if by teleportation. I will allow you to make the first move, he said, his voice calm, yet imbued with an icy indifference. The technique of mental relocation demanded an extraordinary level of mental fortitude and mastery, and murmurs arose among the sect and amp. Apos, as higher-ups, astonished that a mere young saint could achieve such a feat right after breaking through the refining spirit realm. Many geniuses struggle to grasp mental relocation until they reach the composite body realm, yet Chu Tian managed to do so immediately upon his breakthrough. My brother, you truly have a remarkable son. His talent is terrifying. If my own reckless boy possessed even half of his ability, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Chu Tianyun remarked, turning to his elder brother, Chu Tianwang. I too could not master mental relocation in my time. I believe you only achieved it after reaching the peak of the refining spirit realm, did you not? Indeed, Chu Tianwang and Amp. Apos' expression mirrored his shock, recalling that his son had once inquired about the details of mental relocation. His response had been to advise patience, promising to teach Chu Tian once he broke through the refining spirit realm. He never anticipated that Chu Tian would master it directly upon his breakthrough. One extraordinary talent, the reincarnation emperor technique. Yuan initially felt a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by a sinister grin. He was determined to make Chu Tian pay for his arrogance. A surge of overwhelming mental energy coalesced into a massive vortex, its terrifying, devouring force enveloping Chu Tian as though it aimed to consume him entirely. Chu Tian, do you think you're the only one capable of secret techniques? Yuan sneered, his spirit surging as he launched a devastating punch. The Reincarnation Emperor technique was a premier secret art from the Yi family's Reincarnation Emperor canon. Yuan had mastered it to an impressive degree at a young age, a testament to his formidable talent. Observers turned their attention to Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, as it was known that the Reincarnation Emperor technique was his specialty, and Yuan's prowess at just 17 years of age was clearly a result of his father's tutelage. Is this all the strength you possess? Suddenly, Chu Tian and Apos, as cold voice thundered. Boom! In an instant, a surge of blood energy erupted from his body, akin to a roaring dragon awakening, overwhelming spirit energy, cascading forth as though the dragon had come to life. Chu Tian unleashed a punch, and the blood energy dragon followed in his wake, colliding with Yi Wen's fist in an explosive clash. Yi Wen's arm disintegrated into a mist of blood, shattering under the force of Chu Tian's punch as if it were mere paper. The space trembled, air currents spiraling violently around them, creating a whirlwind that swept up boulders surrounding the sacred heaven pool, sending them hurtling through the air. One force shatters myriad laws. Chu Tian and Apos' punch was terrifying. The vortex of mental energy, which had only just begun to form, was obliterated in an instant. Yiwen's expression contorted in horror as a scream of terror escaped his lips. The overwhelming pressure from the punch was so intense that he felt as though his body might explode. He had never imagined that Chu Tian would not even employ the divine abilities used previously. He merely relied on his spirit and physical strength. Yet the force of this punch seemed poised to annihilate him. Little did he know that Chu Tian's physical strength had reached an astonishing 2,500,000 pounds. And combined with the condensed energy of his spirit, he was capable of unleashing a power of approximately 13 million pounds without relying on any divine abilities or secret techniques, not even requiring the Eye of Heaven. Such formidable strength shattered everything in its path. No divine abilities, secret techniques, or treasures could withstand the onslaught. "Stop!" Yi Tianhong roared, astonished that Chu Tian, having just broken through the refining spirit realm, could unleash such lethal force without invoking divine abilities, instantly capable of annihilating his son. Swift, too swift. In a flash, Yi Tianhong appeared behind Yiwen, ready to intervene, but it was too late. Yiwen had already been reduced to a mist of blood, his body obliterated, even his bones reduced to powder. By the time Yi Tianhong acted, all that remained was Yiwen's head, which he caught with trembling hands. "My son." Yi Tianhong cradled Yiwen and Appo's head in his palms, crimson blood staining his hands as droplets fell to the ground. Yiwen and Appo's eyes widened in rage, revealing an infinite terror within, yet all vitality had dissipated. In that moment, the entire arena fell into a suffocating silence. Chapter 60. The eruption of Chu Yunshang's demonic qi. The senior members of various sects stood in stunned silence, as did many elders and supreme elders, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Before their very eyes, Yiwen had been slain, an outcome that none had anticipated. He was, after all, the son of the esteemed head of the Internal Affairs Hall, a direct descendant of a venerable clan, with an identity of utmost nobility. Yet, who could dare voice a word of dissent? It was Yiwen himself who had insisted upon a life-and-death duel, and even Yi Tianxiong and Yi Tianhong, the patriarchs of the Yi family, were present and had remained silent at that moment. Furthermore, Chu Tian had allowed Yiwen to make the first move. The most suffocating aspect was that Chu Tian had only just broken through to the spirit refinement realm, while Yiwen had been in the spirit refinement realm for 3 to 4 years, having already attained the 10th level of that realm. Logically, one would expect to reproach Yiwen for bullying the weaker, yet he was effortlessly vanquished by a single punch from Chu Tian. What could be said in such a moment? A powerful spiritual presence reverberated as Chu Tian returned to his original position, his expression serene, his palm devoid of any blood. He turned to Uncle Duanmu and said, "Uncle Lei, the battle has concluded. Let us depart." He understood that further pressuring Yi Tianxiong would yield no fruitful outcome. These events were insufficient to jeopardize his position as sect leader. Prolonging the confrontation would only waste time and energy. His aim was to make Yi Tianxiong aware that harboring delusions of grandeur was futile. The Chu family could no longer unconditionally support him in maintaining the so-called interests of the sect he spoke of. Those were the interests of a Yi family, not the Chu family. With that, Chu Tian took the lead in departing the scene, as nonchalantly as if he had crushed an ant beneath his foot. The air crackled with terrifying intent, and the furious roars of anger erupted behind him, where the voices of Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyun could be faintly heard, resonating with an overwhelming imperial might that ultimately subsided. Under the counsel of Duanmu Lei and the high-ranking elders, the Chu family reluctantly agreed to provide some burial expenses for Yiwen, arranging for a lavish tomb. Yi Tianhong ultimately had no choice but to suppress his grief over the loss of his son. Moreover, due to Chu Tian and Appo's forceful demands, Yi Tianxiong could not achieve reconciliation, compelling the Elder Council to convene once more. The first position on the earth ranking allowed the sect to put forth a demand, a tradition that could not be violated and necessitated a formal response. Duanmu Rong, the head of the Duanmu family, along with Duanmu Lei and Chu Tianyun, also had to attend. Just as Chu Tian stepped out of the Internal Affairs Hall, Duanmu Wan pursued him, her gaze intense as she inquired, "Chu Tian, I wish to learn your secret technique. What conditions must I meet in exchange? You may state your terms. This request was also made by Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei, as they believed that the technique in Chu Tian's possession was crucial to perfecting the inheritance of their ancestral teachings. They even speculated that this method, apart from the yin-yang thunder technique, might be connected to the divine thunder scripture practiced by the Duanmu family, along with various other secret arts. Regarding the state of the Duanmu ancestral master, the family felt that the implications were significant, and for the time being, the Chu family would not easily divulge such matters. Establishing a good relationship with the Chu family would require a gradual approach. Allowing Duanmu Wan to learn this secret art could also enhance her bond with Chu Tian, deepening their friendship. Chu Tian and Amp, Oppo's expression remained calm. Duanmu Wan and Amp, Oppo's proactive approach was anticipated, as in the original narrative, after establishing a connection with Yifan. The Duanmu family had also sent her to engage with him. The only difference now was that years later, the Duanmu ancestral master would have already emerged from the sacred heavenly pool. I shall not teach it, Chu Tian replied coolly, rejecting her outright. This supreme secret art was one that even the Duanmu ancestral master valued highly, going so far as to seize it from the supreme Dao clan. While it held little significance for him, if he were to teach it to Duanmu Wan merely upon her request, it would be far too trivial. It was the Duanmu family that sought to forge an alliance, not he who sought to ingratiate himself with them. Duanmu Wan was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Her father and second uncle had anticipated this response. If she had opened her mouth and Chu Tian had readily acquiesced, that would have been truly surprising. You aren't still holding a grudge over my interference, are you? I too believe that Yifan should not be let off easily. A worthless being in the sacred heavenly pool, I sense that the Tao essence within Lu Yun seemed to be dissipating. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Duanmu Wan began to engage in conversation with Chu Tian, actively seeking topics to discuss, revealing her lack of experience in initiating social interactions, as she was far less adept than she had been in the original narrative. Chu Tian found no surprise in this. After all, Duanmu Wan was only 17, whereas years later, she would assist Duanmu Lei in managing the affairs of the Internal Affairs Hall, becoming a seasoned intermediary with years of experience in navigating relationships. Now, she was still quite inexperienced. Chu Tian, unbothered, responded occasionally, nodding in acknowledgement, while Hui Mei beside them seemed inexplicably fascinated with Duanmu Wan, approaching her with great enthusiasm, scratching her bald head and gazing at Duanmu Wan and Amp, Oppo's chest as if mesmerized, making constant sounds of admiration. Upon reaching the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, Duanmu Wan breathed a sigh of relief, stating, Chu Tian, I shall not ascend. The disciples from a Maui County branch have reported signs of the Heart Demon Sect's disciples appearing. My second uncle has asked me to lead a team to investigate. I will seek you out upon my return. Had it not been for her father and second uncle's insistence on nurturing a relationship with Chu Tian for the future of the Duanmu family, she would have been reluctant to pursue such an alliance, feeling that it was far more exhausting than 3 days and nights of continuous cultivation. The Heart Demon Sect, the notorious demonic sect, has a vendetta against the Yi family. Why would you Duanmu family be sent to deal with them? Chu Tian mused aloud. Though he had intended to continue his ascent, he paused. He recalled that in the original narrative, many years later, the holy son of the great hate demon lord had been stripped of his title due to entanglements with the Heart Demon Sect's enchantress in Maui County. Captured by Yi Fan and Yi Feng, leading Yi Tianxiong to convene the Elder Council for judgment, ultimately resulting in the revocation of the Holy Son's position. Duanmu Wan was momentarily taken aback, as it was the first time during their conversation that Chu Tian had spoken so extensively. 8 years prior, the Heart Demon Sect's leader, the Golden Wolf Demon Sovereign, had infiltrated Maui County, only to be slain by the sect leader himself. Since that time, they had continually dispatched individuals into Maui County to trouble the Yi family and Oppo's disciples. A few days ago, several side members of the Yi family had been killed, prompting a report to the Internal Affairs Hall while Hall Master Tian Hong was tending to Yuan. Her second uncle received the report and, due to its relation to the Yi family, instructed her to handle the matter. It was rare for Chu Tian to show interest in her affairs. And thus Duanmu, Wan took a breath to explain, the deceased side members of the Yi family were merely at the spirit refinement realm. These are likely only minor figures from the Heart Demon sect, at most at the fusion realm, and they pose no significant threat. I should return within half a month. The sect mandated that disciples who broke through to the spirit refinement realm must venture out for training for half a month. In 2 days, I shall accompany you to Mai County, Chu Tian stated calmly, not waiting for Duanmu Wan and Amp. Oppose, as consent as he stepped onto the sacred Emperor Peak, quickly vanishing from her sight. She had yet to agree. Faced with Chu Tian's assertiveness, Duanmu Wan felt powerless. But what could she do when her entire family depended on him? Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Hui, Mei beside them, cleared her throat. Her mischievous face serious as she remarked, if you tell me how you accomplished such a feat, I could put in a good word for you with my brother. Get lost. Who needs your help? Ask your mother. Duanmu Wan retorted furiously, delivering a slap to Hui Mei's head before turning on her heel and vanishing beneath the sacred Emperor Peak. Since Chu Tian was also going, she naturally had to report to Duanmu Lei, awaiting their joint departure. My mother is nowhere near your level. Why are you getting angry? Really, Hui Mei grimaced, a dull ache lingering on the spot where she had been struck, merely wishing to inquire about the method that had rendered her so plump. It was not as if she was unwilling to barter for the information. Back when she sought to comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao with her elder brother, it had not been this arduous. As Chu Tian returned to the main hall, the hunchbacked elder appeared before him, his expression grave, with his eyes faintly tinged a dark crimson. Young master, he stated, the young lady experienced a surge of demonic energy yesterday and has been in a coma for the entire night. Chapter 61. Ingesting the White Tao Seed. Reversing the yin-yang technique outside the boudoir of Chu Yunshang within the sacred Emperor's Peak. Young mistress, I shall remain right here at the door. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I would stake my very life to ensure your safety and that of the young lady. After receiving comfort from Chu Tian on the road, the dark aura in Tuo Lao and Oppose, as slightly reddened eyes had begun to dissipate. Yet a heavy malevolent energy still clung to him, although Chu Tian had been soothing Tuo Lao's emotions along their journey, appearing unfazed as if he could resolve the troubles plaguing Chu Yunshang with ease. They were ultimately confronting the formidable Supreme Yin-Yang Manual, a technique left behind by the terrifying Supreme Demon Clan, which had ravaged the Hengtian continent for millennia, leaving even the mightiest of beings helpless. Tuo Lao remained unconvinced, grasping Chu Tian and Oppose as hand and repeatedly insisting that he must be summoned at the slightest sign of trouble. Finally, with a determined grit of his teeth, he turned his humped back and settled himself outside the door of Chu Yunshang and Oppose, as boudoir, standing guard. Tuo Lao, rest assured, for Chu Tian never undertakes matters without certainty. Observing Tuo Lao's continued unease, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. This concern revealed Tuo Lao's lifelong solitude. Much like Xing knew, he had been raised by the Chu family and truly regarded them as his own, viewing the 4 siblings as his spiritual refuge, akin to grandchildren. Otherwise, a dignified being of emperor rank, having weathered the storms of life and death, would not be so easily swayed. In the original narrative, when Jian Kongzhu perished beyond the realm, the news devastated Chu Tian, shattering his spirit. Subsequently, he was reported by the Yi family and imprisoned, prompting many clans and powerful beings who had long depended on the Chu family to betray or flee. Even within the Chu family, numerous direct descendants and strong individuals vanished. The collapse of the Chu family, a grand vessel, was evident to all. The once glorious sacred emperor and Oppose, Peak, which had flourished for 1,000,000 years, saw its servants and attendants scatter. With the 3 sisters of Chu Yunshang perished, only the vengeful demon sovereign remained, closely monitored within the main hall of the sacred Emperor Peak. Many who had dealings with the Chu family feared being implicated and distanced themselves. In the end, only Xing knew and Tuo Lao remained by his side, Lao, who had once had a significant opportunity to escape. Tuo Lao, who had been silently guarding at the ancient tree outside the main hall, now stood outside Chu Yunshang's boudoir. It was not until the news of the fall of the Chu Tian king reached him, and as Chu Tian succumbed to the demon path, renaming himself the vengeful demon sovereign, that this elder suddenly ignited his life force, unleashing his peak power to forcibly create a spatial passage, sending Chu Tian and Cho Nu out of the territory of the sacred heavenly sect. In those final moments, as the vengeful demon sovereign was thrust into the rift in space, he turned back, and the crimson rage in his eyes found only the sight of the elder grinning at him amidst the flames, his large yellowed teeth starkly visible. Chu Tian harbored no doubts. Had he encountered any misfortune with Chu Yunshang within that room, To Lao, having regained his emperor-level strength through the consumption of the divine transformation pill, would undoubtedly have chosen to embrace the demonic path and confront Yi Tianxiong at the sacred emperor peak. Upon closing the door, Chu Tian approached the bed, only to find Chu Yunshang's delicate skin suffused with a faint magical aura. Her smile had vanished, replaced by coldness, indifference, and cruelty. Her brows furrowed in apparent agony as she battled an unseen consciousness. Instinctively, a chill arose in Chu Tian's eyes, and he felt a pang of heartache, longing to tear Yi Feng apart. However, Chu Tian understood that this was an impulsive desire born from emotional turmoil, a natural instinct to kill upon witnessing a loved one in suffering. In his mind, the chaotic pearl emerged, transforming into a blade that severed this transient urge for violence. He had perused the true of the supreme yin-yang path and understood that when one who practiced the supreme yin-yang technique ingested the black Tao seed, the secondary technique lost its ethereal tether, like a wild horse breaking free, rampaging within Chu Yunshang's body. This force had originally belonged to Chu Yunshang, accumulated unconsciously within her dantian due to her cultivation of the supreme yin-yang technique, along with the various murderous instincts that had built up over time. This was meant to erupt in a violent explosion upon igniting her body, to be devoured by Yi Feng, transforming into sustenance. Fortunately, Tu Lao had been monitoring Chu Yunshang from the shadows, sealing off her demonic energy the moment it erupted and returning her to her boudoir. Otherwise, should the practice of demonic arts be revealed, Chu Yunshang would have remained unharmed, yet Chu Tian and Oppos, as planned to retaliate in kind, could not be executed. Now, as long as Chu Yunshang consumed the white Tao seed, this demonic energy would be purified by the Tao essence, transforming into her own power and resulting in a substantial enhancement to her strength. Of course, this was merely an appetizer. The true feast awaited when Yi Feng, uncontrolled, ignited the divine fire and broke through to the divine realm. At that moment, the surging Tao essence and divine power, intertwined with the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would forge a crucible, allowing Chu Yunshang to undergo a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. Chu Tian eagerly anticipated how immensely powerful his naturally gifted elder sister, endowed with sacred bones, would become after consuming Yi Feng's life-altering elixir. Yi Feng would ultimately transform into the refining cauldron for Chu Yunshang, severing emotional ties and becoming a vessel of human slaughter, gently supporting his elder sister. He positioned her in a meditative posture and placed the white Tao seed into her mouth. Then, he closed his eyes, channeling his robust spirit like a flowing river, manifesting into numerous minuscule Tao runes that surged into Chu Yunshang and Oppos' body, assisting in the purification of her demonic energy. Upon ingestion, the white Tao seed swiftly coursed through Chu Yunshang's meridians and entered her dantian. With a hum, a surge of Tao essence erupted from her dantian, enveloping her in a pristine, snowy mist that gradually purified the demonic energy surrounding her, transforming it into her own strength. Meanwhile, Chu Tian sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, using his spirit to cleanse the meridians tainted by the demonic energy. Otherwise, relying solely on the white Tao seed to dissolve the years of accumulated demonic energy would render Chu Yunshang unable to awaken for at least 10 days to half a month. If the demonic energy rampaged within her for too long, it could inflict hidden injuries, hindering her future breakthroughs to higher realms. Chu Yunshang, born with sacred bones and extraordinary talent, had indeed suffered a depletion of cultivation due to the supreme yin-yang technique, yet she had still broken through to the fusion realm, placing her a realm above the current Chu Tian. Even though Chu Tian's spirit had solidified and materialized, he had only just crossed into the refinement realm, and the task of cleansing her meridians remained a significant challenge. Chu Tian exchanged for a top-tier spirit refinement pill from the system shop, only to find that post-refinement realm. Such exquisite pills yielded diminishing returns in the face of his robust and refined spirit. They were nearly negligible. The 3 luminous halos he had continuously renewed now felt insufficient, unable to maintain his energy in its most vibrant and complete state. Chapter 62. The System Blueprint, Fulfillment, and Extraordinary Solutions. Chu Tian was engaged in 2 tasks simultaneously. He was meticulously attending to his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, while inwardly contemplating various matters. Had anyone known that Chu Tian was not only using his mental energy to assist another, but also diverting his attention to other concerns, they would surely break into a cold sweat, anxious for Chu Yunshang's well-being. The human body is an immensely intricate system, composed of countless meridians, acupoints, and internal organs. Channeling spiritual energy in such a manner requires utmost concentration. A moment's inattention could inflict grave damage upon Chu Yunshang's foundation, perhaps even resulting in irreversible harm. Chu Tian held a profound respect for the fundamental principles of cultivation, having been educated by his father, King Chu, from a young age on this subject. His mind was replete with memories related to this knowledge, and thus he understood the risks involved. While multitasking poses a significant challenge for others at the refining spirit stage, it was not a daunting task for him. After all, during his time in the sacred heavenly pool, he had successfully cultivated while simultaneously employing spiritual techniques to subdue Yi Feng, effectively isolating him from the surrounding spiritual energy. At that time, his mental energy had not yet fully crystallized, let alone now, when his spirit had solidified into a chaotic pearl within his mind. The crystallization of his mental energy brought him numerous advantages, enabling him to multitask without detriment. The technique of mental translocation, which is insurmountable for most at the refining spirit stage, became a natural extension of his capabilities. Chu Tian had even experimented with his hands, managing to simultaneously perform 2 entirely different arcane symbols from the supreme yin-yang Daos without any loss of effectiveness. At that moment, the system's gentle and melodious voice echoed in his ears, informing him that the divine forging pill, suitable for refining spiritual energy in the bone refinement stage, had lost its efficacy now that he had transcended to the refining spirit stage. It could be exchanged for the supreme spirit condensing pill, of which he could acquire 1 daily. This pill would consolidate his spiritual power, aiding him in swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the refining spirit stage without any side effects. The refining spirit stage serves as the foundation for the birth of the divine soul and the ignition of the divine fire, hence its name. Now that the host's spiritual energy had crystallized, a slight enhancement in his spirit equated to the efforts of countless others. Therefore, this type of pill, which nourishes and elevates spiritual energy, was the most suitable for him at this juncture. As one progresses in the refining spirit stage, they begin to touch upon the subtle principles of the universe, the rules of nature, and the pathways of existence, laying the groundwork for comprehending divine techniques and preparing for the next stage of integration. The integration stage involves the spirit penetrating every acupoint and meridian of the body, drawing in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and refining the essence of a universe within oneself. At the current stage, the more divine techniques one cultivates, the deeper their understanding becomes, and the more refined their grasp of these principles, the greater the benefits when the host attempts to break into the integration stage. This stage requires the harmonious development of comprehension, principle, spirit, and physique. All 4 are indispensable. The system recommended that the host exchange for 4 intermediate halos corresponding to these attributes. The 3 intermediate halos of comprehension, spirit, and physique would ensure that the host's body remained in an optimal state, while the intermediate principal halo would accelerate the host's understanding of the forces of nature. The Supreme Spirit Condensing Pill costs 600 destiny points, and the 4 halos would require a daily expenditure of 1,200 destiny points, totaling 1,800 points. It was estimated that within 3 months, the host could reach the pinnacle of the refining spirit stage, preparing for the breakthrough into the integration stage, while also comprehending 3 superior divine techniques to attain perfection. The system and amp, Appo's gentle voice continued to resonate in Chu Tian and amp, Appo's ears, outlining a preliminary plan for his journey in the refining spirit stage. Achieving the perfection of 3 superior techniques within 3 months posed a considerable challenge. As he tended to Chu Yunshang, he murmured to himself. He recalled that the last time he inquired about the system's recommendations for exchanges, the projected timeline for breaking through the bone refinement stage was 1 month, yet he had accomplished this feat in merely 10 days, attaining a strength of 250,000 pounds, solidifying his spirit, and simultaneously elevating his mastery of the supreme Yin-Yang Daos to a profound level. It seemed the system and Appo's projections were based solely on a steady and conventional approach to cultivation, not accounting for various unforeseen circumstances. With a spark of inspiration, Chu Tian opened the system panel before him. Host, Chu Tian Realm, Refining Spirit Stage, First Level, possesses a strength of 250,000 pounds. The crystallization of spirit renders him far superior to even a young true dragon. The host is indeed the destined child of the heavens. Physique, Chaotic Demon God Body Cultivation Method, Chaotic Creation True Canon, Second Level Divine Techniques. Eye of the Heavenly Path Secret Arts, Supreme Yin-Yang Dao Technique, Advanced Treasures. Heavenly Emperor Arrival Talisman grants 10 minutes of Imperial Combat Prowess. Heavenly Mystic Divine Ring can be refined at the cost of 1,000 destiny points. Contains a fragment of an ancient soul, which poses a certain threat. The host should proceed with caution. Dao Pearl Auxiliary Treasure has been refined. Destiny points, 143,000 points. Unbeknownst to him, he had already advanced the supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique to an advanced level. Chu Tian realized that his rapid progress was largely due to Bing Bing's assistance in the sacred heavenly pool, where she had employed the supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique to help him cultivate the Yin-Yang Dao seed, deepening his understanding. Otherwise, even with his extraordinary talent and the assistance of the comprehension halo, achieving such progress in just 10 days would have been impossible. It is known that the comprehension of divine techniques is typically categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, great accomplishment, perfection, and the unattainable extraordinary realm, where one forges their own path based on the foundations laid by predecessors and develops a unique understanding. Many venerable masters of the celestial god realm spend their entire lives without establishing their own paths, confined to the bounds defined by those who came before them. Countless prodigies toil throughout their lives, striving to perfect a single superior divine technique, honing their skills in pursuit of transcendence. Take Yi Tianhong, a half-step emperor and a top-tier powerhouse of the sacred heavenly sect. He devoted his entire life to refining the reincarnation emperor technique, achieving unparalleled mastery. In contrast, Chu Tian accomplished the supreme Taoist clan's ultimate secret art at an advanced level in merely 10 days within the bone refinement stage. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly attract a horde of ancient beings eager to dissect him for insights into his rapid comprehension of such exalted techniques. Without hesitation, Chu Tian resolved to exchange the supreme spirit condensing pill and the 4 halos, feeling no regret. He understood that swiftly converting resources into power was paramount. Spending 1,800 destiny points, the exchange was successful, accompanied by the system and amp, Appo's soothing voice. Chu Tian promptly ingested the supreme spirit condensing pill, and in an instant, he felt a tremendous surge of power erupt within his mind. The exhaustion from assisting Chu Yunshang in refining her meridians was alleviated, and the enhancement from the 3 halos restored him to peak condition. In that moment, various insights regarding the supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique surfaced naturally in his mind, leading to clarity and understanding. Chu Tian recognized that this was the effect of the principal halo beginning to take hold. P.S. I have been suffering from a severe cold these past few days, with intense coughing that has woken me at 5 in the morning. I went to the hospital for saline treatment. It has been quite distressing. For now, I will provide 2 updates, and once I recover, I will seek opportunities to make up for the missed updates for my esteemed readers. Chapter 63. With spirit amplification, physical strength surpassing 100 million as night fell. The stars twinkled brilliantly, and the moonlight cascaded upon the sacred Emperor Peak, bestowing a semblance of life upon the mountain, which shimmered softly while inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. Chu Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, channeling his spirit to alleviate the demonic energy within Chu Yunshang's body, while simultaneously guiding a strand of spiritual energy as thick as an infant's arm through his own body in a continuous cycle of 9 great rotations. Following his breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm, the chaotic creation scripture also ascended to its 2nd level, enabling him to draw upon a greater quantity of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, resulting in a qualitative leap in the purification of his physique. Radiant chaos glimmered upon his skin as the blood energy circulated within him. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to perceive a tiny golden dragon swimming within his chest, twisting and coiling its way to the tip of his right middle finger. With a hum, Chu Tian kept his eyes shut, gently lifting his hand. Suddenly, a golden divine dragon soared forth from the tip of his finger, illuminating the dimly lit room. The dragon, the size of his arm, appeared animated, roaring as it charged forward, circling continuously before him, occasionally emitting deep, resonant dragon roars that echoed thunderously. The spiritual power encapsulated in these roars could even slay an ordinary practitioner at the spirit refinement level. The dragon was lifelike, its claws leaving tangible marks in the air, with an overwhelming force of attack. This blood energy-formed dragon could likely engage in fierce combat with Yi Wen alone, potentially defeating him outright. Such mastery over top-tier divine abilities had reached an extraordinary level. The refinement of spirit and control had become immensely powerful, allowing the divine ability to manifest in a solid form that lingered without dissipating. It was indeed a supreme secret technique from the supreme Emperor Scripture, specializing in offense. Although it might not match the unpredictable nature of the supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao technique, its prowess and offensive power surpassed many, even exceeding the Yi family's reincarnation Emperor technique. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Tian gazed at the spiraling golden dragon above him, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. He was comprehending a premier offensive secret technique from the supreme Emperor Scripture, the Prison Dragon Emperor technique. Through understanding this offensive secret technique, Chu Tian grasped the immense advantages of refining the spirit into a solid form, which not only amplified his physical strength, but also enhanced his divine abilities. In contrast, a prodigy like Yi Wen, whose spirit appeared robust, was in truth disordered. Thus, even if he had comprehended the technique at an advanced stage, the spiritual essence he projected was deceptively potent, but fundamentally weak and easily shattered. Though he had achieved the 10th level of spirit refinement, his physical strength likely reached a mere 1,000,000 pounds. However, the spiritual augmentation on his body was less than 10-fold, falling short of 10 million pounds. Even when paired with the advanced understanding of the Reincarnation Emperor technique, he could still be obliterated by a single punch from Chu Tian. A mere strand of my spirit could rival 10 or even 100 strands of Yi Wen and Amp. Oppos. S. If I reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement, with my robust and condensed spirit augmenting my physical strength, I could unleash 100-fold power, surpassing 100 million. It would not be far-fetched to imagine obliterating a divine being ignited by divine fire with a single strike. Currently, although I have just broken through the spirit refinement realm, eliminating a practitioner like Yi Wen at the 10th level is as effortless as eating or drinking. Merely utilizing the transformative Prison Dragon Emperor technique allows me to vanquish a worthless opponent like him. Now, even an ordinary practitioner at the fusion realm could only unleash 2 to 3 million pounds of force, yet I could still overpower them. Chu Tian turned to Chu Yunshang and noticed that the demonic energy enveloping her body had nearly dissipated. Utilizing his spiritual perception, He sensed substantial residual demonic energy lingering within her organs. However, a single night into Amp Oppo's time was ample to completely purify the demonic energy from her body. Closing his eyes once more, Chu Tian continued to dispel the demonic energy from Chu Yunshang while further comprehending the secret technique. With the enhancement of the 4 great halos, he realized he could now achieve a state of multitasking, simultaneously practicing 2 secret techniques while alleviating Chu Yunshang and Oppo's demonic energy. With the boost from intermediate-level spiritual and physical halos, he would never experience fatigue or excessive spiritual depletion. The golden dragon spiraling in the air began to dissipate slowly, yet the echoes of its roars lingered in the room, resonating endlessly. Meanwhile, outside the door, Old Two was astounded, his eyes widening slightly. Had it not been the young lady and Oppo's private quarters, he would have stepped in to witness whether the young master was truly cultivating divine abilities. Remaining outside, as an imperial sovereign, he could sense the subtle fluctuations of divine energy within the room, even without direct focus. As the breath of the young lady, Chu Yunshang, continuously elevated, the diminishing demonic energy led him to gradually exhale in relief, understanding that Chu Tian was not merely comforting him, but genuinely possessed a method to aid Chu Yunshang in dispelling the demonic energy. Throughout the afternoon, Old Two, unaware of Chu Tian and Oppo's activities within the chamber, felt the spiritual fluctuations emanating from him, indicating that he was assisting Chu Yunshang in alleviating her demonic energy while simultaneously delving into the comprehension of divine secret techniques. Likely the prison dragon emperor technique from the Supreme Emperor Scripture. Old Two was astounded, his mouth agape as he sensed the persistent fluctuations of the dragon technique within the room, which not only remained but continually intensified. He couldn't and Amp Oppo's help but doubt whether the young master had truly just broken through the spirit refinement realm in the sacred heavenly pool. Despite his aging eyes and occasional confusion, as an imperial sovereign, he should not have misjudged the situation. This level of spiritual control and the solidification of the dragon form were beyond the capabilities of many beings ignited by divine fire. Moreover, he could genuinely sense that merely within half a day, the young master's prison dragon emperor technique had evolved from its rudimentary state to one of proficiency, now achieving a substantial manifestation, indicating that he had surpassed the entry and basic levels to reach the intermediate stage. In the span of an afternoon, while multitasking, he had elevated a top-tier technique from the Supreme Emperor Scripture to an intermediate level. Old Two felt as though he had been overly concerned about the young lady, his mind strained, perhaps leading to hallucinations. Having spent so long with the Chu family, he had witnessed numerous prodigies striving to master the prison dragon emperor technique, expending 6 months to a year under the guidance of elder figures, yet failing to grasp even the fundamentals. If those prodigies, who had faced scorn for their lack of progress, were to learn of this, they would surely be driven to despair. They had spent countless nights questioning their own intelligence, believing themselves to be truly foolish. Yet here was Chu Tian, achieving mastery of the supreme offensive technique from the Supreme Emperor Scripture in just half a day and Oppo's time. This was the extraordinary nature of the chaotic divine demon physique. Old Two mused, ultimately concluding that this was indeed the remarkable aspect of the chaotic divine demon physique, one of the most formidable physiques in the history of the Hing Tian continent. Naturally, the more exceptional Chu Tian proved to be, the more gratified he felt. Chapter 64. As Chu Yunshang awakened, she resolved to remain silent throughout the night. The following day at noon, her voice, slightly subdued, echoed in the air. Chu Tian, have you and Old Two been concealing something from me? Chu Tian opened his eyes and saw his elder sister had regained consciousness. She was propped against the headboard, her gaze vacant as she stared out at the ancient trees beyond the window, her eyes reflecting a hint of desolation and emptiness, devoid of her usual vivacity. The pallor that had marked her face the previous day was now replaced by a healthy flush, rendering her beauty even more ethereal. The malevolent aura cultivated from the supreme yin-yang technique had been dispelled, and coupled with the essence of the supreme yin-yang Tao, she now exuded an otherworldly charm. Yet, upon witnessing the hollowness in her eyes and the absence of her spirited demeanor, Chu Tian felt a tightening in his heart. He understood that this was a necessary ordeal for her. In the original narrative, Chu Yunshang's profound love for Yi Feng never wavered, even amidst the eruption of the supreme yin-yang technique, and she had never harbored a shred of doubt about him. Observing her vacant, tormented gaze, Chu Tian surmised that the recent surge of demonic energy, coupled with their previous discussions about the supreme yin-yang technique and his conversation with old Tu, had led her to some unsettling realizations. Chu Tian remained silent, choosing instead to rise and adjust his attire, preparing to exit the room. He believed that many matters should unfold naturally, and that true understanding often comes from personal reflection rather than mere words. Chu Yunshang was not foolish. In fact, she was quite astute, albeit with limited experience. The affairs concerning Yi Feng and the Yi family should be revelations she would uncover gradually, allowing her to discern and accept the truth at her own pace. Speaking too much might yield counterproductive results. The supreme yin-yang technique was a dark art of the supreme demon sect, a power that left the higher echelons of the continent helpless amidst the wrath of heaven and the ire of the populace. At that moment, her subdued voice broke through his thoughts, causing him to halt and slowly turn around. "Elder sister, you're already aware of everything," he replied, his tone somber. Just then, old Tu pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing the pained and hollow expression in Chu Yunshang's eyes, he felt a surge of anguish. "Miss, please don't be this way. Yi Feng is nothing but a cultured beast, a despicable creature." Old Tu trembled, his voice laced with despair and palpable malice. "I will accompany you to Holy Emperor Peak at once. You must take vengeance upon that scoundrel Yi Feng grandfather too. I do not wish to kill Yi Feng. I simply seek the truth." Chu Yunshang's voice trembled as she gazed at Chu Tian with a plea. "Xiao Tian, will you share everything you know about the events that have transpired? I refuse to remain a foolish puppet, ignorant of the reality." Her voice was infused with profound sorrow, a heart-wrenching betrayal that followed the relinquishment of her trust. The revelation that she had merely been a pawn, a vessel, a mere piece on a chessboard, struck her psyche with an indescribable force. She was innocent, yet not naive, and her sensitivity allowed her to perceive the chilling atmosphere that enveloped her brother when he affirmed the existence of the supreme yin-yang technique. The following day, she began poring over the ancient texts preserved in the Holy Emperor Peak's library. Upon uncovering the records detailing the supreme yin-yang technique within the dust-laden tomes of the demonic sect, she felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath her. Initially, she had sought to reassure herself, concocting excuses for Yi Feng, perhaps believing that he was unaware of the dark sect's secrets, or that he had merely intended for her to practice the primary techniques of the supreme yin-yang. As tears streamed down her vacant eyes, she recounted, "Yet, the moment the demonic energy erupted within my dantian, I felt an insatiable urge for slaughter. Memories of our parents and the cherished moments with you and our younger siblings began to fade, leaving only Yi Feng's visage in my mind. As all emotions slipped away, miss, if you feel the need to cry, do so. Do not hold back." Old Tu, trembling, stepped forward to offer comfort, but merely placed a hand on her shoulder, adhering to the decorum of their master-servant relationship. "Comment fais-tu? What have I done to deserve this treatment from Yi Feng?" Chu Yunshang wept softly as she sank into old Tu's embrace. "Sister, you have done nothing wrong. It is Yi Feng who deserves his fate." Chu Tian's voice was steady as he unfolded the numerous events of recent days. The betrayal by the Liu family, Yi Tianxiang's treachery in seeking to harm him, all the while ensuring Chu Yunshang was fully informed. The Yi family, including Yi Hongwu, Yi Fan, and others, have even plotted against you, Xiao Tian. How could Yi Tianxiang, who has watched you grow and is a sworn brother to our father, conspire against you? Chu Yunshang's eyes, once empty, now glimmered with a fierce resolve. The audacity of the Yi family, not only to ensnare me, but to extend their treachery towards you as well. That Liu Yun, who appears so demure, harbors such shamelessness, and the Liu family, having benefited so much from us, dares to scheme against our family. Chu Yunshang clenched her teeth, continuing, I had been puzzled as to why you would suddenly defy Father's wishes and participate in the testing at the Holy Heaven Hall. It is no wonder Yi Feng rushed back upon receiving news from Yi Tianxiong, joining the testing alongside other talented members of the Yi family. They are clearly plotting against us. Turning her gaze to Chu Tian, she declared, Xiao Tian, do you suspect that the Yi family intends to undermine us, seeking to stifle our family's prominence? Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, unable to reveal his foreknowledge of future events, yet he nodded slightly. Elder sister, I too harbor suspicions, but all signs currently point towards the Yi family. I have made my decision. I shall accompany you to the testing at the Holy Heaven Hall. Chu Yunshang proclaimed, wiping away her tears, her resolve unwavering. Hearing this, Chu Tian smiled gently and nodded. Chu Yunshang's intelligence and swift development surpassed his expectations. Currently, aside from him, the Chu family continued to heed the commands of Lord Chu Tian, remaining low-key and inconspicuous, with only him representing the younger generation on the Holy Heaven rankings. Chu Tian understood that the Chu family and Appo's talents were not averse to vying for glory on the Holy Heaven rankings. But the imposing reputation of Lord Chu Tian instilled fear in many of the younger generation, causing them to hesitate despite their desires. Since his return, he had contemplated how to reverse the Chu family's low-profile trend. As a founding family, their youth should be vibrant and assertive, establishing their authority. Remaining subdued would only send the message that the younger generation of the Chu family was faltering, which would severely damage their reputation. Everyone knew that Chu Yunshang had always been the most obedient daughter of Lord Chu Tian. Her ascendance on the Holy Heaven rankings would significantly influence the current atmosphere within the Chu family. At that moment, a gleaming bald head appeared at the door, and Huimei's voice trembled with excitement. Elder brother, my cousin has arrived at the Holy Heaven Sect, but upon learning that you have claimed the top spot on the Earth rankings, she went directly to the Holy Heaven Hall for the testing. P.S. I have nearly recovered and will resume regular updates tomorrow, striving to catch up on the chapters 1-0 from the past few days. Chapter 65. Why are your words so unpleasant? The annoying younger brother in the Hall of Eternal Heaven, Chu Tian, entered with Chu Yunshang and Huimei, only to find the chamber teeming with a throng of individuals. Inside, thousands of disciples from various sects were crowded outside the Refining Spirit Hall and the Body Integration Hall, their eyes filled with shock and trepidation, occasionally punctuated by gasps of disbelief. The younger generation of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect was undeniably overwhelming. The illustrious Saintess Huolian had dominated the Body Integration rankings for 2 years, while the prodigy Huimei had long held the position on the Bone Refinement rankings. Were it not for the emergence of a young saint, their standings would remain unchallenged. Now, they had even claimed the Refining Spirit rankings. After the young saint broke through to the Refining Spirit realm, the 4 major rankings under the age of 18 were devoid of any representatives from the Sacred Heavenly Sect, a humiliation not witnessed in a millennium. It seemed that the Saintess Huolian aimed to reclaim the top spot on the Earth rankings, having already failed twice. This was her 3rd attempt. The young saint was indeed extraordinary, securing the top position on the Earth rankings based solely on his achievements in the body refinement realm, leading to the Saintess's 2 failures. Within the Hall of Eternal Heaven, astonished murmurs of discontent mingled with admiration for the young Saint Chu Tian. Suddenly, a resounding exclamation echoed from the Refining Spirit Hall. Lin Jia, having already secured the top spot on the Refining Spirit rankings, had slain over 3,600 illusory nightmares but remained unsatisfied with his accomplishments and re-entered the testing space. In merely 10 seconds, he had vanquished 675 illusory nightmare beasts, an increase of 100 from his previous performance in the same time frame. The prodigies of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect were utterly despairing. Each time they surpassed their previous feats, one couldn't help but wonder how they were cultivated. Why had the younger generation of the Sacred Heavenly Sect become so feeble? Chu Tian glanced upwards to see Lin Jia's name emblazoned at the top of the Refining Spirit rankings. Lin Jia, the candidate saint's son of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, had reached the 7th level of the refining spirit realm, with a mental fortitude of 70, obliterating 3,640 illusory nightmare beasts in a minute. Behind his name, a timer continued to tick, indicating that he had already dispatched over 1,300 nightmare beasts in just 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the previous top contender, Yi Guilong from the Yi family, had been relegated to 2nd place, trailing significantly behind Lin Jie. It was no wonder that the Hall of Eternal Heaven had drawn so many disciples. Yi Guilong had been the last bastion of the sacred heavenly sect before Chu Tian's arrival. As the most powerful sect acknowledged on the Eternal Heaven continent, the sacred heavenly sect standings in the 4 realms under the age of 18 were fiercely contested and held great implications for the sect's future potential. Yet, on the 4 major lists, only Yi Guilong barely occupied the top spot on the refining spirit rankings. His lead negligible compared to the commanding dominance of the compassionate voyage sacred sect on the bone refinement and body integration rankings. Following Chu Tian's breakthrough, he was no longer listed on the bone refinement rankings, and even the last semblance of prestige on the refining spirit rankings was slipping away. Chu Tian recalled information about Yi Guilong, having heard praises from Chu Tian Wang on multiple occasions. He was the grandson of Yi Hongwu, who had been forced to take his own life. However, Chu Tian paid little heed, as the most pivotal figures in the Yi family narrative were Yi Feng and Yi Fan. Beyond these two, even the first-ranked prodigy on the refining spirit rankings was not worthy of his attention. The only noteworthy talents from the compassionate voyage sacred sect were Hui Mei and Huilian. Lin Jie was merely a supporting character, one who would be easily defeated by Yi Fan in the original storyline. A glance at the body integration rankings revealed that the formidable Ice Queen continued to dominate the top spot, fiercely vying for the first position on the Earth rankings. She was currently in the testing space, mercilessly slaughtering the Crimson Flame Gold Crystal Leopards, her records consistently being shattered. Now, she had killed 5,700 beasts in a single minute, nearly doubling the count of the 2nd-place contender, Yi Feng, who had only managed 367. It seemed that unless she reclaimed the top spot on the Earth rankings, this relentless woman would not leave the Hall of Eternal Heaven today. This vexatious Ice Queen seemed to possess limitless strength. Chu Yunshang, observing the body integration rankings, remarked, "Little Tian, my elder sister has never attempted to challenge the body integration rankings. I wonder how she would fare, though I doubt she could surpass this monster." With a positive demeanor, Chu Yunshang quickly regained her spirits after leaving the Holy Emperor Peak. Upon learning from Hui Mei that her younger brother had defeated Yi Wan with a single strike, she gasped in astonishment, embracing Chu Tian and showering him with kisses, claiming she would reward him handsomely. Along the way, she incessantly inquired about how Chu Tian had avenged her against Yi Feng in the Sacred Heaven Pool, energetically waving her fists, exclaiming that he was indeed her beloved brother. Living up to her affection, Chu Tian smiled faintly, offering words of comfort to Chu Yunshang. He had not expected his elder sister to be able to contend with the saintess Huilian just yet. He believed that once Yi Feng ignited the divine flame and transformed into a killing machine, allowing his elder sister to undergo a rebirth of her sacred bones, she might then have a chance to match the saintess. "Big brother, that Lin Jie keeps pestering my cousin. Despite my warnings, he has followed us to the sacred heavenly sect. Give me some time to break through a few realms in the refining spirit realm, and I shall surely sever his little ambitions," Hui Mei said through gritted teeth, her fingers digging into her shining scalp as she stared at the refining spirit rankings. My goodness, 4,200 illusory nightmare beasts. At that moment, the numbers on the refining spirit rankings stabilized, prompting gasps of awe from numerous disciples, who gaze at the list with envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Jie's name surged to the 10th position on the Earth rankings, marking him as one of the most sought-after prodigies under 30 on the Eternal Heaven continent. From within the golden monolith of the refining spirit hall, a boy of approximately 13 or 14 years, clad in a blue-patterned robe, emerged with striking features. "Yi Guilong, there's no need to waste time testing. We are in entirely different leagues," Lin Jie remarked nonchalantly to a black-robed youth beside him before striding towards Chu Tian. "You must be the young saint of the sacred heavenly sect, Chu Tian," Lin Jie said, casting a glance at Hui Mei before casually introducing himself. I am Lin Jia, candidate Saint Son of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect. I will be accompanying senior sister Hulian to contemplate the eye of heavenly Tao alongside you for a while. Rest assured, my Lin family will not neglect you. We shall provide ample benefits and rewards to the Chu family. His tone bore an air of subtle arrogance, not quite as egregious as Hua Mei's, yet tinged with a condescending superiority, as though his association with Chu Tian was a privilege for the Chu family. Hearing his words, before Chu Tian could respond, Chu Yunshang interjected with evident displeasure. You little brother, why do your words sound so unpalatable? You seem to enjoy speaking for others. My brother hasn't consented. And does our Chu family truly lack the trifling benefits you offer? Chapter 66, Tenfold Spirit. 99-fold suppression of the Dragon Emperor technique. Our Lin family is one of the most powerful clans of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, boasting a legacy that spans nearly 10 million years. As the young master of the Lin family, I am the most gifted individual in our lineage over the past millennium. Who on the continent would dare to refuse to forge a relationship with me? Lin Jia casually responded, then turned his attention to Hui Mei, saying, You little bald head, how annoying you are. You follow me wherever I go. Be a good girl and roll back to the sacred sect, or else, now that you have broken through to the God-refining realm, the days ahead will be filled with suffering for you. I will make you understand just how vast the chasm between us truly is. You are really insufferable, little brother. I do not like you, Chu Yinshang retorted. Her anger ignited at his arrogance. Chu Tian's expression remained calm as he turned to Hui Mei, saying, Not every stray cat or dog is worthy of following me as a little brother. Since you are from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, you should handle this. Hui Mei bared her teeth and waved her hands in protest, stating, Big brother, I am not familiar with this stray cat or dog. It has nothing to do with me. I once vowed to sever his 3-inch little appendage. Immediately, Hui Mei and Appo's enchanting little face turned cold as she glared at Lin Jia, declaring, Did you hear that? My big brother does not welcome you, so hurry up and leave. Lin Jia's expression darkened. He had not expected Chu Tian to be so openly disrespectful. Chu Tian, the sacred master of our sect, the heavenly fate Taoist, has already arranged for me to come here. Have you considered the consequences of your words? Chu Tian remained calm, suddenly striding directly towards the God-refining hall. He had never been one to engage in banter with insignificant characters. As he walked, his shoulder collided with Lin Jia and Appo's. The immense force of his physique causing Lin Jia to stagger back 3 steps, gasping in shock. He had no habit of arguing with unworthy opponents. The reason for Chu Tian's visit to the Hung Tian Hall alongside his elder sister Chu Yunshang was to participate in the hall's tests. You are being utterly outrageous, Lin Jia shouted, his handsome face contorting with anger. No one had ever dared to treat him with such disregard. Chu Tian's physique was terrifying. The unanticipated collision felt as if a towering mountain had struck him, leaving him feeling as though his body might fall apart, his shoulder joints seemingly cracking under the pressure. Remember, my elder sister does not like you, so you are forbidden from stepping foot into the Sacred Monarch Peak's main hall, Chu Tian calmly replied, his foot already crossing into the God-refining hall. At that moment, Yi Guilong emerged from the golden boulder, his face pale from having just failed the test. He had not only failed to surpass Lin Jia, but had also failed to match his previous score. Chu Tian. Yi Guilong's voice trembled with fear, recalling how his grandfather Yi Hongwu had been driven to suicide due to schemes against Chu Tian. Due to Yi Hongwu and Appo's situation, his family and Appo's wealth had been entirely confiscated by the law enforcement hall, resulting in a significant decline in their standing within the clan. The resources allocated to him by the sect had also been drastically reduced, and he was facing numerous investigations from the law enforcement hall. Had it not been for his extraordinary talent, being ranked first on the God-refining list, he might have already been apprehended for scrutiny. This urgency had driven him to rush over upon learning that his old rival Lin Jia was attempting to claim the top spot on the God-refining list. To his surprise, after his failure, he found himself face to face with Chu Tian. What do you want? Yi Guilong's voice quivered with fear, apprehensive that Chu Tian might seek revenge for his grandfather. He had heard that Yiwen had been killed by a single punch from Chu Tian. Although Yiwen was far weaker than him, his background provided him some protection. If Chu Tian sought an excuse to eliminate him, it would be all too easy. Yet, as Chu Tian approached, he bypassed Yi Guilong and stepped directly into the swirling golden boulder, commencing the test. Yi Guilong's expression turned ashen, yet he felt a slight relief. However, he was soon overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, sensing Chu Tian's palpable disdain. It seemed he did not even possess the qualification to warrant a glance from him. As he stepped into the vortex, Chu Tian faintly heard gasps of astonishment emanating from the Combine Hall, seemingly in response to Saintess Hulian having slain 6,500 Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards, reclaiming the top position on the Earth ranking. Buzz. Before Chu Tian and Appo's eyes, a pitch-black space materialized, filled with ominous darkness, accompanied by eerie and terrifying beast roars echoing from within. Suddenly, pairs of blood-red eyes, larger than lanterns, opened in the inky blackness. Densely clustered like a terrifying constellation of crimson stars suspended in the sky. Amongst these blood-red stars, waves of crimson surged forth, embodying a formidable mental tempest, accompanied by various images that assaulted Chu Tian and Appo's mind. The illusion nightmarish beast, an ancient creature adept in mental attacks, could conjure illusions, making it exceptionally fearsome. Buzz. Chu Tian's expression remained composed as the chaos pearl of his mind unleashed radiant light, nullifying all mental assaults, obliterating the illusions in his consciousness in an instant. His spirit was refined to the point of solidity, his will unyielding. No illusion could disturb his resolve. Before Chu Tian, an array of monstrous beasts emerged, their black wings spanning nearly 10 meters, resembling bats, with blood-red eyes and gaping mouths emitting sonic waves infused with potent mental shockwaves. They soared through the heavens, while those at the god-refining realm lacked the ability to fly, restricted to employing spiritual techniques to vanquish the illusion nightmarish beasts, rendering their physical prowess ineffective. This seemed to be a deliberate design by the creators of the Hung Tian, ranking to better assess the spirit power of the challengers. Time passed swiftly. Having entered for the first time, Chu Tian spent a mere 10 seconds observing the illusion nightmarish beasts. At this moment, the Hung Tian Hall fell silent. The disciples of the Sacred Heaven Sect holding their breath, anticipation glimmering in their eyes. Within the domain of the Sacred Heaven Sect, disciples from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect dominated both the Combine and God-refining rankings, with Saintess Hualian having reclaimed the top position on the Earth ranking. They eagerly hoped someone would rise to challenge their arrogance. However, as they observed the God-refining list, 10 seconds passed with no movement beside Chu Tian's name, their hopes gradually dissipating into disappointment. After all, the little saint has just broken through to the God-refining realm. He needs some time to adjust, one disciple murmured, attempting to reassure those nearby. Indeed, the little saint is so young, yet has already reached the top of the Earth ranking. The future is limitless. We must have faith in him, a girl with a ponytail added. Although the surrounding individuals acknowledged their words, an undercurrent of disappointment lingered in their hearts. Just then, the God-refining list on the golden boulder suddenly shifted. Chu Tian, 11 seconds, 965 illusion nightmarish beasts. Quickly, the time display flickered again. 12 seconds, 2,634 illusion nightmarish beasts. 13 seconds, 3,795. In an instant, those gazing at the list in the Hung Tian Hall were left in stunned disbelief. What was happening? Were they dreaming? At that moment, Lin Jie's expression froze. Upon seeing the list, he was rendered speechless. What on earth? He had participated in multiple tests, exerting himself to the limit, and had only managed to slay 4,200 beasts in a minute. Yet now, in just 3 seconds, Chu Tian had annihilated over 3,000? What kind of absurdity was this? Within the testing space, a resounding explosion echoed. Chu Tian harbored no intention of concealing his strength. The Tao eye at his brow opened, violet light cascading forth as he unleashed a tenfold surge of solidified mental energy, enveloping the surroundings in a faint purple glow that surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping into the heavens and inundating the void for miles. With each pulse, thousands of illusion, nightmarish beasts were obliterated, nauseating blood mist enveloping the skies. The enormous illusion, nightmarish beasts, grotesque in form with eyes glowing like red lanterns filled with malice, crumbled like paper before the torrent of solidified mental energy, disintegrating with not a shred of resistance. Roar! With a sudden surge, Chu Tian's spirit, potent and resonant as a tsunami, coalesced into 99 true dragons. Their golden light pierced through the somber heavens, while their thunderous roars obliterated countless phantasmal nightmares. The true dragons soared aloft, their golden radiance bubbling forth. Every scale and claw served as a formidable weapon of destruction. These 99 true dragons flitted through the darkness like bolts of lightning. With each breath, hundreds, even thousands of nightmares were torn asunder, shattered, and transformed into a crimson mist by the resounding dragon roars. Chu Tian and Appo's spiritual prowess was terrifying. The strength contained within a mere wisp of his spirit surpassed that of a typical cultivator by 100-fold. Though he was only at the first level of spirit refinement, the depth of his spirit was at least equivalent to that of a 5th-level cultivator. In direct confrontation, his might could easily crush someone like Yuan, who fancied himself a paragon of physical cultivation at the 10th level. Now, amplified tenfold by the eye of heavenly Tao and unleashed through the dragon's sovereign art, each spirit-crafted true dragon was formidable, perhaps even rivaling a genuine dragon cub in strength. Any single true dragon could overwhelm Yuan, and under the combined force of 99, even a being at the integration realm would be instantly annihilated. Within the testing space, the true dragons zipped through like lightning, mercilessly slaughtering the nightmares, creating a scene awash in blood mist. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Spirit Refinement, an eerie silence engulfed the arena. Before them, on the golden stone of the Spirit Refinement rankings, it read, Chu Tian, 35 seconds, 39,700 phantasmal nightmares. Chapter 67. Failing to reach the limit 35 seconds. 39,700. 40 seconds, 45,001. Impossible, impossible, how could this be? Damn it. Lin Jie trembled all over, mumbling to himself, his face as pale as death, his eyes wide with fury, nearly driven to madness. The blow he received was overwhelmingly severe. In less than a minute, a gap of nearly tenfold had emerged. What was even more suffocating was the realization of how young Chu Tian was compared to him. Chu Tian had just broken through to the first level of the spirit refinement stage, while he had already delved into the 8th level. Having immersed himself in this realm for over 2 years, there was no way Chu Tian could have achieved this without cheating. Even Sister Hualian, who reached the 10th level of the spirit refinement stage, had only slain 12,000 illusory nightmares. How could he possibly? Shut your mouth if you can't speak. My cousin reached first place at the 8th level of spirit refinement and simply stopped testing afterward. You think you're the same as him? After so many attempts at the 8th level, you only barely managed to kill 4,000? And yet you flaunt your arrogance while suppressing Yi Guilong? Huomai shot Lin Jie glare, secretly feeling pleased. After all, she had also been crushed by Chu Tian during the bone refinement rankings. And now it was Lin Jie's turn to experience that sense of helplessness under overwhelming superiority. At least I could finish off the ancient mammoth in the bone refinement rankings. Look at you, being surpassed by someone several levels below you while maintaining a gap of over tenfold. You've brought shame upon the Holy Sect. If I were you, I would return to the Holy Sect immediately to avoid becoming the laughingstock here. Am I right, cousin? Huomai flashed a charming smile, scratching her head as she gazed at a stunning woman not far ahead. Little bald head, are you talking nonsense? Believe it or not, Lin Jie's anger flared, rolling up his sleeves, ready to vent his frustration on Huomai. Close your mouths, or just roll back to the Holy Sect. The Holy Maiden Hualian, clad in a snow-white gown, stood there like an ice goddess, her beautiful countenance frosty. Just her presence seemed to radiate an air of chill, her gaze sharp as ice slicing through Lin Jie and Huomai, causing both to instinctively shrink their necks and exchange silent glares before falling silent. Huilian understood that although she had slain 11,000 illusory nightmares at the 8th level, at the 10th level, she could only manage a 4- or 5-fold increase. And now, what realm was Chu Tian in? The first level of spirit refinement. What could she possibly use to compare with him? Buzz. At that moment, the numbers on the golden stone froze. Chu Tian, 1 minute, slaying 60,315 illusory nightmares. The spirit refinement leaderboard refreshed instantly, with Chu Tian's name claiming the top position. Chu Tian, first level of spirit refinement, mental refinement degree 100, slaying 60,315 illusory nightmares. As the leaderboard scrolled down, Lin Jie, 8th level of spirit refinement, mental refinement degree 70, slaying 4,000. A deathly silence enveloped the venue. The disciples stared at the spirit refinement leaderboard, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within them. This was no longer a mere chasm of difference. It was a disparity as vast as the heavens and the earth, akin to the brilliance of stars compared to the flicker of a candle. The first position of the spirit refinement leaderboard had been reclaimed by the little saint's son, one of the 4 great rankings below the divine realm, restoring some dignity to the Holy Sect. Yet many disciples felt a bittersweet taste in their hearts, a lang of excitement, despondency, and bitterness. The little saint's son was truly a prodigy. Although Lin Jie possessed exceptional talent, they could at least see his back, but the little saint's son? Forget the back. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of his heels. Initially, they had hoped to at least break into the top 10 of the spirit refinement leaderboard. Huilmai scratched her bald head, seemingly trying to peel off a layer of skin, her enchanting face twitching at the corners of her eyes and mouth. What is the point of trying to compete? Even if he is at the first level of spirit refinement, could he kill 1,000 illusory nightmares? Perhaps if he exerted himself, he might manage 2,000? What good would that do? It would only lead to further humiliation. Once, she had thought that breaking through to the spirit refinement stage would mean Chu Tian would call him brother, but now recalling that thought, Huilmai and Appo's mouth twitched even more violently, realizing the road ahead was still long and arduous. Impossible, impossible. Chu Tian must have cheated. How could someone at the first level of spirit refinement be this strong? It was unfathomable. Lin Jie's handsome face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features. How could the mental refinement degree possibly reach 100? My mental refinement degree is 70, and my father and the elders of the Holy Sect have praised me as a rare talent in our sect's history. Even you, Sister Huilian, renowned as the most extraordinary genius in a long history of the Holy Sect, was your mental refinement degree not merely 90? Holy Maiden Huilian's already icy demeanor hardened further, as if encased in frost, the chill emanating from her causing the ground to freeze over. She looked up at the leaderboard, only to see her name plummet to second place, while Chu Tian ascended once more to the top. After nearly 10 attempts, she had only just surpassed her limits to reclaim the first position, yet in merely a minute, she was overshadowed again. The magnitude of Chu Tian and Appo's achievement made her realize that even if she managed to kill a few more illusory nightmares, surpassing Chu Tian was a distant dream. Chu Tian is my younger brother, Chu Yunshang declared proudly, standing tall among the crowd. Her brother's excellence brought her more joy than her own achievement of reaching the top of the leaderboard. As Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, he calmly glanced at the Hung Tian leaderboard. Seeing his name atop, both the spirit refinement and earth rankings did not stir a ripple in his gaze, for he was acutely aware of his own limits. Achieving the top position in the spirit refinement leaderboard was merely a matter of course. He soon turned and re-entered the golden vortex, returning to the testing space for another assessment. The first test had consumed some time, and there were areas he had not executed perfectly. He sought to discover the extent of his capabilities, to comprehend how many illusory nightmares he could eliminate before revealing what lay beyond, whether it was the young true dragon or some other ancient top-tier divine beast. This time, the name of Chu Tian swiftly appeared on the golden stone. Chu Tian, 1 second, 1,278 illusory nightmares. 2 seconds, 2,506. 10 seconds, 14,800. Finally, time froze at 1 minute. Chu Tian, 1 minute, slaying 74,816 illusory nightmares. Inside the Hung Tian Hall, an eerie silence fell, only broken after a long pause by the sound of heavy breathing. Though they understood that the little saint's son was unlikely to have cheated, but rather that this was indeed reality, why did they still feel this was impossible? One strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of heroism, spoke with an undertone of resentment. We are all prodigies, among the rarest of the rare, selected through layers of scrutiny from the vast domains of the Holy Sect. How could the disparity be so vast? During the last bone refinement rankings, there were those who suspected the little saint's son of cheating. Even some ancient figures from outside had come to inspect our sect and Oppos, Hung Tian leaderboard, finding everything in order. A nearby man replied with a wry smile. Later, the little saint's son also proved his strength, mercilessly dominating any peers in the bone refinement stage, even shattering the son of the Internal Affairs Hall's master with a single punch, annihilating true dragon offspring in the testing space. At that moment, Chu Tian stepped out from the golden vortex, glanced at the numbers on the spirit refinement leaderboard, and shook his head slightly. In a barely audible voice, he murmured, "My realm is still somewhat lacking. If I were to reach the 3rd level of spirit refinement or higher, with my mental prowess multiplied several times, I could undoubtedly slay 100,000. The 1st level of spirit refinement ultimately could not reach the limits envisioned by the creators of the Hung Tian leaderboard. Nevertheless, Chu Tian was not disheartened, for it was at the 10th level of body refinement that he had annihilated the ancient mammoth in a mere minute, piercing through 30 juvenile ancient ferocious beasts. Chapter 68. To die for your sake, Chu Tian and Oppos. S voice was barely a whisper, yet the surrounding disciples of the sect, possessing keen hearing, caught his words and nearly shattered under the weight of his audacity. To challenge the limits set by the Eternal Sky rankings at the 1st level of spirit refinement. What did that make them, who had reached the 10th level, capable of slaying only a handful or a few dozen, and struggling to defeat even 100? Worthless? Chu Tian, come let your sister give you a couple of kisses. With the waft of a fragrant breeze, Chunshang's delightful laughter rang out like silver bells. Smack, smack. Reward my most excellent little brother. She embraced Chu Tian, planting 2 kisses on his cheeks, then lifted her chin slightly, casting a proud glance at the onlookers, as if declaring to the world that he was her beloved younger brother. Chu Tian, I refuse to believe you possess such strength. Suddenly a hoarse, deep voice cut through the air. Buzz. A dazzling purple light flashed, and a violet specter lunged toward Chu Tian. Let me see if you are truly that formidable. Lin Jia, akin to a white tiger on the hunt, soared into the air, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. He could not accept that Chu Tian, at the 1st level of spirit refinement, could be tenfold stronger than himself, and was determined to unveil the facade of Chu Tian and Oppos' supposed strength. A tumultuous spirit surged violently, the purple light coalescing into a suit of purple-white tiger battle armor, enveloping his entire body. He launched a powerful punch toward Chu Tian's cheek, a white tiger roaring behind him, its cry echoing like thunder. The terrifying aura of ferocity sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding disciples, who instinctively recoiled. It's the white tiger sacred kill technique of the Compassionate Voyage sect, one of the most elite offensive arts. One disciple exclaimed in shock. With the manifestation of the white tiger, Lin Jia has likely cultivated it to near perfection. Suddenly, a resounding dragon-esque roar pierced the heavens, deafening in its intensity. Chu Tian's eyes glinted with cold light as his blood energy erupted violently, a mental tsunami surging within his mind. He unleashed a punch, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. A sinuous true dragon appeared, its scales shimmering with golden brilliance, its eyes imbued with an icy demeanor, and its claws gleaming with a sharp, cold light, noble and powerful. With the clash of dragon roars and tiger howls, their fists collided. In an instant, a terrifying whirlwind swept through, waves reverberating for hundreds of meters, sending the nearby disciples flying, who were unable to escape in time. The collision of their fists did not resemble that of two diminutive figures, but rather two towering mountains crashing together, the dull thud echoing like thunder, capable of rupturing eardrums. Many disciples of spirit refinement were directly injured by the aftershocks, spitting blood, their bodies cracking, their spirits severely wounded. The formidable disciples looked on in horror, hastily intervening to shield themselves from the aftermath of the clash. Chunsheng, feeling trepidation, quickly withdrew, refraining from involving herself in her brother's battle. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as Lin Jie and oppose, as purple-white tiger armor began to shatter, his face paling as he staggered backward. Yet, he was undeniably much stronger than Yuan, having slain over 4,000 phantoms and nightmares as the foremost genius of the spirit refinement rankings. Although he was at a disadvantage from the very first strike, he had not been vanquished by Chu Tian. Boom! Chu Tian's gaze was frigid as he launched another punch, employing the suppressing prison dragon emperor technique. His blood, energy, and spirit coalesced into 3 true dragons that surrounded Lin Jie in a fierce assault. Rich Tao intent surged forth, crystallizing into numerous grand symbols, manifesting as a colossal purple hand that came crashing down, directly forcing Lin Jie to spit blood under the relentless attack of the true dragons. While the white tiger behind him emitted a mournful cry, the 3 true dragons shimmered with divine light, surrounding Lin Jie in relentless combat, their sharp claws leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes upon him. Lin Jie and oppose. S eyes were devoid of ferocity, his summoned white tiger behind him lamenting continuously, its purple armor long shattered, leaving him with barely enough strength to defend himself. The suppressing prison dragon emperor technique from the emperor and oppose, scripture, coupled with an unknown profound secret art, left a knowledgeable disciple aghast. The young holy son has at least comprehended it to an intermediate or even advanced stage, and combined with a 100% spirit refinement, it seems he has unleashed the technique to a nearly perfected state, forming 3 solidified true dragons with his blood energy. At this moment, a heavy-set genius from the Harmony rankings remarked, "Do not forget, the young Holy Son's physical strength had already reached 2,500,000 pounds of the bone-forging realm. With spirit enhancement, the power he wields now is nearly 15 million. Coupled with the suppressing prison dragon emperor technique, he could nearly obliterate Lin Jie, the second on the spirit refinement rankings, with a single punch. With so many factors compounding, the young Holy Son's combat prowess within the spirit refinement realm was approaching invincibility. With such a formidable physique, 100% refined spirit, and mastery over 2 secret techniques to an advanced level. Good heavens, can anyone tell me if this young Holy Son is truly only 8 years old? A man slapped his forehead in disbelief, utterly drained. Are you even human? We were all born of parents. How is it that you are so monstrous? Huime watched in awe, feeling parched. He thought to himself that if he were to step into the ring, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand even a single strike from his elder brother, and would likely be crushed in an instant. Furthermore, his proud understanding of divine abilities, the Phantom Dragon technique, had now been matched and even surpassed by his brother. Unbelievable, Huime murmured helplessly, recalling how others had once mocked him. He never imagined the day would come when he would find himself in a similar position, lamenting about another. Turning to Saintess Huilian, he said, "Cousin, why not forego competing with this monstrous elder brother? You were second on the Earth rankings, and I could aim for third without issue. I would not be inferior to the Holy Sky Sect." Upon hearing this, the expression of Saintess Huilian grew even colder, her eyes flashing with a chilling blue light, as if a layer of ice had formed upon her face, rendering her almost a statue, unblinking as she gazed at Chu Tian. But at that moment, Lin Jie, who was on the brink of defeat and death, gritted his teeth and roared, "Chu Tian, even if you are stronger than me, it is still limited. How could you possibly surpass me tenfold and slay over 70,000 phantoms and nightmares? You must have cheated on the Eternal Sky rankings. You are utterly shameless, resorting to any means to climb the Earth rankings." Chu Tian's gaze remained indifferent as he shot Lin Jie a cold glance. With a sudden opening of a vertical eye in his brow, a dense purple light enveloped him entirely. "If you wish to die, then I shall fulfill that wish for you." Boom! In an instant, his mental power surged tenfold, enveloping him. A terrifying blood energy ascended, merging with a formidable, tangible spirit, transforming above the eternal sky palace into a true dragon that spanned 1,000 meters across the sky, its colossal eyes gleaming like stars, and its whiskers whipping through the air, causing the very heavens to tremble. Chu Tian stepped forward, shifting his spirit instantly to appear before Lin Jie, delivering a devastating punch. Roar! The true dragon roared. The assault power of the suppressing prison dragon emperor technique, combined with the tenfold amplification of his spirit, caused Chu Tian's original strength of 2,500,000 pounds to explode to over 50 million pounds in an instant, an astounding 20-fold increase. As he hurled his punch, the void trembled and the heavens seemed to quiver. 50 million pounds of force descended like a colossal mountain, capable of crushing everything in its path. Lin Jie's pupils constricted violently, overwhelmed by terror, his mouth agape in a silent scream, for even his voice was obliterated by the sheer magnitude of power. Chapter 69. The euphoria of being revered. The golden rays dazzled brilliantly as the true dragon coiled majestically above the Hung Tian Hall, its roar resonating like thunder. Lin Jie's terrified screams were utterly drowned out. With a force that could shatter all laws, he found himself engulfed in a vacuum created by overwhelming power. Even before the fist reached him, the immense pressure of the void had already forced the blood from every pore of his body. Suddenly, a flash of icy light appeared as the Saintess Hui Lian positioned herself before him, her palm coalescing into a mass of frost that intercepted Chu Tian's strike. The sound of the impact was akin to a low thunder that pierced the eardrums, rendering the nearby disciples dazed and causing blood to seep from their ears, noses, and eyes. A terrifying wave of mental energy, accompanied by a frigid aura, surged forth like a tsunami, scattering dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals in all directions. At that moment, Lin Jie's shrieks of terror pierced the heavens. Hiding behind the Saintess Hui Lian, he finally found his voice, steeped in an insatiable dread of death. He had never once contemplated the possibility of his own demise. At merely 14 years of age, born into unparalleled nobility and endowed with extraordinary talent, he had always been the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. The thought that he might one day find himself so close to death was utterly unfathomable. Lin Jie sensed that should Chu Tian's fist descend upon him, his fate would be sealed. The force exceeding 50 million pounds bore down like a colossal mountain crashing from the sky, and he would be obliterated into a mere mist of flesh and blood, leaving no trace behind. Covered in blood, Lin Jie trembled violently as he gazed at Chu Tian, his eyes reflecting a maelstrom of emotions: fear, pleading, terror, and suffocating despair. "Please, do not kill me. I was wrong. I truly made a mistake." Lin Jie's voice quivered, raspy and drenched in blood. At this moment, the 14-year-old had never encountered such a scene. The palpable aura of death seeped into his very bones, instilling a terror that penetrated the depths of his soul. This moment would forever remain etched in his memory. Brother, we are kin. This is my cousin, the Saintess Hui Lian." Hui Mei rushed forward, fearful that her brother might clash with her cousin, but she suddenly frowned, a look of disdain crossing her face as she caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from Lin Jie. The icy countenance of the Saintess Hui Lian also contorted slightly. She took a step back from Lin Jie, and upon noticing his repulsive state, waved her hand, unleashing a wave of cold air that encased his lower body in a thick layer of blue frost. "Get up! You dared to provoke. Yet you're reduced to this state? You have brought shame upon the sacred sect." With terror in his eyes, Lin Jie struggled to rise, humiliation flushing his face crimson. Yet his legs trembled violently, leaving him unsteady. As a prodigy of the fusion realm, to be so frightened was indicative of the profound shadow cast upon his heart. Soon, a figure clad in a white robe from the Compassionate Sea sacred sect appeared, bowing to the Saintess Hui Lian before swiftly escorting her away from the Hung Tian Hall. "He is the candidate holy son of my Compassionate Sea sacred sect. You dare to attempt to kill him?" The Saintess Hui Lian gazed at Chu Tian, Her expression as frigid as ever, her exquisite features devoid of any emotion. I merely fulfilled his desire for death, Chu Tian replied calmly, his vertical eye closed. The serpentine true dragon in the sky vanished in an instant. Moreover, members of the Lin family dare to bargain with me? Their demise is hardly regrettable. Chu Tianyun, his third uncle, had already informed him of the factions within the Compassionate Sea sacred sect that supported extracting the eye of heaven from his brow, which included the Lin family. Lin Jie's audacity to confront the sacred Tian sect was nothing short of reckless, akin to having the gall of a bear. To Chu Tian, Lin Jie was merely a child, unworthy of his attention, yet the boy had chosen to court death, leaving him no choice but to oblige. Since he had not killed him, there was no intention of pursuit. Based on his understanding of human nature after that moment, Lin Jie would likely never again muster the courage to meet his gaze. The Saintess Huilian's face remained frosty. She chose not to elaborate further, for she had witnessed Lin Jie's provocation firsthand. If he were to be slain on the grounds of the sacred Tian sect, the Lin family would have no grounds for complaint. Little Tian, wait for me. I shall return shortly. At that moment, the eager voice of Chu Yunshang echoed as she entered the golden boulder within the fusion hall, commencing her assessment. Soon, her name appeared on the fusion ranking. Chu Yunshang, 1 second, 3 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. An unremarkable result at first. However, her performance rapidly escalated. Chu Yunshang, 5 seconds, 36 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. 10 seconds, 82. 20 seconds, 186. 1 minute, 536 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. Chu Yunshang's rank on the fusion board soared to 4th place, surpassing Yifeng. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the hall as disciples drew in a breath, their mouths agape in disbelief. If I am not mistaken, this is the direct descendant of the Chu family, Chu Yunshang. This is her first time participating in the Hung Tian Hall test. To achieve such a feat on her inaugural assessment, eliminating 536 crimson flame golden crystal leopards showcased a terrifying level of innate prowess. Chu Yunshang appeared to be even younger than Yifeng. Whispers among the elders hinted that she was born with sacred bones, having been taken under the wing of a passing Holy Spirit shortly after birth, trained for 3 years before parting ways. The Chu family had always maintained a low profile, with neither direct nor collateral descendants making a name for themselves, yet they had concealed such incredible talent. My heavens! The disciples were astounded, fervently discussing the implications. Although Chu Tian had set a precedent, this achievement was still staggering, considering Chu Yunshang was only the second prodigy from the Chu family to participate in the Hung Tian Hall test. Just how remarkable was the younger generation of the Chu family? Goodness, how am I exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by the seemingly innocent and unassuming Chu Yunshang's formidable strength. Brother, your generation is simply terrifying. Her talent surpasses that of the scoundrel Yifeng. The expression of the Saintess Huilian grew serious. While her own prowess was still superior, she was nonetheless older than Chu Yunshang. Such innate strength, even if not quite on par with hers, was still formidable. Chu Tian smiled slightly, noting that his sister had absorbed and transformed the demonic energy within her Dantian, significantly enhancing her capabilities alongside the white Dao seed. After all, Chu Yunshang had previously cultivated the supreme yin-yang art, which had not compared to Yifeng's strength. Yet now she had leaped ahead of him. If Yifeng were to succumb to darkness and become a weapon of slaughter for his sister, it would undoubtedly present an opportunity for her to evolve and transcend, potentially rivaling the Saintess Huilian. At that moment, Chu Yunshang emerged from the vortex, her expression a blend of surprise and exhilaration upon seeing her results on the fusion board. She had not anticipated her own strength to be so formidable. The admiration of those around her infused her with a sense of elation. It was a delightful revelation to discover the euphoria of being revered. Chapter 70. The shock of the continent. Wait a moment. Little brother, I didn't oppose. To perform well during my first test, Chu Yunshang declared, her fist raised with determination. Before diving back into the testing arena, In her second attempt, she annihilated 630 red flame golden crystal leopards in a minute. Yet, she remained unsatisfied with her performance. The third time yielded 658, the fourth and fifth times followed suit. By the ninth attempt, her score reached 739, securing her a place among the top 3 on the fusion leaderboard. With a defeated expression, Chu Yunshang approached Chu Tian, lamenting that the Saintess Huolian was a prodigy beyond her reach. Chu Tian offered comforting words to his elder sister, quickly lifting her spirits. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue was suffocating. The sight of the Chu siblings left everyone utterly astounded. They could not comprehend how such a remarkable family could produce 2 astounding prodigies. For ordinary folk, even one would be a monumental achievement. Witnessing Chu Yunshang and Amp Oppo's dejection, onlookers felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Was it even fair? Such a score placed her among the top 3 in the Hung Tian continent. While the Saintess Huolian was considered an unparalleled entity, were it not for the appearance of the young saint, she would be universally acknowledged as the foremost talent under 30. The undisputed strongest below the saint realm, praised by the Saint Sect's leader as the most gifted disciple to emerge in a millennium, with the potential to surpass him and become one of the strongest figures in the history of the sect. At this juncture, Chu Yunshang and Amp Oppo's name surpassed Yifeng's to claim the 3rd position on the Earth leaderboard, trailing only behind the Saintess Huolian. Chu Yunshang, Saint Tian Sect. Born with saintly bones, 17 years old, fusion level 8, ranked 3rd on the fusion leaderboard. A brief statement, yet its brevity imbued it with unparalleled impact. The Earth leaderboard ranks not based on actual combat power, but on potential. The fewer the words, the greater the implication of immense potential. A single test had led the Hung Tian leaderboard to recognize her remarkable prospects. Much like Chu Tian, who at the tender age of 8 shattered the bone-forging leaderboard, slaying 30 ancient ferocious beasts, including a true dragon cub, thereby ascending to the top of the Earth leaderboard. This was a tremendous honor. In any sect, even within the Saint Tian sect, such a feat would send shockwaves throughout, garnering the utmost attention from the highest echelons and resulting in substantial resources for focus cultivation, potentially leading to being taken under the wing of high-ranking officials coveted by elite families. Thus, the fates of their lives were irrevocably altered. At that moment, Chu Tian held the 1st position on the Earth leaderboard, while Chu Yunshang stood 3rd. The presence of these 2 names rendered the entire Hung Tian Hall silent. News of their achievements spread like wildfire through the sect, reaching the highest levels and the Elder Council. The Saint Tian sect was in an uproar. All the Hung Tian leaderboards across the continent refreshed simultaneously, leaving countless top-tier sects and elder figures in stunned silence. For at that moment, the top 3 positions on the Hung Tian leaderboard were all occupied by members of the Saint Tian sect. The only distinction was that the first 2 bore the surname Chu, while the last one was Yi. Decades earlier, 2 names had frequently exchanged places within the top 3, Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiao. An old master murmured in the depths of a top sect's forbidden area. Decades later, the Saint Tian sect had ascended to become the strongest sect in the Hung Tian continent. Was this scene destined to repeat itself? Had the Chu family garnered the favor of destiny? After years of obscurity, it was presumed that this generation of the Chu family might veer off course toward decline. Yet unexpectedly, they had been concealing their true strength, and so deeply at that. The Hung Tian continent was profoundly shaken. At this moment, as Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang exited the Hung Tian Hall, accompanied by Huilan and Huimei, an unexpected familiar figure descended from the sky. Young Saint, Miss Yunshang. This old man extends his congratulations in advance. Duanmu Lei beamed as he landed before the Hung Tian Hall. Uncle Lei, Chu Tian, and Chu Yunshang exclaimed in unison. After some customary exchanges, Duanmu Lei shifted to the main topic, his smile unwavering. Young Saint, I have come specifically to invite you to attend the Festival of Heaven Peak for the grand awarding ceremony. However, this time is different. Please refrain from declining until I have finished speaking. The Elder Council, after a lengthy discussion spanning half a month, has accepted your proposal, resulting in the following resolutions. First, the dismissal of Yi Tianhong from his position as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, which will now be temporarily managed by me, your uncle, the deputy head. Second, Sect Master Yi Tianxiong has made a grave error that severely impacted the unity within the sect, and is thus ordered to publicly reflect upon his actions before the Elder Council and the sect and Oppos, as higher-ups. Duan Lei's smile grew more pronounced. Your suggestion has been fully adopted by the Elder Council. Thus, there is no need for a joint investigation by the Internal Affairs Hall, Judicial Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall. For the time being, I will oversee the work of the Internal Affairs Hall. As I have personally come to invite you, surely you can grant this old man a bit of face. Duan Lei spoke without attempting to lower his voice or conceal it. Anyone nearby could clearly hear him. Upon hearing his words, the Hung Tian Hall fell into a state of stunned silence, leaving all disciples in utter shock. This revelation was akin to a colossal meteor crashing down from the cosmos, leaving everyone dazed and bewildered. One of the sect's leading figures, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, has been dismissed. The sect master required to issue a public reflection. This was a monumental upheaval, capable of generating waves of epic proportions. Such an occurrence had not been seen in the million-year history of the St. Tian sect. Am I dreaming? The two giants of the founding family, the Yi family, faced such an astonishing turn of events. One dismissed, the other reflecting publicly. How could this be conceivable? The young saint's suggestion, based merely on past investigations, had directly led to a conclusion and punishment. The Yi family would not merely suffer a setback. It would incur significant damage. Particularly, the sect master's public reflection was unprecedented. The crowd around the Hung Tian Hall, already packed with disciples, turned pale upon hearing this news. They knew precisely who these two individuals were. The St. Tian sect governed vast territories, encompassing nearly 100 billion people. One was the highest authority of the sect, while the other was a titan whose mere footfall could shake the land for 100,000 miles. The sect master being compelled to issue a public reflection was a cataclysmic event, and if this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir endless ripples. The dismissal of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall entailed colossal interests at stake. Many disciples present, some hailing from prominent families like the Liu clan within the St. Tian sect and Oppos, Dominion, turned ashen and hurried to relay messages back to their respective families. For decades, the Yi family had basked in glory, yet this marked their first significant setback, and an utterly devastating one at that. Chapter 71, My Lord, Oh My God. Hui Mei was utterly bewildered, so much so that he even forgot his habitual gesture of scratching his head, a clear testament to the shock resonating within him. Although he had often groused about the day he would personally bring an end to Yi Tianxiong, such sentiments were merely idle chatter, shared in private. After all, this individual ranked alongside the revered master of the Zihong sacred sect and his own master, the Taoist of destiny, as a titan of the Hung Tian continent. Looking down upon the masses, it was akin to someone whispering in Hui Mei's ear that one day, his master, the Taoist of destiny, would be compelled to publicly reflect upon his actions and acknowledge his mistakes. It was as if someone were to suggest that the eminent figure overseeing the management of millions of disciples and the daily affairs of countless individuals within the Zihong sacred sect would one day be abruptly dismissed. Hui Mei would not have felt anger. Rather, he would have deemed the speaker deranged, utterly out of touch with reality. It was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Yet, Hui Mei bore witness to this astonishing scene unfold before him, observing how Chu Tian meticulously orchestrated each step of this monumental achievement. "Oh my goodness!" Chu Yunshang exclaimed, her eyes wide and mouth agape, rendered speechless by the revelation that these events had been set in motion by her own 8-year-old brother. Who would dare believe such a tale? Even the ever-icy countenance of the holy maiden of Hui, Lian, shifted slightly as she instinctively cast a glance toward Chu Tian. "Uncle Lei, you are too kind. Since you have personally extended the invitation, how could I possibly refuse?" Chu Tian replied with a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he added, "I must express my gratitude for your and Uncle Duanmu Rong's unwavering support." He continued, "I also wish to congratulate you on your imminent ascension to the position of Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall." Chu Tian understood that the Elder Council had debated for nearly half a month without reaching a conclusion. The swift resolution was undoubtedly tied to his gaining the endorsement of the revered Duanmu ancestor, which in turn secured the Duanmu clan and Amp, Appo's allegiance to the Chu family. Upon hearing this, the disciples surrounding Hung Tian Hall, who were privy to some of the underlying dynamics, turned pale, nearly rendered speechless by the implications. Those with even a modicum of awareness knew that for millennia, the Internal Affairs Hall had been the stronghold of the Yi family, with every hall master bearing the surname Yi. To circulate Chu Tian and Amp, Appo's assertion would send tremors of fear through a vast multitude. I dare not claim any credit, especially as I am merely an interim figure. Uncle Duanmu Lei chuckled, leaning closer to Chu Tian and whispering, "You have no idea how fierce the struggles within the Elder Council have been. Had it not been for the news of your resurgence to the top of the Earth ranking, coupled with Yunshang's rise to the third position on the combined body ranking, a considerable number of the esteemed elders would have remained unmoved. Achieving even one of these resolutions is a stroke of fortune." He continued, "Moreover, we owe much to your father. His stance had been somewhat ambivalent, reluctant to delve too deeply into the affairs of the Yi family. However, upon hearing news of you and Yunshang, he unexpectedly shifted his position, supporting the ousting of Yi Tianhong and demanding Yi Tianxiong to publicly reflect on his actions, vowing to avoid future transgressions." A smile spread across Chu Tian and Amp, Appo's face as he replied, "I have only undertaken trivial efforts outside. The true credit belongs to my uncles and the formidable support of the Duanmu family." After exchanging a few more humble remarks, Uncle Duanmu Lei laughed heartily, suddenly casting a barrier against external eavesdropping. He leaned in, saying, "Please assist me in garnering support for the hall master position within the family." Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that Chu Tianwang and several within the Chu family likely harbored reservations about pressing the Yi family too hard, fearing it might disrupt the so-called stability of the sect or provoke retaliation from the Yi family, as the hall master position was one of their most coveted interests. "Rest assured, uncle, this position is rightfully yours. No one else is qualified to claim it. The Chu family will undoubtedly rally behind you," Chu Tian assured him. Although the Duanmu family had aligned with them due to Duanmu ancestor and Appo's influence, it was imperative to provide tangible benefits that would demonstrate to the Duanmu family that aligning with the Chu family would yield rewards rather than losses. As the spiritual patriarch, Chu Tian deeply understood a fundamental truth: only profit is eternal. Without genuine benefits or credible promises of future rewards, no one would willingly ally with you. With your assurance, I can rest easy, Uncle Duanmu Lei exclaimed, chuckling twice as he lifted the barrier. The ceremony of bestowal is well prepared. With Miss Yunshang ascending to the third position on the Earth ranking, we shall honor her as well. Let us proceed. You and Miss Yunshang have undoubtedly brought great glory to the Chu family, and the Duanmu family is envious beyond measure." Chu Tian nodded, instructing Hui Mei and Hui Lian to return to the sacred Emperor Peak while he accompanied Chu Yunshang and Uncle Duanmu Lei to the Altar of Heaven. The Altar of Heaven served as the Sacred Heaven Sect and Appo's designated site for various ceremonies, situated not far from their location. With Uncle Duanmu Lei and Appo's prowess, they arrived at the altar atop the peak in mere moments. Surrounding the altar stood the Heaven Sacrifice Guards, clad in black armor and wielding halberds, standing like statues in two lines extending down to the foot of the mountain. At the base, thousands of disciples gazed up at the peak with eager longing, hoping that one day they too might claim such an esteemed position and bask in the highest honors. However, the reality was that such disciples would not emerge for many years to come. Atop the altar of heaven, only the upper echelons of the sect were permitted to tread. At this moment, a rare assembly of esteemed elders and high-ranking members had gathered, their expressions grave. As Chu Tian alighted upon the altar, his gaze swept over the crowd, landing on the grim-faced Yi Tianxiong, flanked by Yi Tianhong. Yi Tianhong's gaze was fixed upon Chu Tian, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with intense resentment. The demise of his most exceptional son, coupled with the incapacitation of another son, who would be unable to cultivate for an extended period, had rendered him the first in the Yi family's long history to be stripped of his home master position. A tremendous humiliation. Turning his gaze, Chu Tian beheld his father, Chu Tian, alongside his second uncle, Chu Tianxing, his third uncle, Chu Tianyun, and a host of other high-ranking members of the Chu family, many of whom he had never met. Chu Tianwang's eyes were a tapestry of complex emotions. Exhilaration, pride, and turmoil intermingled within him. Meanwhile, the rest of the Chu family stood proudly, their spirits soaring as they held their heads high. The family boasted two prodigies simultaneously entering the top 3 of the Earth ranking, a first in the history of the Chu family and the Sacred Heaven Sect. This was an unparalleled honor for the clan. Following a decision by the Elder Council, the ceremony of bestowal would be presided over by the sect leader himself, expressing gratitude to the heavens for bestowing such talent upon the Sacred Heaven Sect. Uncle Duanmu Lei and Amp, Appo's voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the heavens as he announced to all present. Before stepping down from the altar and respectfully addressing Yi Tianxiong, my lord, please. Note, returning to a 3-chapter update schedule. I have regained some momentum and will strive for 4 updates tomorrow. Chapter 72. What more can be done? Yi Tianxiong nodded slightly, his eyes tinged with faint bloodshot. Yet he revealed nothing. He ascended the altar to commence the heavenly sacrifice, adhering to the customary process before addressing the assembly with platitudes. For the sake of the sect and Appo's interests, everyone must strive together to uphold unity and stability. Through diligence, one could attain the sect and Appo's rewards. Next came the awarding segment. Chu Yunshang, being the third on the earthly rankings, stepped forward to receive her accolades. The sect and Appo's Scripture Pavilion offered her the choice of 3 secret arts, a weapon tailored by divine-grade artifact master, promotion to core disciple status, a doubling of her monthly sect stipend, a quota for the sacred heavenly pool, and upon breaking through to the divine level, she would receive the sacred veins fruits. A lengthy list of rewards, akin to a meteoric rise for ordinary sect disciples. Yet for Chu Yunshang, it was merely a formality, primarily aimed at encouraging those of humble origins beneath her. The Sacred Heavenly Sect's domain boasted a population exceeding 100 billion. Yet the direct descendants of the founding family scarcely numbered 500. The chance of being born into the founding family was less than 1 in 10 million. Such status was a distant dream for the common folk. The entire process unfolded without incident. Chu Yunshang, devoid of guile, wore a beaming smile, relishing the attention from the throngs at the foot of the mountain. After her accolades concluded, Duanmu Lei and Appo's resounding voice echoed through the heavens. Young Saint Chu Tian has surged to the top of the earthly rankings, as well as leading the bone-forging and spirit-refining rankings, shattering numerous records in the history of the Hung Tian Hall, gaining fame across the continent. A testament to the heavens favoring our sacred heavenly sect. We invite young Saint Chu Tian to accept his rewards. The gazes of numerous senior sect leaders and elders converged upon Chu Tian, scrutinizing this remarkable young man who had created miracles, shaking the very foundations of the sect, and even altering the dynamics of sect interests. Yi Tianxiong and Appo's bloodshot eyes darkened slightly, his breath growing heavy as he regarded Chu Tian. For the first time in a million years since the sect and Appo's founding, he was a sect leader forced to publicly reflect on his mistakes. All due to this young lad who, in a sense, had barely reached maturity. Young Saint Chu Tian, I have met with the Home Master Duanmu and our esteemed leader. Chu Tian stated calmly, performing a respectful salute with meticulous decorum. However, as his words fell, it was evident that Yi Tianxiong's breathing quickened, his expression clouded, his fists clenched. A barely perceptible aura of menace swirling around him. Beneath the altar, the elders and senior leaders were momentarily taken aback by Chu Tian's words, which brazenly struck at Yi Tianxiong's authority. One must understand that the Sacred Heavenly Sect had upheld a rigid hierarchy for 1,000,000 years in public settings. The sect leader was the ultimate authority, entitled to various privileges and honors, all adhering to the highest standards of the sect. Such hierarchical decorum was a fundamental lesson for the progeny of prominent families from an early age, even among second or third-tier families. The top-tier families, especially the founding ones, were expected to uphold these traditions as they represented the apex of the ruling structure. Yet, Chu Tian chose to first salute the deputy master Duanmu Lei before acknowledging Yi Tianxiong, a blatant affront and provocation to the latter's dignity in this solemn public setting. Despite his youth, it was inconceivable that he had not been educated in such matters. It was clearly intentional. Furthermore, Chu Tian's greeting conspicuously omitted the deputy title when addressing Duanmu Lei. In this context, combined with Chu Tian's identity as the young saint and heir of the Chu family, it carried profound implications, suggesting a public declaration of support for Duanmu Lei's ascension to the position of Internal Affairs Hallmaster. It was widely acknowledged that, for 1,000,000 years, the Hallmasters had always borne the surname Yi. The elders and senior leaders exchanged grave glances, their hearts heavy. Initially, they had hoped Yi Tianxiong would personally reward Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang to act as mediators, easing the tensions between the two families. After all, the continued conflict between the two founding families could harm many and was detrimental to the sect's overarching stability. Everyone had grown fond of the previous peaceful and stable atmosphere, thus seeking to alleviate the various clashes that had erupted recently. Yet, to their astonishment, the moment Chu Tian took the stage, the air was thick with tension, revealing no desire for reconciliation. The elders and senior leaders turned their attention to Chu Tian, as he had long endeavored to maintain stability among the sect and Oppos, upper echelons, and preserve relations with the Yi family, being sworn brothers with Yi Tianxiong. Upon witnessing the gazes of the elders and leaders upon him, Chu Tian's eyes reflected a bitter smile, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Realizing that even his most obedient daughter, Chu Yunshang, had defied his wishes to participate in the Hung Tian Hall assessment alongside his son, he understood that it was not only his son who harbored dissatisfaction. His eldest daughter also shared such sentiments. Thus, he promptly allied with the Duanmu family and various supportive senior leaders to decisively eliminate Yi Tianhong, compelling Yi Tianxiong to publicly reflect on his actions, allowing his children to vent their frustrations and ease the familial rift. However, based on Chu Tian's demeanor towards Yi Tianxiong, it was evident that he was indirectly signaling his stance, indicating that the Chu family would not restore relations with the Yi family as they once were. Chu Tian rejected his father's conciliatory strategies and, astonishingly, even his most obedient daughter had sided with Chu Tian, opposing him. He had initially hoped to persuade Chu Tian that it was unnecessary to escalate the conflict with the Yi family. Yi Feng was decent, and his relationship with Yunshang was quite good, making a withdrawal from the engagement unnecessary. But now it seemed that, unbeknownst to him, Chu Yunshang had fully aligned herself with Chu Tian. A profound sense of defeat washed over Chu Tianwang. Chu Tian's public defiance had significant repercussions within the family. Although the clan still adhered to his directives and maintained a low profile, he could unmistakably sense that Chu Tian, Yunshang, and a substantial faction of the Chu family's elite had developed considerable resistance towards him. During the Elder Council meetings, these individuals staunchly supported Chu Tian's stance, determined to confront the Yi family to the bitter end. Despite his own resolute demeanor and the pressure he exerted on Yi Tianxiong to relinquish various benefits and provide numerous assurances, it appeared insufficient to satisfy his son and the clan's demands. With a long sigh, Chu Tianwang faced the intense scrutiny of the sect's leaders and elders. He was keenly aware of their unspoken desires for him to intervene and de-escalate the tension between his son and Yi Tianxiong. Yet what more could he do? His children had already made their positions clear, defying him, and the majority of the clan and Oppos' upper echelon had likewise expressed their support for Chu Tian and Oppos' actions. My esteemed colleagues, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Chu Tianwang declared, turning to depart from the heavenly sacrifice peak, vanishing from the sight of all present in an instant. Chapter 73, Annulment of Engagement. The high-ranking officials and esteemed elders of various sects felt a profound shock at this moment. What could be the intention of King Chu Tian? Did he intend to relinquish all family matters into the hands of Chu Tian? After all, within the Chu family's direct lineage, apart from King Chu Tian, the next successor was none other than the young master Chu Tian, who was anointed as the holy son of the sect from birth, with both parents being emperors. At this moment, a thunderous realization echoed in their minds. The sect was undergoing a monumental change. King Chu Tian had unexpectedly entrusted the helm of a founding family's fate to an 8-year-old child. It was evident that Chu Tian's stance was one of unwavering resolve against Yi Tianxiong, vowing to pursue relentlessly. Yi Tianxiong stood in place, his expression dark and brooding, a bloodshot gaze following the departure of King Chu Tian. He understood that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Under normal circumstances, King Chu Tian would have intervened to mitigate the conflict between him and Chu Tian. Yet, this time, he had chosen to leave directly. Master, everyone is watching. It is time for you to speak, Duanmu Lei coughed lightly, softly reminding Yi Tianxiong. As Chu Tian had already completed his formalities and it was now the sect leader and Oppo's turn to offer some encouraging words. Yi Tianxiong's countenance was a tempest of fury, remaining motionless as turmoil brewed within him. A potent malevolence manifested in his eyes, the imperial-level Tao principles casting a shadow over the heavens, with ominous winds swirling and distant thunder rumbling. Having been challenged and belittled by Chu Tian through the Elder Council, he was now faced with the prospect of bowing his head. Should he do so, not only would his authority as sect master be irrevocably diminished, but he would also find himself unable to explain his actions upon returning to the family. The position of Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, had been abolished, and, as the family patriarch, he bore an inescapable burden of responsibility. However, at this moment, the eyes of the sect, from the highest echelons to the ordinary disciples, were fixed upon him. Chu Tian's ascension to the top of the Earth rankings had shaken the continent, bestowing immense glory upon the sect. Thus, as the sect leader, he could not afford to act out of anger or simply depart. Yi Tianxiong found himself trapped in a dilemma, caught between two opposing forces, his bloodshot eyes growing ever more pronounced. At this juncture, he sensed Chu Tian's calm and indifferent gaze upon him, as if to convey, "I know everything you are thinking." Yi Tianxiong felt a wave of nausea, as if he might bleed from the strain. Reflecting on the recent series of events, one after another, they had overwhelmed him, each surpassing his expectations and control. His meticulous schemes and calculations had all unraveled. The talented youths of the family had either perished or been gravely injured, and even his most cherished son, Yi Feng, seemed to harbor secrets from him, unwilling to confide in him. All of this chaos was inexplicably linked to the 8-year-old Chu Tian standing before him. Despite his countless precautions and strategies, Chu Tian had effortlessly dismantled them all. Master Duanmu Lei called out repeatedly, but he could sense the escalating malice emanating from Yi Tianxiong, causing an unsettling chill to creep over him as he subtly enveloped Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang with his spiritual energy. At this moment, the various high-ranking officials and esteemed elders also noticed Yi Tianxiong and Oppo's unsettling demeanor, their expressions turning grave as they immediately sealed the void with their spiritual force. Panic enveloped them. What was the sect master contemplating? Did he intend to take action against the young holy son, Chu Tian? Was he losing his sanity? If the sect master were to strike against the young holy son, the ramifications would be unimaginable, leading to cataclysmic upheaval. This was absolutely, unequivocally intolerable. As the sect master wielding ultimate authority, he must prioritize the collective interests of the sect. If he were to act against his own holy son, the most prodigious talent of a younger generation, the very foundations of sect rules would crumble, jeopardizing the governance of their vast domain in the future. They were on the brink of madness. It was inconceivable that Yi Tianxiong would display such signs of instability. For someone who held the highest power within the sect, a leader who determined the fates of billions, such a lack of emotional control was utterly unacceptable. After all, Yi Tianxiong represented the sect and Oppo's dignity. Every action he took was intertwined with the interests of millions, with countless eyes watching from within and beyond the sect. Master, perhaps you are overexerting yourself. Why not take a moment to rest? One of the esteemed elders suggested solemnly, stepping onto the arena. Alongside him were 5 other esteemed elders, subtly encircling Yi Tianxiong from various angles. The thick aura of Tao principles enveloped the space, warping it, so that any slight movement from Yi Tianxiong would face immediate containment from all sides. At this moment, members of the Chu family's upper echelons were sending messages within the clan, alerting Yi Tianxiong, contacting Elder Ta, and even attempting to reach Jian Kongzhu. A palpable tension hung in the air, akin to the stillness before a volcanic eruption, causing the heavens above the Mount of Sacrifice to tremble. Even though Yi Tianxiong was a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, it was crucial to note that the prominent leaders of the sacred heavenly sect were gathered en masse upon the Mount of Sacrifice. Suddenly, a terrifying imperial aura surged from the sacred emperor peak, reverberating through the air, the murderous intent contained within it causing even the outer realms of the starry sky to quiver. Through the heavens, Elder Tua's dark red pupils could be seen fixated on Yi Tianxiong. Boom! Abruptly, within the main hall, the aura of King Chu Tian erupted, directly bearing down on the sacred emperor peak, the overwhelming malevolence causing the majestic peak to tremble violently. At that moment, it was as if King Chu Tian, who had retreated into seclusion within the main hall of the sacred emperor peak, was signaling his stance, indicating to Yi Tianxiong that he stood firmly with his son, Chu Tian. Should Yi Tianxiong dare to make any move, he would swiftly annihilate all the young generation upon the sacred emperor peak. In an instant, the atmosphere upon the Mount of Sacrifice reached a breaking point, the sect seemingly on the verge of unprecedented chaos. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, his entire being subtly trembling, as if he now stood in direct opposition to the entire sect. He could hardly comprehend how things had devolved to this point. Just a short while ago, he had been a figure of authority within the sect, with King Chu Tian obeying his every command, while the 3 top families gravitated towards him. How had everything changed overnight? Master, since you are unwilling to speak first, may I, your nephew, share a few words? At this moment, Chu Tian's calm and detached voice shattered the tense silence like a bolt of lightning piercing through the void. Boom! Unexpectedly, Chu Tian took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to less than a meter from Yi Tianxiong, seemingly oblivious to the instability of Yi Tianxiong's emotions, which could not withstand such intense provocation. In front of the numerous esteemed elders, high-ranking officials, and relatives, he formally represented the Chu family, standing in for his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, to propose the annulment of the engagement to the Yi family. Chu Tian raised his head, his indifferent gaze locking onto Yi Tianxiong's eyes, and spoke clearly. Yifeng is unworthy to marry my sister. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though a thunderclap shattered the tranquil heavens, unleashing a torrent of malevolence that disrupted the very fabric of time and space. Chapter 74. The greater good requires reflection and steadiness. Chu Tian and Appo's voice resonated like a bolt of lightning, striking the minds of all present. The expressions of some high-ranking sect members turned pale, and they instinctively shouted in warning. Sect Master, do not act rashly. Young saint, be cautious. It is dangerous. Quickly retreat. The urgent and frantic voices echoed continuously. In an instant, Chu Tianyun appeared beside Chu Tian, pulling him away from Yi Tianxiong, his eyes filled with fierce determination. An overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing down on Yi Tianxiong as he brandished a deep blue greatsword, its hilt adorned with a roaring white tiger, known as his famed weapon. The Qinxing white tiger blade. With a resounding hum, the blade's energy surged forth like a raging tide, howling into the sky. Yi Tianxiong, dare to make a move and see what happens. His voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a white tiger's roar, as the wind howled and the blade and Appo's energy seemed capable of cleaving the heavens in two. Chu Tianyun adopted a combative stance, and numerous high-ranking members of the Chu family quickly gathered around him, shielding Chu Tian and the pale-faced Chu Yunshang. Their actions embodied an ancient clan and Appo's creed, The younger generation is the future of the family. Even in the face of a renowned emperor on the heavenly ranking, many among them were not even half a step into the emperor realm, and entering the fray could very well mean death. Yet they did not flinch. There was no hesitation as they ascended the altar. Within less than a fraction of a second after Chu Tian's words, 6 grand elders who had already taken the stage swiftly surrounded Yi Tianxiong, placing their hands on his shoulders and back. "Sect Master, you must not act impulsively. You are fatigued. Please return to rest," spoke one of the grand elders from the Duanmu family, having met Chu Tian during his battle with Hui Mei at the Holy Emperor Peak. "Sect Master, the greater situation is paramount," the other grand elders echoed, urging Yi Tianxiong to refrain from making any rash moves. Their collective presence enveloped him, ready to restrain him at the slightest indication of aggression. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the ordinary disciples of the sect had been effectively isolated from sight by the temple guard stationed on either side of the altar. However, while their gaze was obstructed, their voices could not be silenced. Yi Tianxiong and Appo's impulsive demeanor and inability to control his emotions would undoubtedly spread like wildfire, resulting in a significant loss to his authority. What a pity! Protected by his uncle and numerous high-ranking members of the Chu family, Chu Tian sighed inwardly. Retracting the Heavenly Emperor's descent talisman he had retrieved from the system's repository. He was not, after all, mindlessly provoking Yi Tianxiong, seeking to exchange his life for the latter's disgrace. He had not yet sunk to such depths of foolishness. His intention to provoke Yi Tianxiong was calculated, confident that he could extricate himself unscathed. Should Yi Tianxiong make a move, the position of sect master would immediately revert to his father, Chu Tianwang. A person who would resort to violence against his own 8-year-old saint in a public setting, displaying such a lack of emotional control, would no longer be fit to lead. Even if Yi Tianxiong were to remain in his position, his credibility would plummet to the lowest depths, rendering his authority virtually non-existent. The prominent families and high-ranking elders would quickly lose faith in his capabilities. Alas, Yi Tianxiong and Appo's emotional restraint was indeed remarkable in such a tense atmosphere. He managed to suppress his fury. Otherwise, given his emperor-level prowess, neither Chu Tianyin nor the other grand elders could have matched his response speed, let alone protect Chu Tian and maintain control. Chu Tian, being merely 8 years old, was his greatest shield. At such a tender age, even if his behavior was somewhat unbecoming and capricious, it was understandable. It was the adults who ought to conduct themselves with decorum and consideration. "Forgive me, everyone." Yi Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, yet the malevolent aura around him gradually dissipated as he clasped his fists toward the grand elders. Tianxiong lost control of his emotions for a moment. "I acted impulsively." The 5 elders, including the Duanmu grand elder, shook their heads, saying little else. Some sighed softly and returned to the altar below. Though their faces betrayed no visible emotion, their thoughts remained known only to themselves. The esteemed sect master had repeatedly lost control of his emotions, committing numerous undignified acts, collaborating with the Xihong sacred sect, which was then exposed by the heavenly fate Tao sovereign, had led to the current tumultuous situation where he was toyed with by a child. If it were an ordinary high-ranking member, it could have been overlooked, but he was the sect master, the leader of the Sacred Sky sect. "Tianxiong, recent events have been quite turbulent. Your uncle understands your anxiety. Calm your emotions and carefully consider the situation. The losses are indeed significant, but they are not irretrievable. I believe you can navigate through this." The remaining grand elder patted Yi Tianxiong's shoulder. He was one of the grand elders of the Yi family, Yi Hongwu's second brother. Yi Hongchun, a former head of the Internal Affairs Hall. "Uncle, I have indeed lost my composure. I will reflect on this," Yi Tianxiong replied, loosening his tightly clenched fists. Though there were still faint traces of blood in his eyes, the malevolence had dissipated. The recent events had spiraled out of control, unsettling his mindset and instilling a sense of urgency to rectify the situation swiftly. Upon reflection, had he remained composed, although the losses would still have been substantial, they would not have escalated to this degree. As the helmsman, he bore the primary responsibility. For years, things had gone too smoothly, and some within the clan had indeed grown overly arrogant. It would be beneficial for them to face some setbacks and hardships. However, the family head must not falter. As long as he held the position of sect master, he remained an emperor, and with the Yi family's foundation, stability could still be maintained. Yi Hongchan firmly patted his shoulder and cast a cold glance at Chu Tian before returning to the altar below. His words were unambiguous, seemingly directed at everyone present, particularly the members of the Chu family. It appeared he was reminding all that Yi Tianxiong remained the sect master, wielding the highest authority over the sect, and still an emperor. They should not go too far, as the Yi family retained the capacity to overturn the table if provoked. Xiao Tian, the matter of the annulment of the engagement is of great significance, impacting the union between our two families. Yi Tianxiong spoke with newfound composure. Your uncle understands that due to recent events, you may harbor grievances against him, against Yi Feng, and even against the entire Yi family. Your uncle does not expect to gain your understanding immediately. However, historically, the Yi and Chu families, as founding clans of the sect, have always facilitated marriages between their direct descendants to strengthen ties. A union benefits both parties, while conflict would only lead to mutual harm. Given the stature of our two families, should we engage in strife, it would cause immense damage to the entire sect. You are still young, yet due to your exceptional talent and various factors, you have gained considerable influence within the clan. Your uncle hopes that you will think twice before speaking or acting. The engagement between Yi Feng and Yun Shang is well known across the Hung Tian continent and significantly affects both families. It cannot simply be annulled based on your words alone. Your uncle and aunt, Appo's authority is not absolute, nor is yours. Even the opinions of Yi Feng and Yun Shang themselves hold limited weight. Unless there are substantial reasons, an annulment must be approved through the consultation of the sect and Appo's elder council and recognized by the 5 major families before it can be publicly declared. During my tenure as sect master, I have devoted my utmost efforts to elevate the sect to the esteemed position of the most powerful sect on the continent. If the external world perceives that the 2 founding families of our Sacred Heaven Sect have irreparably fractured their relationship, it would unleash an endless tide of turmoil, potentially even a tsunami, resulting in significant losses to the interests of our sect. Chapter 75. Is there something wrong with what I said? Yi Tianxiong spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his analysis penetrating deeply, causing many high-ranking members and elders of various sects below to nod in tacit agreement. Their disappointment in Yi Tianxiong's emotional outburst was somewhat alleviated. Over the years, Yi Tianxiong had indeed accomplished significant feats for the sect, bringing immense benefits and propelling the sect and Appo's strength to new heights, ensuring its prosperity. Furthermore, the tradition of intermarriage among the founding families had been well established over generations. If a betrothal were to be abruptly annulled, it would shatter this tradition, leading to unpredictable repercussions. You claim to prioritize the sect and Appo's interests, yet this is your justification for the collusion between your Yi family and the Lu family, plotting against the heir of the Chu family and the sect's holy son? Chu Tianyun scoffed repeatedly, saying, "Is this your excuse for conspiring with the heavenly fate Taoist to extract the eye of heaven from my nephew and Appo's forehead? And Yi Tianxiong, how dare you speak of your tireless devotion to the sect when you have not even mentioned a word about my brother, King Chu's contributions? My brother has made countless sacrifices for the greater good of the sect, accommodating you, his sworn brother, while sacrificing the interests of the Chu family. Without our cooperation, how could you have achieved so much? It's utterly ridiculous." Fury radiated from Chu Tianyun as he wielded the starlight white tiger blade, its cold gleam reflecting his wrath. "So this is how you repay my brother and the Chu family? Since we have laid our cards on the table, if you do not clarify things today, do not blame me for turning my blade against you. A mere public self-critique is merely my brother giving you face. Otherwise, you wouldn't have escaped this so easily." The high-ranking members of the Chu family glared coldly at Yi Tianxiong, encircling Chu Tianyun, and the atmosphere grew tense. For many years, the Chu family had compromised their interests for the greater good of the sect and to accommodate Yi Tianxiong and Appo's ambitions. Internally, dissatisfaction had long been brewing within the Chu family. Chu Tian and Amp, Oppos, S rebellion acted as a fuse, igniting the powder keg that was the Chu family. For 1,000,000 years, as a founding family, the Chu family had never suffered such indignity, even when the three revered ancestors held the position of sect master. Yet now, with King Chu serving as vice sect master and still an emperor, the Chu family found itself in a state of unbearable discomfort. While the sect thrived, the strength of the Chu family continued to diminish. Today, Yi Tianxiong had the audacity to assert his tireless efforts for the sect, which only served to inflame the anger simmering within the Chu family's leadership. Following Chu Tian and Amp, Oppos, S remarks, others voiced their outrage, releasing years of pent-up frustration. It is not only the Yi family that possesses the capability to overturn the table. The Chu family can do so as well. Yi Tianxiong, if you do not clarify matters today, do not expect my Chu family to heed your commands in the future, declared a senior member of the Chu family resolutely. Throughout history, the intermarriages have been a matter of equality between the two families, yet why did it feel that in this generation the Chu family had been relegated beneath the Yi family? Why was it that while Yi Feng could wed a direct descendant of the Chu family, the heir of the Chu family, the sect's holy son, was to be engaged to a young lady from a third-rate family? Who made this decision that misled the head of the Chu family? An elder of the Chu family voiced his anger. Is it merely because King Chu did not marry within the sect that our heir is deemed unworthy to wed a direct descendant of a Yi family, or a woman of higher status within the sect? This is the height of absurdity. The heir speaks wisely. I see that Yi Feng is utterly unworthy of our Chu family's direct lineage. The annulment is commendable. I wholeheartedly support it. Why must our Chu family's young lady endure humiliation for the sake of the sect's interests? Today, let all be laid bare. I will no longer tolerate this. I support the annulment. As Yi Tianxiong invoked the notion of sect interests once more, the long-suppressed anger within the Chu family erupted. One by one, senior members of the Chu family rose to denounce him. The oppressive presence of the elder, Duanmu Lei, still loomed, yet King Chu's authority appeared increasingly tenuous. As the voices of the Chu family's leadership, though not directly aimed at him, were inextricably linked to his decisions. Below the altar, the high-ranking members and elders of the sect remained silent, their gazes complex. They had indeed overlooked the internal emotions simmering within the Chu family, especially given King Chu's selfless contributions. It was only when Chu Tian led the strong surge of the Chu family's leadership that they recognized it was a veritable powder keg, long suppressed by the authority of King Chu. Yi Tianxiong and Oppos, S face darkened as he suddenly realized that without King Chu present, while he may have hoped to sway the other sect leaders and elders by invoking sect interests, he was only inciting further anger from the Chu family. In that moment, he comprehended the magnitude of what he had lost. The very foundation of King Chu and Amp, Oppos, S authority within the Chu family was shaken, and the losses he faced were beyond measure. The more he spoke, the more he seemed to err, unless he was truly prepared to overturn the table, which was neither feasible nor possible. At that moment, Duanmu Lei stepped forward, his voice grave. In these years, the Chu family has indeed sacrificed greatly for the flourishing of the sect. We, the high-ranking members of the sect, must not allow our benefactors to suffer in silence. A portion of the sect's leaders and elders below the altar nodded in agreement with Duanmu Lei and Amp, Oppos' assertion. The Chu family had made substantial contributions to the sect over the years, yet due to King Chu's quiet demeanor, they had been inadvertently overlooked. Uncles, aunts, esteemed elders, high-ranking members of the sect, Chu Tian and Oppos' calm and composed voice resonated throughout the assembly. It is the duty of the Chu family to contribute to the sect. This is irrefutable. Sacrificing a small measure of our own interests for the benefit of the sect is our honor. Should the survival of the sect depend on our entire family perishing on the battlefield, we, the descendants of the Chu family, would not hesitate for a moment. There were matters that Chu Tian had refrained from voicing for the greater good of the sect and its honor. However, since the sect master had spoken, he felt compelled to pose a question before all. Fixing his icy gaze upon Yi Tianxiong, he coldly declared, "The sect master insists that the annulment cannot proceed for the sake of the sect and Oppos, interests. But who, then, has been harming the sect and Oppo's interest for personal gain? Yi Feng, the heir of the Yi family, practices the arcane arts of the supreme demon sect and has incited my sister, Chu Tian, to practice its secondary techniques. Such a villain disregards the sect and Oppo's grand design, tramples upon its interests, undermines the dignity of the Chu family, and deceives my elder sister and Oppo's affections. This ruthless, shameless, and cold-blooded fiend does not deserve to wed my sister. Am I wrong in saying this? Chapter 76. The calm before the storm boom. On a clear day, it felt as if distant thunder rumbled, the sky darkening with ominous clouds. This was the result of the turmoil within the emperor's heart, causing the very heavens to shift in color. What nonsense are you spouting, beast? Yi Tianxiong and Oppo's face twisted into a snarl, instinctively shouting as he lunged towards Chu Tian. Buzz! A brilliant blue blade of light sliced through the vast sky, accompanied by the roar of a ferocious beast, the white tiger, which manifested above, its regal character vividly portrayed. The blade surged forth and crashed down towards Yi Tianxiong. With reddened eyes, Chu Tian unleashed several piercing strikes of the white tiger's fierce blade, tearing apart the fabric of the universe. Several enraged high-ranking members of the Chu family followed suit, casting their supreme divine powers to obliterate Yi Tianxiong, their collective essence reaching the heavens. Boom! The peak of the altar of heaven trembled violently as imperial runes emerged, suppressing the ensuing chaos. Yi Tianxiong emerged from the blade's light, landing below the altar, his expression dark and slightly twisted with malice. He realized he had overreacted. In that moment, Yi Tianxiong suddenly grasped that during their last encounter outside the sacred pool, his eldest son, Yi Feng, had abruptly agreed to annul the engagement. Could this be the reason? Was Chu Tian's ferocity within the sacred pool also linked to this? Yet, even the mighty sword Kong Zhu and Chu Tianwang had failed to perceive how Chu Tian had come to know such things. Yi Tianxiong's face contorted with rage, his thoughts swirling. Yet he had no time to ponder further. He instinctively barked at Chu Tian. You little brat, I have tolerated your insolence due to your youth. But you have repeatedly overstepped your bounds, insolently accusing the rightful heir of the Yi family of practicing dark arts. Do you truly believe the Yi family lacks the means to discipline you? The dignity of the Yi family shall not be trampled upon. He understood that, regardless of the truth, he must feign ignorance and embody the fury of a father whose son was unjustly maligned. The high-ranking members of various sects and the esteemed elders felt a heavy weight in their hearts, their shock rendering them almost speechless. They could scarcely believe what they had just heard from Chu Tian. Did I hear incorrectly? Yi Feng practices the dark art known as the supreme yin-yang technique, and Chu Tian has been practicing the sub-technique of the supreme yin-yang sect. What a shocking revelation! Did the supreme demon sect not face destruction at the hands of the continent and Oppo's top sects for tens of thousands of years, with their dark arts sealed away, accessible only to the sect leaders? Elder Duanmu pondered aloud, glancing at the slightly twisted expression of sect leader Yi Tianxiong, who seemed to be on the verge of wrath. The elders and high-ranking members of various sects were consumed by an overwhelming sense of horror, turning their gazes towards the unfolding drama. In the 1 million years of the Sacred Heaven Sect's history, such an appalling event had never occurred. Was Yi Tianxiong's rage truly ignited by Chu Tian's slander? Or was it the exposure of such a horrifying matter that rendered him so fierce? If the high-ranking members of the sects were merely shocked, the imperial might of Elder Toleo and Chu Tianwang loomed like a tempest, brewing a storm of overwhelming fury. Elder Toleo had long been aware of the truth, yet his suppressed anger was now surging forth. Were it not for the young master and Oppo's instructions and his own schemes awaiting the right moment, he would have already stormed the Sacred Emperor Peak and crushed Yi Feng. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Sacred Emperor Peak, Chu Tianwang, an illustrious emperor capable of plucking stars from the sky, was pale with disbelief. His obedient and understanding eldest daughter had been incited by Yi Feng to practice the supreme yin-yang technique. A profound sense of dread enveloped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He He lacked the courage to rise and verify whether his daughter truly practiced the dark arts. This was an unresolvable dark technique. Should the primary practitioner perish, the one practicing the sub-technique would surely die as well. And if they survived, they would ultimately become a heartless killer, reduced to a mere vessel for their master. Chu Tian turned to his slightly pale sister, Chu Yunshang, and gently assured her, "Sister, do not fear. I am here, and our family elders are present. No one can harm you. Demonstrate the supreme yin-yang technique's sub-technique for all to see. Reveal to the elders how Yifeng coerced you into practicing the dark arts." The reason for her prior silence was not only due to waiting for Yifeng to succumb to darkness, but also to await the perfect opportunity, one that would decisively undermine the Yi family and Oppo's reputation. Now, with so many high-ranking members and esteemed elders present, the atmosphere was ripe for revelation. At this moment, exposing the truth would be akin to adding the final straw that would break the Yi family and Oppo's back, amplifying the impact tenfold. Seeing the calm determination in Chu Tian and Oppo's eyes, a surge of courage flooded Chu Yunshang, banishing her fear. She disregarded Yi Tianxiang's twisted face, and with a subtle gesture, the supreme yin-yang technique began to flow through her. The malevolent energy coalescing in her palm, soon to be transformed by the white Tao seed within her into a unique spiritual essence of her own. Simultaneously, she began to recount to their family elders, including Chu Tianyun and Chu Tianxing, how she had ventured out with Yifeng, how he had brought forth the supreme yin-yang technique for her to practice, and how he had framed it as a secret technique for their future union. Huff, huff, huff. The heavy, beast-like breaths began to reverberate throughout the hall, akin to a pack of fierce creatures contemplating how to shred their prey to pieces. The minds of the Chu family's high-ranking members were consumed by an inferno of rage and an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Their eldest daughter, who had been betrothed to the Yi family for the sake of their clan, had been treated with such disdain. They found themselves at a loss for words, their feelings distilled into a singular thought. The Yi family must pay a bloody price. Even if it means upheaval or rivers of blood, we will not hesitate. If we cannot protect our eldest daughter, what face will the Chu family have left in this realm? Tian Tung, Tian Mai, gather a contingent from the law enforcement hall. No, the family and Oppo's cultivated elite assassins and seal off the sacred Emperor Peak. No communication shall escape, and no one shall enter or exit, not even a mosquito. Chu Tianyun's voice was hoarse, the white tiger blade in his hand trembling, resonating with a roar that could shatter mountains and rivers. The depths of his murderous intent were unfathomable. Yet, despite his typically explosive temperament, he refrained from unleashing his fury this time. Embodying the eerie calm that often precedes a tempest, armed with the insignia of our law enforcement hall, seal the sacred Emperor Peak. Those who dare resist shall be met with merciless execution. Relay my orders. Mobilize all 8,000 elite guards and 30,000 disciples from the law enforcement hall to seal every exit of the sect. Chapter 77. If you lack grace, others will compensate for it at this moment. Chu Tianyun remained as composed as the alpha wolf of a pack, issuing commands with unwavering authority. Numerous high-ranking members of the Chu family responded to his orders, their expressions cold and resolute as they flew from the altar of heaven, wielding the tokens of the law enforcement hall and commands, dispersing to various locations. The law enforcement hall was inherently a brutal faction tasked with internal discipline within the sect, possessing formidable power and the authority to enforce laws. Yet, the commands he issued now were previously unimaginable. He ordered the sealing of the sacred Emperor Peak, the closure of the sect's entrances and exits, and the prohibition of any travel or communication. This was not merely a subsidiary force of the Holy Heaven Sect, nor a branch or a lesser district. It was the very headquarters of the Holy Heaven Sect, teeming with powerful figures and influential leaders. To issue such an order would undoubtedly offend a multitude of individuals, especially regarding the sacred Emperor Peak, the ancestral peak of the founding family, the Yi clan, which had stood resilient for 1,000,000 years, steeped in profound heritage and populated by countless strong practitioners. Anyone suggesting the sealing of the sacred emperor peak will be deemed mad. Yet at this moment, the atmosphere was eerily silent. The various senior members of the sect, including the elder council, appeared pallid, occasionally glancing at Yi Tianxiong beside them, pondering whether this individual had lost his sanity. Those present, who had ascended to high ranks, were well versed in the myriad realms and had encountered numerous formidable figures from the demonic paths. They could easily discern if a naive girl like Chu Yunshang was lying. Moreover, it was indeed the secondary method of the supreme yin-yang technique. They could not help but feel that Yi Tianxiong was utterly reckless, daring to pursue such a path. Did he truly intend for his son to cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique, to forge a furnace of slaughtering demonic soldiers, and thus exploit the authority of the sect master to retrieve the forbidden demonic arts from the supreme demonic sect? If that was the case, why not simply find a minor family or a background-less female prodigy within the Holy Heaven Sect? As long as things did not escalate excessively, everyone would turn a blind eye, provided that the sect's interests were not harmed. At this level, notions of right and wrong were merely rhetoric for the lower tiers. But was Chu Yunshang an ordinary person? The daughter of the dual emperors, the legitimate offspring of the prominent Chu family, and the sole disciple of the renowned rogue saint god across the myriad realms. What insanity possessed one to consider allowing their son to practice the supreme yin-yang technique and have Chu Yunshang cultivate its secondary method? It was one thing to do it, but to have it publicly exposed in such a setting was another matter entirely. No one dared to speak out against Chu Tian. For now, it was no longer just Chu Tian. The entire Chu family, and indeed, the Holy Heaven Sect, were on the brink of madness. The Chu family's legitimate daughter, cultivating the secondary method of the supreme yin-yang technique, would transform into a furnace for the Yi clan's legitimate son, slaughtering demonic soldiers while severing emotional ties and desires. The critical aspect of this technique was that, throughout the history of the Hung Tian continent, it was deemed unsolvable. There was no means to extricate oneself from the constraints of the supreme yin-yang technique, except by directly eliminating the practitioner of the secondary method. Otherwise, as time passed, even an emperor could not prevent the practitioner from breaking through to the divine realm, igniting the divine fire, severing emotions, and transforming into a being of murderous demonic nature. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. How could my son possibly cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique and engage in such madness? Yi Tianxiong's eyes glowed crimson, as if he were roaring in madness, a terrifying aura radiating from him. In a state of continuous justification, he seemed on the verge of succumbing to insanity. While several elder council members from the Yi clan, including Yi Hongshun, surrounded him, attempting to counsel and suppress his overwhelming presence. Everyone understood. Chu Yunshang was not lying. She had indeed cultivated the secondary method of the supreme yin-yang technique. Therefore, Yi Feng must die in an instant. The high-ranking members of the Yi clan and the elder council reached a unanimous conclusion. Yet while Yi Feng could perish, Yi Tianxiong, the clan's head, must not be implicated any further. Yi Tian